Chapter 1 Reincarnation Error, Crossing begins. In the summer of 20XX, a system encountered space turbulence when crossing the D95 world, and a otaku who was about to collect rent with the key was directly killed. In order not to leave a bad record in the D95 world, the system that caused the accident reached a private settlement with the otaku who was killed. Otaku has both parents, a car, and a house, but he is not happy. When he was young, his parents devoted themselves to work. When he grew up, his parents left him only a cold house and a monthly rent collection job. He lacks love because his parents' love was all given to his younger brother. He is not very obsessed with this real world, but he chooses to go to the low-dimensional dimension world in the system's option to help him revive, to find his wife, a wall of figurines, who he once placed his emotions on in reality. The system agreed, but in choosing the way to reincarnate, in order to have the power to adapt to the rules of different worlds, Otaku chose Broly, a numerical monster in the Dragon Ball world, with terrifyingly high physical strength and energy growth. The soul reincarnation begins. The system brought Otaku's soul to the Dragon Ball world, but when putting Otaku's soul into Broly's mother's belly for reincarnation, the system forgot to protect Otaku's soul because it was too involved in making the Crystal Palace system. Half a year later, when the Crystal Palace system was completed, Otaku's soul had been absorbed and reorganized by the powerful embryo of the mutant Saiyan. Although the soul is still Otaku's, the structure has changed greatly. It can be said to be a real reincarnation, not the original Otaku. After stuffing the completed Crystal Palace into the new soul, the system, knowing that it was wrong, left a sentence that it would compensate him after becoming rich, and hurriedly left the Dragon Ball world. Time passed, and it came to the year 732 of the AE. This year, Broly, who was reincarnated incorrectly, was born, and his mother died. In the same year, because the qualifications detected were too strong, Broly was sent to the Planet Vampa by King Vegeta. After Paragus found out, he rushed to Planet Vampa. But the spaceship was damaged, and the father and son were trapped on Planet Vampa. Time passed in a flash, and it was the year 737 of the Age of Ages. In this year, the Saiyans who were scattered all over the universe on missions were suddenly summoned back to Planet Vegeta. Just when Bardock felt something was wrong, he stole a spacecraft, put his youngest son, who had only a combat power of 2, in it, and launched it to a remote planet called Earth. On Planet Vampa, an operation to obtain food was also underway at the same time. In the cloudless sky, a figure wearing a spider shell approached the cave above the nest of the Vampa spiders, and fell from the sky with lightning speed, smashing the ceiling of the cave. Feeling the movement, a rustling sound was heard, and the spiders guarding the nest crawled out from the inside of the cave, staring at the guy who broke into the cave where their tribe was hatched. "I'm here to exchange food with you again. This is buy a blood in exchange for your 2 eggs. I'll leave the blood here, and I'll take the eggs myself." The child who fell into the cave said this, picked up 2 spider eggs that were bigger than him, and rushed out of the cave where the Wampa spider hatched. Outside, there were a large number of spiders that had crawled out from under the ground. The combat power of the small spiders was about 2,000, and the combat power of the big ones could reach 3,000. As for the giant spider at the back, which was as big as a hill and had a black shell, it was the boss of this group of spiders, with a combat power of about 5,000. When the giant spider saw Broly, its eyes turned red, and its 8 legs clicked as it chased Broly in the air. Broly seemed to have long been accustomed to being chased by the Wampa spider boss. He raised his hand and fired 3 energy bombs in a triangular shape on the plain ground. After raising a large cloud of dust, he also lowered his flying altitude and rushed into the dust. There was a rumbling sound above his head, and the giant Wampa spider ran over with a group of Wampa spiders. Since the Wampa spider's head could twist at a limited angle, it could not see the position below it that was relatively close to itself. Therefore, Broly took 2 spider eggs and hid in an underground crack. After the rumbling sound above his head passed, he flew out and flew towards the other side of the spider group. Calculating the time, he has lived on Wampa Star for 5 years and has eaten the group of Wampa spiders for 5 years. Compared with the bitter taste of adult Wampa spiders, the bitter taste of Wampa spider eggs can be removed by half, and the fresher the spider eggs, the more so. However, although the intelligence of the Wampa spider is not high, it attaches great importance to the spider eggs that breed offspring. Compared with luring a Wampa spider that collects baya blood to go out hunting, it is more difficult to take the spider eggs. It is necessary to break into the nest guarded by a large number of Wampa spiders to conduct a very dangerous transaction. With the improvement of strength and understanding of the habits of Wampa spiders, things like forced trading of spider eggs are no longer a big problem for Broly. Every time he uses the smoke bomb retreat method, it works, which can be said to be tried and tested. The only pity is that until now, Broly has not found a way to tame the Wampa spider. If you want to get the freshest spider eggs directly from the bottom of the Wampa spider, you can only try your luck. Sometimes, if you are lucky, you can get 1 or 2 newly born spider eggs from the bottom of the giant spider, but perhaps it is to force the producer to trade the other party's newly born eggs in front of him. Broly had laid many spider eggs, so the giant Wampa spider hated him. But it was not a big deal. The combat power of the giant Wampa spider was only a little over 5,000, and it had the obvious disadvantage of not being able to fly. For Broly, whose normal combat power had exceeded 10,000 not long ago and whose combat power detector could no longer measure the value, it would not be much more difficult to deal with the opponent than to deal with some ordinary Wampa spiders. The reason why he did not deal with the giant Wampa spider was mainly because the voice in his head kept reminding him to pay attention to protecting the ecological environment of the planet. Wampa is a planet with a harsh environment. Not every monster that lives on this planet can be eaten as food. For example, the green fungal carpet Bayamon, which has animal fur and plant photosynthesis ability, is an inedible monster. Their blood is highly corrosive, and their meat is like fur and has no nutrition. Broly's father, Paragus, once tried to eat the flesh and blood of Baya, but he almost died. If it weren't for the strong vitality of the Saiyans, he would have gone to the 18th level of hell. Therefore, the Wampa spiders, which are relatively large in population and can be eaten without any harm, are precious edible monsters. If they are eaten or killed without restraint, it will easily lead to the extinction of the Wampa spider group, and then they will starve to death without food. This is why Broly brought a shell of Baya blood to trade when he came to get spider eggs. The purpose is to simulate the natural process that some individuals of the Wampa spider will be eaten by Baya when it absorbs Baya's blood. With 2 spider eggs, Broly quickly flew back to his nest on the mountain. There were a lot of containers made of the shells of the Wampa spiders that were eaten. The containers were filled with precious rainwater that only falls on the rare rainstorms on the Wampa planet. Although the rainwater smelled fishy, it was easier to drink than the body fluids of the Wampa spider. After taking 2 sips of the yellow liquid in the clay pot, Broly picked up a large flat stone slab next to him. There were almost no green plants on the Wampa planet, so it was just a fantasy to make a fire. The only thing that could be used was the geothermal energy under the planet. As for the iron pot, Broly had not found the so-called iron ore so far. If he wanted to fry something, he had to use a stone slab, which was a natural stone slab burning tool. His father had not returned from getting Baya's blood, but he was a little hungry. Broly did not plan to wait for his father. He planned to cook his spider eggs first and fill his stomach first. Just as he lifted the stone slab and came outside, before he flew out of the cave, a new message emerged in his mind: the Crystal Palace has been charged. Do you want to travel through the world now? Broly. Since he was born, various information always appeared in his mind, and Broly could not understand every piece of information. Crystal Palace, what is that? Crystal Palace is a system module edited by Z0186 System, which is used to pay compensation to the original inhabitants of D95 Origin World for the accident caused by the system crossing. It is a special system for the original inhabitants of D95 Origin World who accepted the compensation and settled the case privately, so that they can re-attack their wives and collect their wives in the secondary dimension world. Clear information appeared in his consciousness, and Crystal Palace gave Broly a precise reply and explanation. Who is the native of D95 world? You are. What is a wife? Partner. Can I eat it? This time, the Crystal Palace module paused for a while, and it seemed that after a series of context analysis, it gave a definite answer: you can eat it, and I will give it to you. After a series of answers, Broly's straightforward mind gradually equated wife with food. Host, do you want to travel through the world now? Tip: the Crystal Palace module is in its early stages. When the space-time energy collection is full, it cannot accumulate additional space-time energy. If you don't travel through the world now, it will cause a waste of space-time energy. Broly wanted to ask what world travel is, but after hearing the words of waste, although he didn't know what space-time energy was, he still gave his own answer as a frugal child reflexively: waste is not allowed. I want to travel through time, and I will travel through time now. Received, D95 Origin World anchor point dropped, low-dimensional world search started, world has been matched, and the travel coordinate point is established. Bang! With the muffled sound of the stone slab falling to the ground, Broly's figure disappeared on the spot. Chapter 2 Fat and juicy, the bugs are really delicious. The moment the transfer began, the surrounding scenery turned into lines and swept towards the back at a very fast speed. In less than 2 seconds, it was like entering a dark tunnel. Everything around was plunged into darkness, but soon the colors returned, but it was still in the shape of countless lines. Just when Broly was curious and was about to reach out to touch the lines around him, the scenery suddenly froze, and his figure appeared on the stairs of a basement. There was a rustling sound behind him, and faint sobs were mixed in. Hey! Broly turned around and saw a large group of wriggling insects crawling under the stairs where he was seen. Among the group of plump and tender insects, there was a slightly bulging insect bag, and the subtle sobbing sound came from it. Broly thought about it, then jumped into the center of the insect pile, and stretched out his hand to open the insect bag that made the sound. After the insect pile was opened, a naked little girl was revealed underneath. There were traces of tears on her face, and her eyes were red. It was unknown how long she had been crying. She kept sobbing from her mouth. After she saw the light again, she was stunned and stopped. Are you sleeping in the food pile? Broly asked curiously, his eyes fixed on a worm crawling on the girl's white chest. These worms were white and tender. Although they had some sharp teeth, they looked much more delicious than the larvae of the Wampa spider, which made Broly swallow his saliva. Hearing this, the young Matou Sakura didn't know how to answer for a moment. She was sent to the Matou family as an adopted daughter by her father half a month ago. On the day she became an adopted daughter, she was brought here by an old grandfather named Matou Zuken. Your magic attribute is hollow, and you need to undergo some transformation to better inherit the magic seal of our Matou family. The old man with a dry and vigorous appearance said so at the time, and threw the adopted daughter of the Tozaka family, who had just been obtained, into the underground worm warehouse. Completely ignoring the girl's crying and fear, he controlled the seal worms in the worm warehouse and made preliminary transformations on them, using the corrosive magic carried by the seal worms to corrode the girl's virtual attribute magic circuits. This process is not only horrifying, but also an unspeakable torture for the transformed individual, and the whole body will suffer from pain similar to that of a needle. It only took a few days for the girl to go from crying and struggling to gradually sobbing and enduring, but she always had the thought in her heart that her family would come to save her. It doesn't matter if it's an elegant and gentlemanly father, or a gentle and virtuous mother, or even worse, a sister who occasionally bullies her. However, none of these relatives who were imagined to come to save her appeared. Instead, a little boy who looked only slightly older than her appeared in front of her. In the desperate environment of a pile of insects, she peeled off the bad insects crawling on her body and biting her, and squatted down to look at her with concerned eyes. Although she couldn't understand the other party's question, she always said thank you when she was helped by others. The etiquette education from the Tozaka family was not forgotten because she became the adopted daughter of the Matou family. Enduring the remaining stinging feeling on her body, the young Sakura got up from the ground and tried to open her mouth to say thank you to the boy in front of her, but her voice was a little hoarse and she could only make a sound as thin as a mosquito. Broly couldn't hear clearly what she said, but after the girl got up and showed her full appearance, a message emerged in his mind. Matou Sakura, one of your figurine wives, can be invited to become a member of the Crystal Palace. Are you my wife? Broly asked this question in a questioning tone. Faced with this question, young Sakura was a little confused. But she thought of her mother in the past, who told her some fairy tales when she was a child. After the Prince Charming saved Kuroyuki Princess, the two became husband and wife. I'm not your wife, but I can be your wife. Compared with the fairy tale, her own situation seems to be similar. After having this idea, young Sakura answered in a low voice. This time the voice could barely be heard clearly. If it's my wife, I'm hungry, is there anything to eat? Broly stretched out his hand to young Sakura. The Crystal Palace said that a wife is someone who will give herself food. And the other party has so much food here, so they should give themselves some, right? Broly thought so. Looking at the worms that surrounded him again, his eyes became more eager. Suddenly becoming someone else's wife, and suddenly being asked for food by her own little husband. This is something that young Sakura has never experienced before. However, she has experience playing house games, and she knows what to do now. When her husband is hungry, as the wife, she should bring him food. But every time she was called into the insect pile for transformation, she was always told to take off all her clothes, but now she has nothing on her body. Faced with the boy's hand asking for food, young Sakura was a little at a loss. At this time, the door of the insect warehouse was pushed open, and a hunched figure walked in with a cane. Sakura, who is this? Zuken looked down at the boy who looked like a wandering beggar in the insect warehouse, and frowned and asked his adopted daughter. Grandpa, Grandpa. Seeing Zuken, young Sakura's body trembled. Zuken was an extremely terrifying person to her. I don't know him. I will accept the reformation obediently. Please don't punish me. The frightened girl said this and lay back on the cold ground. As expected, miracles don't exist. Facing Grandpa, this little brother who came to save her will definitely be killed. The tears fell again. It flowed out proudly, not knowing whether it was for the dying boy next to him or for himself who would continue to be transformed by the marking worms. I am really old. I found something unusual only after a little kid broke into the worm warehouse. Boy, you are really unlucky. But since you broke in here, please become the food of the worms. Go, eat him. Zuken raised his hand and gave an order to the worms in the worm warehouse. The marking worms that received the order also became aggressive the next moment. But don't hurt Sakura. Her body is the precious maternal placenta of the Matou family, which can breed better qualified offspring. The marking worms avoided the young Sakura and crawled all over Broly's body, biting the boy's flesh with their sharp teeth. The sound of tearing was heard, and the worn-out combat uniform was torn into pieces by the sharp teeth of the marking worms, making some noises. Woo-woo. The girl's sobbing became louder. She couldn't do anything and killed a person who came to save her. Your grandfather is really a good man. However, such a sound came from the pile of humanoid worms covered by worms. Slurp. Then, some sounds of swallowing were heard. Broly grabbed the worms that crawled on his body and began to feast on them. The taste of the worms was not bitter or astringent, and it was indeed much better than the larvae of the wampa spider. The shell is crunchy, the meat tastes like chicken, and the protein is 8 times higher than beef. As the worms were sucked into his mouth one by one, such information also emerged in Broly's mind. With a small hand, another worm was caught in his hand. Slurp, he sucked the tail end of the worm in his hand into his mouth. Puff, with a bite of the teeth, the full of plump juice burst in his mouth. With a casual throw, the worm head with sharp teeth was thrown to the side. And there, a small pile of worm heads quickly appeared. The worm head without a body, the mouth with sharp teeth, was still opening and closing. At this time, both the little girl Sakura and Zuken had their brains buzzing. Is the imprint worm something edible? But no matter what they thought, the facts were in front of them. The Saiyans' diet is still very broad. As long as the food they eat does not cause harm to them, they can digest most of the food they eat. Compared to some difficult to digest, such as alien food, the imprint worms of the type Moon world are obviously good nutrients, with enough energy, magic, substances. Boy, you are not a normal person, who are you? Zuken questioned. He had already discovered that the sharp teeth of his imprint worms could not bite through the skin of the kid below. My name is Broly, and I'm a Saiyan. Even though the other party had given him so many delicious foods, Broly was still very polite and answered Zuken Matu's question. Saiyan, who are those people? Heard this, Zuken Matu was a little confused. He searched in his own knowledgeable mind for a while, but couldn't find any information about Saiyans. Forget it, no matter who you are, since you dare to eat my worms, you are ready to pay a sufficient price, right? Hey, isn't this the food you gave me? Another worm exploded in his mouth, and Broly asked back in surprise. How could it be something for you to eat? Every worm here is carefully cultivated by me. It is a precious engraved worm used to change the magician's attribute qualifications. The cost of a single worm is more than 500W, not to mention that I have spent a lot of time and energy. The secular finances of the Matou family have not been very good in the past 100 years, and this worm warehouse in the basement occupies a large amount of wealth of the Matou family. It can be regarded as a real estate of the magic workshop. And look at the number of worm heads left over there. If it is to be restored, it will definitely cost a lot of money. It's not for me to eat. Broly was a little disappointed, but he didn't stop his mouth and sucked the worm that crawled to his mouth into his mouth. It crawled in by itself, it's none of my business. He said so, and chewed the worm in his mouth and swallowed it, looking like he wanted to take the opportunity to eat a few more mouthfuls of good food. You. Next to him, the girl finally couldn't help it and retched on the ground. Are you provoking me? Matou Zuken's face was very ugly, and he waved his hand to summon some flying engraved bugs. Kill him. These bugs, which looked like enlarged versions of wasps, flapped their wings and attacked Broly. New food has come again. Broly's eyes lit up, and he grabbed one of the wasps in his hand and took a bite. Bang! Then, the big wasp that was put into his mouth and bitten open exploded directly in his mouth. Stupid, this is the self-destructing bug that I transformed. Looking at the smoke and dust from the explosion, Matou Zuken said complacently. It turns out that it can't be eaten. But Broly's somewhat disappointed voice sounded in the smoke and dust. What? Are you okay? After the smoke and dust from the explosion dissipated, Broly was not injured at all except for the last piece of clothes that was blown off. Don't you know the law of smoke without injury? Broly was a little surprised, asked a question. Wait, because of the explosion, my wife was frightened, and now her happiness value is decreasing. Please raise her happiness value as soon as possible. The higher the happiness value, the easier it is to capture my wife. After she agrees to become a member of the Crystal Palace, the higher the happiness points that the host can convert at one time. Broly read out the prompts of the Crystal Palace in his mind, and turned his head to see the girl shivering on the ground behind him. So, what is the use of this wife? Broly had such doubts, but his body moved faster than his thoughts. He grabbed other wasp-like engraved insects and came to Zuken Matou. Before the old man could react, he forced the insect in his hand into his mouth. Bang! It was still the same explosion. Broly was fine, but Zuken Matou was blown off his head. Without a head, the skinny body slid straight down the stairs to the ground. In the worm warehouse, the worms had no one to drive them. After feeling the extreme predator's breath from Broly, they quickly shrank to the corner of the basement. Law of inheritance. Mumbling the new information in his mind, Broly floated down to the girl's side and spoke to the girl on the ground awkwardly. I killed your grandfather. Now his food is yours. I'm still a little hungry. Can you give me some more food? The worms in the worm warehouse were dazzled by Broly, but compared to the Saiyans' big appetite, these worms were obviously not enough. Hey! Hearing this, young Sakura raised her head and saw her grandfather's headless body not far away. Ah! Rather than being frightened, she was actually surprised. Do you still want to eat those worms? She asked. Any questions? Broly tilted his head, not quite understanding the meaning of this question. That's not food. Young Sakura got up from the ground again, wiped the tears from her face and said. Broly. He felt seriously deceived. Crystal Palace clearly said that his wife would give him food. As a result, this wife didn't give him food at all. She was not as generous as her grandfather who was blown to death by him. Can I take you to eat something that is really edible? But soon, another sentence from young Sakura made Broly's resentment subside. What is something that is really edible? Broly was very curious. In his short life, insects were the most common food. For example, cakes, puddings and the like. Young Sakura thought about it, and thought of some of the most delicious things she had ever eaten, and said to Broly. Cake? Pudding. Broly seemed to have some impression of these two terms in his mind, but he couldn't remember what they were. However, his expectation was indeed full. Where are they? In the refrigerator, Uncle Korea bought them for me a few days ago. Young Sakura replied. The death of Zuken Matou has dispelled a lot of the haze in her heart. Even her hoarse voice has regained some vitality. What is a refrigerator? A refrigerator is, well, you can find out if you follow me up. Grabbing Broly's hand, young Sakura pulled the boy up the stairs. She didn't want to stay in the insect warehouse in the basement for a moment. After leaving the basement with Broly, young Sakura went directly to the kitchen. This is the refrigerator. When they arrived in the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, she showed Broly the real thing, and the cold air coming out of the refrigerator scared Broly. The little Saiyan quickly stepped back and jumped a distance, somewhat wary of the thing emitting cold air in front of him. No information emerged in his consciousness, but he cast an inquiring look at the girl next to him. Chapter 3 Young Second Master, you must stay alive. The girl was a little stunned by his startled reaction, but she still introduced the refrigerator next to Broly. The refrigerator can cool and freeze the food. But she obviously couldn't say much, so she could only quickly take out the cake in the refrigerator and hand it to Broly. This is a cake with cream on it, it's chocolate flavored, you can try it. Broly stretched his head over and sniffed the things in the girl's hand from left to right. Perhaps he smelled some strange fragrance, his eyes lit up and he grabbed the cake still in the plastic wrap and stuffed it into his mouth. This can't be eaten. Young Sakura was startled and quickly put down the plate, stretched out her hand to grab the plastic wrap around Broly's mouth, and tried to pull it out. She succeeded, but also failed. The plastic wrap was directly torn off, and she lost her balance and fell backwards. Fortunately, Broly grabbed her hand first and lifted her back. Be careful. Broly said the reminder awkwardly. Cling film. Young Sakura pointed at the thing in his mouth and reminded him. Broly pulled the cling film out of his mouth, and the sweet taste of the cake made him linger. Anything else? He licked the cream on the cling film and asked. Noonly pudding is left, and it is strawberry flavored. Young Sakura shook her head and took out another strawberry flavored pudding from the refrigerator. This time she explained in advance that the outer packaging shell was not edible, so she didn't eat the packaging shell. This one is delicious too, do you have any more? The 2 strawberry flavored puddings were quickly finished, but Broly was still not satisfied, and his eyes were almost empty as he looked at the refrigerator. From this strange box, the wife next to him had taken out 2 delicious things that he had never eaten before. No more. What is that? It's meat, it's still raw. Broly didn't care whether the food was raw or not, he picked it up and started biting. Raw meat doesn't have the sweetness of cake, nor the chewiness of pudding, but it has the taste of normal flesh and blood. Although it doesn't taste very good, as I said, compared to the Wampa spider, this is a delicacy. What about this? This is an egg, wait, you need to crack the shell. Young Sakura wanted to stop him, but Broly had already put an egg in his mouth. When he was about to swallow it, it got stuck in his throat, but Broly punched his throat with a fist, and the blocked egg broke inside. After smacking his lips twice, Broly didn't like the liquid food that was a bit like spider eggs. He set his sights on other colorful fruits. While asking the girl what is it, he quickly put everything that smelled good into his mouth. Among them was including a box of lemon-flavored deodorant. Broly's young body was half lying in the refrigerator, rummaging through the boxes and cabinets to eat everything that could be eaten or not eaten. The tail behind his butt was swaying from side to side, showing his excitement. It was at this time that young Sakura discovered the difference in this boy. Looking at the long tail swaying from side to side in front of her, she was curious and reached out to grab it. Broly's body trembled when his tail was grabbed. He quickly turned around and pulled his tail back, then asked the girl's behavior, "What are you doing? Is that a real tail? Or is it fake?" The tail is a sensitive point for Saiyans. If they have not undergone desensitization training, they will lose their combat capability if their tail is caught. Although Broly has more or less overcome the situation where he will completely lose his combat capability if his tail is caught, the sensitive part is still sensitive. On the planet Vampa, except for his father, no one else will help him with desensitization training for his tail, and Broly has long been accustomed to the way his father Paragus catches his tail. Now that his tail is suddenly caught by someone else, although the girl is not very strong, the different way of holding still makes him react. "Hey, why don't you have a tail?" While speaking, Broly also glanced at the girl's body. Young Sakura noticed his sight and subconsciously turned sideways, raised her legs and stretched out her hands to cover the key parts. Therefore, the buttocks were exposed from the side. After seeing that the girl had no tail, Broly asked in surprise. "How can a person have a tail? How can a person not have a tail? Ordinary people don't have tails, only Saiyans have tails." But soon, new information emerged in his mind, which stopped Broly's hand from trying to grab the girl's buttocks and look for the non-existent tail. "So, you don't have a tail?" Broly looked at the girl with some pity. "What's that look in your eyes?" Young Sakura felt very uncomfortable being looked at. "You envy me for having a tail, right? Since you feed me a lot of delicious food, I can let you touch my tail." As he said that, Broly handed his tail to the girl. Young Sakura was really moved by the furry tail that was still shaking slightly, and stretched out her hand to take the tail in Broly's hand. "What are you doing?" But this process was interrupted by a voice. Shinji, who was wearing pajamas, stood at the kitchen door and couldn't understand the scene in front of him. His sister-in-law and a little boy he didn't know stood naked in front of the open refrigerator, seemingly exchanging something. "I'm touching her tail." Broly answered very seriously what he was doing now. "He's hungry, I brought him to eat. Young Sakura explained in a panic. Touching the tail, eating, what a mess. Shinji was still very simple at this age. He didn't understand what his sister and the strange boy were doing, but he knew one thing. Sakura, this is your friend, but even if he is hungry and wants to eat, you shouldn't bring him to the kitchen in this state, right? Also, my sister's friend, when you visit other people's homes, don't you always wear clothes? Young Iryi questioned like a brother. My clothes are ruined. Broly immediately answered the question about his clothes. What about you, Sakura? Matou Shinji looked at the young Sakura. I haven't had time to wear mine yet. Her clothes were in the bug warehouse, but she wanted to escape from that nightmare-like place as soon as possible, so she didn't have time to pay attention to it just now. At this moment, facing the gaze of her brother in righteousness, who was also the only two people in the Matou family who were kind to her, the girl shrank back. Shrinking his neck. I'll go back to my room and get dressed. She ran away, leaving Broly alone in the kitchen. After Sakura left, the young second master looked at Broly. To be more precise, he looked at the tail swaying in Broly's hand. Is your tail real? He walked around behind Broly and asked in surprise as he saw the tail sink into the coccyx. Do you want to touch it too? Broly saw that the man was a little curious, so he asked generously. I won't touch such a strange thing. The young second master raised his head and responded a little proudly. Although the furry tail was also attractive to him. Are you my sister's former friend? He asked. Friend? No, she is my wife. Broly answered this question while chewing an apple. What, Sakura is married at this age? The young second master was shocked. Marriage, what is that? Broly asked back. No information about marriage came to his mind. You don't even know about marriage. Why should I know? Then how did you make my sister your wife? In my mind, there is such information telling me so. Broly answered honestly. Young Shinji couldn't understand, but was shocked. Is there anything to eat here? Broly asked, not knowing how to be polite, because he had eaten all the food in the refrigerator. Young second master. At this time, he also saw the mess inside the refrigerator. Who are you? How did you break into my house and deceive my sister? When young Sakura came back, she saw her brother-in-law, questioning Broly. My name is Broly. Broly introduced himself again. The Crystal Palace appeared. There were many linear things around me. Suddenly, I came here. With a limited vocabulary, Broly could only give such an ambiguous reply. I didn't deceive anyone. Those bugs are delicious. Of course, the things in this box called a refrigerator are even more delicious. Broly licked his lips. He was not full yet. Low-energy food always requires more intake. I know. You must be a thief. You deceived my sister to open the door and let you in. You deceived her to take you into my house to steal food. The young second master made a reasonable imagination. He felt that he had found the truth. Thief. Broly frowned, and his mind reacted to this term. But the information that emerged reminded him that this was a bad slanderous title. You don't give me food, and you are still slandering me. Do you want to be killed by me? The young Broly had a murderous intention towards the young second master. This murderous intention is extremely pure, and it is a desire to destroy things that are not beneficial to oneself. This is the wildness he developed on the planet Vampa. There is no malice, just a simple desire to destroy something that is not good for himself, or life. When the pure killing intention came out, the young second master was a little scared and sat down on the ground. When he met the indifferent gaze of the person who looked at him, negative emotions of fear and terror kept coming out in his heart. It was like a weak creature being stared at by a powerful predator, and then producing various nervous and fearful reactions. This was the instinct of life reminding him of the danger of the person in front of him. My brother didn't mean that. Perhaps because the young second master was the only one in the Matou family who was kind to him, the young Sakura stood up to speak for Matou Shinji at this time. Seeing that it was the girl who gave him good food, Broly's hostility quickly dissipated, and he turned to ask for food from the other party. Young Sakura was a little embarrassed. There were only 5 people in the Matou family, even with her adopted daughter, and the food in the refrigerator was all, and there was no other food at all. But I can take you out to eat. Seeing Broly's disappointment, young Sakura thought of something and said. What are you waiting for? As long as there is food, Broly will have no problem, he urged. But you have to put on clothes. Young Sakura said again. But what if I don't have clothes? Broly was a little distressed. It doesn't matter, you don't have clothes, but my brother does. Young Sakura looked at the young second master on the ground. Hey! The second master made a doubtful sound, he wanted to refuse. But seeing Broly's gaze, he didn't have the courage to refuse. You are also a good person. Broly was very happy to get clothes that could be used to eat, and he forgot the unhappiness brought to him by the second master next to him. Brother Shinji, I won't be back. Please tell Uncle Korea. The terrifying grandfather is dead. There is no need for her to stay in the Matou family. Young Sakura just wants to leave this insect house that has left her with psychological trauma, but before leaving, she still remembers that she wants to tell the people who are kind to her here, through Matou Shinji. Sakura, come here for a moment. I have something to ask you. Young Iryi didn't dare to speak in front of Broly. After calling his sister Giri aside, he whispered to the girl. Are you threatened by that guy with a tail? If so, well, just follow him and keep him steady. I will notify Dad and Uncle to save you later. Iryi is still Iryi. Even though he is young, he doesn't dare to stand up. I don't know where Grandpa is. It would be great if he was here. Young Sakura. I'm not threatened. On the contrary, Broly is a good man. He saved me. I'm free. I won't come back. And Grandpa, don't tell me about him. He's a bad guy. Why is Grandpa a bad guy? Matou Shinji wanted to argue with his sister Giri, but he heard Broly's anxious urging. I'm dressed. When can we go out to eat? I won't talk to you anymore. I'm leaving. Wait. Brother, what else do you want? Do you have money? You need money to go out to eat. Young girl Ying. She was only 5 years old. Where did she get the money? Here, this is the pocket money my dad gave me. Take it. Young Iryi opened his piggy bank, took out all the coins from it, and handed it to his righteous sister. But this is your pocket money. I'm your brother. Although it's just a matter of honor, isn't it normal for a brother to protect his sister? Although I can't protect you now, giving you money is the only thing I can do now. You must stabilize that dangerous guy. I will definitely tell uncle and grandfather about your being taken away, so that they can save you. Young Ying hesitated, and finally said nothing and took the pocket money from her righteous brother. I'm really not threatened. Brother, you really don't need to ask others to save me. Only when she left the Matou family did she reiterate her situation again. I know, Sakura, you must stay alive. The young second master looked like he had figured out everything, and solemnly gave his response to his sister, leaving the girl at a loss for words. Are you in any danger? After walking away, Broly asked the girl next to him curiously. No, it's just that my brother stubbornly believes that I'm being held hostage by you. The young Sakura replied. Hostage, what is that? Broly didn't understand. His memory of the otaku in his previous life was incomplete, and only some information would pop out of his mind from time to time. If he couldn't understand the content of the information, it would disappear quickly, so he was more often the performance of an ignorant child. Chapter 4, Standing Up is Your Lie, and Quarreling is Your Purpose. After Broly left, the headless corpse in the bug warehouse of the Matou family gathered some bugs again at the head position, forming a new old man's head. What a dangerous kid, this kind of power cannot be possessed by normal humans, but I can't sense the magic aura on the other party. That guy should be a heroic spirit. This is the only explanation, and Matou Zuken pretended to be dead after his head was blown off because he understood the gap between himself and the heroic spirit. After all, his real body was in this bug warehouse, and he was really afraid that his real body would be affected in the fight. It's no secret that the Matou family participated in this Holy Grail war, but who is the guy behind the attacker? Why did they take away the child Sakura from the Matou family? Did they think that they could use the child to threaten the Matou family, or were they going to use the other party to threaten the Tozaka family? Matou Zuken muttered to himself, walked out of the basement, walked in the corridor outside, and stopped abruptly at a window near the corner. Perhaps, this could also be the attacker sent by Toshiomi Tosaka, and the reason is that Toshiomi Tosaka discovered that the magic of the Matou family has changed from water attribute to insect attribute. Because he did not want to break the covenant with the Matou family, he used this trick to take his daughter back from the Matou family. The old man's ghoul-like appearance was reflected on the glass window, and his sharp eyes narrowed while he was talking to himself. No, with the character of Toshiomi Tosaka, who is obsessed with the rigid family motto of the Tozaka family, he is not someone who would secretly betray the covenant. And with the other party's absolutely calm and competent magician style, the so-called family affection may not be enough to make that person do something that violates the principle, but this is also a matter of course. Humans are more complex emotional creatures. What if Toshiomi Tosaka? At this point, Zuken stopped. I am also a little confused now. This kind of thing must be tested. Why make random guesses when we can know the answer by testing? Zuken shook his head and continued to walk forward. Hey, Grandpa, you are at home. As soon as he turned the corner, he ran into his grandson. Ah, no, this is not the time to talk about this. Grandpa, Sakura has been kidnapped by a dangerous guy. Go and save her. This stupid grandson has no talent as a magician, but has the innocence and kindness of a child. I don't know what this innocence will be twisted into when he grows up and realizes that he is a talentless waste. I am looking forward to it. As an elder of the Matou family, I actually look forward to the distortion and pain of my descendants. My soul is a little broken. Holy Grail, I have to get it quickly before I completely forget my existence as a magician. But before that, Shinji, have you finished your homework during the holiday? Not yet, Grandpa, now is not the time to talk about this. The young second master was a little anxious, but he still answered his grandfather's question. You haven't finished your homework yet, so what nonsense are you talking to me here? The creepy smile on Zuken's face disappeared, and he directly scolded the young second master. Go back to your room and do your holiday homework. But Sakura, that's just your sister-in-law, don't bother with her affairs. The young second master felt wronged, but he didn't dare to disobey his grandfather's will, so he could only go back to his room. In Fuyaki City, where the Fourth Holy Grail War has already begun, a conflict is taking place in a restaurant specializing in rice bowls. The thing is, Broly was enjoying his pork chop rice bowl, but the rice bowl restaurant suddenly stopped serving him food. Why don't you serve more food? I would like to serve you more food, but you two kids ordered so many things, do you really have the money to pay? The restaurant owner crossed his arms and questioned. Today's social economy is not very prosperous. Some time ago, someone came to his restaurant to eat a free meal and ran away. Today, two little brats who had not grown all their hair and were only as tall as his thighs came into the restaurant and said that the adults would come soon when asked about them. As a result, half of the ordered food was served, and the adults mentioned by the two little brats had not yet appeared. The restaurant owner couldn't help but suspect that this was another guy who came to his restaurant to eat for free. Most of the remaining food had not yet been served, so he came out to inquire about the situation. Money. Broly was stunned for a moment, and then the interpretation of money emerged in his mind. It was a common transaction item for buying food. Broly understood it immediately. That should be the buy blood of this world, but he didn't have such a thing, so he looked at the young Sakura. Excuse me, how much do we order? The girl asked politely. Including the rice bowls that haven't been served yet, you have to pay a total of. The restaurant owner said a number. The young Sakura took out the pocket money given by Matou Shinji and counted it carefully, and found that the coins in her hand were only enough to pay a small change. The restaurant owner also saw the girl's embarrassment, so he added, if you only count the things you have eaten, you only need to make up another 2,000 yuan for me. Young Sakura. This is the disadvantage of not going to elementary school yet. You can't even do the simplest addition and subtraction. The meal cost obviously exceeded the budget. Young Sakura looked at Broly, as if she wanted to seek help from this slightly older boy, but Broly looked at her innocently. If young Sakura is still a child of civilized society, then Broly is a little savage on a barren planet in the pure Dragon Ball world. His father Paragus only taught him the knowledge of fighting, but not arithmetic, and he also did not teach him the information that popped up in his mind from time to time. So, Broly is also a glutton who only orders food and eats, but does not care about calculation. At this moment, he does not have the buy blood, money, of this world, so he can't help the girl in front of him. The intersection of their eyes and Broly's innocent and pure eyes made young Sakura realize one thing, that is, the little brother with a tail who saved her from the insect warehouse seemed to be a poor guy who couldn't even afford a normal meal. She could only look at the restaurant owner. I don't have more money. If you are short of money, you can ask an adult to pay the bill. The restaurant owner said. Young Sakura was a little silent. When she left the Matou family, she thought that she could finally return to her real home. It was not until she followed Broly into the restaurant to eat that she suddenly remembered what her father said to her when he sent her out. Sakura, from today on, your last name will be changed to Matou, you will no longer be a child of the Tosaka family, and neither I nor your mother will have anything to do with you. In the future, if you face Rin again, don't treat her as your sister. You will be fellow travelers on the path of magic and also opponents. If one day, you sisters have to face a situation of fighting each other, please don't feel sad. On the contrary, you should feel happy that your own magic talent has not been abandoned. Does the father who has already said that he will sever ties with her really have a place to stay in the current family? Young Sakura didn't know, but she knew that if she was found by the restaurant owner to her biological father, Tosaka Tokyomi, because she had no money to pay for the meal, it would definitely make the elegant and gentlemanlike father feel ashamed and embarrassed. I have no home. My parents don't want me anymore. Young Sakura said with great disappointment. Restaurant owner. So, you guys want to eat a free meal? His face was a little unhappy, and his tone became unfriendly. I can help you do things to pay off your debts. Young Sakura said quickly, the magic talent allowed her to receive more education, including the magician's covenant and transaction. This is also the reason why she was ignorant but not noisy when she was sent to the Matou family. Generally speaking, she is a sensible child. And her sensibility also made her want to use labor to pay for the gap in the meal fee, but she ignored the fact that she was too young. Are you kidding me? What can you do as a little kid? The restaurant owner obviously did not accept this proposal, and he saw that the two children were not dressed like children from poor families or wandering children. He just thought they were children who had a temper with their families, and he asked the girl to call home and ask her parents to come. Reminder, Matou Sakura's happiness value is decreasing, please pay attention to her situation. In his consciousness, the reminder of the Crystal Palace emerged again, and Broly realized the girl's reluctance. Hey, don't embarrass her. He said directly. Hearing this, the restaurant owner looked over and asked, do you have the money to pay? I don't. Broly shook his head decisively. If he had the blood of this world, he would have given it long ago. Can you call home and ask your parents for money? The restaurant owner asked again. I don't know who my mother is, but my father is not in this world. Broly shook his head again. You have no money and can't call home to ask for money. Are you kidding me? It looked more and more like a free meal, which made the restaurant owner even angrier. Do you believe I will call the police to arrest you two bad kids who ate without paying? The restaurant owner threatened, not noticing that the look in the child's eyes next to him was gradually becoming dangerous. Broly did not have the blood of this world, but in the past he had no concept of using blood to exchange for food. When he was younger, he and his father Paragus obtained food on the planet Vampa by hunting the most primitive Wampa spiders. In other words, hunting the restaurant owner who owned the food in front of him was the simplest way for Broly to solve the problem of not having enough blood to trade for food. However, the act of obtaining food without trading may cause the ecological balance to be damaged, but before entering the restaurant with the aroma, Broly saw many creatures without tails on the road. According to the previous situation that there was no trading with blood, but only relying on directly hunting Wampa spiders to obtain food, the ecological balance of the planet Vampa was not destroyed. So, it should be no problem to just kill such a creature without a tail. Besides, Broly looked at the back kitchen with a curtain. The smell of food kept coming from that place. He thought that as long as the food owner next to him was dealt with, the food inside would also belong to him. The more Broly thought about it, the more excited he became. Just when he clenched his fist and prepared to hunt the restaurant owner. Bang! At the next table, there was a sound of table smashing. It's really unbearable to listen to, boss, you are an adult, how can you embarrass two children? No, who are you, what does this have to do with you? I am Fujimura Taiga, this really has nothing to do with me, but I can't stand you, an adult, bullying two children like this. The one who stood up and spoke was an orange-haired girl with a single ponytail tied behind her head. She slapped the table with one hand and pointed at the restaurant owner with the other, and said these words with a righteous look. How can this be bullying? Is asking for money also considered bullying? They don't have enough money to pay for the meal. The restaurant owner argued. Yes, These two children don't have enough money to pay for the meal, but don't they have their own difficulties? Didn't you hear it just now? One didn't know that his mother and father had passed away, and the other had no home. They should have been abandoned by their biological parents. Who knows? Children love to lie. What if they lied and want to deny the debt? The restaurant owner looked a little unnatural. I didn't lie. Broly and young Sakura immediately retorted, and they said this almost at the same time. Fujimura Taiga nodded, she was willing to believe the two children. What if they didn't lie? She asked the restaurant owner. I run a restaurant, not a welfare institution. Do I deserve to lose money? The restaurant owner asked back, orphans should go to the welfare institution to beg for food, why come to his restaurant to eat for free? You shouldn't lose money, but your behavior is annoying. Can't you just speak softly? Facing children of this age, you actually said that you wanted the police to come and take them away. Didn't I want to scare them? The restaurant owner said a little aggrieved. In this era, it is almost impossible to put two obviously young children in jail for such a small matter as eating a free meal. At most, the police will come and take the two children away for a lecture, and then call their parents to come and pick them up, if the two children really have parents. Scare. Fujimura Taiga raised his voice, stomped his shoes with great force, and walked over, pointing at the restaurant. The boss nose began to preach. Do you know how much psychological harm such intimidation will bring to children? What if they are afraid of the police and no longer willing to believe in the police in the future? Can you afford such social responsibility accidents? Children are like beautiful flowers, but in this society, there are always some bad adults who want to destroy them. As it was approaching dinner time, people came into the restaurant from time to time. After seeing the quarrel inside, they found that this didn't seem to be a place to eat, but it seemed okay to eat melons. As long as the guests who came into the restaurant were not in a hurry, they were all looking at the door of the restaurant and watching the good show inside. Okay, I was wrong, isn't it okay? I apologize to them, don't say anything more. The restaurant owner saw the guests crowded at the door to watch the show. If he continued to be pulled down by this extremely combative girl, his bad reputation of bullying lonely children would probably spread, and he would also be attached with no sense of social responsibility and a person without the temperament of an adult. He directly admitted his fear. Humph, this is your fault, you are a good guy. Fujimura Taiga let out a long breath from his nose, like a victorious general. The restaurant owner apologized to the two children next to him for threatening them, and chose to accept the meal fee that was not yet finished, with only the change in the girl's hand. Pa. However, Fujimura Taiga came over and slapped 2,000-page bills in front of him. I am not a bully. I will make up for the meal fee of these two children. She said so. Okay, customer, you are really kind. The restaurant owner changed his smile, from the unlucky look of counting his own bad luck to the enthusiasm of treating customers. By the way, if you told me directly that you were willing to make up for the meal fee of these two children, I would not argue with you. Ha, don't. I feel much better now after arguing with you. Fujimura Taiga was depressed because of the unpleasant quarrel with his parents at home about hair dyeing recently. Through this quarrel, I was able to express my feelings. Restaurant owner. So, you stood up to quarrel, right? That must be the case, right? But since the other party paid the bill and didn't let me bear the loss, I won't charge for the extra emotional value. Welcome to visit next time. Chapter 5. Do you want to be my wife too? After leaving the restaurant, Fujimura Taiga found that there were two little tails behind him. No, why are you two following me? Turning around, he asked the two children in confusion. This. Young Sakura didn't know how to answer. She just followed Broly out subconsciously. Now she was asked by the big sister in front of her why she followed her. She was a little at a loss, but soon she thought of a reasonable and necessary reason. I want to say thank you to you, big sister, thank you for helping us. The way young Sakura spoke weakly made people want to protect her. Ha, what a polite little sister, but no need to thank me, I just helped you on a whim. Fujimura Taiga leaned over, reached out and touched the girl's soft little head, turned around and asked the little boy who was also following him. So, little brother, are you here to thank me, big sister? Broly didn't quite understand the meaning of thanking, but said directly to Fujimura Taiga, I'm not here to thank you, I'm here to find a wife. Find a wife? Fujimura Taiga was stunned. It was still very strange for a young boy to say such words in a serious manner. "What does this have to do with you following me?" she asked. "You are the new wife I'm looking for." Broly pointed at the girl's nose and said very seriously that this was one of the figurine wives confirmed by the Crystal Palace, and it was an object that could provide food for herself. Is this some new age way of bumping into someone? Fujimura Taiga was a little speechless, but seeing how cute the little boy was, he reached out and pinched his face. "You are cute, but you are too young. If you want to be my boyfriend, you have to grow up for at least another 10 years. Compared to Fujimura Taiga's teasing attitude towards the child, the young Sakura next to him was shocked by Broly's words. "Am I not your wife?" the girl asked. "You are." Broly nodded in acknowledgement, and he had not forgotten some of the food he had just been fed. "Then why are you looking for a wife again? Can there only be one wife?" Broly asked back, and the young Sakura was silent when asked, but it seemed that what the other party said was not wrong. "Hey, are you so fickle at such a young age?" After hearing this, Fujimura Taiga immediately increased the strength of pinching the little boy's face with his hand. "Are you willing to be my wife?" Broly didn't feel anything. No matter how strong the girl was, it was still within the normal range of human beings. It didn't hurt him. "Of course I don't want to." Fujimura Taiga answered this question as a matter of course, but she had already let go of her hand. She was afraid that she would really hurt the child. Oh. Broly was a little disappointed. The new wife in front of him was obviously unwilling to continue to provide him with food. "Hey, where are you going?" Seeing the boy turn away with a disappointed expression on his face, Fujimura Taiga was stunned and asked quickly. "It's night, we have to find a place to sleep." Broly gave an honest answer. On the planet Vampa, he also lived by going out during the day and hiding at night. Don't you have a place to sleep?" "No. There's a slope over there, I plan to dig a hole there." Broly was serious about what he said. The big cave where he lived on the planet Vampa was also dug out by him and his father Paragus. Of course, it's called digging, but if the mountain itself is hard enough, it can also be directly blasted out with energy bombs, which will be more efficient. Fujimura Taiga rubbed his temples and said to the two children, "If you are not afraid of getting close to some people who look more ferocious, I can take you back to my old house to live." "Hey, sister, are you going to take us in? I'm just worried that you two little guys might get hurt by bad guys outside." Recently, a killer appeared in Fuyuki City, killing many people in succession and has not been caught by the police, and the victims include some children. Fujimura Taiga knew about this kind of thing, and it was when her grandfather Fujimura Lehua, who was temporarily living in the old house, was worried that it was unsafe for her to go to school alone, and reminded her to pay attention to safety. Originally, Fujimura Lehua wanted to arrange someone to take his granddaughter to and from school, but was directly rejected by Fujimura Taiga. One reason is that the girl is confident in her own fighting ability, and the other reason is that Fujimura Taiga does not want to expose her family background in school. The young lady is back. "Welcome home, young lady." Because her family is the largest underworld group in Fuyuki City, the Fujimura group. "Is it necessary to do this every day? Young lady, isn't this the leader's order for us to be more enthusiastic about you?" Her grandfather was nice, but a little too eager. It was mainly because her father was unwilling to inherit the family business, so her grandfather wanted to train her to be the future successor of the Fujimura group, but the problem was that she didn't want to be the future underworld boss. "Miss, what is this?" The man with a scar on his face, who was obviously a gangster, asked about the two children who followed the young lady into the house. "Two homeless children, I met them on the road, and I was a little worried about them wandering outside, so I brought them here," Fujimura Taiga explained. The young lady is finally going to train a team of confidants who will control the Fujimura group in the future? The man with a scar on his face and a fierce look was moved by what he said, and he said loudly. "It's not a team, bastard. Boss Fujimura, the young lady has come to her senses, and she is willing to be your successor." The scar-faced man ran into the mansion to announce the good news, while Fujimura Taiga chased after him. She now wished she could kick to death the idiot who had misinterpreted her behavior. What a mess! Fujimura Lehua, who was talking to guests in the main house, couldn't help but pull his face down when he saw the scar-faced man running in a panic. But when the scar-faced man told him that his granddaughter suddenly brought back two homeless orphans, the big brother of the underworld in Fuyuki City smiled. When gangsters like them adopt orphans, it means to cultivate confidence, and only children who are cultivated from childhood can develop loyalty to the organization. The scar-faced man in front of him was one of the orphans Fujimura Lehua had adopted, and even though he has now started a family, he and his children are still loyal to the Fujimura group. Don't over-explain my behavior in front of your grandfather. The sliding door of the main house was kicked away, and Fujimura Taiga kicked Scarface aside with a flying kick. Ahem, Taiga, there are guests here. The girl in the sailor suit stepped on Scarface's back, like a tigress hunting prey. After hearing her grandfather's words, she found that the mature man sitting next to her glared at Scarface fiercely. Then Fujimura Taiga restrained her Fuyaki City tiger style and began to become quiet. Mr. Emiya, I'm sorry, my granddaughter's temper is more like mine. It doesn't matter. For those who are in the gang, a violent temper is an advantage. Emiya Kiritsugu had no strange expression on his face and praised him in a calm tone. About the house. Just follow the price you said, Mr. Emiya. As for the goods you ordered, I will have someone deliver them to the warehouse of the house next door tomorrow. Okay. Emiya Kiritsugu nodded and pushed the box he brought over. The box was full of banknotes, which were the money for buying houses and arms. Emiya Kiritsugu, once a famous magician killer in the underground world, still had some connections in the underground world. Before the Holy Grail War began, he contacted the largest underground mafia organization in Fuyaki City and ordered a batch of arms through the Fujimura group. Don't you need to count it? Seeing the old man directly let his men put away the box, Emiya Kiritsugu couldn't help but ask. I still trust Mr. Emiya's credibility. After Fujimura Lehua finished speaking, he asked his men to see the guests off. Emiya Kiritsugu stood up and followed the Fujimura group out, and met two children who were brought in the corridor. Mr. Emiya. Emiya Kiritsugu suddenly stopped, which puzzled the Fujimura group members who were seeing him off. It's okay, I just thought of something suddenly. Emiya Kiritsugu said perfunctorily, and he frowned when he left the Fujimura mansion. He didn't know the boy he met in the corridor, but Emiya Kiritsugu, who had investigated the situation of the opponents of this Holy Grail War in detail, knew that the girl was the youngest daughter of the Tozaka family. According to the latest information, the other party should have been adopted by the Matou family, and no one knew why she appeared in the Fujimura group's house. Could it be that I have been discovered? But if I have been discovered, sending a child to approach me, isn't it a bit of a joke? Emiya Kiritsugu was worried. He heard the question of Kyonmya in his earphone. He said it was okay, but he decided to investigate the situation in his heart. Are you the two orphans my granddaughter brought home? Looking at the two children brought into the room, Fujimura Lehua asked directly. Grandpa, I just saw that they were homeless and there was a murderer outside recently, so I brought them home. Don't misunderstand and scare the children. Fujimura Taiga said beside him. Really? But I think this little guy is very courageous. Fujimura Lehua was referring to Broly. When he was brought here for questioning, Broly looked around to see the living room in the civilized world. He was not scared at all by the old man with scars on his face. On the other hand, young Sakura was really afraid of the old man who asked questions in front of her, and shrank behind Broly. Is there anything to eat? After Broly looked at the layout of the room, he soon lost interest and asked the old man this question directly. The grandfather of his wife Matou Sakura was very generous. He invited him to eat insects as soon as they met. Although he later knew that it was a misunderstanding, Broly now couldn't help but have a full expectation of the grandfather of his new wife Fujimura Taiga. Boy, dare to be rude to the team leader. Ah, you haven't eaten yet. Scarface and Fujimura Taiga said it together. Broly touched his belly and only answered Fujimura Taiga's words, not yet. Being ignored by Broly, Scarface felt that his dignity was violated, so he wanted to step forward and teach this kid a lesson. Back off. But he was stopped by Fujimura Lehua. It's a good thing for a child to be able to eat and beg for food. Fujimura Lehua turned around and looked at Broly. However, if you want to beg for food in my Fujimura family, there are conditions. What conditions? My Fujimura family does not support idle people. Only those who have made contributions to my Fujimura family are qualified to beg for food in our Fujimura family. What do you need me to do? Broly asked directly. You can only get what you work for. This is also the result of the harsh environment of Wampa Star. Only by hunting hard can you have food to eat. Broly recognizes this truth. You are still too young. My Fujimura family does not need you to do anything. so, I just need you to remember when you eat that you are eating the food of the Fujimura family. You should be loyal to the Fujimura family in the future. You have to regard yourself as a part of the Fujimura family and your own people. Can you do it? Education should start from childhood. Compared with some small gangsters recruited halfway, the top leaders of the Fujimura group are all orphans who have been raised since childhood. This kind of loyalty and cohesion cultivated since childhood makes the Fujimura group the only name in the underworld of Fuyaki City. What does one member and one's own mean? Broly frowned a little, he was thinking about this question. Crystal Palace, do you know? He even asked the information in his mind, and regarded the information that appeared in his mind before as sent by the Crystal Palace. Search, according to the context analysis, one member and one's own are nouns similar to the relationship with wife. And the Crystal Palace really gave Broly a reply. Broly was slightly stunned after getting the explanation, and looked at Fujimura Lehua in front of him, and asked a shocking question, so, do you also want to be my wife? As soon as these words came out, the scene in the room fell silent, and everyone looked at him in disbelief. Although it was a child's words, it was a bit shocking. So, you not only have your eyes on me, but also on my grandfather? Fujimura Taiga was also a little shocked, muttering to himself. What, he also has his eyes on you? Fujimura Lehua was furious when he heard this. His granddaughter was only 15 years old this year, and she was a genuine junior high school student. He would break the legs of anyone who dared to have his eyes on her. However, looking at the innocent little boy who seemed to be unaware of what he said and looked like he was only in kindergarten. Well, this was said by a kid who was much younger than his granddaughter, so it was okay. A girl eating a Shota was not considered a disadvantage for his granddaughter. Did I say anything wrong? Broly was a little puzzled. Host, please note that this Crystal Palace does not accept anyone other than the figurine wife to join. In his mind, the Crystal Palace reminded. So we can't be one of our own. Broly felt a little disappointed. If he couldn't be one of the old man in front of him, wouldn't it mean that he couldn't eat here? Grandpa, this child has some cognitive problems. Don't bother with a child with cognitive problems. Fujimura Taiga spoke for Broly and pulled him and the girl out of the room. Can't I eat here? Broly, who was pulled out, asked. No, of course you can. But you don't agree to be my wife, and your grandfather can't be my wife. Do you really want my grandfather to be your wife? You can only have food if you have a wife. Broly replied. So, you just want to eat, not really want to find a wife, right? Broly nodded very neatly. Okay, if it's just this kind of wife, I can agree to be your wife. Fujimura Taiga understood the child's thoughts. So, I can eat here. Yes. Where to eat? Broly only cares about this. I'll take you there. Chapter 6 Sweating Inhibition. The Fujimura Mansion is also the headquarters of the Fujimura Group. There are special chefs here who are responsible for cooking big pots of rice for the Fujimura Group members who also live here. In general, it doesn't matter if there is suddenly one more person to eat. Do you need my help to make something for you? Broly suddenly asked while eating. This is what he learned and applied. This place seems to be able to trade food for buy by doing things. Ha ha ha, what can you, a half-grown kid, do? Fujimura Taiga smiled and touched Broly's dog head. The boy's fluffy hair felt good, but she couldn't let it go. What can I do? Broly thought about it, and some information emerged in his mind. I can destroy the earth. He said seriously. The Saiyans who surpassed Wanzhan did have the ability to destroy the earth. Although the earth here refers to the earth in the Dragon Ball world, is the earth in the Type Moon world bigger and harder than the earth in the Dragon Ball world? Not necessarily. You are such a boaster, little guy. However, Fujimura Taiga did not take this seriously, nor did he find the two major restraining forces inside the root vortex, and he felt sweating after the words just appeared. If you really don't want to eat for free at my house and you must help do something, how about helping your sister wipe the bamboo swords and protective gear in the dojo? The fights of the underworld rarely use firearms, and cold weapons are the mainstream. There is a private dojo for training in Fujimura's mansion. Fujimura Taiga is not interested in inheriting his grandfather's black industry, but kendo is a skill he learned by osmosis. The only work that can be done for the children at home now is to clean up the utensils in the dojo, which is a relatively simple task. Sister Fujimura, I don't want to eat for free either. Young Sakura also raised her hand and said. Then Sakura will help too. Fujimura Taiga rubbed the girl's head with equal care. One was fluffy like a puppy, and the other was soft like a cat, which made her feel very satisfied. But, Broy, how long have you not washed your hair? Fujimura Taiga smelled the smell on his palm and couldn't help asking. Washing your hair, what is that? Water resources on the planet Vampa are scarce, and it is difficult to even meet daily drinking needs, let alone use it as a cleaning item. If there must be some cleaning behavior, rolling in a pile of fine sand for a few rounds would count, but Broly has never taken a bath. No way. Fujimura Taiga's expression became a little subtle. It was definitely not that bad, but it did smell like a beast. After dinner, you should take a bath first, and take Sakura with you. Broly did not object. As long as he was full, he would accept whatever others said. That is that kid a glutton? How many bowls of rice did he eat? Broly stopped only after cooking more than a dozen pots of rice and frying a few more pots of vegetables in the kitchen. He patted his bulging belly and showed a satisfied look. This kid is definitely not a normal person. The members of the Fujimura group talked a lot, and Fujimura Taiga was also a little scared by the boy's extraordinary appetite. Are you okay? She asked worriedly. I have never eaten so full before. Broly burped and answered. The only food in the past was the Wampa spider, and the Wampa spider was so unpalatable that as long as the purpose of filling the stomach was achieved and food was not wasted, neither Broly nor his father Paragus would go to hunt more spiders to eat too much. It's incredible. How did you manage to hold so much food? After touching the boy's belly and confirming that he would not die from eating too much, Fujimura Taiga felt relieved. It's just like a magic trick. Of course, this has nothing to do with magic. It's just that the Saiyans' digestive system is terrible. Fear, most of the food will be digested without leaving any residue after entering the stomach. Now, should I take a bath first, or wipe those things you mentioned first? After eating, you have to work. Broly is full of strength now and feels great. It's not good for your body to take a bath immediately after eating so full. Get up and walk around first, and wait for the food in your stomach to digest some. By the way, I'm going to teach someone a lesson. You guys come with me and be cheerleaders. Cheerleaders. Broly and young Sakura were taken to the dojo, and the scarred face who was shouting nonsense just now was also called over. Miss, don't do it. Scarred face said with a bitter face. Stop talking nonsense, put on your protective gear, and let's have a fair kendo duel. It's called a duel, but this is just the young lady wanting to hit someone. The young lady's swordsmanship is not only superb, but also very strong. Even with protective gear, it is inevitable that some places that cannot be protected will be hit. You have to cheer for me. Fujimura Taiga, who was also wearing a kendo uniform, said this to the two children and walked forward, urging Scarface to come up. After Scarface went up, the sword fight began, and only the sound of bamboo swords clashing in the kendo field was heard. Broly was a little confused about the strange behavior of the two people in the center of the dojo, and he didn't quite understand what the two people were doing by hitting with sticks. Come on, Sister Fujimura. But at this time, young Sakura had already started to cheer for Fujimura Taiga. Hearing the voice, Broly, who came back to his senses, also acted as a repeater beside him. Every time the girl shouted, he followed and shouted more and more proficiently. Cut him in the middle, Master Fujimura. Later, he even commanded the attack, using the inexplicable information in his mind. Oh, it hurts, I give up, miss. As Scarface was knocked over by a thrust, the opponent fell to the ground decisively and gave up. It feels different when someone cheers you on. After fighting for a while, Fujimura Taiga sweated a little and planned to take a break and take a shower. Well, can you two take a shower by yourselves? After the two children cleaned up the used utensils with a rag, Fujimura Taiga asked. Before the two gave an answer, she thought of Broly's question that he didn't even know what a shower was. Forget it, my bathhouse is also quite big, let's go take a shower together. Both of them were children, so Fujimura Taiga didn't care much. After asking the servants at home to help prepare 2 sets of children's clothes, she took the two into the dressing room. Hey, what is this? When she was taking off Broly's clothes, she felt Broly's tail wrapped around his waist. Why do you still have a tail? After being hit by the tail on his hand, Fujimura Taiga asked in surprise. It's normal for Saiyans to have tails. Broly explained. Saiyan, what is that? This time it was Fujimura Taiga's turn to ask back. Is it, vegetable man? The reverse pronunciation of Saiyan is yase, and yase in Japanese is the same as vegetable, but it is a homophonic pun. At this moment, Broly's mind emerged with this homophonic pun information, and he said it subconsciously, but he actually couldn't quite understand what it was. Ah, vegetable man. Fujimura Taiga was confused. Forget it, can you let your sister touch your tail? But then, she didn't think about this kind of thing, and asked instead. You give me a lot of food, you are a good wife, I can let you touch my tail. Hearing this, Broly nodded and handed his tail to the girl obediently. Fujimura Taiga took the tail handed over by the boy, feeling some slight vibrations transmitted from the furry tail, and felt very magical. Subconsciously, she pinched the tail, and then heard the boy's suppressed groan. Hey, 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 don't make such ambiguous sounds, okay? She quickly covered Broly's mouth and said. The tail is a sensitive point for Saiyans. If it is pinched like this, it will be very numb. Broly explained in a muffled voice. For the sake of sufficient food, he tried to endure the numbness. Fujimura Taiga. Then he quickly let go of the hand holding the boy's tail. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have pinched your tail like this. The stick-like object, similar to the feeling of expanded sponge, Fujimura Taiga didn't react at first, but when he heard Broly's words, he suddenly remembered the incomplete content he had seen in some incomplete books. Now Fujimura Taiga's face was a little red, and her eyes looking at the boy also subconsciously went to the other's lower 3 roads, but soon she slapped herself. Taiga, Taiga, you have to cheer up, don't let a little kid's tale lead you astray, you are definitely not a shy girl. Without staying in the dressing room, Fujimura Taiga took the 2 children into the big bathhouse of the Fujimura family, looking at the 2 children who were confused and looking at themselves who slapped themselves. First of all, you have to wash your body before taking a bath. The girl didn't need help, it can be seen that she can take a bath by herself, but the boy had to pay attention. The other person looked around here and there, as if he was interested in the entire bathhouse. More importantly, after his feet touched the water on the ground, they left a lot of black footprints on the ground, which were so dirty that you couldn't even tell from the outside. Broly was pressed on the stool, and Fujimura Taiga turned on the hot water tap to rinse him. His hair was wet, and the original dust was also brought down. The water flow, which almost changed color, shocked both young Sakura and Fujimura Taiga. It seems that just rinsing won't work. Fujimura Taiga said as he brought over the toiletries, and she originally wanted Broly to use them himself, but after seeing Broly squeeze out the shampoo, smell the shampoo, and then put the thing directly into his mouth to eat it, she gave up the idea of letting this wild child wash his body by himself. Really, that's not food, spit it out quickly. After picking out the shampoo in Broly's mouth. Forget it, I'll help you wash. Fujimura Taiga let Broly sit on the small stool in front, and he also moved a small stool to sit behind. The smooth thighs passed over the boy's left and right sides, and Fujimura Taiga poured a large amount of shampoo on the dirty boy's hair and began to rub it on the boy's head. Broly's hair was soon covered with foam. He grabbed some of the foam on his hair and smelled it. When he was about to taste it again, his little hand was hit by the girl. I said, that's not something to eat. If you want to eat it again, I won't be your wife, and I will kick you out of my house later. Broly didn't dare to do anything when he heard it. Hey, this is really effective. Come on, close your eyes, I'm going to rinse you. As the water flow took away all the foam, the pure black long hair was exposed. I thought it was grey-brown, but it turned out to be pure black. Fujimura Taiga was a little amused, and seeing the boy's brown skin, she was worried that he would eat the soap, so she washed him. On the side, young Sakura had already washed her body, and seeing Fujimura Taiga busy with the boy, she also expressed her desire to help. Fujimura Taiga wanted to refuse, but seeing the girl wanting to show her own value, she didn't know what the child had experienced, so she handed over a piece of soap and asked her to help scrub the boy's body. The 2 girls, one big and one small, scrubbed the boy's body like a big dog, until they could no longer scrub any dirt off the boy's body with the scrub towel, and finally ended the big cleaning project. This is more tiring than beating someone. Fujimura Taiga told the truth. But this sense of accomplishment is greater than beating someone. Watching the dirty boy being washed clean by her own hands is a very fulfilling thing. Yet, young Sakura felt the same way. At such a young age, she had already shown her talent for housekeeping and cleaning up dirt. Okay, you're clean now, you can go take a bath. Fujimura Taiga picked up Broly and threw him into the big bathtub. I thought it would be easier next time. Unexpectedly. While washing her body, she found the boy lying on the edge of the big bathtub, looking at her. No, why are you staring at me? I want to learn how to take a bath. How simple these words are, but are girls and boys taking baths the same? Little pervert, don't look. Before Fujimura Taiga threw the basin over, Broly turned around obediently. What a little pervert. However, he had a lot of questions, and actually asked what a little pervert meant. A little pervert is someone who likes to stare at other people's bodies even though he is young. Fujimura Taiga explained. Then she is also a little pervert. Broly pointed at the girl next to him who was staring at him. Hey! The young Sakura, whose nose was pointed at, had a blank expression on her face, and a confused look of this is also okay. Fujimura Taiga. You can't say that. Boys who stare at girls are called perverts, but girls who stare at boys are not called perverts. Why? Because boys and girls are different. What's the difference? The difference in physiological structure. Physiological structure, what is that? Look, this is for girls. Wait, why am I talking to a little kid like you about this? You want to prove that boys who stare at girls are called perverts, but girls who stare at boys are not called perverts, so you're telling me this, so why? Fujimura Taiga wanted to argue with Broly, but as the boy kept asking various simple but core questions, she found it difficult to answer. Men and women in today's era should have an equal relationship, but it seems that the secular view is not so, which makes Fujimura Taiga, a 15-year-old girl, fall into a state of distressed thinking. After washing her body and soaking in hot water, when she was thinking about whether men and women in the world are equal, the sound of gurgling interrupted her thinking. Looking in the direction of the sound, Fujimura Taiga saw Broly, whose lower half of his face was in the water, drinking the bubble tea in big gulps. The situation of the bath water. No, what are you doing? Quickly pulling the boy out of the water, Fujimura Taiga asked directly. I'm thirsty and drinking water. Broly answered honestly. This is bath water. Can't drink it. Fujimura Taiga rubbed his temples. Obviously, you can't drink it. Why? No reason, you just need to know that only boiled water can be drunk. What is boiled water? At this moment, Fujimura Taiga experienced the troubles of raising a child who would ask a lot of questions many years in advance. Chapter 7 Who is sadder? Hoo. The hair dryer blew hot air, and Broly could feel the warm wind blowing over his head, and his hair gradually became fluffy and dry. It's a little curled, it seems that you can't blow it too dry. Fujimura Taiga, wrapped in a bath towel, said this, and took a bottle of hair conditioner and sprayed it on Broly's head. The fragrant smell made Broly raise his head and sniff the hair conditioner in her hand. This is not something to eat. Fujimura Taiga quickly put the hair conditioner back, picked up the comb and asked Broly to turn his head over and comb the boy's long and fluffy hair. Your hair quality is really good. Broly's hair had a very silky touch after washing his hair, and Fujimura Taiga envied him when he touched it. Let me comb your hair. Soon, a boy with twin ponytails appeared in the mirror. Haha, your hairstyle is so cute, you look like a little girl. Broly frowned. After Fujimura Taiga's introduction by example, he already knew the difference between himself and girls. I'm not a little girl, I have a little brother. He argued like this, and then he thrust his crotch, as if to show the evidence to the girl behind him. Shame on you, little brat. Fujimura Taiga spat, his face a little red. This little guy's development is still quite good. No, it should be said that it exceeds the level that he should have at his age. Shame. Broly looked puzzled, and Fujimura Taiga hurriedly untied his twin ponytails before he turned into a problem baby. Okay, I'll change your hairstyle. She was somewhat scared by the child's question. Is a single ponytail okay? It's refreshing and neat. Broly didn't really know whether the hairstyle was good or not. Seeing Fujimura Taiga's good expression, he just nodded and said, yeah. Put your tail here, I'll blow it for you, otherwise it's wet and will get your clothes wet. Broly was very obedient. He didn't refuse the girl's instructions and put his tail in the girl's hand behind him. The hair dryer sounded again, and the warm wind brought some coolness to Broly's tail. Soon, his tail became as fluffy as his hair. The furry feeling made Fujimura Taiga, who was holding it, make an obscene move of stroking it. As Broly's body trembled, she quickly let go of her hand. Sorry, I can't help it. It's okay. Broly didn't mind. Just now, his body had some instinctive reactions to his tail being stroked because of this strange way of stroking his tail. Well, do you want to stroke it too? Seeing the dressed little Sakura next to him staring at his tail, Broly thought for a moment and asked. Is it okay? Being stroked won't make any hairs go away. Broly didn't say anything, just moved closer and handed his tail to the girl. Little Sakura held her tail with both hands and stroked it carefully, not daring to use too much force, which made Broly feel a little itchy on the tail, so he shook the tail in the girl's hand. Did I hurt you? Little Sakura quickly stopped stroking her tail and asked. No, you can just use a little more force, it'll be a little itchy if you're too light. Under Broly's encouraging gaze, little Sakura tried the correct way to stroke her tail. Do you think this strength is okay? It's still a little itchy. How about this? It's a little numb. After several trials and errors, Broly's tail gradually became familiar with the little hand of young Sakura, no longer felt strange about the grasp of the little hand of young Sakura, and gradually entered a state of desensitization and adaptation. To use anthropomorphic description, it is a cat that was originally alert to people, but now it can show its chin to people. Hey, 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 don't touch your tail there, come and put on your clothes quickly, otherwise you will catch a cold. Fujimura Taiga, who had already put on her clothes, shouted, and she was also a little envious of the little guy who could stroke his tail. Do you need me to cut a hole in your pants for you? Fujimura Taiga asked. No, I always wrap my tail around my waist. My father said that this can reduce the chance of my tail being hurt. Saiyan fighters basically place their tails like this. As for Saiyans who cut off their tails, they are a minority, because this is related to the trump card of Saiyans transforming into giant apes. Although, if it is not necessary, few Saiyans would like to turn themselves into irrational giant apes. Broly said that his father taught him to place his tail like this, but to Fujimura Taiga, it became a different story. A child with a furry tail has been discriminated against and bullied by others. In order to prevent him from being discriminated against and bullied, his father taught the child to hide his unique tail since he was a child. Although the father is no longer in this world, his love for the child is reflected in the details. What a great fatherly love! It's okay, sister will protect you in the future. Fujimura Taiga suddenly felt maternal and hugged Broly in her arms. She has developed very well. Although she has not reached the level of broad-mindedness in the future, she is now soft and fleshy, just enough to wrap the boy's entire face, making Broly a little confused and completely unaware of what happened. However, smelling the good smell of soap, Broly did not resist much, allowing Fujimura Taiga to hug him and sniffing the fragrance of the other party. Fortunately, Broly does not eat people, and did not try to bite the soft meat wrapped in the cloth in front of him. At night, Broly and young Sakura were arranged by Fujimura Taiga to sleep in the guest room. Originally, Fujimura Taiga wanted to arrange the two little ones to sleep in his own room, but was rejected by his grandfather Fujimura Lehua. The host should be reserved. If you are too close, there will be no hierarchy. It will be difficult to lead people in the future. Grandpa, I've said it before, I'm not cultivating a confidant. No matter how Fujimura Taiga explained, it was useless. Fujimura Lehua was still the master of this family. People have to bow their heads under the eaves, even if they are granddaughters. Then, you two should have a good rest. After saying that, Fujimura Taiga left, leaving only Broly and young Sakura in the room. What do we do next? Young Sakura was a little nervous. After all, she and Broly had just met for the first day. Didn't she tell us to sleep? Broly was a little surprised. He came to the corner and closed his eyes against the wall. Are you going to sleep like this? How else can you sleep? No blanket, lying in the blanket. Young Sakura pointed to the blanket that Fujimura Taiga had moved for them to use and asked. But seeing the puzzled look on Broly's face, she quickly realized that he might not have slept on the floor before. This is how it should be used. Although young Sakura herself had never slept on the floor, she had eaten pork even though she had never seen a pig. She quickly pushed away the rolled blanket, spread the blanket on the tatami, and said to Broly after getting in and sticking her head out. So you all sleep like this? My father and I used to sleep leaning against a rock. Why? Because there are many dangers on the planet Vampa. Some of the dangers come from monsters, and some of the dangers come from the natural environment of the planet itself. Sleeping leaning against a rock can make you more alert than sleeping on a rock. This is what my father told me. It's mainly because Broly is grumpy when he wakes up. Paragus was attacked by his own son after waking him up, so he taught Broly the way of light sleep. Vampa. Young Sakura couldn't quite understand Broly's words, but one thing was certain, the other party had lived in a very dangerous place, probably just like herself in the Matou family. It's okay, it should be safe here now, you don't have to sleep leaning against a rock. Broly thought about it, and it seemed that what he saw and heard in this world was like this, with very weak lives everywhere, so he walked over and got into the bed of young Sakura. Young Sakura looked at the unmade bed on the other side, and then looked at Broly lying on his own bed, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Aren't you going to sleep? Broly asked young Sakura while lying in the quilt made by his wife. I'm sleeping. This is a pillow. You can put your head on it. Young Sakura didn't say anything in the end, but just pushed the pillow over and let Broly sleep like a normal person. The lights were turned off, and young Sakura got into the same quilt. The room was very quiet, but soon, a sobbing sound was heard. What's wrong? Broly turned his head and looked at the girl who made the sound and asked. I miss home. Young Sakura whispered. Home, what is it? Home is a place with family, such as the cave where you and your father live. Crystal Palace gave an explanation, and Broly understood. If you miss home, then go home. He said so. But I don't have a home anymore. My parents don't want me anymore. A dark and silent environment can best trigger the fragility in a person's heart. Before, young Sakura didn't cry, but lying in an unfamiliar bed and looking at an unfamiliar room, this depressed mood was brought out, directly breaking the little girl's defense. Host, please note that Matou Sakura's mood continues to be low, and her happiness value is decreasing. Broly, he didn't know what to say to the girl beside him. Please note that too low a happiness value will affect the conversion of happiness points when the invitation target successfully becomes a member of the Crystal Palace. Note, happiness points can be used to exchange items that the host has experienced before, including but not limited to daily necessities, food, and other items. Broly scratched his head. This didn't seem to have much effect on him. He had learned how to survive in this strange world and could exchange food for doing things for others. Reminder, the host did not travel to this world permanently. He would return to his own world in 5 days. The countdown to return is 5 days, 6 hours, 38 minutes, and 33 seconds. Now it's 32, 31. Broly. I have to go back to Wampa Star, back to my home? Of course, when the space-time energy is exhausted, I have to go back. Although he had been in this world for less than half a day, Broly had already fallen deeply in love with this world, those foods that were not bitter or astringent and very delicious. However, this kind of happiness did not last long, and the Crystal Palace told him that he would have to go home soon. Thinking about the days of eating bitter spider eggs on the planet Vampa, Broly's mood suddenly fell to the bottom. How can I stay? Unlike young Sakura, Broly didn't want to go home, back to the planet Vampa. Please provide more space-time energy. The Crystal Palace gave the answer. What is space-time energy? How can I provide it to you? Broly asked. Space-time energy is the energy of time and space. After the host returns to his own world, he can accumulate space-time energy by relying on the passage of his own time. Of course, he can also speed up the space he has moved through and increase the speed of collecting space-time energy. So, can't I stay in this world? If you want to stay in a different space-time world, please provide more space-time energy. If you want to collect space-time energy, you have to go back to your own world to collect it. If you want to stay in this world, you have to provide more space-time energy. Well, it's a dead loop. Listening to the crying of young Sakura, Broly also cried without any instruction. Woo. Hearing the noise behind her, young Sakura was a little stunned. Turning around, she found that the boy in the same bed was also crying. No, why are you crying? I'm crying because I'll be going home in a few days. Well, isn't that a good thing? But I don't want to go back. After I go back, I won't be able to eat such delicious food in this world. We only have Wampa spiders and Wampa spider eggs to eat. They taste so bitter, so astringent, and so unpalatable, compared to the cakes, puddings, fruits, happy water, and pork chop rice bowls you gave me. Broly reported a series of food names and made a summary. There is no comparison at all. I don't want to go back. I want to stay here, but I can't stay here, woo. Young Sakura. She has a home but can't go back, while the other party has a home but doesn't want to go back. The stark contrast makes her feel even worse. Young Sakura wanted to cry with Broly, but after crying for a few sentences, she found that Broly cried more miserably, as if his parents had died, so she stopped. Please stop crying, okay? Young Sakura tried to comfort Broly. Cake, pudding. But Broly cried even harder. He felt very uncomfortable when he thought that the food would be gone in a few days. No, you just don't have delicious food. Compared to me, you at least have a home to go back to. Young Sakura said. If I had never seen the light, I could endure the darkness, but after I have seen the light, how do you want me to endure the darkness? This information that emerged in his mind was taken out by Broly and asked the girl back. Young Sakura. She felt the same way. She was carefree and happy in the Tozaka family. But after being sent to the Matou family as an adopted daughter, she was thrown into the insect warehouse for transformation. Her life was so dark and desperate that she could not bear it at all. Remind the host again that Matou Sakura's mood continues to be low, and her happiness value is further reduced. Too low happiness value will affect the target. When she is successfully invited to be a member of the Crystal Palace, the conversion income of happiness points. Note, happiness points can be used to exchange items that the host has experienced, including but not limited to daily necessities, food, and other items. After returning to Wampa Star, can I also exchange for food in this world? Yes. Broly stopped crying. Woo. Young Sakura wanted to continue crying. Stop crying. Broly interrupted the spell. Young Sakura. Chapter 8 Recover Lost Territory by Force. Now, the question facing Broly is how to get happiness points. There are two ways to get happiness points. The first is when your wife is captured and agrees to become a formal member of the Crystal Palace. Depending on her happiness value, it will be exchanged for corresponding happiness points at a ratio of 1 to 100. The second is that after your wife becomes a member of the Crystal Palace, you can continue to interact with her to generate happiness points, but it will only be exchanged for corresponding happiness points at a ratio of 1 to 1. Note, the feeling of happiness is fresh and will become dull over time, but warmth will always exist. As long as there is still love, happiness points will continue to be produced. Broly only understood half of what he heard, but he understood one thing: he had to make his wife happy in order to get happiness points that could be exchanged for food. But how can I make my wife happy? Broly looked at the crying Sakura next to him, but now she stopped crying temporarily because of what he said, and looked at him in confusion. After analyzing the D95 World Pan-Intelligence information collected by the Crystal Palace, the behavior of satisfying the needs of the object can provide the motivation for the individual named wife to increase the happiness value. Satisfied? Broly was stunned for a moment, and then the Crystal Palace gave him more intelligence and interpreted it in words he could understand. That is, the host is hungry, and the wife gives the host food to eat, so the host feels satisfied, which is the happiness brought by satisfying needs. Broly realized it, and he asked the crying girl directly, "Do you want to eat?" Hey! Young Sakura was confused by his question. Why did he ask her if she wanted to eat for no reason? No, I'm not hungry. But she still answered Broly's question honestly. Hey! Hearing this, Broly was a little stunned, and asked the Crystal Palace why his method didn't work. The Crystal Palace that was asked was also a little down at this moment. After a while, it still answered the question. When you are hungry and given food, you will feel satisfied and happy after eating. That is the personal condition for the host to feel happy, and it does not belong to the condition for others to feel happy. Under different circumstances, different people will have different personal conditions for being satisfied and happy. Please analyze the needs of the object by yourself, so as to meet the needs of the other party and increase the happiness value of the other party. What should I do? Broly asked. Reminder: this Crystal Palace only provides the basic conditions for conquering a wife, and has no obligation to conquer a wife on behalf of the host. According to Article 38 of the original system law, we will abide by the role of assisting the Golden Finger, rather than replacing the host as a high-level substitute. The words of the Crystal Palace paused in my mind, and then continued to sound. In other words, please be self-reliant and try to satisfy your wife by yourself to obtain happiness points. Broly. How can I satisfy you? He looked at the young Sakura and asked directly to the young Sakura. Hey! The young Sakura was confused. What exactly did this little brother with a tail want to satisfy her? Was it her stomach? But she had a full meal at night, and she was really not hungry now. How can I make you happy? Broly asked again. This time he approached the young Sakura, a pair of inquiring eyes, staring at the young Sakura at a close distance. Young Sakura was a little overwhelmed by the look, and didn't know how to answer at all. By the way, you said you wanted to go home. At this time, Broly suddenly remembered what the other party had just said. Tomorrow, I will take you home, okay? Broly asked. Hey! Young Sakura made a sound of doubt, and then said hesitantly, but my parents don't want me anymore. You want to go home, what does it have to do with your parents? Broly didn't quite understand. But that's their home. Young Sakura said weakly. But it's also your home. Broly lay down again, raised his little fist, and showed it to the girl next to him. Don't worry, if your parents want to take your home away, then I will use force to help you snatch it back, and then drive them out. Broly's speech has a Saiyan flavor, which is also one of the Saiyan education instilled in him by Paragus. If you want to get something, you can use force to snatch it. This. Is it possible to take back the home and then drive her parents out? No, should I say that the home that drives parents out is still a home? Young Sakura's mind was a little confused, but she felt Broly's sincere heart. Thank you, but if possible, please don't drive my parents out of the house. Young Sakura actually did not doubt whether Broly could drive her parents out of the house, and asked. If you can be happy, I won't drive them away. Broly agreed seriously. Thank you. Young Sakura thanked him again and gradually fell asleep on the pillow. Broly also yawned, and the warm quilt gave him a different experience, and he gradually fell asleep. No words were spoken all night, but the girl frowned in her sleep, until she came to the boy's side and hugged Broly as a warm pillow. She settled down again. In the morning, Fujimura Taiga came to check on the situation. He knocked on the door and walked into the room. He saw two little guys sleeping together, and there was an unrolled blanket on the floor next to them. Two little guys sleeping together, so cute. This is what Fujimura Taiga saw in the quilt. The two little guys sleeping, the most direct thought in her mind, and she didn't wake them up, just squatted beside them and looked at the sleeping posture of the two little guys in the quilt, and gradually had some fantasies about her future. To put it simply, it was fantasizing about the future, marrying an unknown Prince Charming, and then having two children with him. A man and a woman, whether they are brothers and sisters or sisters and brothers, it should be a happy thing to admire their sleeping postures every day. Well, here now, you can take a fraudulent photo of deceiving ignorant girls to have children. Fujimura Taiga's happiness value is continuing to rise. Broly was awakened by the reminder sound of the Crystal Palace. When he opened his eyes, he saw a smiling girl squatting next to him. Then, he felt something entangled with him. When he looked down, it was a small head against his chest. Young Sakura used him as a pillow, and most of her body was pressed on him. Fortunately, Broly slept well, otherwise there would definitely be a major accident last night. Killing with my sister in my arms, I'd rather kill in my dreams. This strange information emerged from Broly's mind, and he gently pushed the girl who was sleeping on him. Woo! Young Sakura woke up in a daze, and saw a boy's face in front of her. Ah! She screamed, and when she got up and saw Fujimura Taiga next to her, she realized that she was no longer in the Matou family. At this time, she felt something furry rubbing against her calf, and when she looked down, she found that it was Broly's tail. Broly was also a little frightened by young Sakura's reaction. Although there was no frightened reaction on his face, the shaking of his tail highlighted his emotions. He was not as calm as he seemed, and was a little uneasy. Sorry, I pressed you. Young Sakura apologized quickly. It's okay. You're not heavy, and your body is soft and warm, just like Baya's tail, although it doesn't have fur. Who is Baya? Baya is my friend. I like to sleep on him. Sometimes he covers me with his body. Broly explained, and the young Sakura seemed to understand, but Fujimura Taiga next to him said that he didn't know the children's encrypted communication. Why are you here? Broly looked at Fujimura Taiga and asked. I came to call you to have breakfast, but I didn't disturb you because you were sleeping soundly. Broly is generally more alert when he sleeps, but ordinary people in this world are too weak. According to the combat power detector, they may not even have 5 points of combat power. For Saiyans whose combat power is generally above 3 digits, normal humans in this world are almost the same as ants on the roadside. Eat. Broly was shocked. I just had dinner yesterday. Can I have dinner today? He asked. Well, if you don't eat, what should you do when you're hungry? Fujimura Taiga was also a little surprised. If there's no training, I won't feel hungry for 2 or 3 days. Broly answered truthfully. He didn't live a normal life with 3 meals a day. For him, eating is not fixed. When he's hungry, he'll go hunting. If he's not hungry, he'll either accept training from his father Paragus or play with Baya. Fujimura Taiga didn't know what to say. Broly's answer, in her understanding, was a wandering life of hunger and fullness. No wonder you ate so much last night, but it doesn't matter. You'll have food every day in the future. Fujimura Taiga felt sorry for the boy and gave him such assurance. Hearing this, Broly's favorability towards Fujimura Taiga rose sharply, but unfortunately, he knew clearly that he would go home in 5 days. Even if this second wife was willing to support him, she would be forced to end this support in 5 days because of separation. Unless he could take her and her food home, back to the planet Vampa. Reminder, the host can only take away non-living objects that have direct contact with his skin. If you want to take your wife away, please unlock the internal space of the Crystal Palace before you can do so. Internal space? Currently, the Crystal Palace is at level LV1, with 0/5 formal members. After having 5 formal members, the Crystal Palace will automatically upgrade to level LV2, and the internal space construction function can be unlocked. The host can spend the corresponding happiness points to build the venue buildings he has experienced before. Currently, the host has 0 happiness points. The target one that can be conquered is Sakura Matou, with a happiness value of 25. The target 2 that can be conquered is Taiga Fujimura, with a happiness value of 31. The Crystal Palace gave a lot of information, and Broly felt that his brain was not enough. But he knew one thing, that is, he could not take away many things in this world. This rice is delicious, give me another bowl. A day's plan begins in the morning, and the rice in the morning tastes delicious. Knowing that Fujimura Taiga would give him food for the next 5 days, Broly didn't overeat, but he still finished 5 buckets of rice and 2 pots of vegetables. Fujimura Lehua's eyelids twitched. Last night someone came to report to him that the child his granddaughter brought home was a big eater. But I didn't expect him to eat so much, even more than a rice bucket. I don't know what the stomach in his stomach is made of, and he can hold so much. Eat more than a dozen people in 1 meal. The amount of food he eats is 3 meals a day. With this way of eating, raising this child is equivalent to raising more than a dozen adult men who eat for free. Even though Fujimura Lehua is the big brother of the underworld in Fuyuki City, he felt a little headache for a while. It's not that he can't afford it, but he feels that the cost-effectiveness is a bit low. In his eyes, Broly is just a child who can eat, that's all. I hope this child will have the ability to eat as much as he can in the future. Since the person has been taken into the house, it is impossible to drive him out. Fujimura Lehua can only look forward to it. Considering that the granddaughter's temper is more like his own, it is possible that he will not find someone to get along with in the future. Hey? Thinking of the child-raising husband, the big brother of the underworld in Fuyuki City felt much better. Are you going out later? Fujimura Taiga asked. I'm going to send her home. Broly pointed at the young Sakura and said what to do next. Does she still have a home? After asking this question, Fujimura Taiga realized that he had said something wrong. That's not what I meant. She quickly explained to the young Sakura whose expression fell. I know that Sister Fujimura has no ill intentions. Young Sakura was a sensible child and understood her explanation. I plan to use force to take back her home. Broly said with his fists clenched. From whose hands? From her parents. If her parents don't want her anymore, I will beat them up and take her back. Fujimura Taiga. She had only seen armed tax collection in history books, but had never seen violent return home. This was also, in a sense, a child's eyes were opened. I'll go with you. When Broly was about to leave with young Sakura, Fujimura Taiga also came from the dojo with his tiger bamboo sword, intending to go with them. This kind of violence, how can a poor child without a father do this kind of good deed alone? Of course, she should be the only one to do it. Fujimura Taiga was not very clear about the specific situation of this girl named Sakura, but he knew that she was abandoned by her parents. And this kind of thing is problematic. Fujimura Taiga will go to the door and give a good lecture to the parents of the girl who is not so well behaved. At the Tosaka residence, a man in a priest's robe came here. Kaire, do you know why I asked you to come here? I know. The teacher said it when he sent the familiar here. It was for the missing little daughter. Although the child Sakura was adopted by the Matou family and has cut off relations with the Tosaka family on the surface, she is my daughter after all. As her biological father, I can't ignore the fact that she was abducted by an unknown heroic spirit. The man in a red suit said so. He is the current head of the Tosaka family. The pot king of the Type Moon world, Sakura Matou's biological father, Tosaka Tokiomi. Chapter 9, Giving Stones as Gifts. But as far as I know, the Matou family also participated in this Holy Grail war. Kotomine Kaire frowned and said. I know what you are worried about, but the Matou Korea who represented the Matou family in the war was just a guy who gave up the way of magic halfway. Although the Holy Grail war pays more attention to the strength of the summoned heroic spirits themselves, if the magician as the master is a half-baked one, it is useless even if the summoned servants are powerful, because as the master, they are the weaknesses themselves. However, we do have to be on guard, which is why I called you here. Kaire, I need you to use the power of your servant assassin to investigate some of the circumstances here. Whether this is a conspiracy of the Matou family or an unknown force really kidnapped Sakura, I hope you can figure out what's going on here. Then bring the child Sakura back as safely as possible. Got it, Mr. Tokiomi. This is a photo of Sakura. Tosaka Tokiomi took out a group photo from his pocket. There were two little girls in the photo, but they were his two lovely daughters. And the younger one, when she was still called Tosaka Sakura, smiled so innocently and happily. What a lovely child, not inferior to Miss Rin at all. Kanamai Kotomine said politely with a blank expression. Sakura's talent is indeed not inferior to Rin, but unfortunately the Tosaka family has only one magic inheritance. No matter which child inherits the magic inheritance, the other child who cannot inherit the magic inheritance will suffer the misfortune brought by the rare talent. Tosaka Tokiomi sighed as he spoke. This was also the reason why he did not refuse when the Matou family proposed to adopt a daughter from the Tosaka family as the future successor of the Matou family's magic. Okay, Kaire, act quickly, I'm worried about the safety of that child. Tosaka Tokiomi picked up the red wine glass and signaled the disciples next to him to act. Is the child lost, Tokiomi? Why don't you come to me for help? After Kotomine Kaire left, a blond man walked in from the balcony. This man had a pair of crimson vertical pupils like a snake. Who else could he be if not Mr. Jin, an enthusiastic citizen of the future Fuyuki city, but he looked bored and wanted to find something to do. For the former fifth king of Uruk, finding his missing daughter was a way to kill time. If Tosaka Tokiomi knelt down and begged him with a pious attitude, Gilgamesh would treat it as a matter of satisfying the minister's request when he was bored. How dare I let the great hero king condescend to me? This is just my own private matter. Faced with the kindness of his servant, Tosaka Tokiomi said respectfully. Humph, what a boring guy. Looking at his respectful appearance, Gilgamesh felt disappointed. His situation was like a tyrant who suddenly wanted to do something good, but his subordinates did not believe that he would do good things, but because of his noble status, they did not dare to refute, and then took out the same respectful attitude as Tosaka Tokiomi at the moment, and the appearance that people could not find fault with, to deal with him. Tosaka Tokiomi. If this wasn't the arrogant king of heroes, he would have treated the other party as an ordinary familiar. Although the remaining two command seals in his hand could also force the other party to be used, how could he fight the Holy Grail war later if he used the command seals on such a useless matter? Was he supposed to use gem magic to fight those monster-like heroic spirits head-on? Just as Tosaka Tokiomi responded to the King of Heroes' evaluation with silence, Kotomine Kaire suddenly walked back from outside the study. Why are you back? Tosaka Tokiomi asked, breaking the silence. Teacher, there's no need to look for your daughter. She's outside. Kotomine Kaire replied with a subtle expression. Just as he was about to go out with the photo to look for someone, he ran into three people who were about to ring the doorbell at the door. One of them was the little girl in the photo in his hand. Hearing this, Tosaka Tokiomi was stunned for a moment, and then asked about the specific situation. I didn't ask, but the two people who sent your daughter home were one big and one small. The small one was a boy of the same age as your daughter, and the big one was a girl holding a bamboo sword. The other party looked aggressive, but she was an ordinary person. Kairi Kotomine said what he saw, and followed Tosaka Tokiomi out. Dad. When Tosaka Tokiomi came to the entrance outside, he heard his little daughter's surprised cry, but it was just a cry. Young Sakura stood outside the door of the Tosaka family with a hesitant look, and did not dare to step into the house. Sakura. Tosaka Tokiomi's eyes became soft, but before he could say anything, he was greeted by the 1988 version of the Type Moon World, T0. You are the father of this child, right? I never thought that a rich man who lives in such a big villa would abandon his young daughter. Fujimura Taiga started to scold him as soon as they met, pointing the bamboo sword in his hand at Tosaka Tokiomi's nose. She was furious when she saw the young Sakura shrinking and not daring to enter the house. What on earth did this child suffer in this family, so that she stood outside and did not dare to enter even when she was at the door and the door was already open? A bastard like you who abandoned his daughter, can you be considered a man, a father? Tosaka Tokiomi who was scolded. Kotomine Kairei's mouth twitched next to him, while Mr. Jin behind him showed an expression of watching the show. Today, she will come in if you let her in, and she will come in if you don't let her in. If you don't want to be driven out of this house by my fist, you'd better let her go home. After Fujimura Taiga finished his opening scolding, Broly also raised his little fist and walked forward, threatening the other side of the young Sakura. The two people on the left and right were like the situation where the street Yakuza threatened the store that dared not pay the sanitation management fee. However, the one who did this was a middle school girl of youth and beauty, and the other was a little boy who looked like he was still in the last year of kindergarten, so the actual effect was the Connor version of the dragon roaring scene. Tosaka Tokiomi thought that the disappearance of his little daughter might be a conspiracy of the Matou family in this Holy Grail war, and he also thought that there was really a master with other despicable means to calculate against the Matou family and the Tosaka family. But he never expected that his little daughter would come to his house with two people the day after the news of her abduction. One of them cursed him as a father, and the other, who was not very old, dared to raise his fist and threaten him. For a moment, Tosaka Tokiomi had three questions in his life: who am I, where am I, and what am I doing? My daughter should have been abducted from the Matou family, right? After a pause, Tosaka Tokiomi asked this question to his disciple. If you, the teacher, were right when you notified me with your familiar, it's like this. Kotomine Kairei answered expressionlessly. Who can tell me what the situation is now? Tosaka Tokiomi asked, but Kotomine Kairei couldn't answer him because he didn't know what the situation was. Foolish minister, if you just ask your daughter, you will know what the situation is. At this time, Mr. Jin was like a guiding light and gave his instructions. Tosaka Tokiomi then he walked forward, stood at the entrance a short distance away, and asked the girl, Sakura, can you tell Dad what happened? The people from the Matou family came to find you yesterday and said that you were kidnapped. No one kidnapped me. I was rescued. After arriving at the Matou family, I was thrown into a basement full of bugs by my grandfather. The bugs crawled on my body, which made me feel so painful. It was Broly who suddenly appeared and rescued me from the pile of bugs. Young Sakura mustered up the courage to tell her father about her experiences in the Matou family. Tosaka Tokiomi frowned when he heard it. The Matou family did have a magic trick to manipulate insect familiars, but he couldn't understand why his little daughter, who was adopted as the heir to the magic, was thrown into a basement full of bugs. Why did that guy Matou Zuken throw you into a basement full of bugs? He asked. Grandpa said he wanted to transform my magic attribute. Young Sakura answered honestly. Magic attribute, but isn't the magic attribute of the Matou family water? Could it be? Tosaka Tokiomi had some guesses, but didn't say them out loud. Who are they? He turned to ask about the two people next to him. This is Broly, the man who rescued me from the house of insects. This is Fujimura, the woman who took us in when we were homeless last night. Young Sakura introduced. Tosaka Tokiomi. Homeless, what a homeless person. These words coming from the little girl's mouth were so ironic. There may be some misunderstandings here. Torusaka Tokiomi took a deep breath and broke the deadlock at the door. Fujimura Taiga was still thinking about insects and magicians. When he heard Tosaka Tokiomi's misunderstanding, he immediately exploded. What misunderstanding? You can see that she doesn't even dare to step into her own house. You can tell what an irresponsible father you are. Tosaka Tokiomi was scolded again, but since the girl in front of him was an ordinary person and took in his little daughter, as an elegant gentleman, he couldn't get angry. He could only patiently explain that his daughter was adopted by someone else's family. Of course, Tosaka Tokiomi didn't mention the inheritance of magic, but simply said that the Tosaka family and the Matou family were old friends. In his mind, he had already regarded the kidnapping of his little daughter by the heroic spirit as a situation where his daughter could not bear the transformation of magic attributes and then ran away from the Matou family, and the helper was the boy named Broly next to her. Then why don't you let her go back to her real home? Broly asked. There is no such thing as not letting her go home, but this involves the inheritance of the family business. After the adoption is completed, we will make a clear division. This is inevitable. When Sakura grows up, if she wants to come back here, there will be no problem. Ah, is this the way the rich deal with adopted children? Fujimura Taiga sighed in his heart. Through what he just heard, this tiger of the Eastwood has already imagined some dramas of the two rich adopted children. However, Broly did not have such a rich imagination as her. Tosaka Tokiomi's words only made him feel confused. He shook his head and asked the man at the entrance, "So, can she go home now?" "Of course." Tosaka Tokiomi nodded and said. Young Sakura's eyes lit up, but she was still a little hesitant. The previous division and alienation were under normal adoption, but now this situation is no longer normal. "Then, Sakura, you are still my child." The elegant gentleman opened his arms to his little daughter. "Oh, Do-san." Young Sakura couldn't help it, ran into the house and threw herself into her father's arms. Woo. She couldn't help crying, but her father's arms were still so generous. If her father knew what happened to her in the Matou family, he would definitely come to take her home. That bad grandfather must have deceived her father and didn't let her father know what happened to her in the Matou family. Therefore, her father didn't come. Young Sakura found an excuse for her father's failure to save her. With the excuse, she quickly forgave the man who was her father, and continued to regard him as an important person she depended on, and gradually got a feeling of peace of mind from him. Matou Sakura's happiness value is continuing to rise. Although it has been clarified that this is a misunderstanding, I still want to say that you, who did not even understand the situation of the adoptive family and adopted your daughter to be abused, are still an irresponsible and bad father. Fujimura Taiga was still blasting, and Tosaka Tokiomi had no way to refute this, so he could only say, "It was indeed my negligence, but I am grateful for helping my daughter." After thinking for a while, Tosaka Tokiomi took out 2 high-quality gems from his pocket. "My Tosaka family is in the jewelry business." As he said this, he put the gems in his hand. He handed it to the boy and girl in front of him. "These 2 gems are not precious things. Please accept this thank you gift." Fujimura Taiga wanted to scold him, but the man in front of him gave too much. Broly just took a look, and after finding out that it was a stone instead of food, he lost interest in the blue stone. The shiny gem is a common prop to increase the happiness value of the opposite sex, and the main way to use it is to give it to others. However, the reminder of the Crystal Palace in his mind made Broly change his attitude of disdaining gems. "For you." He took the sapphire from Tosaka Tokiomi's hand without hesitation, turned around and stuffed it into the hand of the young Sakura next to him. Young Sakura was a little stunned by the sapphire, and subconsciously looked up at her father beside her. "What does this mean?" Tosaka Tokiomi was a little surprised and asked with a slightly frown. "I gave her the stone, do you have any objection?" Broly asked bluntly, making Tosaka Tokiomi choke. Chapter 10, The Elegant Teaching of the Old Father-in-Law. "Sakura, this is a thank you gift for those who helped you, return it quickly." Tosaka Tokiomi could only turn around and tell his little daughter beside him. Yeah." Just accepted by her father again, young Sakura was still very obedient and wanted to return the sapphire in her hand to Broly. However, Broly did not take it, but frowned a little, with a little hostility in his eyes, looking at Tosaka Tokiomi. This person prevented him from increasing the happiness value of the girl, which was to prevent him from getting food, and he was already on the way to death. But the other party was the father of young Sakura. If he killed him, the girl would definitely be sad, which made Broly hesitate and didn't know what to do for a while. "This is a gift for you. I want to make you happier." After thinking about it, Broly could only act like a domineering little savage from the planet Vampa and said this to the young Sakura forcefully. "Young Sakura, Tozaka Tokiomi, hey! Other people who were watching this scene almost had exclamation marks on their heads. Things are getting interesting. Mr. Jin expressed his opinion on this. He could clearly tell that the boy was telling the truth. A little boy said to a little girl that he wanted to make the other person happier. Most of the time, it was just a joke, but now it was confirmed to be true. Isn't it interesting? Of course, part of the fun here is due to Tozaka Tokiomi. The surprise on the face of this serious man at this moment gave people a contrast. It made Mr. Jin feel a little interested that this stereotyped guy would also show this expression, but he didn't know what other expressions he could show. This is just a child. What he expressed may be different from what he understood. Tozaka Tokiomi smiled falsely as he said this to himself. You can't say this to women casually, even if they are young women. As a man, you should be elegant and gentlemanly. Tozaka Tokiomi began to instill his knowledge of elegance and gentlemanliness into a child. I will only make my wife happier, and I won't say this to other people casually. Broly listened humbly, thought about it, and gave an answer. Calling a woman your wife is also a very impolite and ungentlemanly behavior. Tozaka Tokiomi said again. But she is my wife. While he said wife, he was thinking about the food that the girl fed him yesterday, including the bugs in the basement. Broly's words were very firm. What do you mean? Tozaka Tokiomi didn't understand the boy's attitude until the young Sakura pulled his clothes and said in a more tactful tone that she had promised to become the wife of the little brother who saved her from the pile of insects. Tozaka Tokiomi was silent at first, and then he was a little bit broken. Then the man said that this was a joke between children and it didn't count. She gave me food, so she has to be responsible for me. In response, Broly's mind emerged with this sentence, and he used it directly. As soon as this was said, the scene was silent. Broly's remarks were too novel, and everyone had to digest the meaning. If I give you food, do I have to be responsible for you? After a while, Tozaka Tokiomi asked. You can't be responsible because you can't be my wife. Broly answered this question seriously, and his serious look made Mr. Jin finally couldn't help laughing. Some absurd words, if said by an adult, would certainly be extremely absurd, but if said by a child, they can be regarded as the child's wild imagination. Mr. Jin likes this kind of imagination. Isn't there sex reassignment surgery in this era? These are some hospital advertisements he saw when he was bored watching TV. Why don't you just go for that kind of surgery, become a woman and become the wife of this child? Mr. Jin directly gave some bad ideas to this elegant gentleman in the present world. Of course, if you don't accept the sex reassignment technology of this era, there are also sex reassignment potions in my treasure house that can be given to you. Hero King, you are joking. Far the corners of Saka Tokiomi's eyes and mouth twitched. He replied to his servant, and in his heart he kept reminding himself to be elegant and to maintain a gentleman's demeanor. If you really want Sakura to be your wife, then you still have a long way to go. At least you have to make yourself an extremely outstanding person. From the previous conversation, Tozaka Tokiomi also realized that there might be problems with the child's cognition. But he had no intention of correcting the other party's cognition, but he put forward his own selection criteria for the future son-in-law as a father. There is only one condition, that is, the excellence of the son-in-law. As for the definition of excellence, it is naturally as strict as possible. The so-called excellence is superior to others, and can do things that ordinary people can't do. If the child in front of him can really become an extremely outstanding person in the future, then even if he asks his little daughter to be his wife, it must be something he can accept at that time. Excellent. Broly frowned and remembered this word, but not entirely because of Tozaka Tokiomi's words, but also because of the hint of the Crystal Palace. Becoming an excellent person is indeed beneficial to the host's strategy for his wife. Then how can I become an excellent person? Broly asked. You have to think about it yourself, but my advice is to maintain an elegant and graceful gentleman style at all times. Tozaka Tokiomi continued to instill his own elegant outlook on life, while the Crystal Palace's hint was only that there are 1,000 Hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 people, and excellence is a more subjective view, so let Broly, the host, judge for himself. In this regard, Broly just wanted to ask, what is Hamlet, can it be eaten? He always has this habit, when a new noun appears in his mind, he always asks if it can be eaten. Usually, he does not receive a response. Hamlet is a tragic story and cannot be eaten. However, this time the Crystal Palace gave a reply. After getting the answer, Broly lost interest. His focus returned to how to make himself an excellent person. Although the Crystal Palace asked him to judge for himself, wasn't there someone in front of him who could ask for advice? What is elegance and grace? Tosaka Tokiomi didn't realize how scary Broly was when he was a curious baby. When Broly asked him this, he was a little too kind to give the boy his own interpretation of elegance and grace. However, when Broly's follow-up questions followed and began to ask 100,000 whys, even an elegant Tosaka Tokiomi couldn't stand being asked. Enough! The man roared without grace, but after realizing his own loss of composure, he quickly coughed and restored his previous elegance. I mean, there are still some things at home, so it's not convenient to continue to receive the two guests. Tosaka Tokiomi found an excuse and sent the two out respectfully. If I have time in the future, I will invite you two to visit the Tosaka family again. In other words, if there is no invitation, it's better not to come. The door was closed, and Fujimura Taiga felt sympathy for Tosaka Tokiomi, who drove them away. Broly's constant questioning reminded her of what happened in the big bathhouse last night. At that time, she was just like the man, trying to explain something to a curious child who was asking 100,000 questions. The result was a complete failure, and then she became angry and chose to end the topic. Can you tell me? Broly was still unsatisfied and looked at Fujimura Taiga. It's noon, do you want to eat? Fujimura Taiga changed the subject before the question was asked. When he heard that it was about eating, Broly threw away some elegant questions that he had not yet figured out. Yes. He answered obediently. Hey! After sending Broly away, Tosaka Tokiomi let out a long sigh. You've worked so hard. Mr. Jin sympathized with the unlucky master. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to resist taking action if asked like that. I originally thought that Tosaka Tokiomi was boring, but now I think he has some good points. At least, Mr. Jin has given me his approval for his elegance and demeanor as an adult man. Hearing this, Tosaka Tokiomi was stunned. He didn't expect that this tyrant-like Hero King would say such a thing. He felt a little ashamed for a moment. I still can't practice my demeanor and elegance. I was just broken by a child. I still need to practice more. After Tosaka Tokiomi sent his daughter back to the room, Kotomine Kaire walked over and asked, Teacher Tokiomi, do I need to investigate Miss Sakura? No, Sakura was not tampered with. She should have taken the opportunity to run away from the Matou family. Although running away from home is a bit naughty, it also made me discover some problems in the Matou family. Tosaka Tokiomi narrowed his eyes, walked to the side, picked up the microphone on the table, and dialed the number of the Matou family with this old-fashioned phone. Hello. After the microphone was connected, a hoarse voice came from the other side. Sakura has returned home. Tosaka Tokiomi said directly without beating around the bush. As expected of the head of the Tosaka family, he easily took Sakura back from the hands of the people who kidnapped her. Matou Zuken complimented. I didn't take her back. She found her herself and told me about her experience in the Matou family. Tosaka Tokiomi's tone was cold, and there was no emotional ups and downs. Really? Matou Zuken asked back. He didn't quite believe what Tosaka Tokiomi said. This efficient speed of recovery made him think that this was a play directed and acted by Tosaka Tokiomi himself. Master Matou, don't you plan to explain it to me? Tosaka Tokiomi asked. What do you want me to explain? Explain why my adopted daughter was thrown into a pile of bugs by you, and explain when the magic inheritance of your Matou family changed from water attribute to bug attribute. Tosaka Tokiomi asked calmly, and now he could hear the meaning of accusing him. The world is changing, and so is the Matou family. The magic inherited in the past has caused the bloodline of the magicians of my Matou family to decline. For the sake of inheritance, my Matou family always needs to make some changes. Whether it is to modify the magic attribute of the main family, or to get a child with excellent qualifications from your Tosaka family, it is just to make the magic inheritance of my Matou family continue. This is my answer. I wonder if the head of the Tosaka family is satisfied. The decline of the Matou family is an objective fact. Tosaka Tokiomi can understand that the family magic attribute has changed for the family inheritance, because if it were him, he would do the same. You shouldn't hide anything from me about this kind of thing. Tosaka Tokiomi said. Master Tosaka, have you forgotten that our two families are not only allies, but also rivals for the Holy Grail? Will you reveal all your cards to your rivals? Matou Zuken asked back. No. After a moment of silence, Tozaka Tokiomi answered. So, are you going to send Sakura back to the Matou family, or do you have other plans? Matou Zuken asked again. Now the choice is in Tozaka Tokiomi's hands. If the man does not intend to send his daughter back to the Matou family, then he has to consider finding a child with magician qualifications and returning to the Matou family for transformation. There is no need to turn against each other. Tozaka Tokiomi's strength as a magician is not weak. Moreover, as a master participating in the Fourth Holy Grail War, he has now summoned a great heroic spirit. If he really attacks with the heroic spirit, it will be impossible to stop the heroic spirit summoned by Matou Korea. Dong dong dong. Sitting on the sofa, Tozaka Tokiomi tapped his fingers on the table. If the Holy Grail ceremony had not started so early and could have been delayed for another 4 or 5 years, he would have sought an extra magic inheritance for his little daughter. But unfortunately, there was no such assumption. Tozaka Tokiomi did not expect that his little daughter would have a high magic talent like his eldest daughter. When he knew Sakura's talent, the Holy Grail War was already approaching, and Tozaka Tokiomi had no more spare energy to make arrangements for her. So, when he learned that the Matou family needed a stepson to inherit the family's magic, he felt extremely fortunate. Even now, after knowing that the magic attribute of the Matou family has changed from water to insects, the Matou family, which needs a magic heir, is still the best choice for him to entrust his little daughter. I will let Sakura go back, but please be gentle when transforming her magic attribute. Tozaka Tokiomi's reply surprised Matou. Ken. After hanging up the phone, the old man said to himself in a somewhat uncertain voice, is it really not his plan to kidnap Sakura? Forget it, whether it is or not, it is a good thing that the boy from the Tozaka family is willing to send his daughter back. Well, we have to call that guy Korea back, lest someone else kidnap important experimental materials from the Matou family. Chapter 11 Barbecue Truth Education. In the barbecue restaurant, Broly was brought to eat lunch by Fujimura Taiga. While he was quickly eating the meat that the girl had grilled and put on his plate, he was looking at a jewelry store across the glass window. Why are you staring at the jewelry store? Do you regret sending back the sapphire that someone gave you as a thank you? Fujimura Taiga looked at the boy's site and saw the jewelry store across the street, so he couldn't help but ask. The sapphire given by Sakura's father is a top-quality product. If it were exchanged for money, I would probably be able to eat many meals of this kind of barbecue. No, I don't regret it. Hearing this, Broly shook his head. I gave her that stone just to make her happy. Then why are you staring at the jewelry store? Fujimura Taiga asked curiously. I gave her something, but I didn't give you anything, but I don't have that kind of stone anymore, so I want to go to a place where there is that kind of stone and bring some back to give you. Broly answered this question very seriously, which is why he kept looking at the jewelry store after he found it. So, you want to buy jewelry for me? Fujimura Taiga put a piece of roasted streaky pork on the boy's plate. Meat. Hey, do you need money to get that kind of stone? Broly frowned while eating pork belly. Generally speaking, yes. Fujimura Taiga replied. Unless you can find an ownerless gem mine and then mine it yourself, this situation is an exception. She added. Where are the gem mines? Broly asked. I don't know about that. Fujimura Taiga shook his head and took out the sapphire to look at it. The ocean blue color was really intoxicating. Then can I get this kind of stone by robbing it? Suddenly, Broly pointed to the jewelry store opposite and asked with his fist. Robbing is wrong. Hearing this, Fujimura Taiga began to educate. Besides, if it's a gift, no one wants stolen goods, at least I don't want them. Hey, you don't want them? Broly was stunned, looking at the girl who was a little obsessed with the sapphire, and couldn't tell the truth of her words for a while. Of course, I'm an upright person. The eldest daughter of the Fujimura family, who has a pure underworld background and whose grandfather had done an arms business with others yesterday, said such words. I tell you, you are still young, but you can't go astray and become a bad boy. Fujimura Taiga can feel that Broly is a simple child. Although there are some problems with cognition, he doesn't want to see the other party go astray because of innocence. What is a bad boy? A bad boy is... Fujimura Taiga stopped talking here, because she saw the expression of I'm curious on the boy's face. In short, you just need to remember that you can't steal or rob anything casually, otherwise, I won't be your wife and won't give you barbecue. The orange-haired girl said with a straight face, and the concept of not stealing or robbing and being an upright child that she instilled in Broly was different from the Saiyan concept that Paragus instilled in Broly since childhood. In the concept instilled by Paragus, anything can be robbed as long as you have the strength to do so, including the king of your own race, the throne under your buttocks. The difference in concepts made Broly a little confused, but with the help of barbecue, he quickly stood on the side of Fujimura Taiga. To sum it up in one sentence, that is, the wife who now grills for him, Fujimura Taiga's every word is right, and Broly will not and agree unconditionally. As for the traditional Saiyan concept that was originally instilled in him by his father Paragus, in the current situation, there is no need to think about it at all. At this moment, Broly's brain belonged to the barbecue fairy. What Fujimura Taiga said was like the truth. Along with the delicious barbecue he ate, it left some traces in his brain. In one meal, he ate nearly 30,000 kilograms of meat, and 90% of it was eaten by Broly alone. When paying the bill, the owner of the barbecue restaurant was only glad that his store was not opened as a buffet-type store at the beginning, but he was also sweating. Back at Fujimura's house, Broly, who was free, suddenly didn't know what to do. When he saw the big tree in the backyard of Fujimura's mansion, the lush green leaves made him feel a little familiar, so he climbed up with his hands and feet. Not soft at all. But when he came to lie down on the treetop, Broly found that this thing that looked the same color as Baia's body was not comfortable at all. Going home. The successful return of young Sakura and the joy she showed on the surface when she returned home still had some impact on young Broly. Now that he had nothing to do, Broly recalled what he would do whenever he had free time on Vampa. He should lie on Baia's body, looking up at the blue and cloudless sky of Vampa, which was mostly blue. Although the sky above his head was also blue, there were more white clouds, which was a rare sight on Vampa, where there was little moisture. That cloud seemed to be ice cream that he had just eaten. Broly licked his lips, as if he was tasting the dessert he had tasted while eating barbecue. Fortunately, he had just eaten it, so he was not very greedy. That cloud. Time passed while looking at what the cloud was, and Broly gradually fell asleep on the treetop. In the evening, he was awakened by the smell of food. He jumped down from the treetops, and no one noticed his behavior. Following the aroma, Broly came to the kitchen. He looked at the busy chef inside, and thought of Fujimura Taiga who came to call him to eat this morning, so he ran out of the kitchen again. He came to the room that Fujimura Taiga told him last night that he could come to her if he had anything, opened the door and rushed in. There was a low square table in the tatami bedroom. When Broly came in, the orange-haired girl was bending over the square table and writing furiously. "What are you doing?" When Broly approached and asked curiously from behind, Fujimura Taiga was startled, and the ballpoint pen slipped directly out of the square of the homework book. "Don't sneak up behind me and talk suddenly, it'll scare people to death." Fujimura Taiga complained, and took out the correction fluid to erase the traces left by the ballpoint pen. "So, what are you doing?" "Doing homework, after all, I'm a student." "What is a student?" "You're here again, kid, don't ask so many questions, okay?" As he said that, he grabbed Broly in his arms and rubbed the boy's head. However, considering the other party's situation, Fujimura Taiga still patiently answered the question. Students are people who learn knowledge. If people want to survive in this society, they must learn some knowledge. "Well, Broly, do you want to learn knowledge? Can knowledge be eaten?" "Knowledge is not something to eat, but if you learn well, you can go to a good school. After graduating from a good school, it is easier to find a good job. Finding a good job can make more money. With more money, you can buy all kinds of food you like. So, it is not wrong to say that it can be eaten." Fujimura Taiga coaxed. Then, Broly looked like he was thinking, and suddenly broke away from Fujimura Taiga's arms and knelt down beside the girl. "Wife, I want to learn knowledge." Broly said this with a pair of small hands supporting the ground and looking down with a lost look. "Hey!" Fujimura Taiga looked at him in amazement, completely unable to understand what this child was doing suddenly. He said he was asking for help, but this didn't look like a doxa. "You don't have to be like this. If you want to go to school, I'll just ask Grandpa." After Fujimura Taiga finished speaking, Broly responded with an "oh" and stood up quickly. The information in his mind was true to him, and gave him a practical way to ask for things. Obviously, the broken memory of the otaku was at work again. The famous scene from Slam Dunk was reproduced in the Type Moon world in this way. Unfortunately, Probably no one in this world can get this joke. By the way, you came into my room to find me, is there something wrong? Fujimura Taiga asked. I came to ask you to eat. Broly told the truth. Why, you don't dare to eat alone? Fujimura Taiga thought the boy was a little scared to eat in Fujimura's mansion with the gangsters in Fujimura's group who didn't look like good people. No, you came to call me for dinner this morning, so I thought I should come to call you for dinner. Broly shook his head and said what he really thought. Hey! Fujimura Taiga was stunned, and after a while he hugged the boy. Broly, you kid, you are really breaking the rules. The girl rubbed her face against the boy's face. This kind of cute little brother with a well-behaved personality is really in line with her requirements for a brother for an only child like her. Although it is scary and annoying when asking questions, this child will come to his room in the evening and call him to eat while he is studying because he went to wake him up in the morning to eat. This sounds quite ordinary, but it is for people who have younger brothers and are used to being called to eat by their younger brothers. For her, even if someone comes to care about her meal, it will be a big and strong gangster, such as the scarred face who calls her. But now, look at this little guy who is kissing and hugging and rubbing his face. Can that guy with scar face compare to him? Fujimura Taiga's happiness value continued to rise while rubbing his face, and it reached the limit after reaching 55 points. Can we go to eat? Broly asked at this time. He didn't quite understand why the other party was so excited and happy because of his words. Sorry, sister will go to eat with you now. Fujimura Taiga replied with a smile. She had only known him for a little over a day, but getting along with this child who had no sense of boundaries was like having a well-behaved younger brother around her. Just when the two went to the dining hall of the Fujimura mansion to eat, the former Fujimura mansion next door, which was sold yesterday, Emi Yakuritsugu, the magician killer, was a little depressed. It seems that being too cautious is not a good thing. Yesterday, when he met the little girl adopted by the Tozaka family to the Matou family in the Fujimura mansion, Emi Yakuritsugu had many associations. For this reason, he went to investigate the situation today. As a result, before the matter was found out, the little girl adopted by the Tozaka family to the Matou family was sent back to the Tozaka family. Coming back to himself, Emi Yakuritsugu realized that it might be a coincidence that he met the other party. It was not that he was discovered and there was a conspiracy against him. But because of this overly cautious mentality, he wasted a day's rest time. He was already sleep-deprived, and now the situation is even worse. How about cancelling the action tonight and going to sleep for a while? Koyuinmyu persuaded beside him. No, the Holy Grail War is a race against time. Something must have happened between the Tozaka family and the Matou family. I want to take advantage of the problem between the two families to quickly solve the monarch of the clock tower. Emi Yakuritsugu rejected Koyuinmyu's proposal. When he came to Fuyuki City before, he designed a fishing plan to let his wife Iris Veal play the role of Saber's master, trying to lure out the enemy and solve it. As a result, the good news is that an enemy really took the bait, and the bad news is that almost all the enemies who could come came, and one of them even reported his true identity without any care. Of course, these are not important things. The important thing is that the first enemy who took the bait, the Lancer, is a very skilled spearman. With amazing martial arts, he actually hurt Saber, the legendary King Arthur, causing his servant's hand to be injured, and because the opponent's spear of the treasure has a high-level curse, it cannot be cured. The fishing failed at the beginning, but the servant was weakened by the curse debuff of the enemy servant, which is a very painful thing. Therefore, Kenneth L. Meloy Archipelad, the powerful and hardcore in this Holy Grail War, the monarch of the Clock Tower Mineral Department, became a higher priority for Kiritsugu Emiya to solve. Of course, the more important point is that the monarch with superb attainments in magic seems to despise the means of ordinary people. After arriving in Fuyuki City, he chose a big hotel in a very high-profile manner, rented the top 2 floors of rooms, and turned it into a magic workshop fortress with extremely strong defense capabilities. If it was a normal magician's means, it would definitely be difficult to attack, but what if it was replaced by ordinary people's means? Among the materials purchased by Emi Yakuritsugu, there were a large number of detonators and explosives. He wanted to let the Clock Tower monarch experience what the deep love of Mother Earth is, gravity. Chapter 12 Get a New Identity. In the big hotel where Kenneth was staying temporarily, an arson case occurred at night. The arsonist hit the alarm button in advance, giving the people in the hotel enough time to evacuate. There's a fire downstairs. Sora answered the call from the hotel staff. After learning the situation, he looked at Kenneth on the sofa chair on the other side, who was watching the news of the inexplicable gas leak and explosion in the Bay Port area of Fuyaki City a few days ago on TV. The fire was set by humans and the area was cleared in advance. I think it was Saber's master who attacked in order to heal the injury on his servant's left hand. No need to pay attention. I have set up 24 magics on this floor and summoned dozens of demons to guard it. Let the attackers attack and see if they can break through the magic workshop fortress built by me, Kenneth L. Malloy. Lancer, go downstairs and prepare to meet the enemy. I will not allow you to fail this time. The blonde man with a big back hair was very confident, and the servant with a teardrop mole next to him bowed and responded, I will live up to my master's expectations. Mr. Kenneth L. Malloy. In the square far away from the hotel staff were counting the guests staying in, worried that there were still guests staying in the burning hotel. I am. When the hotel staff shouted for the third time, a man responded to him. Looking at the appearance of the other countryman, the hotel staff had a subtle expression, with a look of you fucking call this name, and looked at the man who answered with suspicion. My wife Sora has gone to a safe place, please don't worry. Emi Yakuritsugu said expressionlessly. Okay. The hotel staff crossed out the names of Kenneth L. Malloy and Sora Nazila while thinking that this might be a man who changed his name to a foreign rich woman. Emi Yakuritsugu took the opportunity to look at the list in his hand and found that the names of the evacuees had been crossed out. He moved away from the evacuees, took out a folding phone from his pocket, and called his assistant Kyuonmiri. After confirming from the other party that Kenneth on the top floor of the hotel did not try to escape, the magician killer pressed the detonation button. It is impossible to have a head-on confrontation secret technique. Directly blasting the entire building and letting the power of the entire building free fall to kill the enemy is the real safety tactic. Even if he is as strong as the monarch of the clock tower, it is impossible to survive a fall of 150 meters. Mr. Magician Killer set a flag and drove away from the scene without looking back. The other attacker who was supposed to be there was in the Zenjo family compound in Fuyaki City's Fuyafu town, and handed the girl to Zenjo Aoi because he needed to escort the teacher's little daughter to her mother. Master's wife, I have brought Miss Sakura here. My mission has been completed. Please let the teacher know. Thank you. I will tell Tokyo Me. The woman nodded and hugged her little daughter who rushed to her. Mom, I miss you so much. Although her father gave young Sakura a sense of security, only her mother's embrace was more gentle. Sakura, Mom misses you too. Zenjo Aoi showed a loving look for her little daughter, hugged the girl and buried her face in her hair. And me. Tosakurin jumped beside her, wanting to get close to her sister who had been separated for half a month. Sister. After young Sakura was put down, she rushed to young Rin and hugged her sister tightly. The scene of mother and daughter reuniting and sisters hugging each other seemed very harmonious, but Kotomine Kaire knew that this was what his teacher wanted to teach the girl who escaped from the Matou family through his wife, to be strong and brave to face the fate of becoming the stepson of the Matou family. Compared to the harsh preaching, the teacher who gave people the stereotyped impression of a magician also had tenderness for his daughter. It was surprising. Then, Master's wife, I won't bother you anymore. Please cheer up Miss Sakura as soon as possible. I will come back when that time comes. This was a trivial task, which was given to me by teacher Tozaka Tokyomi, so that I couldn't keep track of other masters and heroic spirits, especially the man named Emi Yakuritsugu. After suppressing the strange dissatisfaction in my heart, Kotomine Kaire left the Zenjo family after leaving this sentence. Grandpa, Broly wants to learn. When young Sakura was sent to the Zenjo family and was about to receive encouragement from her mother, Broly, who had been bathed in the Fujimura family, was also brought to Fujimura Reiwa by Fujimura Taiga. The girl expressed the boy's request for education. Please, Grandpa Fujimura. Broly followed what Fujimura Taiga taught him in the bathroom and made a gesture of asking the old man for help. Study? Indeed, children need to be educated. Fujimura Leihua nodded. It was okay to be a gangster in the past, but with the development of the times, the old man also saw that those who are in the gang in the future must have enough culture. Then, Grandpa. Fujimura Taiga was interrupted by Fujimura Leihua before he finished speaking. But is this child really ready for education? He is visibly young, and he will probably go to kindergarten if he enters school now. But what can he learn in kindergarten? It is just a place to play and make friends with other children. Instead of sending him to kindergarten, it is better to stay in the Fujimura mansion. He will be influenced by the atmosphere of the Fujimura family since he was a child and become a good child with a good family background. The old man said so. Grandpa, please don't lead this child astray. There is no future for gangsters. In response, Fujimura Taiga slammed his hands on the table and roared at his grandfather. What are you talking about? It's because you two descendants don't want to inherit the family business. To this, Fujimura Lehua also slammed the table and roared. There seemed to be sparks flashing between his eyes and his granddaughter's confrontation, and it was like an old tiger confronting his own young tiger. Finally, seeing that his granddaughter was unwilling to back down on this matter, the elderly Fujimura Lehua still took the initiative to back down, but also put forward some conditions. If he really wants to learn knowledge, let him go directly to elementary school. If you don't want this child to be a gangster in the future and want to use the financial support of the family, then let this child show his talent and value in learning. I need you to ensure that his academic performance can be at an excellent level. Is that okay? No problem. Fujimura Taiga patted his chest and agreed. Broly is a smart child. She chose to believe in the boy's learning ability. But if there is a problem and you want to cheat, what should I do? Fujimura Lehua suddenly asked. Impossible. Fujimura Taiga flatly rejected this possibility, but facing his grandfather's questioning look, you've cheated before, his voice became weaker. Then what do you say, Grandpa? This is not a difficult matter. Grandpa will abdicate directly, and you only need to inherit the family business and become the new leader of the Fujimura group. Fujimura Lehua smiled, but his true intentions were revealed. Only if you agree to this condition, the Fujimura family will help you sponsor this child. Grandpa, you are so mean. There is nothing we can do about it. Your father doesn't want to inherit the family business, and you also look like you don't want to inherit the family business. What do you think? Do you agree or not? If not, just keep this child at home. Fujimura Taiga looked back at the clarity in Broly's eyes, and decided in his heart that he would not let this child be led astray by the underworld style of the Fujimura family. He slammed the table again and responded, Okay, Grandpa, I agree to this condition. Bring the phone here, I'll call the principal of the first primary school in Shenyuan town and arrange for a child to go to their school. Arranging an illegal child to go to school is a troublesome matter for ordinary people, but for the local snake Fujimura group entrenched in Fuyaki City, it is just a matter of making a phone call. However, due to the identity of the underworld, it is easy to cause misunderstandings, and the local primary schools will definitely not be too happy to accept it, but as long as you choose a school in a town near Fuyaki City, it will not be a problem to keep a low profile and enroll. Old man, do you really think the young lady will keep her promise? After Fujimura Taiga left with Broly, the scarred man asked. This is the first time I've seen her care so much about others. The young lady is kind-hearted. She may just feel sorry for the child, so she is more compassionate. Then as long as she continues to pity the child, she can keep her promise and inherit the family business. But what if the child really has good learning ability? The scarred man asked, meaning whether to do something to interfere with a child's learning. If it's good, it's just a good preparation for the whitewashing of the Fujimura group. Hey! My granddaughter was right just now. There is no future for those who are mixed in the underworld in the future. Old man, you are not optimistic about the underworld career. It's not that I don't think it's good's problem, but the times are developing like this. Fujimura Lehua sighed. He had experienced the most prosperous era of the underworld, and now he can feel that the underworld is not as good as before. What if the child is not good at learning? Scarface asked again. Although the world is abandoning us, where there is light there is shadow. The Fujimura group will continue to exist in that place. Even if it will be less than the past in the future, it will not disappear easily. I believe in my granddaughter's ability. And that child, whether it is a good child or a bad child, as long as he has the ability, he can become a helper of the river, just like you. Grandpa, I have a good opinion. I will help cultivate the child's loyalty to the Fujimura family and the eldest lady. Broly didn't know Fujimura Lehua's views and arrangements for him. He only knew that the time he stayed in this world was reduced by 1 day, and he had the identity of a primary school student as a transfer student of Shenyuan Town affiliated primary school. Broly, you have to study hard in school, and ask the teacher more if you don't understand. The next morning, when they parted, Fujimura Taiga told Broly this. The girl was also wearing a middle school uniform. Today is Monday, but it is a school day. Broly was driven by Scarface to the first elementary school in Shenyuan town. Along the way, Scarface kept telling him how good the young lady was to him, and that he should be grateful to the young lady and try to repay her kindness in the future. At first, Broly nodded in agreement. After all, a favor should be repaid with a spring of gratitude, but gradually, he began to yawn, just because Scarface kept saying this over and over again, just like hypnosis, making people sleepy. This is the child who is going to school. Teacher Kimura should give him a test to see which grade is more suitable for him. The principal of Shenyuan Town's primary school, after seeing the child brought by Scarface, ordered the teacher who had been called over long ago to take Broly to test his academic ability. You don't know until you test it. Once tested, isn't this a completely illiterate child? Broly was arranged to the first grade as expected. However, less than half a day later, the teacher in the class couldn't stand it anymore. Principal, this child has too many questions. I said 1 + 1 = 2, and he actually asked me why 1 + 1 = 2. How can I answer this question? Principal, I am the same here. This child is very smart, even smarter than other children, but he has too many questions. He asked questions throughout the class, and I answered his questions. If his questions were meaningful, it would be fine, but the problem is that some questions are meaningless and are purely children's serious behavior. One morning, during 4 classes, 4 teachers came to complain. It was not that they did not have the patience to teach the children, but that Broly's classroom questioning machine was too scary, which had seriously affected their teaching of other children. It is understandable that children are curious, but didn't you tell him not to ask meaningless questions? We did that, but it was useless. The child said that his sister told him when he came that he should ask the teacher more questions when he encountered questions he did not understand. And the child insisted on this. As long as he did not understand, he would ask. Even if he was punished to stand, he would continue to ask as if he could not understand the air. What's more terrifying is that I wanted to shut him up by hitting his palm, but the child obediently stretched out his hand, but even though I hit his palm with a cane, he continued to ask questions with a blank expression. I have never seen such a special child in teaching children for so long. The teacher who spoke did not say anything. She felt a little scared when she was looked at by the child who asked the question. It was not that the child acted angry with her, but because the child was too calm, so calm that people could not tell what he was thinking, and then they felt afraid of the unknown under this calmness. It sounds mysterious, but it is actually this feeling. After only teaching 1 class, these first-grade elementary school teachers felt that Broly, the transfer student, was difficult. Chapter 13, Boiled Green Peppers. Principal, who is that child? He was sent by the Fujimura group. Hey, isn't that a gang? Can't we persuade him to quit? When this school was established, the Fujimura group helped a lot. Now they also donate a sum of money to the school every year to help us develop education. The principal did not say much, but the meaning was very clear. It was not easy to persuade him to quit. How about changing his class? Come on, there are only so many students in the first grade of our school. No matter how we change them, they will still be in the same pot. How about moving up a grade? Although the kids' academic ability is not enough, the older kids in the upper grades are more mature and less likely to be influenced by him. After discussing for a while, the teachers in charge of teaching first-grade students looked at the principal of the elementary school, hoping that he would make a decision. The principal, who didn't quite understand why these teachers had such a scapegoat idea, decided to see the transfer students in person in the afternoon. Then, after the first class in the afternoon, the principal realized and understood the difficulties of the first-grade teachers. Teaching Broly was indeed a kind of indescribable horror. The whole class was in a depressing atmosphere. Only the child kept asking various questions, and the teacher on the podium was tired of dealing with the strange questions that kept extending from the other side. Question. There is only one reason for this strange scene, that is, Broly subconsciously regards learning as a sparring with old Deng's father Paragus, and unconsciously releases his own confrontational aura in the process. Although he himself has no hostility, ordinary people can't stand this aura. It doesn't matter if the time is short, but a class lasts for 40 minutes. Whether it is students or teachers, they will feel inexplicable pressure in their hearts under the continuous coverage of this aura. So, to be precise, these first-grade elementary school teachers were not broken by Broly's strange questions. Instead, they were regarded as the main target of his aura, and then they broke their defense under the questioning of various tricky and weird questions. Okay, let's try to move that child up a grade. The principal of the first elementary school in Shenyuan town rubbed his temples and agreed with the first grade teacher's idea of passing the buck. As a result, Broly successfully jumped to the second grade on the first day of becoming a first grade elementary school student. Classmates, in the last class this afternoon, our class will welcome a new student, who will study with us in this class. The head teacher of Class A in the second grade didn't know how terrifying Broly was. She was just assigned by the principal to bring a child to class. Okay, come in and introduce yourself. Broly went with the flow. Going to school was a somewhat novel experience for him. He walked into the classroom after hearing the words of the strange female teacher and stood on the podium to introduce himself. My name is Broly, and I'm a Saiyan. Broly introduced himself very honestly, but the second grade elementary school students who heard his self-introduction were a little stunned. What is a Saiyan? A little boy raised his hand and asked. The new student is so strange. While Broly was answering the boy's question seriously, a girl sitting in the back row whispered to the girl at the same table. Is it strange? Rin Tosaka felt that boys seemed to be like this. After all, during the break, some boys played the game of aliens fighting monsters. Okay, everyone is very enthusiastic, but now it's time for class, and we still have to talk about classroom discipline. The female head teacher said, and she was about to arrange a seat for Broly. Before she made a decision, Broly saw a girl in the back row. Found a target that can be conquered, Rin Tosaka, current happiness value is 0. Note, the happiness value can only be obtained after the host intervenes in the target's life. Teacher, I want to sit there. Broly pointed directly to the seat next to Rin Tosaka and said. Okay, then you move the empty table and chair over there. When the principal ordered the arrangement of this child, he also told him to be more patient. The head teacher did not stop the boy's intention. Back row by the window, the hometown of the king. Broly had just moved the table over and sat down when this piece of information came to his mind. He doesn't have a book yet. Tosaka, can you share the textbook with the new classmate for now? Seeing Broly sitting down, the head teacher said. Tosaka-rin is considered the class monitor, more mature and capable than the average child. Okay, teacher. Tosaka-rin was not the flower of the future when she was young. Now she is cheerful, enthusiastic, and willing to help people around her. This is all thanks to her father's elegant and calm family education, which made her behave like a mature little adult at the age of 7. Hello, my name is Tosaka-rin, you can call me Tosaka. Tosaka-rin pushed the desk over, put the book between the two desks, and lowered her voice to introduce herself to Broly. Hello, Tosaka, I'm Broly. Benefiting from the gentlemanly knowledge imparted by a man yesterday, Broly did not directly call the girl wife in a very rude way. You said it before, just now on the podium, you also said that you are a vegetable man of the fighting nation, right? Of course, if you can eat a plate of boiled green peppers without changing your expression, I will believe you. Young Rin made a little joke. Boiled green peppers, is that delicious? Hearing this, Broly's attention was drawn to it, and he was very interested in eating. It's not delicious, it's bitter. Tosaka-rin answered seriously that her mother had made this for her, and she also forced her to eat some boiled green peppers because she said that mature adults would eat boiled green peppers. Broly. He lost interest in boiled green peppers because he didn't like the bitter taste either. Let's review multiplication in this class and see how everyone learns. The head teacher spoke on the podium, and Broly raised his hand after hearing it. Teacher, what is multiplication? Haven't you learned multiplication? A boy turned around and asked him. Broly shook his head. I just learned addition and subtraction today. He said honestly. Haha, you are a first grade student. The boy laughed at him. Zuken, did the teacher teach you to laugh at others? Seeing this, the head teacher immediately scolded him. Broly, Rin has just come to our school, it is normal that he can't keep up with the progress of learning. Well, the girl next to you, Rin, is the monitor of our class and also the study committee member. If you have any questions, you can ask her. I can teach you. Rin likes the feeling of being trusted by adults. She said to Broly enthusiastically, as if she was saying, leave it to me to teach new students to catch up with the progress of learning. What is multiplication? Broly did not hesitate to ask. Multiplication is the operation of finding the sum of several identical addends. As long as you know addition, it is not difficult to learn it. Rin whispered to Broly about the second-grade mathematics knowledge of elementary school. Unlike the first graders who asked questions and released a confrontational aura, Broly sat in the corner and listened to her obediently. The class ended quickly. What's it like, Mr. Kawasaki, is that child difficult to deal with? After school, some first-grade teachers came over and asked about the second-grade head teacher. It's not difficult to deal with. The child was very well behaved throughout the class. The female head teacher was puzzled. Broly behaved well in class. At least, he didn't have the ADHD that some naughty children have. Ah, didn't he ask you questions? Yes, what's wrong? Can you answer them? After saying this, she was even more confused. In elementary school knowledge, are there any questions that teachers can't answer? You can't answer them. She asked cautiously. That child is too difficult to deal with. I can't answer some questions. Some first-grade teachers told the truth. Well, I couldn't answer them either, but I asked the study committee member in my class, a reliable child, to help answer the child's questions. The female head teacher thought about it and replied very emotionally. Hey, is this okay? Hearing this, the first-grade teachers looked at each other. Maybe children can understand children better. After some discussion, the first-grade teachers came to a conclusion that could barely be explained. How was your experience at school today? In the evening, after returning from school, Fujimura Taiga came to Broly as soon as possible and asked Broly about his experience at school today. Very good, I asked the teacher a lot of questions, learned the correct way to write 5 characters, as well as addition, subtraction, and multiplication, and felt like I was growing a brain. Broly answered honestly what he had gained at school today, and before today, he didn't even know what arithmetic was. Well, not bad, sister knew you were a smart and good child. Fujimura Taiga was generous with his praise. By the way, I also met a new wife. Broly thought of something and added a sentence. Hey! Hearing this, Fujimura Taiga was shocked, but then he calmed down after realizing what Broly was talking about his wife. Did the new wife you met give you anything to eat? No, she didn't give me anything to eat. Broly shook his head. But she taught me multiplication. He said. Ah, this. The continuous appearance of 3 interjections highlights the complex changes in Fujimura Taiga's heart. You found a good wife. You have to get along with her and make friends with her, you know? Finally, she smiled and told Broly this. There is a saying that goes, if you keep company with a good person, you will be good. If you make friends with people who are good at learning, you will definitely learn some knowledge. She treated Broly as her brother, but now she seemed to have a mother's feeling. She sincerely hoped that this child could make friends with excellent and good learning children. Yes. Broly responded and kept Fujimura Taiga's words in his heart. But even if Fujimura Taiga didn't say it, he would get along well with his new wife. In order to brush the other party, he could exchange happiness points for food in this world after returning to Wampa. 3 days before Broly returned to Wampa, that night, the Einsborn castle on the outskirts of Fuyaki City was attacked. The attackers were the caster group, who had been bountied with the command seal in the morning and were designated as prey. Because of the group's unscrupulous kidnapping and killing of children, and the mysterious behavior of not covering up the crime at all, the priest who presided over the Fuyaki City Cathedral Church branch, a neutral party in the Holy Grail War, could no longer bear it and regarded it as the first target to be eliminated from the ceremony. For this reason, the church mediated the Holy Grail War. Except for Castor, the attacker with poor eyesight, the Clock Tower Lord, who survived a high-altitude fall after Kiritsugu Emiya blew up his building last night, also followed with his servants and attacked the Einsborn castle. That night, the Einsborn castle was full of ping-pong. The Clock Tower Lord Kenneth L. Meloy was hit by Kiritsugu Emiya's origin bullet because he underestimated the enemy, and most of his magic circuits were destroyed. During this period, 2 servants with chivalry appeared, fighting side by side, sympathizing with each other, and then each of them played a trick on their own master. One did not take the opportunity to delay the other, allowing the other's master to be killed by his own master, and the other saved his seriously injured master in time, but did not do anything to the nearby enemy master who is within reach takes action. Compared to the strength of the servant, the master is fragile. As a despicable magician killer, Emiya Kiritsugu cannot understand the behavior of his own servant Saber, nor the behavior of the enemy servant Lancer. To put it more directly, this man named Emi Yakuritsugu cannot understand the chivalry spirit that the two heroes in the past era insisted on. Next to Fuyuki City, the Zenjo family villa in Fuyu Town. Sakura, do you know that there is a strange child in our class today? Tosaka Rin shared the interesting things in school today with her sister. The girl next to her listened with relish, sitting on the chair and shaking her 2 feet in the air. After returning to her parents, it is obvious that her heart that was injured in the Matou family was healed. As the saying goes, you know the preciousness after losing it. Young Sakura now cherishes every minute and every second of returning to her family, and her happiness value has been increasing. Broly, who was in the bed of the Fujimura family's guest room, fell into a state of great joy just by looking at it. It was like an old stock investor seeing that the stocks he had just bought were rising wildly all the time. 1 point of happiness value is equivalent to 100 happiness points, and among the items that can be exchanged in the Crystal Palace, Broly's favorite happy water is only priced at 2 happiness points. The skyrocketing happiness value of young Sakura made him fall into the wonderful fantasy of being able to drink free happy water after returning to Wampa Star. Of course, in addition to happy water, Broly also likes cakes, pork chop rice bowls, puddings, barbecue, ice cream. The prices of these things are only within 30 points, which is completely acceptable. When I go back, I will let my father taste the food of this world. Broly muttered to himself while lying in bed. Rin, have you made new friends at school? That's something to be happy about. Come, Mom has peeled apples, come and eat. Zenjo Aoi brought the peeled and cut apples and asked her 2 daughters to come over. This apple has the biggest flesh, Sakura, give it to you. The return of her sister made Tosaka Rin cherish her more and hope that her sister would get the best. Thank you, sister. Young Sakura felt sweet in her heart. Whether it was her father, mother, or sister, they treated her better after she came back. She had suspected that they would not let her go home before, but it was really a bit of worrying and excessive worry. By the way, did Sakura make new friends at the Matou family before, and did she have happy things there? But suddenly, the gentle mother asked a question, which froze the expression of young Sakura immersed in happiness. The Matou family was a nightmare place. Although there were 2 people who cared about her, compared with the tragic experience in the insect warehouse in the basement, Sakura did not want to think about it anymore. Chapter 14 The Power of a Young Boy. Sakura, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Zenjo Aoi also saw the strangeness of her little daughter, and asked hurriedly with a thump in her heart. Wei. Young Sakura couldn't hold it in, and half of the apple flesh in her mouth fell out, and she threw herself into her mother's arms and cried. Then, just like complaining to her father, she also told her mother about her own miserable experience after being sent to the Matou family. Zenjo Aoi listened to her little daughter being pushed into a basement full of insects, listening to her being crawled all over by a group of insects, and listening to the pain and fear she felt in the process. She just knew the truth about her little daughter's experience at the Matou family, and she covered her mouth all of a sudden, looking at her crying daughter in her arms with heartache, and tears flowed out. Sakura, don't be afraid. Everything is over. From now on, Mom, Dad and I will protect you. Rin Tosaka clenched her fists after listening to her sister's experience. The mature mentality of a little adult made her feel a strong desire to protect her sister in anger. She patted her chest and promised. Really? Young Sakura raised her head from her mother's arms, her little face was like a little cat, and she looked at her sister and asked. Really, more real than pearls? If you don't believe me, ask Mom. She must mean the same thing. Rin Tosaka answered with a very reliable look, and even asked her mother to guarantee it. Mom. Young Sakura looked up and looked at her mother expectantly. Sakura, you will be fine. Aoi Zenjo didn't dare to answer her daughter's question directly. It was her husband's decision to let her daughter go to the Matou family. As the wife of that man, she should be mentally prepared to support him unconditionally. This time Sakura was sent to her side. Her husband, Sakura's biological father, wanted her to persuade him to go back to the Matou family. If she told him about this arrangement at this time, her little daughter would definitely collapse and would not want to believe her as a mother. Zenjo Aoi felt upset and hugged her little daughter tighter, while the young Sakura gradually calmed down because of her embrace, and her happiness index began to rise again. In the mind of the young Sakura, she believed that her family would definitely protect her and would not let her fall into the fate of lying in a pile of insects again. Late at night, at the Tosaka residence, Tosaka Tokiomi had not yet rested. Kaire, what's going on? He sat in front of a phonograph, a magic prop for communication. Compared to the modern telephone, it is more secretive and difficult to be eavesdropped. Castor was repelled by the joint efforts of Saber and Lancer. Lancer's master was seriously injured and rescued by his own servant. At the Fuyaki City Cathedral Church branch, Kotomine Kairei also stood in front of the same phonograph to report the situation. This is the situation of Einsburn Castle tonight. In the evening, Ryder and his master found Castor's magic workshop in the sewer. There was a group of children who were abducted and missing in Fuyaki City. Those children had their internal organs hollowed out and made into human instruments, and they were still half dead because of the magic. Ryder's master vomited directly after seeing that scene. At that time, I thought it was an opportunity to assassinate the other party, so I ordered to follow their assassin took action. But unfortunately, Ryder discovered it in advance, and assassin's assassination failed. I'm sorry, teacher, I exposed the fact that assassin is still alive. Don't worry, Kairei, although it is a big loss to expose the fact that assassin is still alive before figuring out Ryder's trump card. But through this incident, knowing that Ryder's master is a third-rate magician is enough. You continue to monitor other masters and servants, and report to me if there is any movement. After ending the communication, Tosaka Tokiomi leaned back in his chair. The chaotic situation outside was what he expected to see. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. With calmness and elegance, Tosaka Tokiomi believes that he will win and get the final ritual reward, the Holy Grail. Magic path, magic path. And even he has some yearning fantasies about the scene after transcending the world and reaching the root. But soon, the ringing of the phone outside interrupted his fantasy. Who is it so late? Tosaka Tokiomi frowned and went out to answer the phone, only to find that it was his wife calling. Aoi, what's wrong? You called me at this time. Are you here to tell me the good news that you have cheered Sakura up again? His wife Zenjo Aoi is an extremely outstanding woman. She has given birth to 2 children with excellent magic talent for the Tozaka family. Tosaka Tokiomi never doubts her qualification as a wife. Tokiomi, can we not send Sakura away, but let her stay with us, in the Tozaka family? However, the words spoken by his wife on the other end of the phone made this elegant gentleman change his face. What's wrong? Why do you suddenly say such a thing? Sakura told me tonight what happened to her after she went to the Matou family. That is not something that a child of her age should endure, so, you don't want to send her away, you want to keep her. Yet. The voice of his wife's admission came from the other end of the phone. Aoi, you should know how much danger a child with excellent talent will face in the future if she doesn't have the protection of a magic family. I know, but doesn't Sakura still have her sister? Rin is a very good child. She will inherit your magic and become an excellent magician in the future. She should be able to protect Sakura. So, you want to cut off your other daughter's magic path and let Sakura live as an ordinary person. Shishin, Sakura's crying tonight really hurts me. If she can live peacefully and stop crying, I can accept it. Let her stay with me and Rin. On the other end of the phone, Zenjo Aoi pleaded. She had already sent her little daughter away once. Now that her little daughter had escaped from the Matou family that frightened her, she really couldn't do the thing of sending her little daughter to that place again. I understand your love for your children, because I love our children as much as you do. However, you should also know that we are not an ordinary family. It is a blessing to be born in a magician's family and have talent. We cannot let our children become mortals in the future just because we dote on them. We cannot stop them from running just because they may fall on the road of magic. The elegant man tried to maintain a calm attitude and persuaded his wife. I already know about the magic of the Matou family. They changed the properties of their magic to adapt to the environment. The suffering in that family is actually a transformation from a cocoon to a butterfly for Sakura. Although Sakura will suffer unimaginable pain at her age, we should believe in the resilience of that child and encourage her to move forward bravely in the suffering. Sakura is still young now. She still has many things she doesn't understand. As her father, I sincerely hope that her future will be to soar in the sky, rather than to stay in the mortal world, or even blame us for making her immortal in the future. Tosaka Tokiomi is very eloquent, which makes Zenjo Aoi, who was originally distressed by her little daughter's crying, waver in her desire to keep her daughter. If you really can't let go of Sakura, then let Rin replace her and become the stepson of the Matou family. What? This is a last resort, the only way for our 2 daughters to embark on the path of magic together without wasting their talents. Tosaka Tokiomi said. I know, I will encourage Sakura to cheer up, or convince Rin. There was silence on the other end of the microphone, as if she understood that Tosaka Tokiomi would not change his mind, and Zenjo Aoi finally accepted the result of this choice. Aoi, you are an excellent wife and a good mother. You are still willing to support my decision, and I am very grateful to you. It's late at night, you should pay attention to rest. You too. After hanging up the phone, Tosaka Tokiomi sat alone in a room with only a little moonlight. He was hesitant about arranging the future of his two daughters, because he knew how difficult the path of magic was. He couldn't help but feel that his wife wanted her little daughter to live as an ordinary person. This might not prevent her from being happy in the future, although not as a magician, but as an ordinary person. Even if this would waste her magician talent, even if it would make her lose the qualification to look at the world as a magician, as long as she could be happy. Hehe, it seems that my practice is not good enough. I actually have such an idea that only ordinary people would have. As a child of a magician's family, I should work hard to look forward to a higher path of magic, even if there are many difficulties and obstacles, even if it will cost you your life. He poured himself a glass of red wine. While shaking the glass to sober up, Tosaka Tokiomi reaffirmed his thoughts and believed that he was not wrong. Rin, Sakura. Back in the room, looking at the two daughters who were already asleep in bed, all Zenjo Aoi could do was hug them. Before one of them left her side, try to remember this memory of hugging them. With more than 2 days left before returning to Wampa Star, Broly was drowsy again and was sent to the first elementary school in Shenyuan town by Scarface. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw his new wife whom he had just met yesterday. Broly walked over and sat down in his seat, and greeted the girl next to him. Tosaka, good morning. This is what Fujimura Taiga taught him. After going to school, he should greet his friends properly. Well, Broly, good morning to you too. Tosaka Rin nodded in response, and many classmates in the class greeted her. Her mature and adult manners made her the core figure of the class. Many girls of the same age liked to revolve around her. Although Broly joined the class in the last class yesterday, he received many active greetings from elementary school students because of Tosaka Rin. However, compared to the kindness of the girls, the boys were not very friendly to him. The guy who plays with girls has a ponytail on the back of his head. Why don't you just pretend to be a girl? Second grade elementary school students already have a sense of the difference between boys and girls. Boys have their own circles, and girls have their own circles. When they saw that Broly, the new guy, got along well with Rin Tosaka, the core figure in the girls' circle, the child king Shinjo, who was the core figure in the boys' circle, became a little unhappy and sarcastic. However, boys of this age may not hate girls because they hate them, but just want to attract girls' attention. So, if the target of bullying is a boy, and the reason is that the other party gets along well with a certain girl, it may be simply out of jealousy. I'm telling you, don't think about becoming friends with us boys. Rin Tosaka is cute, cheerful, and helpful. Who wouldn't like a girl like this? Although she has a strong personality, she always stops boys from bullying others. But in this class, many little boys still care about her, even the child king Shinjo, who is in an opposing relationship. If you don't want to be friends with Broly, then don't be friends. Do you really think that only boys can be friends? To this man's inexplicable child rejection technique against Broly, Rin Tosaka directly stood up and stood in front of the boy at the same table and confronted him. Don't worry about this guy Shinjo, he doesn't want to be friends with you, then I will introduce my friends to you and let them be friends with you. When she was young, Rin Tosaka's boyfriend power was max. She had many female friends. Under her encouragement, Broly soon experienced the feeling of a little girl version of Ying Ying Yan Yan. Just when Broly hadn't figured out this class and the circle of elementary school students, he passively met many of Rin Tosaka's friends. They were all little girls, all with red lips and white teeth, and their skin had the kind of cute elasticity of children, but although there were many people, none of them got the hint of the Crystal Palace. Obviously, except for Rin Tosaka herself, there were not many girls who could be his wife among the other little girls he just met. However, although he didn't know what happened, Broly was still very happy that he suddenly had a lot of little girl friends who were similar to the relationship between Baya. Strange, why didn't Kotone come? After the first class in the morning, Tosaka Rin frowned a little. Seeing Broly next to her looking at her inquiringly, she pointed to the empty table on the other side and explained to the boy, Kotone was sitting at the girl here is my best friend, but I don't know why she didn't come today. Oh. Broly nodded to show that he understood, but he didn't have much impression of the girl at the next table yesterday. By the way, you don't seem to know how to read. Rin Tusaka asked at this time. I only know 5 characters, and I learned them yesterday. Broly did not hide his illiteracy. Then how about I teach you to write your own name? Rin Tusaka was very enthusiastic. Okay. A morning passed quickly, and Broly was taught to write his own name, but in Japanese. However, the writing of Chinese characters appeared in his mind at the same time. It seemed that because of the study, some text memories hidden in the depths of consciousness emerged, and Broly wrote more fonts. Rin Tusaka didn't know these characters, so she asked, what is this? Chinese characters. Do you know Chinese characters? I don't know, these things suddenly appeared in my mind. Broly answered honestly, and Rin Tusaka admired him because he knew things that she didn't know. In addition to the knowledge of words, some little girls also taught Broly to play the game of catfighting this morning. Broly went from being clumsy in the beginning to turning out a 5-pointed star pattern, which won the applause of these little girls. The little boys, led by the child king Shinji, were even more disdainful of him, and even warned other little boys not to talk to Broly. Especially warned those who were against Broly yesterday. Boys who are interested in the identity of Lysian should not hang out with Broly. Broly did not react to this. He was just a little immersed in the process of playing with human friends for the first time. This was different from playing with Baya. The friends around him would talk to him and teach him some new knowledge and games. It made Broly feel the purest pleasure that he could only feel when playing with his friends as a child. To sum it up in one sentence, it was a childhood he had never had before. Chapter 15 New Adventure Team. But such a simple childhood did not last long. After finishing a lunchbox that was better than nothing at noon, the head teacher suddenly brought the news that classes would be suspended in the afternoon. Most elementary school students were happy to hear that they did not have to go to class, but a few students were concerned about the reason. Tosaka Rin was one of them. She went to the office to find the teacher to ask for the reason, but she heard the discussion inside the office door. The teachers were talking about the missing children a few days ago. Due to the actions of the conqueror King Iskandar yesterday, Castor's magic workshop was destroyed. The noise caused by the destruction attracted the attention of the outside world, and the heinous crime of killing children was exposed to the public. The missing student of the first elementary school in Shenyuan town was one of the victims, and it was heard that the murderer came to the police have not arrested him yet. The murderer's range of action is in Fuyaki City, and there are many students from Fuyaki City in the school. For the safety of students, the principal of the first elementary school plans to suspend the afternoon classes after receiving the report of the murderer who abducted a child in Fuyaki City. The next few days will definitely be very tense, and there may be continuous suspension of classes until the murderer is arrested, or the bad influence caused by this incident will be forgotten by the public as time goes by. Rin Tusaka was shaking when she heard it outside the office. She thought of the girl sitting at the same table who didn't come to school today. Suzune also lives in Fuyaki City. Rin Tusaka, who was a little worried about her friend's situation, called her friend's house at the pay phone in the school. The call was answered quickly, but a woman's anxious questioning voice came, "Is it Kotone?" "I'm not Kotone. My name is Rin Tusaka. I'm Kotone's classmate. Kotone didn't come to school today, so I want to ask her what happened." Tosaka Rin's answer disappointed the people on the other end. "Kotone is missing. She disappeared yesterday. We are also looking for her. If you have any news about her." After the call ended, Tosaka Rin was a little lost. As a mature little adult, she prefers to act like an adult and watch some TV news. So, she knew something about the kidnapper who appeared in Fuyaki City, but she didn't expect that such a disappearance would happen to her friends. "No class in the afternoon, let's go to the playground to play football together." Back in the classroom, some children who couldn't go home directly advocated what games to play in the afternoon. Compared with them who were carefree, Tosaka Rin of the same age was worried. "What's wrong?" Broly noticed the decrease in Tosaka Rin's happiness value through the Crystal Palace, and couldn't help asking. "Kotone, well, nothing. People who have troubles always want to talk, but if the person they are talking to thinks that even if they talk, it will only cause trouble to others, then forget it." Tosaka Rin is more mature in her mentality. In her eyes, Broly is just a little classmate who needs to be taken care of. There is really no need to say something that will scare the other person. "Broly. It's nothing. Why does the happiness value decrease? You know, the disappearance of each point of happiness value is equivalent to the disappearance of some food that has not yet been obtained. How can a foodie who cherishes food not be anxious? But Sakura really didn't want to say more, which made Broly a little unsure about what to do. It was not until the school opened the door for the children who could go home that Broly followed after Sakura left the school with her small school bag. Sakura decided to go to Fuyaki City to find the trace of her good friend. This was a reckless act, but when she thought that her friends might die, she couldn't stand it. The girl with a heavy heart did not notice the little tail following behind her. Bought a ticket at the ticket office of the tram station, swiped the ticket through the checkpoint, and boarded the tram that just entered the station to Fuyaki City. Broly had no money, he didn't buy a ticket, but he used his height advantage to crawl under the railing of the ticket gate, and was not discovered by the ticket inspector next to him, but he also got on the same tram. After getting on the tram, she had more time to think and calm down, and Rin Tosaka felt a little scared. After all, she was just a 7-year-old child. Although she behaved like a little adult in daily life, her family knew her own business. In the future, she might have to face the criminal who abducted her friend and was suspected of abducting a murderer. How could she, a child? Hey! A pair of small shoes appeared at her feet, which made the girl look up. When she looked up and saw the little classmate next to her, Rin Tosaka opened her mouth wide. "Why are you here?" she asked directly. "I followed you here." Broly told the truth. "Ah, why?" Tosaka was a little puzzled. "You are not well, I am worried about you." Broly was concise and omitted the key element of happiness value continues to decrease. Tosaka. She didn't know what to say, but her original panic and nervousness were indeed diluted by the boy who suddenly appeared beside her. Even in front of the little classmate who needed care, she put on her own reliable and mature little adult style, and put on a stern face to lecture Broly. "Children should go home directly after school, don't hang around outside, it's very dangerous." "Aren't you also a child?" Broly asked back. "I'm different, I'm going to find friends, and I'm better." Young Tosaka blushed and said defensively. "Oh." Broly nodded and believed her. This gesture of approval made Rin Tosaka a little confused. "Aren't you going to refute what I said? Are you lying?" "No." Rin Tosaka straightened her chest, but her eyes were a little evasive. "Where do you live? I'll take you home later." She changed the subject. "My home is over there," Broly said on the train, pointing in the direction of Fujimura's house. "So, what's the specific address?" Broly didn't answer, but looked at the girl with a blank look. "Don't tell me you don't know the specific address of your home. I can find it myself." Broly did not remember the address, but he remembered the direction. The distance was not far, not as far as his home on the planet Vampa, which was far from the cave nest of the Vampa spider. "So, are you lost?" Tosaka felt that her head was a little big. Her old deskmate disappeared, and her new deskmate followed her and lost the way home. "I am not lost. I can find my way back," Broly emphasized again. But for the boy's words, Tosaka did not believe a word. "What can find your way back?" It's just the boy's stubbornness that he doesn't want to lose face. "I'm going to find my friend Kotone. After getting off the bus, you go find the police and let the police uncle help you go home." "What is the police? You don't even know the police." "It's okay. I can take you there after I get off the bus." Tosaka suddenly stopped. She thought that at her age, if she was seen by the police, she would most likely be taken home. "Forget it, you should come with me to find your friends. I will send you home after we find Kotone. However, you have to listen to me. If you are in danger, you should run as soon as I tell you to. It's not good to take your friends on an adventure, but for the young Tosaka now, this is the only choice. After all, she can't go to the police to fall into the trap, nor can she leave her new deskmate who obviously needs care in a strange place." "Okay." Broly nodded obediently, and had no objection to what Rin Tosaka had said in advance. The young Rin and Broly, who were about to go on a great adventure in Fuyaki City, were officially formed on the train. After getting off the train, Rin Tosaka took Broly and searched the route from the train station to her friend's house. According to Suzun's mother, based on the famous detective Rin Tosaka's speculation, Rin Tosaka believed that her friend was abducted on the way home. However, she was not a real detective who looked like a child on the outside and a high school student on the inside. Faced with so many interlaced routes and buildings, Rin Tosaka had no way to judge which area was more likely to be where the kidnapper was. The girl could only use a relatively stupid exhaustive method to sort out the areas. Investigate, and use yourself as bait. Of course, there is also Broly who follows her to investigate. I can't find it at all. From the early morning to the sunset, Rin Tosaka felt the powerlessness of a child. Broly. Just when Rin Tosaka was about to continue the headless fly search, she found that the little tail following her was gone. She became a little nervous. An old deskmate was missing. Was there another new deskmate missing, or was he missing from her hands? However, when she turned back to the original street, she found that the boy was just attracted by the takoyaki shop on the street and stopped at the door of the shop. Do you want to eat? After finding that Broly was not missing, Rin Tosaka breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the boy's greedy look and walked over to ask. Yet. Broly nodded, and the smell of takoyaki aroused the greed in his stomach. Then I'll treat you. Tosaka Rin took out her small wallet and bought 2 takoyaki. After walking so much, she was a little hungry. The two of them went into the store and found a seat to sit down, waiting for the takoyaki to be finished. I'm going to the bathroom, don't follow me. While waiting, Tosaka Rin was a little anxious, so she got up to go to the bathroom, and found that Broly wanted to follow her, so she blushed and said something. Broly was very obedient and sat back down. The sound of flushing sounded. And when Tosaka Rin finished washing her hands and was about to come out, the magic pointer hanging on her chest made a sound. This prop was a birthday gift given to her by her father in advance. It can detect various people or things with magic in the world. It was mainly given to her to avoid some hidden dangers in the world, but she didn't expect it to react at this time. Following the guidance of the magic pointer, Rin Tosaka looked out of the back door of the takoyaki shop and happened to see a boy passing by the alley next to him, holding the hands of several dull-looking children, bathing in the sunset and smiling brightly. Good children, follow your big brother, and your big brother will take you to play fun games. Ryunisho Kuzumaki wore the magic bracelet made by his own heroic master, which has a hypnotic effect on children, and gathered a group of cute children. After meeting Master Bluebeard, Ryunisho Kuzumaki felt that his creative inspiration was bursting out all the time. Due to the police search, he didn't know that his artwork had been destroyed by Ryder. Now he is smiling brightly and thinking about the creation of the next artwork. He has already made a human handmade piano, which is indeed art. So, the next piece should focus on furniture, such as a human handmade piano chair, the kind that will hear the beautiful wail of children when you sit on it. There is something wrong with this person, he has a magical reaction. Tosaka Rin hesitated at the back door and chose to quietly follow. She didn't mean to call Broly. Rather than following a dangerous guy who might be a kidnapper, letting the new classmate stay in the takoyaki shop to eat takoyaki was a responsible way to treat her friends. Your takoyaki. 5 minutes later, the owner of the takoyaki shop brought Broly 2 servings of takoyaki. Broly looked at the steaming takoyaki and swallowed his saliva, but felt that Tosaka Rin was so slow. The opponent who was locked by the aura seemed to be getting farther and farther away from here, and it was unknown when he would come back. So, it should be okay to eat the food that my wife fed me first, which belongs to me. Broly thought so and reached out to take the takoyaki with a toothpick. The round takoyaki was hot and fragrant. When I took a bite, the octopus tentacles inside had a chewy texture. In a word, it's delicious. Looking at the customers pouring sauces, Broly followed suit. While Broly was tasting takoyaki, Rin Tosaka followed the suspect of kidnapping and murder and walked down a staircase carefully. She hid behind a box in the corner of the stairs, and after the guy suspected of kidnapping and murder went out again, she quietly entered a somewhat deserted underground bar. Rin Tosaka saw some kidnapped children here, and among them was her missing classmate. Sayan, Sayan. But no matter how she called the other party, the girl looked dull and dazed. This is hypnotized by magic. After checking, Rin Tosaka guessed the situation of her friend. Oh, where is this child from? Just when Rin Tosaka was about to go out to find help, the way behind her was blocked by Ryunisho Kyusuji who came back at some point. If it weren't for the master's familiar, I wouldn't have realized that I was being followed. But fortunately, the person following me is such a cute child like you, so what are you doing here? I just accidentally took the wrong road. This incident made Sakura-rin's forehead sweat. The girl tried to run away while trying to explain. Since you are here, why not play with your brother? It's a party, so, it's more fun when there are more people. However, Ryuna Shokuzumaki blocked her and reached out to grab her. He thought that with the hypnotic bracelet, it would be easy to subdue a child, but as soon as he grabbed the girl's hand, he felt a current and let go of his hand without preparation. Do you have static electricity? Ryuna Shokuzumaki was a little surprised. He was not a magician and didn't know that this was the hypnotic magic on the bracelet. After the girl's magic instinctively resisted, it caused a similar electric shock effect. Don't climb on the bar. If you fall down and hurt your body, it will be bad. The creative materials should be more complete. After some twists and turns, Ryuna Shokuzumaki caught Rin Tozaka again, but as the girl endured the magic attack that made her consciousness drowsy and output her magic to destroy the bracelet in a rough way, the man was shaken away. The hypnotic props were destroyed, and the children in the bar woke up and found themselves in a strange place. Suddenly, some children started crying. Rin, what am I doing? There is no time to explain. Come with me. Everyone else, come with me and escape. Under Rin's loud command, the confused children all subconsciously obeyed her words. When Rin opened the door and prepared to escape, a sea demon fell from the sky. Is it a familiar? The sea demon's ferocious appearance frightened the girl so much that her face turned pale and she quickly retreated. Fortunately, I have helpers. Ryuna Shokyu got up from the ground and said thankfully, and took out a knife from his pocket. Chapter 16 All this is the fault of Toshiomi Toshisaka. You broke the bracelet that Master Bluebeard gave me, and it brought me so much trouble. Although I don't like to destroy the integrity of the material before creating art, naughty children still have to be taught a lesson. Well, you are so good at running and jumping, so why not cut your tendons first? With the sea demon in front and the kidnapper and murderer who made perverted remarks behind, Rin Tosaka was in a desperate situation. She couldn't help but show fear on her little face, but she still protected the girl at the same table and retreated to the side of the bar. However, there was only a corner and there was a wall behind, so there was no way to retreat. You have to be good this time, don't resist me again, or I will cut your stomach open. The children hid aside, and no one dared to stop Ryuna Shokuryu, but just after he said this to Rin Tosaka. Bang! The sea demon at the door suddenly exploded, and a petite figure fell from the sky, relying on the force of falling, directly stepped on the sea demon to death, and the purple blood and broken tentacles splashed directly on Ryuna Shokuryu's face standing at the door. Do you want to hurt my friend? Broly still held the takoyaki box in his hand, and then the takoyaki balls, which had fallen out of the box because of their own rapid falling speed, looked at Ryuna Shokuryu with some hostility and questioned him. It seems a bit bad. Ryuna Shokuryu wiped the sea demon blood on his face. Broly's appearance was obviously unusual, and he also stepped on the familiar that Master Bluebeard used to protect him. Don't be so serious, I'm just joking with your friend. Ryuna Shokuryu spoke without hesitation, and this explanation made Broly stunned. There is a flaw. He noticed the boy's daze, and the next moment he stabbed the knife in his hand into the boy's temple. Be careful! Tosaka-rin shouted too late, and Ryuna Shokuzumaki's knife stabbed him, but it didn't matter, because the knife stabbed the boy's temple and couldn't penetrate. The tough texture on his hand, as if stabbing into thick leather, caught Ryuna Shokuzumaki completely by surprise. What's a joke? Broly asked curiously, his focus was actually there. Actually, this is a joke. Ryuna Shokuzumaki explained with an awkward smile and took back the knife. How is it possible? He wanted to kill you, and he wanted to kill us just now. Tosaka-rin directly refuted his words. Smelly girl, do you have the right to speak here? As Ryuna Shokuzumaki said this, he reached out to grab Rin Tosaka's head, but before he could touch the girl, he flew backwards. Crack! The wooden bar was smashed directly, and his whole body flew to the wooden box behind him, which was also smashed. You want to hurt my friend, you should. Before Broly finished his angry words, he saw that the guy he kicked was pierced by a lot of broken wood spikes, and he was hanging on the broken wooden box, but he looked like he was about to die. Where am I? Who am I? I'm in pain. This was Ryuna Shokuzumaki's first reaction after he came to his senses. His stomach was kicked at the first moment. The organ that produces adrenaline, before it even has time to produce adrenaline, has turned into meat paste. At this moment, his mind is clear, he can feel the pain, and he wants to wail, but only blood spurts out of his mouth. Is this the feeling of a punctured intestine? It turns out that the intestine I have been looking for is in my stomach. It hurts, but the color is so bright. Fujimura Ryunosuke gradually died with an expression that seemed to be crying and laughing, but his face was distorted because of too much pain. In his lifeless eyes, a confused boy was reflected. Broly now had only one feeling, that is, the man fell down before he even exerted any strength. Should he continue, angry? Tosaka Rin was a little stunned. From facing a desperate situation to a new deskmate falling from the sky, to the new deskmate being attacked, and then kicking the bad guy to death, these changes happened in less than a minute. Suyin, don't look, follow me. After looking at the dead bad guy again, Tosaka Rin's face turned a little pale because of the tragic death of the other party. She called the old deskmate girl beside her and took her to carefully bypass the boy and walked out. Broly turned his head as she moved, looking at her as if he didn't know what to do next. You follow me. Therefore, Tosaka Rin stopped after passing the boy. She gritted her teeth, took the initiative to pull Broly up, and left with this dangerous new deskmate. Outside, a patrol car passed by. Tosaka Rin asked Suyin to ask the police for help, and she took Broly away from here. The appearance of the missing child attracted the surrounding patrol cars, and a cordon was quickly set up around the underground bar. What happened to you? After hiding at the alley and watching her friend come down safely, Rin Tosaka finally had time to ask the boy next to her about his situation. What happened? Broly was puzzled. You suddenly appeared, and kicked the kidnapper to death with a kick. Rin Tosaka said. I was eating takoyaki just now. I finished my portion, and when you came back, I found that your happiness value suddenly dropped, so I brought your takoyaki to find you. Broly explained his situation in a concise manner, and his eyes returned to the takoyaki in his hand. Rin Tosaka could see from the boy's face that he wanted to eat it. Well, if you still want to eat, then eat it. But this is your food. I have no appetite now. Tosaka Rin was telling the truth. The octopus tentacles on the surface of the takoyaki were somewhat similar to the tentacles of the familiar that blocked the road just now. In addition, seeing the tragic death of Ryunosuke Uzumaki, which was almost equivalent to being cut in half, it would be strange if she had an appetite to eat. Tosaka, you are a good wife. Broly looked at the girl seriously and suddenly said. Hey! Tosaka Rin looked over with wide eyes and saw Broly eating takoyaki with a satisfied look on his face. You are indeed a strange guy. Broly kicked someone to death with one kick. Even if the guy who was kicked to death was a kidnapper and murderer, Tosaka Rin was still a little afraid. This is the instinctive fear of people for the existence that can easily kill them, but now seeing Broly being satisfied with a very ordinary takoyaki, it seems that this fear has gradually disappeared. Strange? Broly was a little confused, but before he could figure out the meaning of the strangeness, he heard Rin Tosaka next to him continue. Thank you so much today. If you weren't here, I might be in danger. Rin Tosaka's happiness value is rising. Broly listened to the prompt sound of the Crystal Palace in his mind, and felt that his own happiness was back. If he regarded the happy water as an equivalent exchange for happiness points, he would have hundreds of bottles of happy water at the moment when the girl thanked him. Thank you. Rin Tosaka stretched out her hand to shake hands with Broly, but Broly looked at her hand without any reaction, which made her a little embarrassed. Give me your hand. What? Will you give it to me? Give it to me. Shake hands, good friend, this means that from now on, you are my Rin Tosaka's best friend. I see. Broly felt that he had learned new knowledge again. By the way, you're home. Rin was about to say that she would help him get home when the magic pointer on her chest responded again. Pa! Another sea demon jumped down from the roof and crashed into the alley behind Broly. Little. Rin's face changed. Before she could remind him, a buzzing sound sounded. A swarm of insects flew by and attacked the sea demon that appeared, and ate it up at a very fast speed. Rin, are you okay? A familiar voice came from behind. Uncle Korea. Rin shouted with some surprise, but when she turned around, she was a little scared. Sorry, I look a little ugly now. Under the street light, a man pulled his hood, as if he wanted to use the hood to cover half of his ugly face. His face was wrinkled like an old man, and there seemed to be something crawling under his skin, which looked very scary. What happened to you? Nothing, I'm just a little sick. But you, Didn't you go to Zenjo's house with your mother? Why are you here in Fuyaki City? I came to see a friend. Sakura was a little embarrassed, but she still told this uncle who was kind to her the reason why she was in Fuyaki City at this time. It's dangerous here. You and your friends have to go back quickly. Matou glanced at Broly, mistaking him for the friend that Sakura was looking for, and said to the two of them. Around 7 p.m., Zenjo, who received a call from Matou Aoi, drove to Fuyaki City. Rin, how could you suddenly run back to Fuyaki City alone? In the nearby park, Zenjo Aoi arrived and said to her daughter angrily. Mom, my friend is missing, I'm worried that she was killed. Sakura explained in a low voice. I'm glad nothing happened. As Zenjo Aoi said, she looked at Matou. Karya, you protected Rin, thank you. She said. And Broly, he also protected me. Sakura added. Zenjo Aoi looked in the direction of her daughter's finger and saw a little boy. This is Broly, he is my best friend now. Sakura introduced Broly to her mother. Weiwu Legacy. After Broly saw Zenjo Aoi, this inexplicable message emerged in his mind. But he couldn't understand the meaning of the message and quickly put it behind his mind. Zenjo Aoi nodded politely to the boy, but didn't say anything. It's not easy for her to blame a child and let her daughter take risks. Obviously, she also misunderstood. Broly took the blame for the girl named Suzuan. Protecting Rin is what I should do. The child was ignored, and the adults began to talk. Dogs don't get house. What are you talking about? I'm talking about something that suddenly popped up in my mind. However, children also have their own communication. What is that? I don't know. Broly shook his head, but pointed at Matou over there. But I know he's a dog. So, what exactly is a dog? I don't know. Sakura was a little speechless, and once again confirmed the fact that Broly was a strange guy. The children's communication ended here, and the adults' communication became intense over there. It was mainly because of Matou participation in the Holy Grail that Zenjo Aoi had a dispute with him. Zenjo Aoi really couldn't understand why her childhood sweetheart suddenly wanted to participate in the fatal Holy Grail war. I did that for. Matou stopped. It was meaningless to say some hidden feelings in the past. I could only say that I had misjudged Tosaka Tokyomi, otherwise I would never have handed the person in front of me to him. Why did you do that? Under Zenjo Aoi's puzzled questioning, Matou could only find an excuse. I did that for your daughter, to prevent her from becoming like me. What? Don't worry, Zuken just wants to get the Holy Grail. As long as I can get the Holy Grail for him, Sakura will be fine. I will let her return to you and Rin. Zenjo Aoi. She seemed to be hesitant to speak. You don't have to worry about me, my servant is the strongest. Seeing Zenjo Aoi's expression, Matou thought that the other party was worried about him, and said immediately. No, I just want to say that the child Sakura has returned and is now living with me and Rin in the Zenjo family's annex. What? She ran away from the Matou family, returned to the Tosaka family, and was sent to me by Tokaido. Matou. Sakura has already run back home, so why did he pay the heavy price of less than a month left to live to participate in this Holy Grail war? Matou current expression is a bit similar to the two largest cards in a poker deck, but can he blame the white moonlight childhood sweetheart in front of him, or can he blame the cute girl who calls him Uncle Korea and smiles peacefully? No one can be blamed, so he can only blame that guy. That's right, all this is the fault of Tosaka Tokyomi. Is that so? That's good. With anger burning in his heart, Matou forced a smile at Zenjo Aoi. After saying this, he turned around and left without any hesitation. His body, which was eroded by the imprint worm, was destined to die when he decided to participate in the Holy Grail ceremony. Although he no longer had a goal to strive for, Matou found a new goal. He wanted to trample down the bastard Tshiomi Tokyomi in his few remaining lives. Matou left, but the conversation with Zenjo Aoi just now let Broly know the news about Matou Sakura. So they are sisters. Well, they are all good wives and they are all good for me. As Broly thought about this, Rin Tosaka came over. Shall I ask my mother to take you home? No need. I can go back by myself. Let's go, Rin. Let's go home. Zenjo Aoi called her daughter. Then, see you tomorrow. Having seen how powerful the boy was, Rin Tosaka did not doubt that he could go home, so she waved goodbye to Broly. After Rin Tosaka and her mother left, Broly took off from the ground and flew towards the Fujimura family. The speed was so fast that it was like a starving student rushing to the cafeteria, and circles of air waves appeared around him. Fortunately, night had fallen, and even if someone heard a strange noise, it would be difficult to find the boy flying quickly in the dark sky. Chapter 17 Gildra's Revenge. What? Missing? They. Fujimura family was already in a commotion because Scarface had not picked up the boy at school. Miss, when I went to the school told me that Broly left the school by himself after checking the surveillance at the school gate. Scarface said innocently. In Japan, elementary school students go home by themselves, so when letting children go home from school, Shenyuan town-affiliated primary school would not deliberately stop a child from leaving. This led to the situation that when Scarface received the school's early dismissal notice, he went to pick up Broly at the normal time, but found out that the other party was no longer in school. Scarface couldn't pick up anyone, the boy was missing, and there were kidnappers and murderers wandering around in Fuyaki City, which directly made Fujimura Taiga, who was going home from school, a little angry. Didn't the school call you to pick him up early? Fujimura Taiga grabbed Scarface's collar, and his eyes wanted to tear this bastard apart. Scarface didn't know how to respond. He just thought it was okay to let the kid stay in school and pick him up at a later time. Dehi, let him go. There was something going on in the group this afternoon, so I asked him to run errands for me. Just when Fujimura Tehi was about to beat him up, Fujimura Lehua excused Scarface. Grandpa. I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious. When problems arise, it's useless to be anxious, and it's useless to blame others. The most important thing now is how to solve the problem. Fujimura Lehua said to his granddaughter calmly. What should we do now? Fujimura Tehi asked. There are some surveillance cameras installed on the roads around the school. With the connections of our Fujimura group, we are able to obtain that part of the surveillance information. Therefore, we must first find someone to retrieve the surveillance of the surrounding roads to find the whereabouts of the child after leaving school. Then hurry up. I have asked someone to do it, and according to the surveillance, the child boarded the train to Fuyaki City West Station without a ticket. Hey! Fujimura Taiga was a little surprised, while Fujimura Lehua had an expression of "this is your grandfather's ability." He was teaching his granddaughter to stay calm in the face of difficulties. What happens next? If you were me, Taiga, what would you do? I would find Broly. But what if there is no surveillance? I will go find him myself. Wrong, your power alone is limited. You need to mobilize the power of the Fujimura group to find him. Moreover, it is not just as simple as finding a child. The biggest danger to children in Fuyaki City right now is the serial kidnapper and murderer. We need to find the trace of the serial kidnapper and murderer as well. At the same time, we need to use our connections to contact the police and ask them to help us find him. Taiga Fujimura was stunned by the description of how Lehua Fujimura handled this emergency. After seeing his granddaughter's stunned expression, the old man was very satisfied, and then he continued, these are things that ordinary people can't do. If ordinary people go missing, it will take 48 hours to file a case, and it is often difficult to get a result. But the Fujimura group is different. We can not only mobilize our men to search, but also contact the police through some relationships and ask the police for help. So, Taiga, do you know the importance of having a force now? Fujimura Taiga. Grandpa, what you said makes sense. I now agree that it is a good thing to have a force, but now it seems that this is not the important thing. I just want to ask, has Broly been found? Not yet, but there should be news soon. That means he is gone. No, I have to go out to find him. Sister Fujimura, can we eat? When Fujimura Taiga asked about the last trace of the boy, Broly fell from the sky. He landed in the backyard and saw some people in the house. Others did not notice him, so he walked over and asked his sister's wife. How can I care about eating now? Now, Fujimura Taiga stopped talking after reacting, turned his head and looked at Broly who suddenly appeared outside the courtyard with others. Hey, are you back? Scarface asked. Yes, I'm back. Broly nodded. Where have you been, little guy? I was so worried when I heard that you suddenly disappeared. Fujimura Taiga rushed over, hugged him and asked. My wife, my desk mate at school, and I went to find another deskmate of hers. She treated me to takoyaki on the way. And in the end, she also gave me her takoyaki. That thing called takoyaki is delicious. Broly thought about his experience after school and answered Fujimura Taiga's question, but in his answer, the taste of takoyaki and the way to eat it with toppings seemed to be the elements worth describing in detail. As for unimportant things, he simply ignored them. When you go out with friends, you should tell the adults, otherwise, they will worry about you. Seeing Broly return safely, Fujimura Taiga was relieved, but he still lectured the boy. Yeah, I got it. Broly took note and nodded obediently. Just remember it, sister will take you to dinner. Rubbing the boy's head, Fujimura Taiga took him to the cafeteria. Grandpa, this. Don't bother people, come back. Fujimura Lehua waved his hand. Broly's disappearance was an accident, but at least it let his granddaughter know the benefits of having powerful people under her, and the boy's safe return was a good thing, at least she didn't have to spend time looking for the other party's traces. Did this guy get hit by a heavy truck? The missing child was found and taken back, but the police still needed to stay here to deal with the body of the suspected criminal. The police officers at the scene of the investigation frowned when they saw the body of the young man embedded in the broken wooden box, with almost no complete part of the abdominal cavity. I have seen many death scenes, but this one is a bit outrageous. It is impossible to guess what made the other party look like this. No matter what, this should be the serious suspect who broke into homes, abducted children, and tortured children in Fuyaki City recently. You take a careful photo of this man's appearance. When you go back, you need to investigate his identity to see if you can find some substantial evidence. After the police officer in charge of the on-site command finished speaking, he found that no one behind him responded to him. Why are you all silent? Turning back, he saw his men being entangled by some tentacle monsters. Hanging in the air, struggling desperately, but unable to break free. Monster, monster! The police officer widened his eyes and took 2 steps back, but there was no way to retreat. Behind him was the corpse with a tragic death. Let my people go. He could only pull out his pistol and try to threaten the monsters that were entangled around his men's necks to let go of their tentacles. How could this happen? But before he could shoot, a surprised and unbelievable voice came from behind the sea monster. It's dangerous here. A strange man in a blue robe ignored the warning of the police chief and walked into the bar quickly. This man had a pair of protruding eyes, which made people think of a bulging-eyed goldfish, but he passed by the sea demon without any obstruction. Ryuna shook Uzumaki, my master, I didn't expect you to die before me. Bluebeard Gildra's eyes were filled with sadness. A master who shared the same language and hobbies with him appeared in front of him in the form of a corpse. However, you died very artistically. I think you are devoting yourself to art. Since the sea demon didn't stop him, this guy came over and talked to the dead body, which made the police chief realize something. Are you in the same group with this kidnapping and murder suspect, and are these monsters also controlled by you? The police chief pointed the gun at the man. Hurry up and tell those monsters to let go of my colleague, otherwise, I will shoot. The police chief threatened. Some people rolled their eyes. He had to take action. Hey! Bluebeard lowered his head and looked at the policeman who was only as tall as his chest. He asked back, don't you know that when people are sad and mourning the dead, don't you disturb them? He raised his hand towards the man's head, but did not grab it. He just put it in front of him, but you don't look like you have any artistic cells. I'll forgive you. Bluebeard chanted in a low voice. The police chief didn't understand what he was doing, but shouted, I asked you to tell those monsters to put my colleague down. Did you hear me? Dark sacrifice, sea demon summoning. The composition of the magic circle and the materials for casting the magic are the police chief in front of him. What is this? What did you do? There was a sudden pain in his body, and the police chief changed his face. Tear before he could pull the trigger, a sea demon broke out of his body. He died, and his flesh and blood were devoured by the monster that emerged from his body. Ryuna shook, God is so unfair that he made you, a great artist in the world, leave the stage early, but it doesn't matter, you still have me. I, Gildra, swear here that I will make the agent of God's will who made you leave the stage early leave the stage called the world in the same way. He raised his hand and stabbed into the body of a police officer hanging by a sea demon next to him, and a fresh heart was taken out by Bluebeard Gildra. The chanting sounded again, and as the heart exploded as a spell material, the heart blood carried the resentment of the dead, and under the effect of magic, it was directed in one direction. Fog? No, this is a phenomenon caused by magic. Through Assassin's vision, Kotomine Kaire, who was on standby in the Fuyaki church, found Castor, who was moving with a group of sea demons. That guy still had no intention of hiding his mystery, and even intensified his efforts on the street with a group of familiars. Along the way, any ordinary people they met would be killed without any reason by the other party, and then used as materials for summoning familiars. What a lunatic! While notifying Toshio Saka of Castor's new actions, Kotomine Kaire also asked his assassin to knock out innocent passers-by on the other party's route and throw them aside. This was not out of kindness to save people, but just because he didn't want Castor's team of familiars to continue to expand. What? So, Castor summoned a group of ambassadors on the street, and is now parading. After receiving the news, Tozaka Tokiomi felt that his blood pressure was about to explode at this moment. As the largest magician family in Fuyaki City, Tozaka family has the obligation and responsibility to maintain the local mystery. And Castor's behavior of parading recklessly on the street with a large group of familiars is simply a face-to-face output and a challenge to his bottom line as a magician. Can the Holy Grail ceremony be called a mysterious ceremony after this? Shouldn't he hang a loudspeaker on the other party to advertise it? Is Castor's master crazy? Let his servant do this. Isn't he afraid of being surrounded and killed by many servants? Teacher Tokiomi, forgive me for being blunt, that pair is crazy from the beginning of the Holy Grail ceremony to now. Oh, yes, I almost forgot, what is their goal, making such a big fuss, is it just to make themselves the target of public criticism? According to Castor's route, he and his familiars are heading towards the base where Saber's group has changed. For some reason, Castor has been targeting Saber. Teacher, do we need to snipe Castor's behavior now? After Kotomine Kaire reported Castor's target intention, he asked. Are you going to deal with Saber? Then there is no need to snipe him. Let Castor's crazy group be a pathfinder to test Saber's power. Of course, you have to continue to let Assassin clean up the ordinary people on the opponent's route. If too many ordinary people die, it will be difficult to cover up this matter. Tozaka Tokiomi did not stop Castor's action, but just asked his disciples to do a little better to finish the follow-up work of this matter and reduce the death of ordinary people. Gildra was guided by the blood of resentment. Under the silent efforts of Kotomine Kaire's servants to clear innocent passers-by, he came to the old city of Fuyaki City unimpeded. Kiritsugu. In the new base's house, Altria felt something strange in the air, and when she rushed into the house, she found her master, Emiya Kiritsugu, who had also discovered the strange magic in the air. At this moment, a submachine gun had been assembled by him. Emiya Kiritsugu looked at Saber, who broke in, and told the wounded Kuonmya next to him, "Protect Alice, Saber, and I will go out to meet the enemy." Under the moonlight, the streets were filled with fog, and dark clouds obscured the moonlight. At the moment when the moonlight reappeared, Castor and his sea demon army appeared at the end of the street. There were many more familiars than when they attacked Einsburn Castle before. Evil Deo, how many innocent people have you killed again? Looking at the huge number of sea demons, Artoria felt only anger. Although she was not from this era or this country, the chivalry she adhered to made her angry at the guys who did evil things. Oh, what a coincidence that I can meet the beautiful saint girl here again. I think fate is also arranging for you to return to me, but, saint girl, I, Gildra, am not here to find you tonight. I am here for revenge. Hey? Both Artoria, who came out to the street to meet the enemy, and Kiritsugu Emiya, who had already set up a gun on the roof, made a sound of surprise. My master, Ryuna Shokuzumaki, a great artist in the world, was slaughtered in an unknown bar. My magic guided the arrival of the revenge army. Get out of the way, saint girl, there is no repertoire for you on the stage tonight. Chapter 18 Fighting and Ravage. Do you think I will believe you? Altria pointed the shadowless holy sword at Gildra, not believing the words of the bastard opposite. Wait, Saber, if Castor is not here to cause trouble for us, then don't fight him. Emiya Kiritsugu stood on a high point and could see the whole picture of the sea demon army, which was densely packed and occupied a street. There were at least 70 or 80 of them, if not hundreds. With Saber's left hand injured, it was unwise to fight against them, so after hearing Castor's speech, the man prepared to avoid the battle. Through the connection of magic, he informed the servants below of his thoughts. Master, do you believe what that guy said? Altria frowned and asked immediately. I don't believe him, but if he is willing to let us withdraw, there is no need to fight him. Although the bounty command spell on caster is good, the opponent is not an ordinary person. They have already experienced how difficult the servants controlled by him are to deal with yesterday. If Lancer had not intervened and supported Saber with the spirit of chivalry to fight against this evil way of harming children, it is possible that Altria, whose left-hand finger was cursed by the spear, might have really knelt last night. But, Caster is obviously going to harm others. Can he fight against the servants, only servants? Similarly, the guy who can kill the master behind him must also be a master. The frantic servants want to seek revenge on the guy who killed their masters, and we don't need to take the knife for the unknown master. When Emiya Kiritsugu and the servants disagreed and had a dispute, Gildra's revenge magic, the blood on his heart, had already passed by Saber, and under the vigilant eyes of Altria, slipped into the outside of the Fujimura family's mansion behind. Found it, the enemy who killed my master is there. Gildra also saw it, and the magic power on his body surged, revealing his murderous intentions towards the people in the mansion without concealing it. Master, do you think there are other masters next to the base you chose? Emiya Kiritsugu did not speak. There are not so many coincidences in this world. The target that Caster wants to seek revenge is right next to their new base. Looking at the surging sea demon army, he put his finger on the trigger and used his sniper rifle to sound the battle horn. The bullet naturally did not cause any harm to the heroic spirit. Before it shot into Gildra's head, it was corroded and corrupted by the black magic power surging from the opponent. Since you must stand in front of my road of revenge, then I, Gildra, will crush you here. Bloom as much as you can. At the moment when your life withers like a flower, I, Gildra, will hold your body in my arms and bind your soul under my spell. At that time, even God cannot take you away from me. Wind King Hammer. Faced with Caster's operatic aria, Artoria directly slashed out a fierce hurricane path. She wanted to drive straight into the army of sea monsters like she did last night, capture the king first, and take the head of the admiral directly. The same move will not work on me, Gildra. Caster chanted a spell and retreated into the army of sea monsters. The two closest sea monsters wrapped his body, but melted into a black protective armor with spikes in the spell. The unreleased invisible holy sword was directly bounced off when it was cut on it, and the spikes counterattacked the attacker like a spear. Altria raised her arm in time and used her hand guard to block the counterattack of the spikes that pierced her face, but the next moment, she was kicked in the abdomen by Gildra and flew backwards. Are you really Caster? Altria was not injured because of the armor protection, but the kick she received was very powerful, which made her doubt the current job of the guy on the other side. Holy girl, I didn't expect you to forget even this, but it doesn't matter, I can tell you again that I, Gildra, as your adjutant, am also a qualified noble swordsman. Evil, I told you that you recognized the wrong person, among my adjutants, there is no evil bastard like you. The invisible holy sword slashed and the surging sea demon was split into two, but Gildra's continuous output of magic power quickly glued the divided sea demon body back together, but it was restored to its original state. Damn it! As the sea demons rushed over in large numbers, Altria fell into a bitter battle. What's that sound? Monster, monster! The gunshots at night woke up many people, and some people from the Fujimura group got up. After hearing the noise outside, they opened the door and went out to check the situation. The result was that the seafood octopus invaded the land world. Hey, don't just watch, come and help. Standing on the roof, Kiritsugu Emiya, who changed to a submachine gun to provide fire support to his servants, shouted to this group of ordinary people after seeing more and more people running out of the Fujimura mansion. Mr. Emiya, what is this? Fujimura Lehua came out wearing a robe and asked Kiritsugu Emiya on the roof next door. As your people said, it is a monster from another world. If you don't want to die, pick up your weapons and fight them with me. Fujimura Lehua only thought for a while, and when he saw the sea monster over there breaking into the house on the street next to him and some human screams coming out of it, he quickly made a decision. Get your weapons, don't let those monsters come over here. Mr. Emiya, we don't have enough hot weapons, can you support us? Those weapons are in the warehouse, go get them yourselves. Emiya Kiritsugu emptied a magazine and replaced it with a new one, replying without looking back. Not long after, a group of gangsters with weapons climbed onto the roof. Occupying the high ground, they, under the command of their boss Fujimura Lehua and Emiya Kiritsugu, provided more powerful firepower support to Saber who was fighting hard over there. Although sea demons are difficult to be killed by bullets, their forward steps were temporarily blocked by the high-intensity rain of bullets. Magic power is needed to repair the injuries of the familiars. If Castor's master has really said goodbye to this world, then Castor's own magic power must be tight. Maybe it's hard to maintain his own existence, and now it's just by killing lives that some magic power is obtained to maintain the army of familiars. This is Emi Yakuritsugu's judgment, and the fact that some sea demons were beaten and their bodies did not recover has verified the correctness of his judgment. Damn, you buzzing flies that hinder my revenge. Originally, the focus was on Saber, but as the rain of bullets continued, Gildred turned his attention to the group of humans further back. Go around and kill them. He directed some of the sea monsters to go around the house next to him. Artoria tried to stop them but was entangled by the sea monsters around her. The monsters are coming and the bullets are running out. What should we do? Some people panicked. Damn it. Emi Yakuritsugu gritted his teeth and regretted that he didn't buy a few heavy machine guns to set up defense. Mie, prepare to take Alice away. Emi Yakuritsugu said as he jumped off the roof. The current situation was no longer something he could handle. For now, he could only retreat and then use the command spell to transfer Saber out of the battlefield. Mr. Emiya, where are you going? Escape for your lives. The monsters rushing over are no longer something we can handle. Emi Yakuritsugu did not hide anything. Although he was unscrupulous, in his opinion, the Fujimura family was affected by him. Now he made the situation clear so that these ordinary people could escape one by one. As for lying and leaving these people to cover the retreat, he was not so despicable. Grandpa, what on earth is that? Fujimura Taiga was also awakened by the crackling gunshots. When he came out and saw a group of sea monsters rushing over, he was also scared and asked his grandfather. There are many things in this world that ordinary people don't know. Because I am in the underworld, I can vaguely understand some unknown information, and those creatures should be monsters from the unknown side of the world. Even Mr. Emiya, you are from that world, right? Yes. Emi Yakuritsugu nodded. This incident may be caused by you. Our Fujimura family was implicated only because I agreed to a deal with you. I accept this risk, but my granddaughter is just staying here. I don't want her to get into trouble. Can you take her away and send her to a safe place? It will only be more dangerous if you follow me. In the current situation, I have no other choice, right? If you agree, I will bring people to hold back those monsters for you. Okay. Fujimura Lehua and Emi Yakuritsugu quickly reached a deal and prepared to push their granddaughter into the Emiya family's Hummer. Fujimura Taiga hasn't figured out the situation yet, but she knows there is another child at home. Grandpa, Broly is still in the room. She shouted. At a critical moment, his granddaughter cares about a child, which makes Fujimura Lehua a little overwhelmed, but after all, adults should not fight with a child. Then go wake him up and take him away. Fujimura Lehua waved his hand. Time is running out, hurry up. Emi Yakuritsugu said, and continued to attack the sea monster that was coming here with the few remaining ammunition. Fujimura Taiga ran into the house and rushed directly to the guest room. Broly's sleep quality was very good in the past 2 days. The crackling gunshots outside did not wake him up. Even when the girl broke in and pushed his body, he could still sleep soundly. Don't sleep anymore, there is meat to eat. Is there meat to eat? Until Fujimura Taiga said there was meat to eat, Broly suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. Fujimura sister, where is the meat? Blinking his sleepy eyes, Broly tried to find meat in the room. There is no meat, I just want to wake you up, something happened outside, there are monsters attacking, we have to escape. Broly. Fujimura Taiga took his hand and ran out with the boy without even having time to put on his shoes. Grandpa, we are leaving, what will you do? After putting the boy in the car, Fujimura Taiga remembered his grandfather and the other members of the Fujimura group. Don't worry about us, this is the Fujimura group, it is our home, we will defeat all the enemies who come. The gunshots have gradually stopped, and everyone in the Fujimura group has taken out their cold weapons. The women and children living in the house have also got on the family's car and will leave with the Emiya family's car later. Grandpa, let me stay too. What nonsense are you talking about? Miss, this is a matter between us and the old man's Fujimura group. If you don't plan to inherit the Fujimura group, the current situation has nothing to do with you. Go to take shelter with others. I promise to protect the old man. Scarface promised, and the scene was tragic. What happened? Broly still didn't understand the situation. He leaned on the car window and looked out, and a hand touched him from behind. It's okay, kid, you'll be okay. Iris Veal said softly. She felt sorry for the Holy Grail war involving innocent ordinary people, but all she could do now was to comfort the children of the victims' families. Broly turned his head, and the Crystal Palace in his mind gave information. Found the target of the attack, Iris Veal von Einsborn, the current happiness value is 0. Reminder, Fujimura Taiga's happiness value is decreasing. Broly, hey. The reminder of the decrease in happiness value made Broly's little head, which was originally a little sleepy, wake up all of a sudden. At this time, a sea demon happened to jump over the roof of the former Fujimura house and landed in front of a group of people. It let out a sharp roar from its mouth and waved its tentacles to knock some people from the Fujimura group away. Fujimura Taiga's happiness value also dropped sharply, allowing Broly to directly find the cause of Fujimura Taiga's happiness value. The culprit for the drop in value. Stop the monster! Fujimura Lehua shouted. Bang! A car door flew through the crowd from behind and hit the sea monster that was still preparing to swing its tentacles to attack. The car door with terrifying force, after hitting the sea monster, took the sea monster away. With a snap, the sea monster was embedded in the electric pole on the side, and in just a moment, it turned into a pile of minced meat. Hiss! Everyone took a breath of cold air and turned their heads to see the little boy who jumped out of the broken car door behind. At this moment, his little face showed that he was very angry. In front of everyone's stunned eyes, he walked up and kicked the sea monsters that jumped down from the roof one by one into minced meat. He looked so relaxed, as if he was not kicking the tough sea monster, but a creature made of tender tofu. The sea monsters were horribly injured, and their ability to heal themselves allowed them to demand a large amount of magic power from the people who summoned them. This demand also attracted Gildra's renewed attention. Castor felt strange. Logically speaking, when dealing with some ordinary people, the sea monsters sent over should not demand so much magic power from him even if they were injured. It was almost as much magic power as it took to summon a group of sea monsters again. But when Gildra looked up and looked into the distance, he found a child over there, trampling on the sea monster he summoned. In front of the child, his sea monsters were like building blocks, being trampled and kicked into pieces by the other party at will, without any resistance. Chapter 19 Street Cleaning Master. Another kick to smash the sea monster, but Broly began to get a little irritated. These strange creatures would move no matter how they were kicked, and they would also recover by themselves. Just when Broly raised his little hand and aimed at a recovering sea monster, preparing to bomb it completely with an energy bomb. Don't worry about these familiars. The people who control them are over there. You have to kill the controller to deal with these guys. Emi Yakuritsugu walked to the side, raised his hand and pointed at Castor over there, and said to this child with terrifying strength. Broly looked in the direction he pointed, saw more sea monsters, and pointed his little hand over there. But Artoria was still fighting with the sea monsters over there. She split the body of a sea monster and revealed a fleeting figure. The Crystal Palace in his mind had a prompt, found the target of the attack, Artoria, the current happiness value is 0. This made Broly put his hand down. Bang! The cement floor was directly crushed by the little feet without shoes, and the air wave caused the man who was close to sit on his buttocks. Damn! Over there, when Artoria was about to swing her sword to chop off a sea monster that was approaching again, a petite figure rushed over first and kicked the sea monster into pieces with a flying kick. After landing, Broly jumped up and hit another sea demon with a flying knee, and another sea demon's head was shattered into pieces. He raised his hand to block the tentacles of a sea demon, and then caught the sea demon and danced it in the air like a tilted windmill. The sound of snapping was endless, and the group of sea demons around Artoria was cleared out in this way. This operation was a bit fancy, but it actually happened in an instant. Artoria thought that a servant came to support her. After thanking him, she found that the person who fell beside her was just a little boy who was only as tall as her waist. You have my magic aura on you. Are you the guy who killed my master, Ryuna Shokuzumaki? Gildra felt his own magic aura from Broly and asked directly. Ryuna Shokuzumura. Broly frowned. He had never heard of this name, but if he was to kill someone, there was indeed a guy who was kicked to death by him today, and the guy who was kicked to death was the bastard who caused the happiness value of his other deskmate's wife to decrease. When Broly thought of his lost happiness value, Happy Water, he became more and more angry. In addition to the fact that Fujimura Taiga's happiness value decreased just now, he directly raised his hand to Gildra, who spoke. "What are you doing?" Altria didn't understand the boy's behavior, and Gildra didn't quite understand it either, but Broly's strength was indeed terrifying. He quickly retreated back to the group of sea monsters, and various strengthening magics were also quickly performed by him, blessing the surrounding sea monsters. "Why do you want to hurt my friends and deprive me of my happiness?" Broly asked. "What?" Gildra didn't understand what he meant. "Disappear." Broly answered his doubts with an energy bomb. Gildra, who came to seek revenge, was directly annihilated by the dazzling energy bomb released by Broly. The resistance of some magic was like a mantis arm blocking a car, which was completely meaningless. The energy bomb continued to move forward, destroying most of the remaining sea demon army and continuing to blast back. Assassin, who was hiding in the shadow of the street, was unlucky. Before he could react, he was hit by the terrifying energy beam and was destroyed. The whole street was cleared, and the place within sight was here was nothing in all directions, only the burning air and some sea monsters on the other side of the energy bomb attack direction. Because there was no magic to provide the dissipating bodies, it could prove that the disappearing sea monster army was not an illusion. Altria was the closest and felt it most clearly. The energy bomb released by Broly gave her a feeling that it was not weaker than the power of his own treasure after it was fully released. The enemy was eliminated, and Broly's anger also subsided. He turned his head to look at the Night King next to him. Altria subconsciously became nervous, but her vigilance only welcomed the boy's little hand. "Hello, I'm Broly." Broly introduced himself. Introducing yourself when meeting someone you don't know is a basic etiquette he learned after coming to the civilized world. "King Arthur, Altria Pendragon." Broly's non-hostile attitude made Altria quickly put down her guard. She put down the invisible holy sword and reached out to shake hands with the boy. "Shake hands, good friend, this means you will be my best friend from now on." Broly said seriously, "This is the new knowledge that Rin Tosaka taught him tonight." "Hey!" Broly's words surprised Artoria a little, but seeing the boy's serious look and the fact that he had just helped her out, she did not refuse. To be honest, Artoria has never had any friends. As a king, she has subordinates and comrades around her, but no friends. "What, you mean Merlin?" "That's her teacher, the teacher who taught swordsmanship and statecraft." After meeting another wife, Broly walked back. Looking at the empty streets and the boy walking back with a normal look on his face, the people in the Fujimura group subconsciously retreated. Those sea monsters are monsters, and the boy who eliminated a large group of sea monsters and cleared the entire street directly with unknown means, isn't he a monster among monsters? It is normal for people to fear what they do not understand. Only Fujimura Taiga took the initiative to greet Broly after seeing him come back. "Broly, are you such a powerful kid?" The boy just stood up and kicked a small monster, just like in a movie. Although he did not know what happened, a strong green light suddenly appeared, and then the monster and the guy who controlled the monster disappeared, and even the whole street was clean. It was so cool. Please forgive me, Fujimura Taiga is at the age of a middle school student. She usually fantasizes that she is a Ronin warrior who adheres to the way of chivalry and has high martial arts. Therefore, after seeing the power beyond the ordinary with her own eyes, she is naturally a little excited. Of course, she also has the ability to distinguish whether it is dangerous or not. When other people who don't know Broly retreated, she didn't think Broly would hurt herself, so she took the initiative to greet him. She was surprised and liked Broly because Broly saved her grandfather and other people in the Fujimura group. By the way, what was that green light just now? After checking Broly's body and confirming that he was not injured except for some monster blood, Fujimura Taiga asked. "It's an energy bomb." Broly answered honestly. "How did you do it?" Fujimura Taiga asked. "Just take the energy and condense it in your hand." Broly raised his hand to show it, and as his hand emitted green light, a group of people hid away. "Just kidding, the street over there is still empty as far as the eye can see, and no one wants to be evaporated like those monsters. It's amazing, can I touch it?" Fujimura Taiga asked and stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to touch the energy bomb condensed in Broly's hand. "You are too weak, you can't touch it, you will get hurt." Broly quickly took the energy of the energy bomb into his body. Even he can now clearly realize how weak the people in this world are. It doesn't matter about other people, but you can't hurt people who are good to you. Among these people who can't be hurt, Fujimura Taiga, who feeds him, clothes him, bathes him, and provides him with bedding to sleep, is ranked number 1. Well, I am indeed too weak. Seeing the boy's great power, Fujimura Taiga had to admit this, and then she pinched her nose and looked at Broly with some disgust and said, "You smell fishy, you have to take a bath again." Broly sniffed himself and found that it was true. After a while, the sea monster's blood now showed a unique fishy smell of seafood. It was definitely not more unpleasant than the body fluids of the Wampa spider, but now Broly had tried to be a clean child, and he frowned slightly. "I'll take you to take a bath." Fujimura Taiga picked up Broly and planned to walk towards the Fujimura mansion. She was also sweating after the panic just now. "Wait a minute, I have something else to say." "What?" "Put me down first." Fujimura Taiga put Broly down, and saw the boy run to someone else's Hummer, and then, under the vigilance of a man named Emi Yakuritsugu, he reached out to Iris Veal with red eyes and white hair and said, "Hello, my name is Broly." I'm Iris Veal, what can I do for you?" The created android woman with only 9 years of actual life experience responded to his self-introduction, reached out and shook his little hand and asked. "You are my best friend." After completing the process of getting to know his wife, Broly said this, and ran back to Fujimura Taiga. Only a group of people with confused faces were left at the original place. "What's the matter with that child?" Iris Veal asked with a bit of a smile. "I don't know." Emi Yakuritsugu shook his head, not realizing that his wife was being targeted. "But one thing is certain, he is not a servant, he has no magic power, and he is not a magician." "Then what is he?" "I don't know, but I should be able to describe this kind of existence as a monster." "Will he pose a threat to us?" Emi Yakuritsugu did not speak, because he still didn't know, but he realized one thing, that is, he might have been affected by the other party tonight, after learning about the conversation between Castor and the boy from Altria. "Are we going to move our base? We haven't prepared a third safe house. It's better to stay here than to move randomly. We should stay the same in the face of change." After taking a deep look at the boy who was taken back to Fujimura's house by Fujimura Taiga, Emi Yakuritsugu said something and drove the Hummer with half of the door missing back to the original house. "I'll go see the power of the opponent's move to destroy Castor." After sending Iris Veal back, Emi Yakuritsugu came out again, but he wanted to see the situation at the end of the street. This trip was more than 3 kilometers. At the end of the 3-kilometer energy bomb's power destruction, Emi Yakuritsugu saw a mighty man driving a bull-drawn chariot, and there was a handsome young man beside him. If it wasn't Rider and his master, who else could it be? "Master." Altria walked up from behind and looked at the Rider group vigilantly. "Hey, Night King, good evening." Iskander greeted. "You made quite a big noise tonight," he said. "Isn't this?" Before Altria finished her words, she was interrupted by Emi Yakuritsugu. "Castor is here to trouble us again. We have to fight back." "That's true, but I didn't expect that the Night King with an injured left hand could still exert such a strong power. I was a bit presumptuous to say she was just a little girl last night." The Conqueror King took the initiative to apologize. "Strength does not represent everything, but having strength proves that Altria is not a little girl. Rider, did you come here just to tell my servant this, or do you want to take advantage of the opportunity to attack us?" "Saber's master, although I know you are trying to provoke me not to attack, my not attacking has absolutely nothing to do with your strategy. The battle between kings should be upright, and I have no intention of taking advantage of others' misfortunes." Iskander said this to Emi Yakuritsugu, and then looked at Artoria. "Night King, I look forward to the moment of the decisive battle with you. In addition, congratulations on your great victory tonight." After leaving this sentence, King of Conquerors Iskandar drove away with his little master, and his reaction gave Emi Yakuritsugu an idea. "What, you want to claim the credit for destroying Castor?" "No, I disagree. It was not me who destroyed Castor." Back at the house, Artoria directly expressed her denial of the idea proposed by Emi Yakuritsugu. For a knight, claiming the merits of others is simply slandering his own knighthood. "You know, among the 8 virtues of a knight, there are integrity and honor." "I know what you mean, but the problem is that the person who killed Castor was neither a master nor a servant. He may not even have anything to do with the Holy Grail ceremony, and the bounty for Castor is for the master who participated in the Holy Grail. But this is not a reason to claim credit for someone else." "Listen, Saber, you didn't claim credit. Although you were not the one who killed Castor, you were the only servant who participated in the battle to kill Castor tonight. According to the regulations, we are eligible to obtain the command seal of the bounty. But this... Don't worry, I will tell the Cathedral Church the actual process of Castor's resolution. As for whether the Cathedral Church recognizes our crusade against Castor, it is their business. Last night, we were attacked by Castor and his sea demon army. With the help of our servant Saber, Castor and his sea demon army were destroyed by a powerful force. Well, this is Saber's master's report on the battle with Castor last night. It has been confirmed that Castor was destroyed. The terrifying beam that almost penetrated the old city was also captured by the road surveillance. Even one of the assassins sent by my son to observe the situation was affected by the battle. He was destroyed before he could even send a specific battle report. Kotomine Lee was discussing the situation with Tosaka Tokiomi through the magic prop phonograph, mainly discussing whether to give the bounty command seal. Chapter 20 Broly's cloth is also cloth, if they don't give it, the Holy Church is like blowing a black whistle. Although this is true, some things can only be done but not said. As for giving it, Saber's left hand was scratched by Lancer's cursed spear, and even though it was not in good condition, she still eliminated Castor, who was making a big fuss and bringing a bunch of servants to cause trouble. The street that was cleared was 3 kilometers long. For Saber with such terrifying strength, giving another command seal can be said to be a great act of aiding the enemy, which makes people very entangled. Give it. Tosaka Tokiomi's voice sounded tired. He cleaned up the butts made by Castor and Saber's battle all night last night, and he didn't sleep all night. But in this case, Saber's advantage is too great. There are still 6 groups of masters and servants left. The greater the advantage of Saber, the greater the probability that they will be the priority target for everyone. If the remaining masters can be made hostile to Saber, the sacrifice of a command seal is nothing. This is the conclusion that Tosaka Tokiomi came to after careful consideration. In the mysterious ritual of the Holy Grail War, the more powerful the combination is exposed, the more it will be regarded as a priority opponent by everyone. However, when you give out the command seals, you must make it clear to the other masters that the Saber group already has one more command seal from others. I see, you are worthy of being the head of the Tosaka family. You see things thoroughly. Let's do it this way. After giving a compliment, Kotomine Raisei went to grant Emiya Kiritsugu the command seals. At the same time, he summoned the servants of other masters to publicize the fact that Castor was eliminated by Saber and announced the restart of the Holy Grail War. Humph, you want to guide me to target Saber, I'll target you, Tomu swear words, damn Tosaka Tokiomi, I'll keep my eyes on you. This is the true thought of Berserker's master Matou Korea after receiving the message. Through Matou Zuken's channel, he knew that the people of the Holy Church and the Tosaka family were in cahoots with each other this time, and he didn't want to target Saber at all, but only wanted to target Tosaka Tokiomi. King, we must have an upright and fair contest. This is the idea of Riders Conqueror King Iskandar, which has not changed much from last night, and his master Weber Velvet is a little weak and can't change his servant's mind at all. Miss Sora, don't be like this. As for Dire Muid on the Lancer side, he said that his master, is now lying in bed and has become a useless person, and the master's fiancé copyright is seducing him. It seems that the Holy Grail War has been forgotten by this woman, and the other party only wants to indulge in his male beauty and can't extricate himself. A good strategy was shown to a group of abnormal people, but it was useless. It was useless at all. The only useful thing was to entangle Kiritsugu Emiya. This magician killer and Tashiomi Ta. Sokka thought in sync, fighting wits and courage with the air, defending his own base, preparing to prevent other masters from attacking him, and even thinking of using the power of the scary boy from the neighbor Fujimura family. As a result, no one came at all. Broly did not go to school because the school was closed today. When Fujimura Taiga had to go to school, he ran to the neighbor's house to see if he could increase the happiness value of the 2 new wives he met last night. Then, he successfully got lunch at the Emiya family. During the lunch, Kiritsugu Emiya got a lot of information from Broly, such as the Saiyans from the Planet Vampa. If the boy was not so powerful that he cleared the entire street last night, he would really think that he was deceived. Of course, Emiya Kiritsugu finally figured out the purpose of Broly's visit. This little guy was looking for a wife, and one of the wives he was looking for was his wife, which really made the magician killer a little nervous. In response, Mrs. Iris Veal chuckled, I didn't expect that I was still quite attractive. This kid actually liked me. But, little Broly, I can't be your wife. She said this to Broly. Why, didn't you shake hands with me? Broly was a little puzzled and asked while eating. Because, I am a married woman. Iris Veal explained. What is a husband? Broly asked curiously. You don't know a husband, so what wife are you looking for? This made people want to complain, and Kuonmi really complained. A husband is the man's identity corresponding to the woman's wife's identity after forming a husband and wife relationship with someone else. Iris Veal explained to Broly. Can't you have two husbands? Broly understood, but asked. Unfortunately, the country I live in is monogamous, and Emi Yakiritsugu is my husband. Iris Veal held the man's arm and introduced him to the boy. Broly seemed to be thinking about something, and then his face showed a tangled look, as if he was in distress. What's wrong, did you eat too much? Seeing this, Iris Veal asked with concern. No, I'm not full yet. Then why do you look like this? I'm just thinking about whether I should kill your husband. Broly told the truth, and when he said this, everyone at the dinner table was shocked. Why? Emi Yakiritsugu asked carefully with sweat on his forehead. Because only by killing you can I make your wife my wife. Broly gave his answer seriously, and this answer left everyone speechless, because the logic was correct. But you seem to be hesitating and hesitating. Emi Yakiritsugu asked again. Because you give me food. This is the reason why Broly is entangled. Everyone was silent. There was a big problem with this child. Broly, why are you so persistent in finding a wife? Altria broke the silence and asked. A child of the boy's age did not seem to be obsessed with women, and judging from his reaction, it did not seem to be because of women. Find a wife and make her happy. When I return to Vampa, I will have food. The more wives I find, the happier I will be, and the more food I can exchange. Broly still told the truth, but the people around him were somewhat puzzled, but they understood the real reason why the boy was looking for a wife. If that's the case, I have a suggestion. Emi Yakiritsugu suddenly said. What suggestion? Broly asked curiously. I can't give you my wife, but my daughter Ilya is only 3 years older than you. Kiritsugu. Hearing this, Iris Veal was a little surprised and turned to look at her husband. Emi Yakiritsugu nodded at her. The eye contact made Iris Veal quickly understand her husband's thoughts. If you are willing, Iris Veal and I are willing to entrust our daughter to you. His wife Iris Veal, as the little Holy Grail of the Fourth Holy Grail War, will end her mission and die at the moment the Holy Grail descends. And he himself may not be able to guarantee that he will survive to the end of this Holy Grail War and become the last person to obtain the Holy Grail. Once he and Iris Veal are dead, who will take care of their daughter Ilya? Will the Einsburn family? Indeed, the Einsburn family might take care of their daughter if their daughter Ilya is useful, but now, they have an extra choice. Although they don't know the boy in front of them very well, there is no doubt that he has strong strength. They saw it with their own eyes last night. During a meal, the child's innocence was exposed. The boy's simple desire to find a wife made Emi Yakiritsugu have some ideas. Rather than believing that the Einsburn family will take good care of their daughter Ilya, it is better to entrust their daughter Ilya to this monster-like boy. Without saying anything else, as long as the other party is willing to support their daughter, it is a success. With a FANFIC copyright who is as powerful as a servant, their daughter will have great value. Even if the couple really died in this Holy Grail War in the end, the Einsburn family would definitely not easily abandon their daughter. Emi Yakiritsugu is also entrusting his orphan to make arrangements for the possibility of his own death in this Holy Grail War. And the reason why he didn't make arrangements before was because he didn't have this opportunity and didn't have this connection. As for now, I met Broly, a boy with monster strength. After understanding his thoughts, I had the idea of entrusting my daughter to him. How about it, what do you think? Parents' orders, matchmaker's words. Search for new strategy target, Ilya von Einsburn, current happiness value 0. Hint, her parents are willing to entrust her to you. Do you want to invite Ilya von Einsburn to become a formal member of Crystal Palace now? Currently 0/5 are official members of Crystal Palace. Broly was a little dazed, but when he looked at Kiritsugu Emiya and Iris Veal, a message suddenly appeared in his mind, and he subconsciously read it out. Broly, wandering all his life, never met a wise master. Just when he agreed, Ilya, a girl far away in the Einsburn castle in Germany, who was missing her parents and wondering when they would come back, suddenly saw a text message in front of her. Your father, Kiritsugu Emiya, and your mother, Iris Veal, are entrusting you to Broly. Broly has accepted and invited you to become one of the official members of Crystal Palace. Ilya von Einsborn, do you want to join Crystal Palace? Confirm or refuse? Hey! Ilya didn't quite understand what Crystal Palace meant, but she saw that it was a decision made by her parents. She was missing her parents and hesitated for a moment, then reached out and clicked the confirmation in front of her, but her finger went straight through the text. However, the meaning of confirmation has been accepted by the Crystal Palace, and the prompt information of the Crystal Palace continues to change. You have become one of the official members of the Crystal Palace. The current number of official members of the Crystal Palace is 1/5. When it reaches 5 official members, the Crystal Palace module will be upgraded. Ilya blinked, and saw a Q-version avatar of a black-haired boy in front of her vision. Next to the avatar was written Broy in German, and there was an entry for the happiness value below, and behind the entry was 3A0. The perspective returned to Broly's side, and a Q-version avatar similar to the little girl with white hair and red eyes appeared in front of him. Next to the avatar was written Ilya von Einsborn in Chinese, and there was also an entry for the happiness value below, and behind the entry was 2A0. There is also a happiness point display in the upper right corner. At this moment, his happiness points, the number is finally no longer 0, but 200 points. That is the happiness value of Ilya after hearing the news of her parents. After confirming that she has become an official member of the Crystal Palace, the happiness value has been converted into happiness points. Now as the happiness value continues to increase, the happiness points continue to rise, but not by 100, but by little. In this moment, 2 points have been added. Next to Ilya's avatar, there is also a state of happiness points are continuously produced, and a slogan please keep your wife happy, including the reminder that if your wife feels unhappy, the happiness points will stop being produced. Please tell me, how can I make your daughter continue to be happy? Broly was a little surprised, and after using his consciousness to open the exchange store on the side and seeing the food he had eaten before, his desire to make his wife, whom he had not met yet, happy was immediately full. Ah! Iris Veal was a little stunned, and Emi Yakiritsugu was also a little confused. Just after verbally entrusting his daughter, the boy's eyes lit up and he looked full of energy to make his daughter happy. But the question is, what does it take for their 8-year-old daughter to be happy? Emi Yakiritsugu and Iris Veal looked at each other and had the answer in their hearts, but it was difficult to say it out loud. Because the boy in front of them knew at a glance that he would really do something for their daughter's happiness. If they said that their daughter wanted them to stay with her now, that was happiness. Emi Yakiritsugu and Iris Veal suspected that the boy in front of them might tie them up and throw them back to their daughter. Happiness is not easy to say. Everyone has a different definition of happiness. Our daughter Ilya is still young, and we can't arbitrarily infer what her happiness is. You have to wait until you really get to know her in the future and understand it yourself. Well, okay then. Broly calmed down from his excitement. What about you? Do you want to be my wife? Broly asked Altria, who was still eating. I will devote my life to Britain, only to save the country I once was, not for the so-called love affair. Altria shook her head decisively to refuse. She was the monarch of Britain and would not become someone else's wife. Not to mention, she became the wife of a boy who just wanted to eat, and one of them. Broly was a little disappointed. This person has a happiness value of 7 points. Chapter 21 The adoption contract signed again. Last night, because Gildra killed some police officers, the police believed that the serial killer had accomplices. Not only was the alarm not cancelled, but it was increased by 1 level, causing many elementary and even middle schools to directly suspend classes. It was originally a happy thing for students to know that they didn't have to go to school for the time being, but after learning the news, Rin Tosaka's face fell a little. Broly saved her yesterday, but because she met Uncle Korea later, she couldn't tell the boy a lot of things. She had thought that she would ask him about it after going to school today, but the school called to inform her that classes were suspended. Tosaka Rin was a little shocked, but fortunately her mother suggested taking her and her sister to the amusement park, which quickly changed her mood. In the morning, they rode the carousel, the Ferris wheel, and the bumper cars. At noon, they had ice cream, hamburgers, and fries. After returning home, the good mood she got from playing in the amusement park continued in her heart. Mom, let Dad come to the amusement park with us next time, okay? Faced with her daughter's expectant inquiry, Zhenzhou Aoi showed a somewhat forced smile. After perfunctorily saying yes, she hid in the room to call her husband. Not long after Toshiomi Tosaka lay down on the bed to rest, the phone rang and woke him up. He answered the phone and found that it was his wife calling, so he asked Zenjo Aoi whether she had done ideological work for one of their 2 daughters to be sent to the Matou family. No, Toshiomi, I haven't done ideological work for my daughter yet. It's just that last night, I ran into Matou Korea in Fuyuki City. Wait, you came to Fuyuki City last night? Rin ran to Fuyuki City without permission, wanting to find a friend. Why didn't you take good care of her? Okay, I don't mean to blame you, as long as you and your daughter are fine. Fatigue reduced Toshiomi Tosaka's ability to control his emotions. Knowing that he had said something wrong, he quickly restored his elegance and spoke softly to his wife on the other end of the microphone. If you have anything to say, just say it. Toshiomi Tosaka just wanted to end the call quickly and take a rest. I met Matou Korea, and his physical condition has become very bad. Zenjo Aoi continued. What does he have to do with us? Tosaka Tokiomi frowned. Hearing his wife mention another man, even an elegant man like him felt a little uncomfortable. He protected Rin last night. Then I really have to thank him. If I meet him again in the future, I will try my best to save his life. I don't mean to say this. Instead, he mentioned the magic of the Matou family. He said it was something that eroded life and flesh. Zenjo Aoi did not hide anything and told her husband everything about the Matou Korea she met last night. You continue to work on my daughter's thoughts. I will go to Matou Zuken to ask about the situation. If the magic of the Matou family is as bad as you said, I will not push my daughter into the fire pit. After hanging up the phone, Tosaka Tokiomi returned to the study and wrote a letter to Matou Zuken, summoning a crow familiar to deliver the letter to the Matou family. After receiving the letter from Tosaka Tokiomi, Matou Zuken was a little furious and walked quickly into the underground insect warehouse with a cane. In the insect warehouse, Matou Korea was being bitten by insects. This was a way for a half-baked magician to maintain his magic power. Karia, do you think that if you tell the people of the Tosaka family about your physical condition, they will not send your daughter back to the Matou family? Matou Zuken spoke directly to the man in the insect pile. What do you mean? Matou Korea, who was enduring the pain of being bitten by insects, felt a little puzzled. Are you pretending to be stupid? It doesn't matter. I'll tell you that it's useless. The head of the Tosaka family is a rational magician. He has decided to send the children who left the Matou family back to the Matou family. He shook the letter in his hand, and without waiting for Matou Korea to see it clearly, Matou Zuken put away the letter and turned to leave the insect warehouse. No, Matou Zuken, you fucking, explain it to me clearly, The insects increased the intensity of squeezing life, and Matou Korea fell directly, and his consciousness passed out in severe pain. Tsuruno. The old man who left the insect warehouse found his nominal eldest son. Father, what do you want? Matou Tsuruno showed fear, but still walked forward to follow the instructions. Take Shinji away from the Matou family. Hey! Go hide outside, a dangerous guest is coming tonight. In Tosaka Tokiomi's letter, the other party agreed to bring a servant to visit the Matou family tonight, and he could not refuse. Although he felt that Tosaka Tokiomi was unlikely to take action, he still had to be prepared for the worst. On the surface, Matou Tsuruno, an ordinary person, was asked to take his grandson away from the Matou family for refuge, but in fact, his real body would quietly follow and leave, temporarily away from the Matou family. Excuse me, Master Matou. In the evening, Tosaka Tokiomi, who had recovered, arrived as scheduled. No, Master Tosaka is visiting, and my Matou family is very welcome. The old man stood at the door, showing a polite fake smile, and responded. Then, regarding the doubts in my letter, I wonder if Master Matou can give a reply? Tosaka Tokiomi also smiled, but the way he held the jeweled cane made it clear that he would take action if the answer did not satisfy him. Of course, please follow me. Matou Zie. Ken did not seem to notice this, and welcomed Tosaka Tokiomi and Gilgamesh who appeared behind him into the house. What an unpleasant magic! After entering the house, Mr. Jin frowned and commented, then went to the wine cabinet of the Matou family, took out a bottle of wine from it, opened the cap and drank it. This wine is better than your wine, even better than your disciples' wine. Matou Zie. Ken looked at Gilgamesh, who opened the wine that his family could use as a reserve fund, and his eyelids made of insects could not help but jump twice. Why, Do you have any objection to my king opening your wine? No, how dare I, it is an honor for my wine collection to be praised by the king of heroes. A group of insects, they are quite good at talking. Zuken's body was a little stiff. He didn't expect that his fake body would be so easily exposed. For the sake of this wine, I will tolerate the slight dirt here. If you have anything to say, you can talk to my subjects yourself, but if you dare to let the mad dog hiding underground attack my subjects, don't blame me for being merciless. Gilgamesh stayed in the living room to drink, while Zuken took Tosaka Tokiomi into the insect warehouse. Here, Tosaka Tokiomi met Matou. Zuken let the insects hold him up to introduce to the head of the Tosaka family the reason why the engraved insects eroded Matou life. In the final analysis, it was only because my useless son suddenly returned to the family to participate in the Holy Grail War that I had to use such extreme transformation magic on him, so that he could have the ability to compete with excellent magicians. It's a very delicate technique. Although the body and life have been severely eroded, the magic circuits activated at the cost of life have also produced a considerable amount of magic power. Toshiomi Tokiomi ignored the densely packed insects in the insect warehouse. After observing the engraved insects activating the magic circuits in Matou's body, he gave his unstinting praise to this method. Master Matou, you are indeed an experienced magician. On the road of magic, I am far inferior to you. You are too flattering. They are just some small tricks. Then how can I know that you will not use this method on my daughter? What I want is the successor of the magic way, not a tool like him. Naturally, I will not use such a cruel transformation method on my daughter. If Master Tosaka does not believe it, we can sign a magic contract. The title of head of the Tosaka family may have triggered the keywords, and Matou, who was originally knocked unconscious by the marking bug, opened his eyes at this time. Tosaka Tokiomi, why are you here? You are awake, Korea. The head of the Tosaka family came here to investigate the magic of the Matou family and discuss sending his daughter to the Matou family again. Damn! Matou is now controlled by the marking bug, and his consciousness is still not very clear, but he still struggles to say the question. Seeing me like this, you guy, do you still want to send your daughter here? You are asking for trouble. You want to participate in this Holy Grail ceremony as a half-baked magician, so you put yourself in this state. But the head of the Matou family has just promised me that he will not use cruel methods to transform my daughter's magic circuit. Tosaka Tokiomi paused, thanked Matou for helping his wife and daughter last night, and then asked Zuken, Master Matou, I wonder if we can sign a new adoption contract now. Of course. Zuken smiled a little creepy, saying that he had prepared the contract provided by the Magic Association at home. Ah, Tosaka Tokiomi, you are not worthy of being a father, brr. Matou wanted to call on the servants to attack, but Zuken quickly commanded the engraved bugs to subdue him. You will regret it. Before being knocked unconscious by the bugs again, Matou said the last unwilling words from his mouth. I am the father of Rin and Sakura. How I arrange my daughter is the family affair of the Tosaka family. Outsiders have no right to interfere. To this, Tosaka Tokiomi was just a little disdainful, but he still looked at Matou with some pity. As his wife's childhood sweetheart and also his childhood friend, this man really cares about his two daughters. If this man can live, the daughter sent to the Matou family will have someone who really cares about her. He sighed in his heart, but his face was still elegant. He left the insect warehouse with Zuken. Matou provided the high-level magic contract of the Magician Association. They discussed the content of adopting a daughter again. After confirming that the life of the daughter sent as a stepson would not be harmed and that the stepson would inherit the Master of Magic, Tosaka Tokiomi signed his name with magic power. I wonder when Sakura can be sent back? Zuken asked after signing the magic contract. My wife seems to be very reluctant to part with the youngest daughter. What does the head of the Tosaka family mean? I may send my eldest daughter here as a stepson. I wonder if the head of the Matou family minds? Haha, I don't mind. Whether it's the eldest daughter or the youngest daughter, my Matou family just needs an excellent heir to the magic. Matou Ken certainly didn't mind. He just wanted a mother with excellent qualifications. If Tosaka Tokiomi sent the eldest daughter, he would be happier because he could transform the other party's mature uterus earlier and make it a mother to give birth to the offspring of the Matou family. Tosaka Tokiomi left the Matou family. After confirming the insect magic of the Matou family, he went home and called his wife to vouch for the magic of the Matou family, but asked his wife to do a good job of ideological work on their daughter as soon as possible. If possible, I mean to let Sakura go. After all, Rin is a little older. If something happens to me, she, who is older, can stabilize the situation of the Tosaka family. But isn't it too cruel to Sakura? Okay, Aoi, I won't interfere with you on who to let go. As their mother, you make the decision. As long as you can convince one of them to go to the Matou family and continue to be the stepson who inherits the magic of the Matou family, it will be fine. Tosaka Tokiomi took a step back on this point, handed the choice to his wife and hung up the phone. At the Fujimura family, Broly was somewhat fortunate that he discovered a very important thing before being sent back to his own world. That is, to convert the happiness value of his wife into happiness points, he needs to invite them to join the Crystal Palace. At first, Broly didn't pay attention to this matter at all. It was not until noon that Kiritsugu Emiya and Iris Veil entrusted their daughters, and the Crystal Palace suddenly had its first official member. After questioning the Crystal Palace, he was specifically introduced to the situation of obtaining happiness points. It can be said that if the wife he had never met had not joined the Crystal Palace, he might have been in trouble. Understand the mechanism of obtaining happiness points in Crystal Palace, and return empty-handed. But now, with the formal invitation to Fujimura Taiga when taking a bath in the evening, after Fujimura Taiga agreed, his happiness points in his account have skyrocketed to more than 12,000 points. In addition to Fujimura Taiga, who has been exchanged for happiness points, he has 2 other wives with high happiness values in this world. When Broly thinks that his happiness points will continue to soar after inviting them to join Crystal Palace tomorrow, he is a little excited. If it weren't for the time spent testing the exchange function of Crystal Palace and it was a little too late, he might have gone to invite the other 2. I really hope tomorrow will come soon. Why, do you really want to leave? Are you going to stay with your sister? I'm just kidding you, but don't forget your sister when you go back. Yeah, I won't forget. Sister Fujimura is the best person to me. Fujimura Taiga hugged the boy. When she used the subsystem module given by the Crystal Palace to formal members to exchange for the spider legs of the Wampa spider, a specialty food on the planet Wampa, she tried to eat a mouthful of the sticky yellow-brown meat liquid, but almost vomited her stomach. After that, she listened to Broly's story about his simple, outrageous, hunting life on the planet Wampa, and she felt even more pity for the child. The night before their departure, Fujimura Taiga wanted to give the child motherly care. Her body was soft and smelled sweet. Broly soon fell asleep in the girl's arms and patted her back to coax the child. Chapter 22 The monkey may not appear on a colorful cloud. He slept very comfortably. The next day, at noon, when the sun was high in the sky, oh no, it was cloudy and it looked like it was going to rain heavily, Broly was awakened by the reminder message from the Crystal Palace. Reminder, Matou Sakura's happiness value is decreasing. Reminder, Tosaka Rin's happiness value is decreasing. Reminder, Matou Sakura's happiness value is increasing. Reminder, Tosaka Rin's happiness value is decreasing. What does it feel like to wake up and see that all stocks are in the red? Although there is an upward reminder, the overall decline is significant. Matou Sakura, who had already surpassed 3, the happiness value that he counted was only in the early 20s. Tosaka Rin, whose happiness value had reached 70 after she found her friend yesterday, has now dropped to single digits. Broly didn't know what happened here, but he knew what he had lost. In an instant, Broly's anger became violent. A tornado blew up in the room, the tatami floor collapsed, the roof was directly blown up by the violent airflow, and debris flew everywhere. This huge movement attracted the people of the Fujimura family, but they didn't dare to approach the room where the door and walls were gradually taken away. They looked at the boy standing in the center of the terrifying airflow with some horror. What's wrong, Broly? Until the girl who chose to take leave at home today, Fujimura Taiga, came here to ask the boy what happened, and then the airflow tornado subsided. The debris fell down with a clatter, Broly's eyes were a little red, and there was grievance and discomfort in his voice. Fujimura sister, my happiness is gone. Ah? Fujimura Taiga was puzzled. After approaching and asking, he learned that Sakura, who was originally brought by Broly, and the girl who sat next to Broly at school, who was recognized by the Crystal Palace as a target and whose happiness values had been raised to a high level, suddenly plummeted in happiness. Knowing clearly what the boy had lived before and understanding the meaning of happiness points to the boy, which was really to exchange for food that could lead to a happy, normal, life, Fujimura Taiga immediately understood why the boy was a little broken now. Broly, don't panic. The most important thing when encountering a problem is to stay calm. It's useless to panic, and the same goes for losing your temper. The most important thing for us now is to think about how to solve this problem. Fujimura Lehua just came over and heard his granddaughter teaching the boy who made a lot of noise with the words he had taught her the day before yesterday. His face became a little subtly complicated. Well, I know. Broly nodded, trying to calm down the anger that was still surging in his body due to the influence of emotions. What should I do now? There is always a reason for the decline in happiness values. We should find the two girls and ask them why their happiness values have dropped. Your deskmate is far away, but isn't Sakura in Fuyuki City? We can go to her house to ask for details. Fujimura Taiga gave an idea, but Broly shook his head. I heard last night that Sakura and my deskmate are actually sisters. She is now with her mother. Well, then go to your deskmate's house. I don't know where her house is. Ah, this. Just when the two of them were at a loss, Fujimura Lehua came over and coughed, reminding them, Dehi, don't forget that our families are related. I can call the principal of that school directly and ask him to check where Broly's deskmate lives. Although the old man didn't know what happened, the destruction of his home made him realize that this matter might be very important to Broly. Although he no longer expected to recruit Broly as a member of the Fujimura group, it was still very important for his granddaughter to maintain a friendly relationship with this child. Grandpa, your words are so timely. Thank you, Grandpa. When someone helps someone, you have to thank them. Broly looked at the old man and bowed his head to thank him. It's a small matter, a small matter. Fujimura Lehua waved his hand and hurried to call the principal of Shenyuan Town's affiliated primary school. You must be hungry. Let's go eat first. The principal didn't go to school today. It will take some time to rush to the school to investigate the information. While Broly was eating, the people from the Emiya family came to ask about the situation. After learning that Broly was the one who caused this scene, they went back. The noise just now scared them, and they thought it was a servant who attacked them, but it turned out to be a false alarm. After Broly finished his lunch, the address of Rin Tosaka was also asked. We've arrived. Master Broly, you all sit down, I'm going to start the car. Since the day before yesterday, Broly's name in Scarface's mouth has been upgraded from boy. As the car drove on the road, Broly only felt slow. He could fly, but he didn't know the address, so he could only continue to be patient and let Scarface drive. Fortunately, Shenyuan Town is not far from Fuyuki City. Half an hour later, they arrived at the gate of the Zuken family's villa at the speed of a car. Is anyone there? Fujimura Taiga went over and knocked on the door. Who are you? Someone heard the noise and came to open the door. When he saw the three people outside the door, especially Scarface, he frowned. We are here to find Ms. Zinken Aoi. Fujimura Taiga said that Zinken Aoi originally changed her surname to her husband's family after getting married, but she had to hide her identity when she came here to seek refuge, so she used her original surname again. What do you want to see her for? The man at the door was from the Zinken family and knew something about the Holy Grail ceremony. Hearing someone coming to see Zinken Aoi, he became a little alert. My child is friends with her two daughters, but they agreed to come visit today. Fujimura Taiga made up a reason. Hey! The man looked at the dark sky in the distance. Coming to visit when it was about to rain? I'm sorry, her family didn't tell me about this. And in the morning, her family had already left here. Where did her family go? Sorry, I can't tell you. Well, if you really know her, you should have a phone number. Why don't you call her and ask her yourself? It's because we can't get through to Ms. Zinken Aoi's phone, so we came here to ask. If we could get through, Fujimura Taiga would have called long ago. Then I can't help you. The man shrugged. He knew from the reaction of the girl knocking on the door that the other party's words just now were an excuse. Who knows if she is a bad person? Just when he was about to close the door, it suddenly wouldn't close. It was Broly who stretched out his little hand and held the door. The man looked at the boy holding the door with his hand, and pushed it hard in disbelief, but found that his strength was not as good as a child. What are you going to do? He asked. Broly had no patience. He raised his hand and aimed at the door of the mansion and fired an energy bomb. After the door and the eaves were blown to ashes, he moved his palm to the man who pushed the door. Either tell me or die. The voice was childish, but now that the eaves disappeared, the man didn't dare to take it as a joke. They went back to Fuyaki City in the morning. A man with a solemn temperament came to pick them up. As for what they went back to Fuyaki City, I don't know. Please don't hurt me or the Zenjo family. Like a bamboo tube pouring beans, the man quickly told the whereabouts of the Tosaka family, not daring to hide it at all. A married daughter is like spilled water. After all, Zenjo Aoi is married to a woman. They are allowed to stay temporarily for the sake of their relatives. However, if a powerful person comes to the door, the Zenjo family will not dare to stop him, because they know the horror of the magician world. Back in the car, Scarface is ready to start the car. When he found the boy still standing outside the car, he hurriedly said, "Master Broly, don't you get in the car and hurry back to Fuyaki City. This is too slow. I plan to fly back." Fly back? Without waiting for Scarface to react, Broly got under the car, easily lifted the car with 2 people in it, and flew towards Fuyaki City. Because some parts fell off the car on the way, they had to slow down a bit, but they still returned to Fuyaki City in less than 2 minutes and came directly to the sky above the Tosaka house. Falling from the sky and putting the car on the ground, Broly found that the 2 people who got out of the car looked a little unhappy. Although the ride in the flying car was not very bumpy, the strong push on the back gave the 2 people in the car a great shock. "Broly, next time you want to take someone flying, remember to tell me in advance." The violent beating of his heart made Fujimura Taiga not express his exclamation of "so you can fly," but directly educate the boy. Sorry." The boy saw Fujimura Taiga's current unhappy state through the Crystal Palace, and knew that he had made a mistake and lowered his head to apologize. "It's okay, it's not your fault, but our fault for experiencing flying in a car for the first time." Fujimura Taiga exhaled and comforted him. "Try to calm down," and soon he recovered to a state where he could produce some. "Let's go, ring the doorbell." Fujimura Taiga led the team again and walked towards the door of the Tozaka residence. When she rang the doorbell, in the Emiya family, Emiya Kiritsugu, who was following them through modern surveillance, also discovered their traces. No, why did that kid go to the Tosaka family? Iris Veal happened to be nearby, and was a little surprised when she saw the 3 people in the surveillance video. Emiya Kiritsugu remembered that when he first met the boy, he was with the Tosaka family's little daughter. Considering the big commotion next door just now, Emiya Kiritsugu made a judgment that this matter might be related to the Tosaka family's little daughter. It seems that no one is home. After ringing the doorbell for a while, no one from the Tosaka family came out to open the door. Bang! Hearing this, Broly did not hesitate, raised his foot and kicked the big iron door, and broke in directly. Excuse me. Seeing this, Fujimura Taiga wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. He could only say a polite word and hurriedly followed. But before she could get close to Broly, the defensive magic in the front yard of the Tozaka mansion was activated, the gems inlaid on the statues lit up, and beams of energy shot towards the invaders. Broly was shot. He took a look at the energy beams shot at his body. It was too weak and didn't break his skin, but the clothes Fujimura Taiga bought for him were burned. He was in a bad mood to begin with, and now he was even angrier. He raised his hand and fired 2 energy bullets to the left and right. With 2 bangs, the front yard of the Tozaka mansion was blown up, and the magic defense system set up here was directly annihilated by the terrifying energy explosion. Fujimura Taiga. Should she be thankful that she rang the doorbell to enter the house last time, or should she be thankful that Broly didn't just break in and blow up the whole yard last time? If there were people in this house, they would definitely know about the noise just now. After searching the Tosaka house and finding no one, Scarface said. But if they go back to Fuyaki City, where else can they go if not home? Fujimura Taiga frowned. There's another place. Where? The Matou family. Broly thought of the place he had just traveled to. Although he didn't know the way, he remembered the general direction. Today is a bad day. Young Sakura felt so, but it was not because of the bad weather. It was just that today, someone had to go back to that nightmare insect house. Late last night, her mother suddenly said a lot to her and her sister, and the content was roughly that her father hoped that she could return to the Matou family and continue to be the Matou family's adopted daughter and inherit the Matou family's magic. She cried and made a fuss, but it was useless. Her mother cried and said, "I'm sorry, but He said that this was her father's decision and that as a daughter of the Tozaka family, she must obey. Young Sakura was desperate after hearing the news and began to distrust her family, but she could feel that her mother loved her because she hoped to keep her and let her sister take her place as the stepson of the Matou family. Sister also loved her. Even though she was afraid, she pretended to be strong. When she could not change her father's will, she was willing to take her place as the stepson of the Matou family. Therefore, she felt the warmth from her family. Rin, you are a strong child. Don't run away from the Matou family like your sister. Tozaka Tokiomi, who was wearing a red suit, said this and wanted to touch his eldest daughter's head, but was dodged by Tozaka Rin. How much she admired her father before, after knowing his decision last night, Tozaka Rin blamed this man. Okay, I know you can't understand me now, but you will understand when you grow up. Tozaka Tokiomi sighed. He could understand his eldest daughter's emotions. Then, Master Matou, Rin will. Wait a minute. Tozaka Tokiomi was interrupted before he could finish the please part. The person who interrupted him was his youngest daughter. Sakura, what's wrong? I've made up my mind. I'll go back to the Matou family and be a stepson. Young Sakura could remember the pain of being crawled by insects. When she thought that her sister, who was willing to replace her as a stepson to the Matou family, would suffer the same fate, she couldn't help but speak at the last moment of handing over her stepson. Sakura, are you sure? Tozaka Tokiomi was a little surprised. Compared to letting his younger daughter, who was a little weak, inherit the Tozaka family, he actually hoped that his more mature older daughter would inherit the Tozaka family. Sakura, what nonsense are you talking about? Zenjo Aoi pulled her. Yeah, didn't we already agree that it would be my sister's turn to go to the Matou family this time? Tozaka Rin also said. My sister is good to me, but I can't let her cry. Compared to my sister, I am actually more accustomed to the feeling of being crawled by bugs. She can no longer feel her father's love. She can feel her mother's love, but she can also feel that she loves her father more. Only her sister loves herself. Young Sakura doesn't know what impulse is, but she doesn't want her sister to lie in the pile of bugs and cry. If she must cry, she has already cried. It shouldn't be a big deal to cry again. The girl's little face showed a forced smile. She didn't know why the grandfather next to her was still alive after his head was blown up, but it didn't matter. She endured the fear and walked to the other side and said, Grandpa, I'm home. I don't need my sister to come into our house. Sakura, you are stronger now. Matou. Ken smiled, but it was a smile with deep malice. I think you should be more accepting of Grandpa's transformation. Tozaka Tokiomi didn't hear anything, and an extremely elegant smile appeared on his face. He praised his little daughter who had become a thing of the past again. Sakura, although you are no longer a child of the Tozaka family, I am still proud of your courage. Young Sakura bit her lip and turned her head away. This time, she was no longer ignorant and didn't want to pay attention to the man who used to be her father. The sky was gloomy and it looked like it was going to rain heavily. Young Sakura's mood also fell to the bottom. I think no one will come this time. Suddenly, the young Sakura opened her eyes wide. What did she see? She saw a car flying towards them at high speed in the cloudy sky. Boom! Broly dropped from the sky with a small car in the flash of lightning. Chapter 23 Archer is a remote job. Broly gently put down the car. He was familiar with it. This time, Fujimura Taiga, who was riding the flying car, was not frightened again. Broly, why are you here, and in such a strange way? A group of 3 people came, and Rin Tozaka asked the boy first. I came to find you. I found that you are not happy. I want to know the reason. Broly stated his purpose very directly. Rin Tozaka was very smart. She got a message from Broly's words. Do you know my sister? Yes. Broly nodded. My dear gentleman, if I remember correctly, the last time we sent your daughter back to your home, we talked about the abuse she suffered in her adopted family, right? While Broly was talking to Rin Tozaka, Fujimura Taiga came to Toshiomi Tozaka with a fierce look, and asked the elegant man in a red suit in front of him in a somewhat unfriendly tone. When he came to the Matou family and saw the scene of handing over the child, and combined with the fact that the girl's happiness value was reduced, Fujimura Taiga imagined the whole picture of the incident without saying anything more. Although there are deviations in this imagination, the general direction is consistent, that is, this man wants to send his daughter back to the family that abused her. Toshiomi Tozaka took a step back. The way the boy came down from the sky carrying the car made him realize that the two people who had brought their little daughter home were not ordinary people. He carefully took out his jeweled cane, and then replied, "The misunderstanding has been resolved. My daughter was not abused in the Matou family. It's just that the Matou family is a bit strict in her magic training. But as a father, I still thank you for your concern for my daughter. However, I also ask you as outsiders not to easily interfere in the family affairs of our Tozaka family and the Matou family. Otherwise..." Before Tozaka Tokiomi finished his words, Broly appeared in front of him, and his little fist was directly printed on his side face. The face of this elegant man was deformed and twisted in a way visible to the naked eye, and the whole person flew out in a rotation. With a clang, the whole person hit the big iron door of the Matou family and made a huge noise. Only then did the people around react. Toki-chen. Teacher. Dad. The first one was from Zenjo Aoi, the second one was from Kotomine Kaire with an expressionless face, and the third one was from Tozaka Rin. Although she complained about her father's inhumanity, she still had habitual respect for her father. "Your father is still alive, I didn't kill him," Broly explained to the somewhat anxious Rin Tozaka, and walked towards the man who was smashing the iron gate. "I let her go home to make her happy, but you kicked her out of the house again." Broly pointed at the young Sakura who was watching this side, and his tone became more and more angry. "Old Deng's father did Old Deng's things and he deserved a beating. I will use my fists to let you, Old Deng, know who is the real master of your family." Broly will practice what he said to young Sakura in bed before, that he will use violence to make the girl go home. He will beat her parents until they surrender, or to put it more bluntly, help Matou Sakura snatch the home she once had. Tozaka Tokiomi was stunned. He never expected Broly to attack suddenly, and he never expected the opponent to attack so quickly and with such great force. Although Broly held back and did not hit her in the head with a punch, his profile was completely deformed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood with several broken teeth. The pain made Tozaka Tokiomi want to faint directly, but the pride of a magician made him try to stay awake. He raised with his gem cane, as the magic power in his body was mobilized, a fireball was launched from the ruby front end of the cane, directly shooting at the boy approaching. Broly looked at the fireball flying slowly and extinguished it casually. This scene made the eyes of the people who knew magic nearby twitch. Seeing that his fireball was useless, Tozaka Tokiomi did not hesitate, and quickly took out a few high-quality gems from his arms and threw them in Broly's direction. The gem magic of the Tozaka family is very special. As long as there are high-quality gems as auxiliary casting materials, the power of the magic they cast can be greatly enhanced. 6 Shackles Technique, Heavy Pressure. The magic that Tozaka Tokiomi is performing now is related to gravity. This magic can make people who step into the released area feel multiple times of gravity. The gravity, which was originally several times, has increased to more than 20 times the gravity of the planet with the help of several top-grade gems. People may be strong on the outside, but their internal organs are fragile. No one's organs can withstand an environment with more than 20 times the gravity of the Earth, unless that person originally lived in a gravity environment that is heavier than more than 20 times the gravity of the Earth. Broly felt the change in the gravity environment, and it felt like he had returned to the planet Vampa in advance. Well, the gravity of planet Vegeta is 10 times that of the Dragon Ball Earth, and the gravity of planet Vampa is stronger than that of planet Vegeta. So, Broly didn't seem to feel uncomfortable at all, except for a glance when the other party threw the gem over. He easily passed through the gravity area and came to Tozaka Tokiomi. How is it possible? Tozaka Tokiomi couldn't believe that his magic was useless, and stared at the boy with wide eyes. "Are you ready to be beaten by me?" Broly raised his little fist and asked seriously. The next beating would be very difficult. He needed to control his own overly powerful strength, so as not to beat the father of the 2 girls in front of him to death. Before Tozaka Tokiomi could reply, Broly started beating him. His little fist was very fast, like an afterimage, beating him up from the ground. Toki-chen. Teacher. Dad. There were 3 more calls, and Tozaka Tokiomi's eyes turned white quickly while being beaten by Broly's little fist. "Don't just shout, go up and help your teacher." Zenjo Aoi was anxious and urged Kotomine Kaire next to him. Kotomine Kaire. When he saw Tozaka Tokiomi being beaten, he seemed concerned on the surface, but he unexpectedly felt some joy in his heart. At this time, urged by his nominal master's wife, he could only take the attitude of an honest disciple and rush over to help. "Stop it, Beiji Beng. Kotomine Kaire approached the range of the boy's fist shadow and used his Bajiquan boxing method on the boy who attacked. But the next moment, he flew out and rolled more than 10 times on the street facing the door of the Matou family. After getting up, his right arm was twisted and dislocated, but it was seriously fractured. What kind of monster is this? Kotomine Kaire's forehead was sweating. Broly's fist that hit Tosaka Tokiomi seemed to be just fast on the surface, but it didn't hurt much. But after actually touching, Kotomine Kaire found that it was simply a pair of iron fists with great power. If he hadn't retracted his strength quickly and didn't really use his fists to fight against the opponent's fists, maybe his hands would have been gone. However, what is certain is that he used clever force to fight, otherwise Mr. Toki-chan would have been beaten into a meat paste long ago. Kotomine Kaire made a judgment. He looked at the other 2 people who came with the boy, and then looked at Mr. Tokiomi, who was beaten in an elegant dance posture. Just thinking about it, he gave up the dangerous idea of taking the 2 people who followed as hostages to threaten the boy. Just when Broly raised his fist and aimed at Tokiomi's stomach, preparing to hit him twice more, a long sword suddenly flew over from the side. Unlike Kotomine Kaire's soft and weak fist, this sword made Broly stop. Broly turned his head to look in the direction where the long sword flew, and Mr. Jin's figure appeared. You showed me a good show, but Tosaka Tokiomi is my subordinate after all. Sometimes the dignity of a subordinate is also the face of a king. Gilgamesh said. Are you trying to say that you need to look at the owner when beating a dog? Broly thought of this sentence and asked it. You need to look at the owner when beating a dog. Hearing this, Gilgamesh was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. That's right, that's it. For the sake of making me laugh, stop now. I won't bother with you, kid. It was a bit of a loss of face for Gilgamesh to compete with a child. If Tosaka Tokiomi didn't look like he was about to be beaten to death, he wouldn't have taken action. You want to help him? Broly asked. You can think so. After the words fell, the sound of chains rang out, and Broly's body was tied up in the air by the heaven's chain, and the little fist he swung at Gilgamesh was also stopped 20 centimeters away from Gilgamesh's face. Gilgamesh could feel a gust of fist wind blowing in his face. You are really an aggressive kid. You attacked me without saying anything, but since you are still a child, I can forgive you for offending me this time. Voila, bang! The chain of the heavens chain was forcibly pulled out a little longer, and a treasure shield blocked Gilgamesh in time. Broly's fist hit the treasure shield, making a huge noise when it collided, and the terrifying force made the shield fly backwards. Gilgamesh raised his hand to block the flying shield, but as a demigod, he was pushed back by the shield. A crackling sound was heard, and the shield of the treasure shattered, revealing Gilgamesh behind. Broly ignored the chains on his body and rushed over to kick it again. Boom! It was not known whether it was the thunder in the sky or the sound of the ground being kicked. A pit similar to a meteorite crater appeared where Gilgamesh originally stood. Broly stood in the pit, grabbed the chains that bound his hands and feet, and easily tore it apart. It seems that I can't treat you as a simple child, but as a ferocious beast. On the street lamp, Gilgamesh's face became serious, and his casual clothes turned into golden armor. Broly's 2 attacks made him realize that the boy's strength was not simple. You can only swim if you can't endanger your life. He was more than capable of dealing with it, but if he dared to treat the guy who could endanger his life and easily break the heavens chain lightly again, he would be a clown. Ripples of the king's treasure appeared behind Gilgamesh, and one treasure after another emerged from the ripples and aimed at the boy below. Broly frowned and looked at him. After confirming that this was someone he could hit with greater force, he launched an attack again, and the street lamp was directly kicked off by him. Gilgamesh jumped off the street lamp 1 step ahead, and the treasure poured down with the raindrops falling from the sky. A rumbling sound rang out, and the streets were bombarded into powder and gravel by the treasures, while Broly rushed in the rain of treasures. One treasure after another was thrown away and broken by him, and he chased Gilgamesh, who kept stepping on the treasures and jumping into the sky. Monster, this is a real monster. Even if the treasure hit the boy, it could not cause effective damage to him even if it was not knocked away or broken. At the same time, Gilgamesh also felt that Broly's speed and strength were increasing rapidly, as if the opponent did not show his true strength at the beginning and only started to show it now. Fortunately, the child's actions were too straightforward, and it was easy to predict the trajectory of his actions. Although ordinary treasures could not cause damage to him, the impact force could still hinder the opponent's speed. With a shield blocking Broly's vision, Broly smashed the shield with one fist, and a huge war hammer that was prepared came from behind the broken shield. Broly, who did not expect that there was a hammer behind him, was hit directly on the forehead by the huge war hammer, and the whole person was smashed back to the ground from the air. Bang! It hurts. Broly, who was covering his forehead and rolling in the pit created by the smash, was really not prepared for this move and was hurt. If someone else had been hit like this, even a monster would have turned into a meat paste, but he was just in pain. The thought of complaining flashed through his head, and Gilgamesh stood on a treasure, keeping his hands crossed in the sky, and gave an adult evaluation of Broly's pursuit just now. You are very powerful, this king must admit this, but your attack method is too direct, just like a beast, only knowing how to bury your head and rush. And if you only know how to fight in this way, no matter how strong your strength and speed are, you can't touch me at all. Gilgamesh made a summary, but there are some things he didn't make clear, that is, Broly's defense is too powerful, and the treasure can't break the defense even if it bombards directly, and he can't do anything about Broly. You are playing tricks, you only know how to throw things. Broly was very angry. Gilgamesh's way of throwing things was a fighting method he had never seen before. In the past, whether it was hunting or sparring with Lao Deng's father, it was a confrontation between flesh and flesh, and there was no throwing at all. Humph, these treasures are my treasures. It's reasonable for me to use my treasures to attack and defend. Besides, I am a heroic spirit who appeared in the world as an archer. What's wrong with using long-range tactics to fight? Gilgamesh retorted, but this retort also proved one thing, that is, he didn't want to fight Broly in close combat. Just kidding, fighting this little guy with a monster-like body in close combat, isn't that courting death? At this moment, Gilgamesh didn't want to do anything that didn't match his current worldly job. He is an archer, and an archer is also a long-range job. Chapter 24 I helped you get your home back. The more Broly thought about it, the angrier he got. Why can the other party throw things, but he? Hey! Broly suddenly realized that he could actually throw things. Raising his little hand, he aimed at the golden hair in the sky above and took a breath. What is he doing? Gilgamesh had this question and suddenly felt a palpitation. He moved his feet and hurriedly left his original position. The next moment, an energy bomb swept past the place where he was standing. The treasure used for standing was directly evaporated. Gilgamesh! He looked down quickly. Broly blinked, as if he had discovered a new world, raised his other little hand, and just at this time he looked up. The two looked at each other. Broly showed Gilgamesh an innocent smile. This time it's my turn to throw things at you, and green light came out of both of his little hands. Bang bang bang! A series of bombing sounds sounded in the sound of heavy rain, and the water vapor evaporated in the air to form a thick fog. And this world seems to follow the law of smoke without damage, but a golden-green spaceship rushed out of the fog. Gilgamesh stood on the spaceship. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough to summon a bunch of defensive treasures to resist, he would have been killed by the energy bomb thrown by the boy. Although he was not killed now, he looked a little embarrassed. He no longer kept his arms crossed like a king. The magic barrier that originally blocked the rain on his body had disappeared, and his head and face were covered with rain. What was worse was that the monster child took off again, chasing after him with green light condensed in his hands. Just like he threw the treasure at the opponent just now, the opponent was also throwing terrifying energy balls at him. The difference was that the treasure he threw just now could not break the opponent's defense at all, but the energy balls thrown by the opponent now bullets. If more than one hits head-on, he's done for. Behind the spaceship Vimana, a series of green lights flashed, and the terrifying explosions pushed away piles of rain. Below, the people who had been paying attention to the battle were a little stunned. It was the heavy rain that covered up most of the movement, and the internet in this world had not yet taken off, otherwise this cool explosion in the sky would definitely be known to ordinary people in a short time. Vimana raised the altitude, and Gilgamesh controlled the spaceship to rush into the thundercloud. After entering the thundercloud, there were occasional lightning flashes around, and the energy cannons behind were still chasing him. Vimana, but there is the ability to avoid lightning. Gilgamesh thought so and looked back. Just at this time, a lightning bolt struck Broly. The speed of the lightning was so fast that Broly couldn't dodge it and was hit directly. He fell down with smoke all over his body. Although it is a monster, the power of nature is stronger. Gilgamesh sighed. Once upon a time, he also fought against the natural law of birth, aging, illness and death, but the result was also failure. Just after he sighed, there was a bang, and the energy bomb exploded again. Looking back, the boy who just fell down with smoke was now chasing him vigorously. Broly was numb from the electric shock, but it was not a big deal. Seeing this, Gilgamesh felt a little frustrated, but the situation did not allow him to say anything. He could only continue to lead the other party to the area with dense thunderclouds. Lightning soon appeared again, attracted by the residual charge on Broly's body. But this time, the lightning did not paralyze Broly. A green energy barrier was propped up by him in advance, and Broly continued to chase the spaceship in front with the natural lightning. Did the mythological era that has already ended leave something behind in this world? This is the question Gilgamesh really wants to ask. Only those terrifying beings that existed in the mythological era can have the power to fight against the power of nature. Of course, pure lightning is not the most powerful force of nature, but being able to resist it with the flesh is enough to make people feel frightened. The pursuit and bombing war is still going on. As Broly becomes more and more adapted to long-range air combat, Gilgamesh feels more and more pressure. Toshiomita. Sokka is an excellent magician, but in the process of bombarding with treasures and driving the spaceship Vimana to walk the Saiyan to the limit, it is not enough. After half an hour of dodgeball and hide-and-seek games in the air, Gilgamesh had to take out the magic potion in his treasure house and drink it. An hour later, when the rainstorm gradually became smaller and lightning was no longer seen, Vimana was forced to an altitude of 10,000 meters by Broly. Wait a minute. When Broly was about to continue to bombard the spaceship with energy bombs, Gilgamesh called for a stop. If it were any other opponent, they would definitely not stop at this time. But Broly was different. He was a little curious about what the other party wanted to say, so he really stopped. If we continue to fight like this, it will only waste each other's time. How about deciding the outcome with one move? Gilgamesh suggested. Most of his magic power was consumed in flying, but he was almost out of magic power, while the monster boy on the opposite side was still as vigorous as ever. If he continued to be chased, failure would only be a matter of time. Instead of doing this, it would be better to use the strongest move to decide the outcome. Okay. Broly agreed after just thinking about it. He was also short of time. He had already wasted a lot of time on this guy who could throw a lot of things and fly very fast. The other party's willingness to decide the outcome was very suitable for him. First of all, we are not allowed to sneak attack each other before launching the strongest moves, and we cannot dodge each other's strongest attacks after launching the strongest moves. Can you accept such a decisive condition? Okay. Okay, it's a deal. Seeing Broly agree, Gilgamesh was somewhat relieved. His strongest move was on his sword of separation, but in order to launch an attack that was enough to break the defense of this monster boy, the sword of separation needed to absorb magic power for a long time to release it. But the boy was chasing him closely and fast. He was being chased just now. Even if he took out the sword of separation, he didn't have time to charge it. Even if he could barely charge it successfully, the sword of separation might not be able to hit him at the opponent's speed. So, Gilgamesh didn't take out EA until he was about to be forced into a desperate situation. He suddenly called a halt and made a promise to decide the outcome. Honestly speaking, it was a bit despicable to use this method to deal with a child, even if the child was a real monster. But wisdom is also part of strength. The other party agreed, which can only be said to be young, simple, and inexperienced, but it is not his fault. The sword of rebellion fell into Gilgamesh's hand, and he began to use it to absorb the magic power in the atmosphere. At the same time, Tosaka Tokiomi had already woken up. He was covered with wounds. After waking up, he was told that his servant had fought with the monster boy to the sky. Shishin. Hero King, did you win? No, this is a strong enemy. I agreed with him to decide the outcome with one move. Gilgamesh did not say that he was forced into a desperate situation. Use all the command seals in your hand. I need a huge amount of magic power to release my EA. Ah, this. Tosaka Tokiomi was a little stunned. If he used up all the command seals, would he still be the master? Don't think about that broken cup. If the guy in front of me is not dealt with, you may not be able to survive. Gilgamesh saw his master's thoughts and snorted coldly. Feeling the pain on his body as if it was falling apart, Tosaka Tokiomi made a decision. In the name of the command seals, Great Hero King, please defeat the enemy in front of you. Tosaka Tokiomi repeated this twice with a leaky mouth, and the two command seals in his hand disappeared. They turned into huge magic power and flowed to the other side of the heroic spirit through the contract. The 10,000 meter altitude belongs to the stratosphere. The originally stable airflow here gradually became unstable with the rotation of the sword of separation in Gilgamesh's hand. It was not enough for the magic power to be filled by the command spell. Gilgamesh was still using this part of the magic power to pry the magic power of the entire Fuiki city, so that all the magic power floating in the atmosphere gathered on his EA. The result was that the dark clouds in the troposphere below that had not yet dissipated began to rotate, and the impact range was extremely large. Abnormal weather has appeared in the coastal areas of Kansai, Japan. The meteorological satellites of various countries flying in orbit discovered this abnormal weather change. Director, something big has happened. The United States Special Investigation Bureau, following the report of its subordinates, a spy satellite also projected the pictures taken from the high altitude of Fuiki City. OMG, is this something a human can do? Looking at the two people at the center of the abnormal weather in the picture, especially the terrifying picture of Gilgamesh's sword of separation affecting the weather, the staff of the Investigation Bureau exclaimed. That should not be a person, but a heroic spirit. According to the information from the Intelligence Bureau, there are 3 famous families in the magic world in that place, holding a secret ceremony called the Holy Grail ceremony. Are you kidding me? This is also called a secret ceremony. The intelligence officer who spoke out the information about the Holy Grail ceremony was speechless. The commotion in Fuiki City was so big that I'm afraid any country with a weather satellite would know about it. Hurry up and get in the car. What's wrong, Ryder? Suddenly, Waver was carried to the ox cart by a big man, and he didn't understand the situation yet. We have to retreat strategically. Iskander explained. Hey, why? Did you see the cloud above your head? Did you feel the magic power in the atmosphere gathering upwards? Iskander pointed to the hole above his head and asked. Weber nodded, but he still didn't understand why he had to run. I'm afraid the Hero King who went up there is serious about this. If he really uses his strongest treasure to smash down, with the battle the other party has created now, I'm afraid this city will be destroyed. If I don't run away now, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to run away later. Wait, you said this was done by Archer. Weber's eyes widened. Of course, I remember his breath. Okay, no time to talk, hold on to me. Drive. The ox cart started, and Yiju Chi-chen ran away from Fuiki City. Don't you need to prepare? The magic power was almost gathered, and Gilgamesh looked at Broly on his left hand, who did nothing and seemed to be floating in the sky and looking at him, and couldn't help asking a question. What should I do? Broly was a little confused, but then he suddenly realized and immediately flew from Gilgamesh's left hand to his right hand. What are you doing? Gilgamesh frowned and asked. Since ancient times, the left side has lost in a battle, so I want to stand on the right side. Broly replied seriously. Gilgamesh. This answer made him not know what to say. Aren't you preparing your strongest move? He asked. I'm ready, look. Broly spread his right hand, revealing a small energy ball like a glass bead. He didn't know what his strongest move was, but he knew that compressed air could condense a more powerful energy bomb. And this glass bead-sized dark green energy ball is the limit of his current control and the compressed air. Gilgamesh. Although it's not good to judge an energy bomb that can explode by appearance, at this moment, the Hero King still feels that he has won. Oh no, it should be said that he won unfairly. Look at the big noise made by gathering magic power on his side, and then look at the small glass ball made silently over there. Aren't you going to prepare again? I can't compress the air inside anymore. If I compress it more, it will explode. Okay, then, are you ready? Okay. When the world was created, the void also congratulated me. The sword of separation that tore the world apart, this time you only have one enemy, but he is a strong enough enemy to liberate you. Powerful magic power gathered on the sword of separation, and reddish-brown lightning was raging. Your name is Broly, right? Yes. Broly, here I come. Gilgamesh gave a special reminder when launching his strongest attack, and then aimed the sword of Enuma Elish at him. Enuma Elish. The terrifying reddish-brown energy poured out from the sword of Enuma Elish. In response, Broly just threw the compressed energy bomb in his hand. The moment the energy touched the energy, the compressed energy bomb the size of a glass bead began to expand. In just a blink of an eye, the reddish-brown energy that was bombarded fiercely was swallowed up by the expanding compressed energy bomb. Gilgamesh's eyes widened, and the words "could it be that the left side of the wave really lost" appeared in his mind, and his body was destroyed by the extreme energy. Broly's compressed energy bomb continued to move forward, and directly combed a beautiful middle part on the earth of the type moon world, and then went towards the universe. Before it really flew away, it brushed past the moon of the type moon world, but took away 1/10 of the stars. A princess who was sleeping in the Millennium Castle was awakened directly. She came to the window and looked up at the moon above her head, which had a small piece missing. She felt a palpitation. After all, she almost lost her body. Gurgle. After the fight, Broly was hungry. He condensed too much energy and consumed a lot of physical strength. Falling from the sky, Broly's clothes were tattered, but no one dared to look down on him. Let's talk about eating later, but the old father of other people's families has not finished teaching. Broly raised his little fist and walked towards Tashio-mita. Sokka with a fierce momentum. No, don't come over. This was a pure violent education. The seriously injured Tashio-mita. Sokka was beaten again. Under Broly's wonderful violent persuasion, the matter of adopting a daughter was left unresolved. Of course, the more important reason was that all the servants were gone. Tashio-mita. Sokka had withdrawn from this Holy Grail war. In this case, he was not crazy to give his daughter to others. Although Zuken had some ideas, when Broly looked at him unkindly, he quickly smiled and offered the young Sakura with both hands. Just kidding, who would be hostile to such a terrifying monster for a qualified child? Do you think your life is too long? The sky after the rain was very beautiful. Broly stood in the sunlight refracted by water vapor and said to the young Sakura, I helped you get your home back, you can go home. Young Sakura was stunned, and her happiness value was soaring. Finally, she couldn't help it, and rushed to Broly, hugged the boy's neck and cried, Brother Broly, I don't want to go home, that's not my home, I want to go home with you. Chapter 25 FZ Afterward, Father and Son on Vampa Planet. Broly, of course, couldn't take people back to Vampa Planet, but Fujimura Taiga was able to bring the girl back to the Fujimura family, and even brought Sakura back with her. However, Zenjo Aoi, the mother of the two girls, did not follow them. She loved her husband more. When Tashio-mita Sokka was seriously injured by Broly, she and Kotomine Kaire, who had a broken arm, sent her husband to the cathedral church in Fuyuki City for treatment. However, on the way, they met Kiritsugu Emiya and Saber. The magician killer had come a long time ago and had been lurking nearby until Broly and Gilgamesh finished fighting, then he jumped out and pointed his gun at the three people. Under the coercion of Kiritsugu Emiya, Kiritsugu Kotomine ordered his servant to end his life with the command seal, which meant that the apprentice was eliminated from the Holy Grail war with his master. Kiritsugu Emiya did not shoot. Perhaps because Broly took away the two girls from the Sokka family, he chose to let the three people go. Back at the Fujimura family, Broly told the young Sakura and Sokka that he was going to be sent back home while eating. Hey, Broly, can't you take me home with you? Broly shook his head, and young Sakura showed the expression of an abandoned puppy. If you are homeless, Sakura, I can take you in. Fujimura Taiga interrupted at this time, and young Sakura's eyes regained their spirit. I'm about to go back. Before I go back, I want to tell you something. After Broly had eaten and drunk enough, the time came to the last 3 minutes. What is it? Young Sakura and Sakura looked over. I want to invite you to become a member of my Crystal Palace. Do you want to? Broly asked directly, and the Crystal Palace prompt appeared in front of the two girls. I do. Young Sakura did not hesitate. She didn't know what crystal was, but she was willing to agree to any request from Broly, and she agreed directly. Broly's happiness points therefore reached 30,000. In despair, she was saved by the boy who came with a car. The happiness of young Sakura at that moment was worth more than 150 happiness points. Adding the original 20 points of happiness value, the total happiness value is more than 180 points, which is converted to more than 18,000 happiness points. This time Broly won. What is the Crystal Palace? Sakura asked, but she couldn't understand the meaning of the Crystal Palace at her age. It means to truly become my wife. Broly answered the question according to the Crystal Palace. Ah, this. Sakura was a little flustered. Is the topic of wife something that children of their age can talk about? Don't you want to? Broly was more confused than her. Still nervous, after his violent persuasion of the old man, Rin Tosaka's happiness value has now risen back to more than 70 points. If the girl is unwilling to join the Crystal Palace, then his loss will be great. Not really, but can we wait until we grow up to talk about this? Rin Tosaka blushed and asked. She also had a good impression of the boy who came from the sky and solved their sister's troubles. Even if Broly beat her father in person. No, I want you to promise me now. Broly was anxious. Then, okay. Rin Tosaka reluctantly agreed, and Broly's happiness points increased by more than 7,000 points. By the way, appear in. Rin Tosaka was about to ask about the Q version avatar in front of her, and Broly's return time was up. Just like when he came, he appeared in the blink of an eye and disappeared in the same blink of an eye. Only the happiness shown by the boy's Q version avatar and the fact that the happiness points in the upper right corner are increasing little by little can prove that he has really been to this world. Let me explain it to you. The panel in front of you is the subsidiary module of the Crystal Palace. Only those who become formal members of the Crystal Palace can get it. The 4/5 at the back is the number of existing formal members of the Crystal Palace. But there are only 3 of us here. The other one is the daughter of the Emiya family next door, but I haven't met her either. Wait, can you have so many wives? It's too early for the kid to talk about this topic. Let's continue talking about the exchange store on the side, which records what Broly has eaten and used. You can exchange it with the happiness points produced by Broly, but I don't recommend you to exchange it for food from his hometown, because it's really unpalatable. Fujimura Taiga introduced the use of the Crystal Palace subsidiary module to the 2 girls, but the current Crystal Palace module is still very simple, and it took only 2 sentences to finish it. However, she continued to tell them about Broly's plain and simple life of hunting and training on the planet Vampa. And they discussed what they wanted to do in the future, whether they would live together at Fujimura's house, or only the young Sakura would live at Fujimura's house. Gilgamesh's early exit caused a huge change in the 4th Holy Grail War, and the Holy Grail War entered a white-hot stage in the following days. Emi Yakiritsugu took Saber and found Sora, who was obsessed with Lancer's male beauty. Dire Muid got a fair night contest, but was defeated by Altria due to his inferior skills. Under the woman's crying, he returned to Valhalla. The King of Conquerors, who had retreated strategically, came to Altria, who had recovered her victory, 2 days later and proposed a decisive battle with Altria. During the period, Emi Yakiritsugu wanted to sneak attack and kill Waver, but was discovered in advance by Iskandar. If you want to decide the outcome by killing the master, I don't mind. After all, I have a large army. How about continuing this war with me, bypassing the heroic spirits to kill the master? Under this threat, Emi Yakiritsugu decisively gave up attacking the master and entrusted the victory to Artoria. However, 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. Even if all 4 command spells were used, the Night King's Victory Oath Sword could not kill the Conqueror King's strong army. Artoria fell under the blade, and the winner of the Holy Grail seemed to have been decided, that is, Kenneth's useless student = Weber Velvet. But something unbearable happened. When Artoria was dragged into the mental space by Iskandar, Kotomine Kaire, who had lost his master qualification, attacked the Emiya residence and carried away Irisveal, the small Holy Grail. The purpose was to attract Kiritsugu Emiya to meet him. Like the thread of fate, the 2 fought in the People's Hall of Fuyaki City, and the black mud fell from the sky before they finished fighting. Afterwards, Kiritsugu Emiya learned from the question and answer of the Holy Grail that the miracle he expected did not exist, or that there was a miracle, but that miracle could only be solved by killing in a way he could understand, that is, only by killing all humans could the world gain eternal peace. After painfully killing his wife and daughter who were the phantoms inside the Holy Grail, Kiritsugu Emiya escaped from the pollution of the black mud and learned that his servant had been defeated. He wanted to destroy the Holy Grail polluted by the evil of this world, but he was no longer able to do so. However, Iskandar was a heroic king, and Waver Velvet, his master, also had the childishness and justice of a young man. Facing the Holy Grail that was polluted but could still make a wish to reach the source, the duo made a decision that other normal magicians would find difficult to make to destroy the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail was destroyed, but part of the evil of this world still flowed out through the connection between the Holy Grail and reality. Fuyaki City was forced to encounter an unexpected earthquake, and many people died. A few days later, Emi Yakiritsugu adopted a son who had lost all his memories and identity, and named him Emi Yashiro. Not long after the Holy Grail ceremony ended, Waver brought a burly man cursed with the evil of this world back to the clock tower as a tutor. In order to study magic to remove the curse, he soaked in the library and looked for information everywhere until Kenneth sent someone to find him. Because of a mysterious ritual, a magic genius fell, but his disciple stood up and appeared in front of the public as the winner of the Holy Grail War, inheriting the position of the monarch of El Meloy in the clock tower. Kenneth made a deal with his former student, using the identity of the monarch of El Meloy, who was more exposed to various advanced magic, in exchange for the protection of the conqueror king who was cursed by the evil of this world. What, you asked where Matou went? Unfortunately, during the Holy Grail War, when this man ordered his servant to kill Zuken, the dying Zuken detonated the seal worm in his body and took his life. After recovering from his injuries, Tosaka Tokiomi also fulfilled his father's responsibilities, teaching his eldest daughter magic and finding a new magic inheritance for his youngest daughter, but unfortunately, only Tosaka Rin forgave him, and Matou Sakura has been living in the Fujimura family. In this regard, the elegant man had no choice but to pass on the virtual magic inheritance that he bought at a great price to his youngest daughter through Fujimura Taiga. Fujimura Taiga was exposed to magic. Although he did not have excellent magic talent, he learned one or two tricks from Toshiomi Saka and became a second-rate magician, that is, a magician without family inheritance. 1 month after the war, Emi Yakuritsugu went to Germany to visit his biological daughter, but was rejected by the Einsborn family because he did not bring back the Holy Grail this time. No matter how he explained, it was useless, and it was not realistic to attack the android family directly. Afterwards, Emi Yakuritsugu looked for the trace of Broly, the cheap son-in-law, but learned from the neighbors that the boy had returned to his own world. In desperation, he could only accept the result of his separation from his daughter. Kotomine Kaire was seriously injured. He did not die but was disabled. Kotomine Raisei was old and abdicated the position of priest of the Fuyuki City Cathedral Church to his son. At the same time, with the help of the connections of the Saka family, he took over the granddaughter of the monastery and made her a trainee nun to take care of Kotomine Kaire. Fuyuki City calmed down, but it seemed not to be calm, because the duel between Gilgamesh and Broly let the world know the existence of the Holy Grail and the power of the heroic spirit. Although the Holy Grail was destroyed, human desires still exist, and as long as human desires still exist, the omnipotent wishing machine is something that people yearn for. Countless spies poured into Fuyuki City, whether from all over the world or from the magic world. The Matou family no longer had the old bug in charge, and the new head of the family, Matou Tsuruno, generously sold off his family's magic heritage and some knowledge related to the Holy Grail command spell system. The Matou family changed its financial situation, and Matou Shinji became a rich second generation, but he left Japan with his father Matou Tsuruno and settled in a small country in Europe. The crossing was a very fast process. In the blink of an eye, Broly returned to the planet Vampa. Looking at the familiar cave house, Broly felt as if he were in another world. The spider eggs before leaving were gone, probably eaten by his father. Thinking of his father Lao Deng, whom he had not seen for many days, Broly, who had just beaten the father of Lao Deng in other worlds, actually felt a little bit of missing him. Walking out of the cave and flying to a wilderness, Broly began to increase his energy, and a storm blew nearby. Not long after the storm started, Paragus, carrying a combat power detector, flew over from the distant sky. After seeing the boy in the storm, he suddenly increased his flying speed. Broly, where have you been these days? After arriving here, Paragus asked excitedly. On the planet Vampa, they are the most powerful predators, but the most powerful predator does not mean that they will not be injured or even die in hunting. Just like ordinary humans can fight many beasts with their bare hands, but if they want to hunt beasts with their bare hands, they cannot guarantee that they will not be injured. During the days when Broly suddenly disappeared, Paragus was very anxious. He was worried that his son had an accident, so he started looking for him everywhere on this planet. I went to another world. Looking at Paragus's excitement, Broly felt some warmth in his heart and answered the question honestly. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to. Just remember to tell me when you go to other places in the future. Hearing this, Paragus was a little speechless, but since his missing son is now fine, he doesn't want to care too much about Broly. I didn't lie. Broly frowned and defended. You have the final say. Paragus didn't want to argue with his son about this. I really didn't lie. Broly said again. I believe you. Broly was a little angry and punched Paragus. I knew it would be like this. Paragus blocked his son's punch, sighed, and punched his son in the side of his face with his backhand. The Scion father and son on the planet Vampa had only said less than 10 words when they reunited and started fighting each other. Their fight caused a sonic boom, and dozens of gullies were plowed out on the ground. In the end, Paragus was stepped into the ground by Broly. I said, I didn't lie. I also said, I believe you. Yet. After stepping his father Paragus into the ground, Broly believed his words. And his clothes, which were tattered after being struck by lightning in the Type Moon world, were finally completely destroyed in the fight just now. Father, this is the pork chop rice bowl I earned in another world, you try it. Broly exchanged a pork chop rice bowl from the Crystal Palace and handed it to Paragus, who got up from the ground. Hey! Paragus' eyes widened when he smelled the fragrance of the pork chop rice bowl. He didn't see clearly where Broly took out this fragrant thing from. Son, what you said just now, is it true? Broly. As expected, after eating, Paragus was beaten by his own son again. Chapter 26 Crossing Again. With Broly's return, good days also came to the planet Vampa. The normal and delicious food made Paragus eat so much that he burst into tears. Damn Vampa spider, never appear in my recipe again. Paragus was so excited that he threw the spider he had hunted hard into the distant sky. The happy days passed quickly, and soon more than half a month had passed. After Broly found that his happiness points were only 20,000, Paragus realized the seriousness of the matter. Broly, how long will it take for you to go to another world to find a wife? Paragus asked, sipping the happy water. According to the Crystal Palace's prompt, it will take 5 years to wait for the space-time energy to be collected. Broly answered truthfully. 5 years, isn't there a better way? Yes, I can speed up the process of collecting energy by moving and charging. Every time I run a light year distance, the space-time energy can increase 1 year's energy. This is what the Crystal Palace said. 1 light year. Paragus was stunned when he heard this. Can I take a spaceship? He asked. No, you have to use your body to directly contact the external changing space to count. Broly replied. Paragus was speechless. It was because they didn't have a spaceship, otherwise they would definitely be more disappointed. Father, is 1 light year very far? Broly asked. He could also feel the speed at which his happiness points were decreasing. Saiyans' appetite was much greater than that of normal humans. Even if the points used to exchange for food were not many, they could not withstand the uncontrolled consumption of 2 Saiyans. 1 light year is very far. Without a spaceship, no Saiyan could move such a long distance in his lifetime if he only relied on his body. The most powerful Saiyan Paragus knew was King Vegeta, but could King Vegeta move a distance of 1 light year just by his body? Obviously, it was impossible. Although they were Saiyans, they were also human beings, and there were limits to being human beings. Facing the distance in light years, even Saiyans were insignificant. The Crystal Palace said that this function can be upgraded with happiness points, and the distance required for moving and charging is halved each time it is upgraded. Because of Paragus' words, the Crystal Palace gave an interpretation of the module moving can accelerate the charging of space-time energy, and Broly said it according to the information that emerged in his mind. Hey, it can be halved. Paragus was happy, but then he thought of the original distance of light years, so he calmed down. It's useless. Half the distance is still an unattainable distance. After halving, it can be upgraded again, and after upgrading, it can be halved again. Broly continued. Ah, is it this halving method? Paragus touched his chin and asked, then how do you calculate the points used for upgrading? The first time is 1 happiness point, the second time is 10, the third time is 100, the fourth time 10 to the n1th power increase? Your current happiness points can be upgraded at most 5 times, which means reducing the distance of 1 light year to 1/16 of the distance. It doesn't sound so far-fetched, but it's still a terrifying distance. Paragus thought about it and said to his son, Broly, upgrade this function. If we can't leave Vampa in the future, your Crystal Palace is our hope for a happy life on Vampa, and the sooner this function is improved, the greater the benefits. Broly's math ability is not very good, but he thinks that running a shorter distance can speed up the collection of space-time energy, which is definitely a good thing. He followed Paragus's advice and consumed half of the remaining 20,000 happiness points to upgrade the Crystal Palace's mobile charging function. Movement charging, run, host, time flies, when your speed is fast enough, you will be able to catch up with time. Currently, every 1/16th of a light year of movement can charge the space-time energy tank with 1 year of space-time energy, and the current energy collection progress is 0/5. Note, it is not necessary to run 1/16th of a light year to settle, as long as physical movement in space is performed, the absorption of space-time energy can be accelerated. Tomorrow, I will get some Baya blood. You can use the Baya blood and the Wampa spider to exchange for spider eggs. Paragus suddenly said. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. This is the current situation. They, father and son, have to change their current overly luxurious life of eating normal food. Of course, you can eat the food you exchanged in the future by yourself. Paragus added that he was a little afraid that his son would lose his temper. Let's eat together. However, Broly did not lose his temper. He ate half of the pork chop rice in his hand and handed the lunch box to Paragus. I'm going to recharge. After saying this, the boy ran out and flew to the distant sky. In the cave, looking at the half box of rice left by his son, Paragus was touched. He felt a little complicated. The family relationship of Saiyans was not reliable. It was common for them to be savage, selfish, and rob the spoils. Sharing good things was a rare behavior even among relatives. Paragus suddenly felt fortunate that his son had been a more thoughtful person since he was young. He did not become a normal Saiyan child because he received his traditional Saiyan education when he was younger. Paragus, the old father of the traditional Saiyans, felt the so-called family affection at this moment. He almost beat his son to death 2 years ago, but now it doesn't seem so scary. On the planet Vampa, as long as there is no sandstorm, you can see a very beautiful and clean night sky. The starlight is not blocked by anything and falls freely on this desolate planet. Broly moves his distance in such a beautiful night scene. I don't know how long he flew. After gradually feeling tired and hungry, he stopped on a mountain to rest. At this time, the sky curtain at dawn drew a blue track. The spaceship carrying the Saiyan child named Kakarot passed by the planet Vampa, but it was heading towards the Earth of this world. In the following days, Broly lived a simple daily life of trading spider eggs, moving and charging after eating and drinking, and returning to the cave to rest when he was tired. The taste of the Wampa spider eggs was as bad as ever, and occasionally exchanging them for normal food to share with his father became Broly's most anticipated thing. As for why he didn't eat alone, Broly didn't think about this question carefully, but just felt that it was the right thing to do. Just like when he went to the Type Moon world and encountered something that his wife was willing to give him to eat, he was also happy to share food with people around him. Time soon came to the year 739 of the Age of Age. At the edge of the atmosphere of the Wampa star, there was a turquoise figure flying around the entire planet. The speed of this figure was extremely terrifying. In a short period of time, it circled the planet again and again. The space-time energy is full. Do you want to travel now? As the Crystal Palace, which had been silent for 2 years, showed a prompt message again, and the turquoise figure stopped. 7-year-old Broly was half a head taller than when he was 5 years old. He wore a turquoise skirt made of Bayamon hair around his waist and turned back into a little savage. Who? Panting at the edge of the thin atmosphere, the golden color in the boy's eyes faded from the depths of his pupils. In the past 2 years, he frantically made himself faster, breaking his own limit speed every day. After more than 2 years, nearly 3 years of hard work, he finally filled up the space-time energy of the Crystal Palace. Looking at his only remaining 18 happiness points that his wife was Indiana a happy state and slowly produced for him, Broly felt tears welling up in his eyes. Finally, he can set off to another world again and earn happiness points. However, before leaving, he has to tell his father. Broly quickly descended in altitude. He came to such a high place in order to make himself faster. Soon, he found the figure of his father Paragus at the edge of the pit where Bayamon used to stay. And this Saiyan father was weaving clothes for his son with Bayamon's hair. Life on the planet Vampa was difficult, and Paragus was reluctant to let his son spend his happiness points on things other than food, so things like clothes had to be made by Paragus using local materials. In 7 years, this Saiyan father learned the skill of weaving fur clothing without a teacher. Although the things woven were not very reliable, they were already good local specialties of the planet Vampa, handmade fur products. Hey, Broly, are you going to take a break today? After discovering his son's arrival, Paragus asked curiously. Not a break, but enough. Due to long-term flight and recharging, Broly rarely spoke in more than 2 years. Now, his pronunciation seemed a little unskilled. Enough. Paragus was stunned at first, and then surprised. With a force, the fur clothing that had not been woven was torn apart. Clothes. Broly reminded him, but Paragus waved his hand. Who cares about clothes now, Broly? You're traveling to another world this time, you must find a wife in that other world, the more wives the better. But don't forget to increase their happiness values. All enemies who dare to block you from finding a wife and increasing your wife's happiness value, no need to hesitate, just kill them all. God knows how long Paragus has been waiting for this moment, but during this time of waiting, he kept helping his son figure out the plan to get the maximum happiness points. Broly, you have to remember, after meeting a wife, don't rush to pull her into the Crystal Palace, you have to increase the happiness value of the wife you meet improve to the extreme, and invite them to the palace when they come back at the last minute. Yes. Broly listened to his father's instructions and nodded to take notes one by one. Of course, if you encounter some powerful enemies that you can't fight, it's most important to save your life. The worst case scenario is to return to Vampa and gnaw on spider legs for a few more years. Traveling through a different world, who knows what there is. Paragus passed on his own experience of going to some dangerous and unfamiliar planets to Broly. The core of this experience is that Saiyans can bend and stretch. If they really encounter a powerful enemy that they can't deal with, they will run away. This is not a shameful thing. Got it. Broly agreed on the surface, but he didn't want to chew the spider's legs in his heart. No matter how strong the enemy is, we must fight to the end. With this idea in mind, Broly chose to cross after using his remaining happiness points to leave a complete pork chop rice bowl for Paragus. At the edge of the Gifonora sea tree forest, the Imperial soldiers drove a group of children purchased from slave traders from the transport vehicle. After distributing a knife to each of these children, a man who looked like an officer walked onto the platform made of wooden boxes and shouted to the skinny children below, "Do you want to have a full meal? Do you want to live? These can all be achieved here. Do you see the forest over there? As long as you can survive through that forest and reach the open space in the center of the forest, you can have a full meal and survive." The children looked in the direction pointed by the officer. It was bright daytime, but the forest seemed a little dark. From time to time, some beast roars came, which made many children look terrified, and some even burst into tears. The crying ones were mostly children who were sent here without being whipped by slave traders. "Now, you can go in." The officer ignored all this and gave orders directly. "No, that's the sound of dangerous species. I've heard it. I won't go in. I want to go home." A big boy ran away from the forest in fear. Bang! The gunshot suddenly sounded, and a blood flower appeared behind the boy who ran away, and he fell straight to the ground. The boy wailed, but he was not dead yet. The officer who fired the gun jumped off the stage and walked towards this side. How stupid! If you enter the forest, you can still bet on your luck that you won't encounter dangerous species. The officer drew the knife from his waist and chopped off the boy's head without hesitation. "I'll give you a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, if there is still someone here, we will kill him." "Sister." In the crowd, a little girl leaned against a big girl, a little scared. "Don't be afraid, Hey Tong, sister will protect you." Holding her sister's hand, Chi Tong said a word of comfort, and then followed the crowd into the forest. Not far away, a dangerous snake species fell from the tree and bit the child in front of it. The children who were walking together screamed and ran for their lives, and soon ran away in the Gifonora sea tree forest where dangerous species were active. Chi Tong held her sister tightly and tried to run towards a place that looked safe. In the middle of the forest, Imperial soldiers were cleaning up some dangerous species corpses. On the high cliff next to them, a bald man looked at the forest where the roars of beasts were frequent, and suddenly asked the man lying on the stone behind him, "Goziki, how many children do you think will be qualified this time?" "Who knows, but hundreds of children were thrown in, and there should be some children with enough potential and good luck who can run out of it." The long-haired man held a blade of grass in his mouth, looking like he didn't care. And he really didn't care, those children were consumables. "By the way, Goziki, how many children can you train at most?" "Let me think about it. Well, I can train 7 at most." "Okay, then I'll leave the 7 best children to you, and as for the other children who can escape, I'll take them all." "Bill, do you really think that training a group of assassins now will really come in handy in the future?" Goziki suddenly asked. Now the empire is like a hay wasteland, with smoke everywhere. If you want to put out the fire, people's hearts are different, and you can't tell who is the enemy. However, I think as long as the assassins for firefighting are trained, it will still be useful. The bald man replied. But, with the age of those children, it will take at least 7 or 8 years to train them to the point where they can be used. By then, it's not certain whether the empire will still exist. Haha, Goziki, I think your worry is a bit unnecessary. No matter how corrupt it is, the empire has existed for 1,000 years. It is impossible for it to fall in just a few years, right? I hope so. Spitting out the grass in his mouth, Goziki drew his sword and turned around. A dangerous bird species that swooped down from the sky and took him as prey was chopped into 2 parts by the magic sword in his hand. You are worthy of being born in the 4 Rakshasa ghosts. Seeing this, Bill praised. Chapter 27 Sister with Double Eyes Sister. Crack. The cheap wooden boots stepped over the dead branches, and 2 petite figures ran quickly in the forest full of obstacles with well-developed tree roots. Sister, I can't run anymore. The little girl was even younger, and since she got on the slave trader's car, she only had a little food to barely survive every day. After entering the forest, she encountered various dangerous beasts. In the process of trying to escape, her physical strength had been severely consumed, and now she could not run. Come on, hey Tong, don't give up. AKA Tong encouraged her sister, but the roar of the beast behind her was getting closer and closer. Ah! The little girl was exhausted and her steps were weak. She was accidentally tripped by the vines on the ground. Hey Tong! The girl running in front stopped immediately. Don't worry about me, sister, run faster. Hey Tong lay on the ground, with red eyes due to pain and fear, but she shouted to the big girl in front. The wolf-like dangerous species that was chasing them and wasting their energy saw this and immediately rushed towards the girl who fell. Don't try to hurt my sister. Akita directly pulled out the only weapon in her hand, a small knife, and shouted and rushed towards the wolf-like dangerous species that was almost the same size as herself. Akita was very flexible and dodged the wolf-like dangerous species bite and stabbed the beast in the neck with a knife. But unfortunately, the angle was wrong and the force was too light, so it only opened a cut on the wolf's neck, and it was soon thrown away by the wolf-like dangerous species' head-shaking action. The injured beast is dangerous. This wolf-like dangerous species diverted its hatred. The beast's eyes stared at the girl who was injured and thrown away and fell to the ground. He roared and rushed over, ready to bite the prey that injured him first. Don't hurt my sister. Just when it was about to bite Haitong had already climbed up from the ground. The little girl seemed to have burst out her body's potential ability, and stabbed its abdomen with a knife from the side. With the inertia of the sprint, the knife cut open the belly of the dangerous wolf species. The dangerous wolf species wanted to fight back, but Haitong also climbed up and rushed over, pressing the dagger still on its neck. With a whine, the calf-sized dangerous wolf species let out its last whine, and was killed by the 2 sisters Shuangtong. Haitong, are you okay? It's okay, where's my sister? I'm okay too, we survived. The 2 girls collapsed on the wolf corpse, both feeling like they had survived a disaster. But this feeling did not last long, and low roars were heard in the surrounding woods. The last wolf howl brought together the dangerous wolf species that were hunting prey that broke into their territory. Haitong. Akita pulled the little girl behind him, pulled out the bloody knife from the wolf's neck, and aimed at the 3 newly appeared dangerous wolf species. Sister. Haitong also held the bloody knife tightly and leaned against the big girl. They were surrounded by this group of dangerous wolf species. I'll hold them back, and you run back directly. Akita said in a low voice. I won't leave. I want to fight with my sister. Haitong shook her head. She didn't want to leave her sister behind. Stupid, only if you run away because you have poor physical strength, I can escape. Sister. Don't cry, Dad and Mom are dead, but we must live. Well, I will. Before Haitong finished speaking, he was interrupted by a questioning voice. Excuse me, is this for me to eat? As soon as Broly came across, he met 2 girls who were identified as possible by the Crystal Palace. Red eyes, current happiness value 0. Black eyes, current happiness value 0. Next to them, there was a fresh prey corpse. Broly exchanged the last rice bowl for his father. He had no idea about his next meal, so he asked the two wives he met directly after crossing over. "Hey!" The boy who suddenly appeared next to them scared the two sisters. "Where are you from?" Red Eyes pulled her sister and asked him cautiously. "Me? I just crossed over," Broly explained honestly. Crossing. Before the two of them could figure out what crossing over meant, one of the dangerous wolf species that surrounded them couldn't help but move. "Be careful." Akaji hurriedly reminded the boy of the danger behind him, but her voice stopped the next moment. Because the wolf kissed the boy's head, the blood splashed not on the boy, but on the giant wolf that bit his head, and the sharp teeth were directly broken by the reaction force. "Don't make my head sticky." Broly didn't like the sticky feeling, which reminded him of the Wampa spider, so he raised his foot and kicked the wolf-like dangerous species that was biting his head. He didn't use much force, but it made the wolf-like dangerous species open its eyes wide, arch its back, and its spine pierce from its back, and then a lot of blood splattered. However, this brutal scene did not make the other two wolf-like dangerous species retreat. On the contrary, the blood splattered by their own kind further stimulated their nerves. The eyes of these two slightly smaller wolf-like dangerous species turned red, and a burst of red light appeared on their bodies. Like a canine creature with rabies, they rushed over from the left and right. But with only 2 bangs, they were directly hit by Broly's wolf heads, and the headless bodies fell to the ground, leaving behind the wolf-like creatures who had just come to this world. Saiyans from this world have added some meat to their food reserves. Blood doesn't taste good. Broly was a little thirsty, so he lifted up the headless wolf corpse and drank their body fluids from the broken mouth. After drinking 2 mouthfuls, he stuck out his red tongue. His mouth was a little spoiled by normal food. He thought the engraved worms were delicious when he first crossed over, but after drinking the body fluids of the first mouthful of food from the new world in the second crossing, he found it unpalatable. Of course, because it is blood, and it is the blood of dangerous species. Akaji complained, but soon pulled her sister back, because the boy who looked like a wild man who ate raw meat and drank blood handed the headless wolf corpse in his hand to them. "Do you want to drink it? I can treat you." "Akaji, why do you treat us to something you think is unpalatable?" Black Eye asked directly. "Because I don't want to drink blood, and I don't want to waste it," Broly said honestly. The sisters with double pupils. This logic is correct. "Anyway, thank you for saving me and my sister." Akaji thanked sincerely. If it weren't for this boy who suddenly appeared, she and her sister might have died here, just like the other children who had been killed by dangerous species. "You're welcome. It's my duty to help you," Broly said happily. The prompt message of the Crystal Palace was reminding him that the happiness values of the 2 wives in front of him were rising continuously. In just a short while, Akaji's value rose to 12 points, and the sister Haitong's value rose to 9 points. My wife's happiness is my happiness. When Broly thought of the 21 points of happiness value, and the food that could be exchanged for the happiness points that could be converted after they became official members of the Crystal Palace, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. But according to the instructions of his father Paragus, he had to get the happiness values of the wives he found to the highest, and no higher, before he could invite them, otherwise he would lose a lot of happiness points. Wife. Akaji was a little confused. It means best friends. Broly explained. I want to be best friends with you. He stretched out his hand towards the 2. What are you going to do? Thinking of the scene where the boy just punched a wolf head, both Akame and Kurome stepped back again subconsciously. Of course I'll shake hands with you. This is the way to make friends, find a wife, that one of my best friends taught me. The sisters looked at each other and felt that the boy had no ill intentions, so they put down their guard, stretched out their hands, and shook hands with Broly. Shake hands, good friends, from today on, you 2 are Broly's 2 best friends in the world. Do you want to eat meat? Hey! The topic jumped a little fast, but Broly's words were not surprising. He was always more interested in food. Moreover, when he had dinner with Fujimura Taiga before, the other party's happiness value also increased rapidly. That's right, Broly has used what he thinks is the first way to increase happiness. Invite your wife to eat with you. After her parents died, Akame became more mature than her peers because she needed to take care of her sister. It's dangerous here, let's go somewhere safe to eat. But this maturity doesn't affect her idea of being really hungry and wanting to eat. Yeah, okay. Broly didn't think there was anything dangerous here, but he didn't refute his best friend's words. He directly pulled a few vines and packed up the bodies of the 4 dangerous wolf species on the ground. This was the food for him and his 2 best friends. Help! Help! Not far away, Broly and the sisters encountered a patch of man-eating flowers. This is a dangerous plant that usually doesn't move, but if prey approaches, it will immediately bite the approaching prey with its huge petals and trap it in the flower buds to turn it into nutrients. In the past, in the Jifunola sea tree forest, these trapping man-eating plants survived by preying on insects, flies, and animals and photosynthesis, but now suddenly some children who crossed the forest broke into their territory, and these terrifying big flowers naturally used their big petals to swallow the children who strayed into them one by one. And now the one who asked for help was a girl whose half-body had entered the mouth of the trapping man-eating plant. Her little face was full of fear, but the passing children did not save her, but instead fearfully bypassed this dangerous bush of flowers. The officer outside who drove them into the forest said that they could only survive by crossing the forest and going to the open space in the center of the forest. Therefore, after entering this dangerous forest, most children only thought of one thing in their minds, that is, to go to a safe place. In this regard, Akame was the same, but just as she was about to bypass the man-eating plant bush, she saw the boy next to her put down the wolf corpse on his back. Wait, what are you doing? She's asking for help, she looks like she wants to get out, I'm going to help her out. Chapter 28 Hunting Transport Team Gathering. In this Gifonora sea tree forest full of dangerous species, the fact that the piranha plants can prey on wild beasts and even dangerous species proves that the bite force of their petals is not bad. But no matter how powerful it is, it depends on who you compare it with. Broly easily opened it. Biting the petals of the piranha plant, the girl who was asking for help was rescued. The girl fell to the ground and rolled to the edge of the flowers. The girl looked frightened. Do good deeds without leaving a name, please call me Red Scarf. With this information in his mind, Broly jumped off the petals of the piranha plant, but before he landed, the trapping piranha plant behind him that had taken his prey opened its petals and swallowed him whole. After Broly was swallowed, the bud of the piranha plant trembled, but only for a moment, and there was no movement inside. That idiot! Akagi waited for a while at the edge of the flowers, but didn't see the boy come out, so she couldn't help but curse. Kurita! You stay here! Sister, what are you going to do? I'll go save him. Akagi said. Who cares what he does? Kurita held Akagi, she didn't want her sister to take risks. He saved us, I want to repay him. Then I will go with you to save him. Akagi failed to convince her sister to stay in a safe place, so she could only take her sister with her. However, trapping the piranha plant is only dangerous when it is not eating. When they are eating, they will not pay attention to the creatures passing by from the outside. The piranha plant that devoured Broly was on the periphery. The surrounding piranha plants all had something in their mouths. The 2 sisters did not encounter any danger and came to the side of the terrifying big flower. However, they could not learn from Broly to pry open the flower mouth directly, so they could only take a knife and cut the root of the piranha plant. Plants cannot feel pain. Although they are dangerous plants, they did not react to it. The 2 sisters spent some effort to cut off the upper part of the piranha plant. Then, they continued to poke the thick petals with a knife, and after struggling for a while, they opened a small window on the petals. Are you okay? Akagi shouted through the small window. It's okay. Broly responded from inside. It's okay, then what are you doing in there, why don't you come out? Kurita also stood on tiptoe and asked near the small window. I'm drinking something, I'll be out soon after I finish it. It was said to be soon, and it was indeed soon. The big flower bud was opened by Broly from the inside. What are you drinking? Seeing that he was okay, Akito breathed a sigh of relief, and Kurita asked. I don't know, but I left some for you, this is sweet, has a fragrance, and is very delicious, you can try it. Broly held a piece of soft inner core petal leaf in his hand, which was filled with some crystal liquid and smelled of floral fragrance. This is the nectar of the entrapped man-eating plant. Usually, this plant relies on its own nectar to attract creatures that want to drink nectar. Powerful creatures can get it for free, while weak creatures will be eaten as prey by the entrapped man-eating plant, which is a bit like a combination of a pitcher plant and a Venus flytrap. The sisters with double pupils. They were thinking about saving people, while the rescued people were drinking inside. Sweet, sister, this tastes good. Kuriko was young and couldn't help but take a sip. Don't drink anything carelessly, what if it's poisonous? Akako scolded, but she also tasted it. The sisters also have the attribute of foodies, and they quickly shared the nectar that Broly brought out from the bud. This scene stunned the rescued girl, but she quickly came to her senses. Can you help rescue my sister? She was eaten by the flower next to her. She asked. Akako and Kuroa looked at each other. They had discovered that the dangerous big flowers around them would not attack people when they were eating. Just when they wanted to agree to help, Broly was one step faster than them and directly pulled down the trapping carnivorous flower next to him and used brute force to pry open the big mouth of the petals. He reached out and grabbed a foot from inside, and directly pulled the girl inside out, but the girl who was pulled out was no longer breathing at this time. Sister! The rescued girl ran over and hugged the girl on the ground crying. Akame walked over and said, I've seen people drowning. She might have been suffocated by the things in the bud. Can you save my sister? I don't know, but you can try. Thinking about the way adults saved drowning people that she had seen before, Akame gave the girl who was not breathing some first aid. Ahem. After Broly drank the nectar in another piranha plant and squeezed it out of the bud, the girl's sister was really saved. There are others. Broly likes to drink sweet things. He didn't refuse to drink nectar and save people. Therefore, the trapping piranha plant here was in trouble. The food that had just been eaten was forcibly taken away. There were a total of 7 children rescued. Except for the girl who was unlucky enough to fall into the nectar and almost drowned in it, the others were still alive when they were rescued. Broly harvested 5 more piranhas with delicious liquid, but he didn't drink it directly. Instead, he took off the buds in the center that had some nectar, as if he was going to take them away. Originally Broly he wanted to pack more flower buds, but after he opened a bud of the piranha plant that still had undigested beast bones and smelled the unpleasant odor of the nectar inside, he gave up the act of continuing to draw prizes. The nectar that traps the piranha plant is essentially a digestive fluid. When digesting things, it is corrosive, unpleasant, and unpalatable. How are you going to carry so many things by yourself? Akaji looked at the boy's big and small buds, wanting to take everything, and couldn't help asking. Broly was indeed a little troubled. The scattered things were not heavy, but they were not small in size. Got it. But Broly soon had an idea and handed the flower buds the size of a wash basin to the rescued children. Help me carry the things and follow me. I can give you some food later. The 3 boys and 4 girls looked at each other. They were rescued from the mouth of the piranha plant by Broly, and they had no objection. Wait, where are you going? Isn't that the direction of the forest center? However, Broly's direction was a little strange, so Akame asked. I heard some sounds, there should be prey there. The delicious nectar activated Broly's hunting instinct, and he planned to find new prey. He didn't know where the prey was, because there were too many complicated airs in the forest. However, he had ears, and his hearing was quite sharp, so he could hear some movements in the forest. In this way, Broly took a group of children about his age and started the unparalleled hunting mode in the Jifunola Sea Tree Forest, which was full of dangerous species. Of course, he was the only one responsible for hunting, and the others were helping to get the ingredients. Help! Pa! Help me get something, I can give you something to eat later. In this process, the children who were regarded as prey by the dangerous species were also saved because the dangerous species that chased them were hunted by Broly. Then, they also became the food carriers of this strange hunting team. Compared to going into a forest full of dangers, following the powerful Broly is obviously safer, not to mention that the other party also said that they would share food with them. The Gifonora Sea Tree Forest is very large. Hundreds of children thrown into it are like stones thrown into a lake, which can't make any waves at all. A large number of children here died not long after entering the forest. Those who can hold on until now are all children with good skills and luck. What's going on? Why hasn't anyone come out yet? Towards dusk, Bill was a little anxious in the open space in the middle of the forest. Don't worry, although there are no very strong dangerous species in this forest, the density of low-level dangerous species is very high. It is a bit difficult to eliminate those children who rely purely on luck. It is normal that no one comes out now. Wait a little longer. Goziki said so, and waited until it got dark, and finally a few children passed through the woods and arrived here. Chapter 29, Wife in the External Position. Damn it, the bastard in charge of purchasing children, dared to embezzle this money. When it was night, only 6 children came out, 2 of whom had broken limbs. They escaped by relying on their desire to survive and willpower. The bald man Bill was furious. He said that they had carefully selected good seedlings, but this was the result? The only explanation is that the money that should have been spent was embezzled by the logistics officer in charge of purchasing children. Of course, embezzlement is just a common thing in today's corrupt empire. The big officials and nobles enjoy the filial piety of the small officials and nobles. In this empire where corruption prevails, if people want to make progress, they can't rely on their abilities alone. They have to have money to honor their superiors. Similarly, if you want to live a good life, squeezing money from the common people, taking bribes and corruption in various official affairs is the clearest way. However, it is because of this situation that the empire has become so doomed. Various groups of people have frequently started rebellions in various places, and some people who are dissatisfied with the current situation of the empire have fanned the flames and intended to overthrow the empire. In this situation, the intelligence agency plans to form an assassination team to suppress the chaos in various places and kill those ambitious people hiding in the dark. When selecting suitable children, they even encountered corruption within the empire itself. How could Bill, who was in charge of this matter, not be angry? They dare to take any money. Why don't they sell the ropes they hanged themselves with to the enemies of the empire? Sir Bill, someone really sold it. Not only the ropes, but also the weapons and protective gear. Have you forgotten that the guy who sold military supplies was hanged by us in the square in Carter City a while ago? The adjutant next to him reminded him, and Bill's face froze. He glared at the adjutant fiercely, and then said angrily, "Bring the communication device. I want the logistics department to chop off the heads of the anti-imperial elements who dared to embezzle money." The adjutant quickly brought the communicator, and Bill dialed the call. The imperial officer who received the call outside the forest changed his face and immediately went to a tent. In the tent, the young officer who chopped off the boy's head during the day was pressing on a girl with lifeless eyes. When he saw his superior coming, he invited the other party to join him. Then, with a bang, a bullet hole appeared on the guy's forehead. "Go and raid this guy's house. He dares to embezzle the intelligence agency's money. He deserves to die," the imperial officer said viciously, and shot the girl under the body. The truth of the matter is not important. What is important is that the matter of releasing the children has been done wrong. Someone has to stand up and bear the anger of Sir Bill. It is not appropriate for him, the leader, to bear it, and he is reluctant to let his confidant help. It just so happens that a guy from a declining noble family has recently joined the army. Although this guy is very capable and respectful to him, there is no other way. The imperial officer now only hopes that there are still some nails in this broken family, and the oil and water extorted can calm Sir Bill's anger. "Now, do you want those 6 children?" In the middle of the forest, Bill vented some of his anger, and asked Goziki after calming down. "You asked me to be an instructor, you should not want me to train some lechers, right?" Goziki asked back. He had seen the children who had escaped. Apart from the 2 with injured limbs, the remaining 4 intact ones did not look like they had high assassin qualifications. Although they were already good compared to ordinary people, he wanted elites here. "Then we can only wait for the next batch of children to be purchased and put in. How long will it take?" "It will definitely take 10 days or half a month. Then we will continue to wait foolishly in this forest. The forest is more dangerous at night. If you want to go back, wait until tomorrow to take the flight dangerous species. It can only be done this way." Goziki looked unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. "Hey, over there, go and sprinkle the mixed dangerous species blood around. I don't want to get up at night and fight with the attacking dangerous species." A large amount of blood of different kinds of dangerous species was sprayed around the cleared space in the middle of the forest. This mixed smell of blood can make dangerous species with higher intelligence than ordinary beasts feel afraid and will not easily come to this area. Because the mixed smell of blood only represents one thing in the eyes of dangerous species, that is, in the area with this smell, 1 or more omnivorous top predators may appear. For example, now, in the southwest of Jifa Nora Sea Tree Forest, a clearing was blown out by the energy bomb. Here, near the river, there are a pile of dangerous species corpses that have become food, and the complex bloody smell they emit makes many dangerous species that move at night dare not approach easily. Of course, there are also foolish and bold dangerous species who come here to eat something, but the end result is that they also fall down and become one of the ingredients. Everyone cut the meat into pieces so that it is easier to roast. Broly had gathered more than 70 children, After arriving at the resting place he had created, they quickly helped Broly to prepare the food. Some were looking for branches, some were making fire, some were cutting meat, some were looking for wild vegetables, and some were even picking some mushrooms. The logistics officer in charge of purchasing these children did not embezzle. These children who were forced to participate in the assassin audition did have their own abilities. Brother Broly, your meat. The boy named Nahasha roasted a lizard meat skewer, but he was so hungry that he did not choose to eat it himself. Instead, he came to Broly with the meat skewered on the branches and handed the skewer to the boy. During the days when he became an orphan and wandered around, Nahasha would occasionally join forces with other wandering children to seek survival. Such a team of people seeking survival together was no different from a wolf pack in the wild. The leader always had to eat the first bite of meat to prove his leadership. Nahasha did not understand it when he first started wandering, but after being beaten, he understood the reason. Although Broly did not show his intention to become their leader, the rescued children did regard him as the backbone of this makeshift team because he was powerful and could easily kill dangerous species. You are a good person. Broly was a little surprised to be fed by Nahasha suddenly, but he did not refuse. He gave him a good guy card and took the barbecue from him without hesitation. With the example set by Nahasha, the other children seemed to have some awareness and came to line up to hand over their own barbecued food. This is my grilled venison. This is my grilled two-headed snake tail. This is my stewed wild vegetable crab soup. This is a raw grilled bear paw made with mud-wrapped chicken. This is the mushroom I picked. It is colorful and beautiful. It must be delicious. There was a strange thing mixed in it. Stupid, that's poisonous mushrooms. Don't give weird food to your brother. The girl named Bonnie threw the string of poisonous mushrooms in her hand directly. My mushrooms. The girl raised her hand and looked at the poisonous mushrooms that fell into the river after she flew out, with an expression of if big brother doesn't eat it, I can eat it myself. This person has a good ability to resist poison, which may be related to the fact that she has been looking for strange mushrooms to eat since she was a child, but she has never eaten herself to death. You are all good people. Broly didn't expect that there are so many good people in this world. One by one, they came to hand him food. Although most of this was the meat roasted from the prey he hunted, but others had processed meat, but it didn't belong to him. Because he said that he would share food with those who helped take things, so it should belong to them, but these people were willing to share their own food with him. Broly was very touched. Even though only Akame and Kurome were the wives recognized by the Crystal Palace, he was now willing to treat these people who fed him food as his external wives in this world. You know, handing in the first bite of food is the rule of worshipping the eldest brother in our place. After worshipping the eldest brother, you can be protected by the eldest brother. If you want to compete with us for restaurant food waste, you can't compete with us for food if you don't worship other eldest brothers. So that's it. No wonder I couldn't compete with others in the city before. The child who used to wander alone showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Then Lua sang, did you worship the eldest brother before? Another child asked. Of course, otherwise how could I have so much meat? The child who said worshipping the eldest brother lifted his clothes and revealed a layer of shriveled belly. Compared to other skinnier children, he is fat. You are here, where is your old brother? Dead. Hey. When we were playing in the city, my old brother accidentally bumped into a passing noble and was whipped to death by the noble's guards. After losing my old brother, we couldn't compete with others, so I sold myself to a slave trader. I wanted to make a living, but I didn't expect to be sold to a place like this and be eaten by dangerous species. The little fat boy said with a bitter look on his face, but he actually has a strange strength. He gave Broly the raw roasted bear paws made with mud-wrapped chicken. At the same time, he was the main person who carried the body of the wild bear killed by Broly to here. However, I have a new big brother now. Big Broly looks very powerful. He easily solved those dangerous species. I think even the nobles in the city can't kill him easily. I will definitely be able to eat enough if I follow him. The little fat boy Luosang looked at Broly by the campfire on the other side, and looked like he would follow a good big brother if he met one. The children around him said that they also wanted to follow a good big brother who could take them to eat. A group of children chewed meat and talked to people of similar age who were also sold here. After understanding each other's hard life in the past, their recognition of the newly worshipped big brother rose sharply. There were reasons for being rescued and the other party was willing to share food with them and let them eat meat. They fed Broly, but Broly also fed them. Chapter 30 Detention Time. Here. Akagi was chewing the barbecue, but before she swallowed the first bite of meat, she suddenly spit out the barbecue in her mouth, and took the barbecue skewers from her sister, and handed the 2 barbecue skewers that had just touched her mouth to the boy next to her. Don't you want to eat? Broly was a little puzzled. We will eat, but you eat first. I have a lot here. On the big tree in front of Broly, there were a lot of first bites of meat given to him by others. We also want to worship you as our big brother. Akagi said seriously. It was too hard to wander with her sister, and she also wanted to have someone to rely on. Obviously, she heard the words of the fat man not far away, and after thinking carefully, before the meat was about to enter her stomach, Akagi's rationality overcame the instinct of hunger in her stomach, and chose to give the first bite of meat that had not been eaten to Broly, and also a piece of her sister Kuroi. Black Eye's happiness value is decreasing. You are already my best friends, you don't need to give me meat. Red Eye's happiness value is decreasing. Black Eye's happiness value is increasing. Broly paused and handed over the barbecue he was eating. How about this? I eat your meat, you eat my meat, we exchange meat and eat together. Red Eye's happiness value is increasing. Black Eye's happiness value is increasing. Red Eyes agreed, as if signing some kind of inexplicable contract, and exchanged Broly's barbecue to eat. Not caring much about the boy's saliva on the barbecue, Red Eyes gnawed the meat. Black Eyes became happy when she saw the barbecue coming back, like a little squirrel, grabbing the branches on both sides of the skewer and chewing it. Although the 2 sisters had different ways of eating, they ate at a relatively synchronized speed, both very quickly. After a while, the big skewer was eaten clean. Holding her knees, she waited for the new skewer to be roasted by the campfire. How about eating mine first? Broly said. He actually ate meat faster than they put together. But he had more meat, and people kept sending him new skewers. How can I be so embarrassed? Akahim was more reserved. 2 minutes later, who grilled this meat? It's really delicious, with a sweet taste. I grilled it. Before grilling it, I soaked it in nectar for a while. Tsukushi raised her hand. Before her family was killed by bandits, she often watched how her mother handled meat. She was one of the few girls who had mastered some cooking skills before becoming a homeless child. Did I do something wrong? She asked with some concern. No, you are the one who made her feel uncomfortable. Hearing that the other party's meat was delicious, Broly directly bit off the part of the grilled meat that Akahim had not finished. And this was more the outstanding taste of other barbecues made new information emerge in his mind. What is nantation? Before Tsukushi could figure it out, a bunch of barbecue skewers were stuffed into her hand by the boy who rushed over. Let's exchange. In contrast, Broly took her barbecue. The barbecue lasted until late at night, and the other children had already eaten their fill. But Broly was not full, and the remaining ingredients were cleaned up by him alone. 2 years, he hadn't eaten like this for 2 years. We have to rest here tonight, but it's very dangerous here, we take turns. Before Nahasha finished his words of taking turns to keep watch, Broly, who had eaten and drunk enough, fired directly at a giant tree not far away. The reason why the sea tree forest of Gifonora is called the sea tree forest is because there are countless trees here and they are all very tall. According to Broly's experience as a caveman on the planet Vampa, living in a higher place can avoid many dangers. The dense treetops were destroyed by the energy bombs. Broly returned to the ground and said to everyone, "You can sleep up there with me. Very good and powerful. This big brother is very reliable and directly solved the sleeping place. Of course, the tree may not be safe, but it is much safer than the rustling sounds that always sound under the tree and the deep animal eyes that can occasionally be seen in the distance. It's so high, I don't have the confidence to climb up." However, the terrifying height of the giant tree whose crown was blown off also made some children with poor climbing ability daunted. "Can't you fly?" Broly scratched his head. "You said that as if it is normal for people to fly." Everyone didn't say anything, and it seemed that they all said out the complaints in their hearts. "Okay, I'll take you up." After seeing everyone's reactions, Broly remembered that people in other worlds usually can't fly. In the past 2 years, he has been flying on the planet Vampa. After flying for a long time, his mind has become a little crazy. Every day, he just thinks about speeding up and speeding up again. He casually grabbed 2 strong vines and asked them to hold them. Broly went up and down 4 times before he sent a total of 73 children to the tree. The cross-section of the giant tree is very wide. Although it is not very flat, the heart of the tree is surprisingly soft, and it feels like a mattress. Without a torch, the bright moon in the sky can bring enough light on the tallest tree nearby. Broly thought about it, picked some big leaves from the tree next to him, and threw them to the children of the wife in the external position as quilts. It is impossible for them to be silent all night. When these children were in the hands of slave traders before, they suffered a lot of torture. Before becoming a tradable commodity, their origins were different. Some were sold to slave traders by their parents, some became orphans and begged and wandered because of accidents, and some were abducted. The sobbing in the trees and the occasional sounds of relatives comforting each other made Broly unable to sleep. He didn't understand the situation of these people of the same age as himself, but they all seemed to want to have a home or go home. So, this place is not considered home? Broly thought. No one gave him an answer. After thinking for a while, he didn't come up with a conclusion. So, Broly just focused on the Crystal Palace. This time, the time he can stay in this world is 62 days, 06 hours, 30 minutes, and 22 seconds. Hey, why so much? Hint, because this world does not have a world will that subjectively rejects outsiders, this Crystal Palace does not need to consume extra space-time energy to fight against it. Note, because the passive repulsion of each world is different, the time you can stay in the other world after crossing different worlds is also different, but the more space-time energy you have, the longer you can stay. It is very good news that you can stay in this world for more time. Broly fell asleep very satisfied. The next morning, Broly was awakened by a commotion. It was an early bird that found them on the tree. Danger birds do not judge danger by smell, so they took the initiative to attack them. Fortunately, Nahashu, who was a light sleeper, discovered it in advance and frightened the not-so-big dangerous bird with a loud shout, and also woke up other children sleeping on the tree. When Broly got up, some more capable children were struggling with the big bird that landed on the tree. One of the children was the fat boy Luosang who said his big brother's speech last night. He was strong and powerful, and was on the front line, but he was also unlucky and was targeted by the big bird first. Luosang. The big bird grabbed him with one claw, and he was held back by his hands and feet. The children around him who just knew him last night were calling his name. Some children rushed to help, but the knife in their hands could not break through the thick feather layer of the dangerous bird that flew to the tree. As for the thorns on the bird's claws, the layered cuticles of the bird's claws were as hard as a thick piece of wood. With the strength of these children, they could only pierce the surface and could not pierce any deeper. Broly yawned and walked over. He just thought that this new world was a good place. He had food right after waking up. The creature came to the door on its own initiative. Get out of the way, I'm going to show off. Broly said the words that suddenly popped up in his mind, and as the other children made way, Broly walked in front of the big bird. The big bird looked at him approaching. Just now, it was fishing with the little fat man under its claws, trying to peck the children who came to rescue people, and now it was no exception. But Broly was faster and grabbed its bird claws in an instant. With its big eyes showing a humane "what's the use?" look, he lifted it up. Broly swung directly, slapping the big bird and smashing it on the cross-section of the surrounding giant trees. It only took 2 or 3 times for the big bird to twitch and become a dead bird. Eat it in the morning. Pointing at the dead big bird, Broly said to the children around him, and the children cheered. Although they had seen Broly hunting dangerous species yesterday, they were still full of admiration for Broly after seeing it again today. At first glance, people knew that following such a powerful big brother, they would definitely not be hungry in the future. Chapter 31 The Arrival of the Imperial Intelligence Agency. Just one bird could not fill the stomachs of the Saiyans and 73 children. After taking the people down with the vines, Broly took off his Bayamon fur clothes. He went naked into the big river next to him. Compared with the prey in the big forest, the prey in the river seemed to be stupider. After seeing him fall into the water, some big fish swam over on their own initiative, opening their huge mouths with sharp teeth, as if they wanted to eat him who fell into the water. It was impossible to eat him. The big fish were directly beaten away by Broly. It was only because Broly said that he wanted to hunt before going into the river, so that the children would pay attention to the river surface, otherwise they would definitely be beaten out of the water and hit by the big fish that fell to the riverside. After hitting more than a dozen fish, Broly thought it was enough, so he caught up with a dangerous species that looked like a big crocodile passing by, and dragged up this river beach overlord creature that was obviously smarter and realized that he was a dangerous predator, so he stayed away from him. The big crocodile was more than 10 meters in size, but it was Broly's own food. As he got older, his appetite was bigger than before. The big crocodile struggled for a while, and found that its strength was no match for the boy in the water. After being punched and dragged to the river beach, it quickly pretended to be unconscious. But it can also be said that it was waiting for an opportunity to move and save its energy to see if there was a chance to escape from the terrifying upright ape creature next to it. Originally, it didn't have this opportunity, but someone created this opportunity for it. Last night, when Broly cleared the space and blew up the big tree, it made a lot of noise, which was heard by Decisive, who was in the middle of the forest. If an ordinary person heard such a big noise, in a big forest full of dangerous species, he would definitely not come to see the situation. But Goziki is not an ordinary person. He is a strong man born from the 4 demons of Huangchuan Temple. He was a little unhappy that he waited for the child in vain. Last night, he was woken up by the noise in the forest. This made him change the return route temporarily after embarking on the flight this morning, and prepare to go to the place where the big noise was made last night. Is it necessary? It's just the noise caused by the battle between dangerous species. Bill didn't quite understand Goziki's idea. It's hard to sleep after middle age. I lost my hair this morning. It must be because I was woken up last night. I want to chop off the guy who caused my hair loss. Goziki cherishes his hair very much. He takes good care of his hair every day, but he doesn't know if it's because of stress. He always loses his hair in recent years. There are still many dangerous flying species entrenched in the Jifunara sea tree forest. Although they are not very strong, it is troublesome to be entangled by them in the air. I just went over to take a look. If I can't find the culprit, I won't waste time. That's good. Speaking of this, Bill subconsciously touched his bald head. Suddenly I felt that I had foresight. I knew that the intelligence agency was under great pressure, so I balled my hair in advance. This is a sad story. Hey, what is that? As the smoke from the roasted fish and roasted birds rose, Goziki and others standing on the backs of the Empire's domesticated flying species also saw the smoke in this direction. There was nothing to say. Goziki ordered the soldiers who drove the flying species to drive the flying species in the direction of the smoke. After coming here, Goziki saw a giant tree at first sight, with a terrifying cross-section that was blown off from the upper layer. Soon, near the broken giant tree, on the abrupt open space beside the river, a group of ragged children were seen roasting fish and birds by the fire. Goziki. Bill's mouth twitched, and he looked at the man on the back of another flying dangerous species. Well, those should be the children we put into the forest. Goziki confirmed this, but he didn't know how these children got to the northwest area of the big forest, which had nothing to do with the central area of the forest. However, looking at the fish they roasted and the piles of dangerous species bones beside the open space, the qualifications of these children may be far beyond the imagination of himself and others. The children they ordered to purchase were basically under 10 years old and easier to brainwash, and being able to hunt dangerous species under 10 years old, even if they hunted together, was a great thing. It seems that the logistics group was wrongly blamed. I have to go over and praise them later. Bill, he said with a smile. Go down first. Children who can survive in the Jifunara sea tree forest may not be easily recruited by us. Strong strength always brings more variables. If the children who originally had no one to rely on want to survive in the Jifunara sea tree forest, they have to run through the forest desperately and throw themselves into the arms of the Empire. But when they can survive in this forest full of dangerous species together, the Empire may not be the only choice. However, after all, they are just a group of children. With a little gentle means, they should be able to be easily subdued. In the vigilant and nervous eyes of the children, Goziki and Bill jumped off the back of the landing flying dangerous species with the members of the intelligence agency. My dear children, I didn't expect you to lose the right path in the forest. As your potential adoptive father in the future, I am here to pick you up. It's the Empire. They are in the same group as the group that drove us into this dangerous forest. None of the many children were willing to approach this person who suddenly appeared. Okay, come with us, go to where you should go, there will be delicious food, warm beds, good medical care for you, you will find your own meaning of existence there, become a killing machine, and get your happiness. Stop lying, I heard those slave traders say that if you were not collecting children, we would not be kidnapped by them. When some children felt a little overwhelmed by Goziki's words, a big boy with glasses angrily accused them. After taking the lead, the other children also looked at the newcomers with hostility. Although they were not all kidnapped by slave traders, it did not prevent them from attributing the misfortune of being sent here to the group of imperial personnel who suddenly appeared here. It's really troublesome. Can't those slave traders unify their caliber and say that they were sold by their parents? Goziki rubbed his eyebrows, suddenly flashed in front of the boy who took the lead in raising the atmosphere of resistance, and kicked the child away like a ball. As a group of wild children that no one wants, you lack education. Hey, Goziki, beating them like this will not be good for you to select the elites for specialized training later, right? Bill reminded him that if he wanted to educate these uneducated wild children, he could let his subordinates do it for him. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the image of a strict father must be established. It just so happens that I can also select the elites among these children. Before Decisive finished speaking, Broly kicked him away in the same way as he kicked the boy away. The boy was just kicked away by him, lying on the ground over there vomiting gastric water but not dead, so Decisive was only kicked lightly. But even if Broly deliberately restrained his strength, Decisive flew directly and hit the tree trunk in the distance. Crack! The whole person smashed a tree pit on the tree trunk, but his hair stood up and stuck on the tree trunk, and the suspended part acted as a cushion. But after his hair softened and fell to the ground, Goziki still lay on the ground and retched. The severe cramps in his abdomen made him and the boy who was also retching over there seem to be synchronized. I see, I'm not surprised why you can come here and hunt so many dangerous species. As one of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts, Goziki, who has trained his body to the extreme, has a relatively fast recovery ability. It's because of you. It's really hard to believe that a child of your age can kick me away. Even if it's a sneak attack, it's an amazing thing. Goziki was not angry about being kicked away. On the contrary, he looked at Broly with a burning look, as if he saw some rare treasure. Come be my child. Goziki stretched out his hand to Broly and made a direct invitation. I can make you stronger, and the Empire will be able to give you what you want. Old man, there is no ship that can carry you in the new era. Broly shook off the strange information in his mind, and said to Goziki seriously, I have a father, his name is Paragus, he is stronger than you, and I am stronger than him. Goziki was not too surprised to be rejected. Give me your knife. He came to the side of an intelligence agency officer and asked him to hand over the long knife to him, and then continued, Boy, you don't think that you are really qualified to bargain with me just because you kicked me away with a sneak attack. Goziki didn't use his own knife because his knife was an imperial weapon, which had the ability to curse the injured person if it was touched. Since you don't want to follow me, I can only take you away with a rough method. Bill, with the medical methods of the Empire, it's just the injury of cutting the tendons of the hands and feet, it should be possible to reattach them, right? Don't worry, with Dr. Fashion's God's hand, even if you cut off all his hands and feet, as long as they are properly preserved, Dr. Fashion can help reattach them intact. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. Goziki's mouth curled up. The wild child who didn't know the rules should get the lesson he deserved. Goziki pulled away, leaned over and held the knife, moved his body, and went up. The violent education began. He wanted to let the child know what adults are powerful. Chapter 3 Chapter 2 I'm ready to take you to find happiness. Goziki went up, Goziki drew his sword, Goziki, he flew out. Following the same trajectory as before, he hit the tree pit that was smashed again. I was careless. I thought it was just a child, so I didn't use my full strength. Facing Bill's surprised eyes, Goziki jumped out of the tree pit. Rubbing his aching abdomen, he forced a little smile and explained the failure. Then, this time, I will go all out. Bang! He went up again, and then flew back to the original tree pit again. It's because my abdomen hurts too much, so I can't exert my strength. I'll take a break. Bang! I didn't eat this morning, I'm a little hungry, and I don't have strength. Broly took the fish skewers handed over by others, silently watched the man opposite him say the reason for his failure, and then ate dry food. Generally speaking, he believed that hungry people have no strength. I'm full and strong now. This time I will definitely. Bang! Bang bang bang! After rushing over again and being kicked back to the tree pit by the boy on the opposite side again and again, Goziki finally recognized a fact. That is, as a descendant of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts, he has a body that has been tempered beyond the limits of normal humans. He has experienced countless battles and has rich combat experience. He has an absolute gap in hard power with the child on the opposite side who looks about the same age as his daughter. This is a huge gap in strength, which is reflected in the pure speed and strength. It is as ridiculous as a fool's dream to want to cut off the other party's hands and feet. After several attempts, his abdomen was almost kicked into the shape of the other party's feet. Goziki finally threw away the ordinary longsword and pulled out his imperial weapon Murasame. "Aren't you going to try to take it back?" Bill asked carefully. "Do you think I can still take him back under such circumstances?" Goziki's face was dark, and he exuded a dangerous aura. "You can't even beat the kid, and your face was swollen from what you said. Of course you can't take him back." The bald man didn't say what was in his mind, but asked, "What are your plans now?" "The establishment of our assassination team is to clear obstacles for the Empire. Now someone is hindering the establishment of the assassination team, so he is an obstacle, and I, Goziki, will clear this obstacle for the Empire. This child's fighting power is amazing. Shouldn't we try to get him into the arms of the Empire?" Broly is visibly strong, which makes Bill also have a love for talent. Although he is not a warrior, he also wants to get the boy. After all, powerful materials are also helpful for drug enhancement experiments. He is too strong. Trying to master the power that we cannot master will only hurt us. Goziki's eyes were cold. This was definitely not because the boy on the opposite side embarrassed him. He was afraid of the other party's monster-like strength and potential, so he wanted to kill him. "Are you sure? My imperial weapon Murasame has the ability to curse others as long as he scratches them. I may not be sure to kill him with ordinary weapons, but if he is just scratched by Murasame." Goziki didn't say anything else, but the meaning was very clear. He was very confident. "Brother Broly, the bird kebab has just been grilled." Nahash brought the bird kebab over. "The one who was kicked, is he okay?" "Take the bird kebab handed over by Nahash." Broly asked about the situation of the wife of the boy who was kicked out of the outer position. "Green is fine, but the flesh on his belly is a little swollen." "That's good, tell him, I also let the person who kicked him have a swollen belly." Broly was a little angry when his wife was kicked in the external position. If it weren't for Gozaiza saying something that would make people happy when he appeared, this person might have died at the first kick, because Broly would kick with more force. Now not only is he not dead, but he is also a little clingy, rushing over to let him kick again and again. Even the Vampa spider will run away after being hurt, but the other party did not, which made Broly wonder if he used too little force. Broly thought about it carefully and found that it might be true. Then, use more force. Looking at Gozaiza rushing over again, Broly thought so and raised his feet. Then, he found that the person rushing over suddenly shook the hair on his head. Gozaiza's long hair, as if alive, expanded rapidly and blocked Broly's sight. This move, called the hair disordering technique, can make hair become like steel needles. However, it is only used to disturb the line of sight now, and the real killer move is on the lowered blade. It is hidden behind the hair, in a different direction from the moving trajectory of the hair, and is a physical technique of visual dislocation. Goziki has used this move to kill many powerful enemies, and this time will be no exception. Broly didn't quite understand what this person was doing. Just when he was about to kick the steel needle-like head, there was a sudden sound of splashing behind him. Looking back, Broly found that the big crocodile that he had knocked unconscious was actually diving into the water at this time. Escaped. "My breakfast." He turned around without any defense. Success. The demon sword swung and chopped on the side of the neck. The next moment, Broly directly dropped what was happening here and rushed towards the fleeing crocodile. The little foot stepped into the mud, and the mud lifted by the reaction force hit Goziki's face. The demon sword assassin had not yet reacted, and his forehead was hit by a large piece of mud. The consciousness went black and he fainted. The demon sword also slipped out of his hand, and the man flew out directly. He rolled on the ground for several rounds, and when he rolled to Bald Bill's side, he was stopped by two intelligence personnel. "Master Bill, Master Goziki was hit hard and has fainted." The person who squatted down to check the injury reported the situation. "What should we do?" Another person asked. "What else can we do? Run away." The boy who severely injured Gozaiza was just catching a crocodile, not dead. Bill is not stupid. Even a warrior like Gozaiza, who was born in the 4 Rakshasa ghosts, was defeated. As the head of the drug enhancement department, would he go up and fight with the monster boy? Where is the knife of Lord Gozaizi? Bill glanced at the knife. It's broken. What's the use of it? Take people and let's go. What's the use of a broken imperial weapon? They might be in danger if they stay here for one more second. A group of people hurriedly took the unconscious Gozaizi and got on the mount. With a roar from the flying danger, the group of Imperial Intelligence Agency personnel quickly evacuated. They came and went in a hurry. They waved their sleeves and didn't take a single child with them. Underwater, the big crocodile used the death roll to stir the mud in the river, trying to hide its own tracks in this way. As Broly fired an energy cannon, the entire river was blown up, and the cunning crocodile came back to shore. Where are the people? After Broly came out of the water, he didn't see Gozaizi and others, and he was a little confused. Brother Broly, that group of people escaped, sitting on a dangerous species that can fly, and went in that direction. Naheso pointed to the direction where the intelligence agency escaped and said. Broly remembered that direction, but he didn't mean to chase. Now there are more important things. He has to prepare his breakfast. The skin is so hard that the knife can't penetrate it. A group of children helped to deal with the crocodile, and found that the weapon in their hands was useless for the skin of the crocodile. Try this. Just when Broly was about to tear it with his hands, Akame brought a broken knife. Although the demon sword Murasame broke when cutting Broly's neck, it was made of super dangerous species materials after all, plus weapons made of rare metals such as orichalcum. It was just the skin of a B-level dangerous crocodile, which could not stop it from cutting. This knife is sharp, Kuroyan, be careful. Akeo saw her sister holding the broken blade and wanted to help cut the crocodile meat, so she quickly reminded her. Brother Broly, are you okay? A girl came over to ask. Broly remembered that her name was Cornelia. What can happen to me? Broly was a little confused by the other party's question. You were just cut by the knife. Hearing this, the children around reacted and looked over at once. Broly touched the place where he was cut by the knife just now. There was no wound there, not even a white mark. Maybe that person didn't eat enough and didn't have much strength. Children around. Is this a problem of not eating enough? Forget it, never mind. Anyway, the big brother is mighty and awesome. The crocodile meat is roasted. Grunt, grunt. As Broly was eating, the other children were watching him. This is delicious. Would you like some? Broly noticed everyone's gaze and looked up to ask. No, I'm full. Nahash waved his hand. After eating so much fish and bird meat, how could he eat any more? On the contrary, Akame, the fat boy Lozang, Cornelia who just came to ask Broly if he was okay, and the mushroom girl Bonnie who picked poisonous mushrooms and roasted them last night and looked a little unintelligent, came to eat. And all these people who came to eat had one characteristic, that is, the strength they possessed was obviously beyond the strength that children of this age should have. Of course, Broly should be excluded. Among them, the fat boy Lozang who could almost lift a bear was the one with the largest appetite. The second was Cornelia, but she was older, so it was normal for her to eat more. Then Bonnie, and finally Akame. Broly ate most of the roasted crocodile, and the others ate a small part, and left a small part. Just treat it as food for the journey. Broly said so and prepared to set off. Hey, where are we going? A child asked. I'm going to take you to find happiness. Broly pointed to the direction that Nahashu had just pointed out where the Imperial Intelligence Agency and others had left and said. Gozaiza was a clown, but he provided Broly with important information, which was the direction of happiness. Chapter 33 Blisters and Shoes. What is happiness, and how to find it? The children don't know, and Broly is not very clear either. But it doesn't matter, the direction has been revealed, just follow it. Under Broly's leadership, everyone went in the direction where the Imperial Intelligence Agency personnel left. On the way, they encountered many dangerous species, but the dangerous species were not dangerous, because there were Saiyans in their team who were more dangerous than the dangerous species. All the dangerous species that came to attack were turned into food for the new day by Broly. Compared with the dangers brought by dangerous species, the snakes and insects hidden under the fallen leaves and between the vines, which were more difficult to guard against, were the biggest danger. Fortunately, there were children in the team who had lived in the forest environment. Although the poisons in the Gifnora sea tree forest were different, the detoxification and prevention methods were partially the same. After finding some slightly toxic grass and leaves to light them and tying them with branches to smoke the road in front, many snakes and insects were driven away in advance. Does it have to be like this? Broly asked, coughing because of the smoke. We can't do anything. We are not like you, big brother, who are not afraid of snake bites. Riverina, who is said to be a foreign race in the West and lives in the mangrove tribe in the water, said. This method of driving away snakes, rats, mosquitoes and insects was invented by her by tasting the plants in the forest. She has experience in surviving in the forest, but unfortunately there are many dangerous species here. If she hadn't been rescued by Broly yesterday, she might have been eaten by dangerous species. I have a better way. Broly thought for a while and said. What way? The children looked at him curiously. Broly asked Riverina to extinguish the poisonous smoke, raised his hand and aimed at the forest in front. As a green energy beam was emitted and bombed the forest in front, a smooth road appeared in front of everyone. This is my way. Broly clapped his hands, as if he had done something trivial. Children! This is a road they had never thought of. The dense forest with many giant trees in front was destroyed completely at this moment. Not to mention snakes and insects, even those dangerous species that existed originally would have been turned into ashes by now. The atmosphere became quiet. Nahashu, a big kid with a lot of experience, realized that the atmosphere was not right, and immediately took the lead in applauding. Big brother is mighty, big brother is awesome, everyone, applaud and cheer for big brother, thank you for opening such a road for us in the forest. Powerful power makes people awed, but too powerful power may make people feel fearful, which is a human nature that is difficult to control. However, with Nahashu's timely intervention and guidance, the children's instinctive fear gradually turned into greater respect. Brother Broly, you are so awesome, how did you do it? Swoosh, the forest is gone. Led by Akame, Tsukushi, Bonnie and other girls with more nerves, this team of mostly innocent children quickly regained their excitement, and only a few big kids with more experience looked at Broly with a complicated look. Monster. Perhaps they didn't say it, but this was indeed what they meant when they looked at Broly. They were afraid, but they held back. Although he wasn't perfect, Broly wasn't a careful person. He gradually lost himself in the children around him calling him big brother. Of course, it can also be said that he experienced the fun of being the center of attention of children of similar age, and enjoyed it. Just raise the energy in your hands, and then, whoosh, bang. Broly demonstrated again and blew up a tree. In addition to the game skills such as catfighting, throwing energy bombs was something he could share. Well, it still doesn't work. A group of children imitated his movements, trying to imagine what raising the energy was, and tried it on the big trees around them. The result was that no one learned it, but this was also natural. The energy in these children's bodies was not yet full enough for them to take it out and turn it into energy bombs. However, this world has dangerous species, as well as various strange secret arts and biological transformation technologies, so it is probably possible to make people send waves. After staying in place for a while, the people who failed to send waves set off again. This time there was a smooth road to go, and the speed was much faster. The only trouble was that Broly's sudden noise scared the creatures in the Jifunola Sea Tree Forest. The forest, which originally had a lot of noises, seemed particularly quiet in the area near the smooth road. On the way, the group did not encounter dangerous species again, and there was no interference from snakes and insects, but on the other hand, there were no prey that came to the door automatically. When night fell, the children were ready to camp in the wild by the stream in the forest. It's better to go through the forest. Broly sighed. After blasting a road, the prey no longer came to him. I don't think so. It's much easier to walk on flat ground. Akagi retorted and raised her feet to show the boy. At least I walked a long way today, so my feet didn't get more blisters. Akagi said this and took a thin wooden thorn to help her sister deal with the blisters on her feet. Broly looked down at his feet. He had never grown this thing. But seeing that everyone seemed to be doing the puncture of blisters, he was a little envious. Then how can I get rid of blisters? He asked. Ah, why do you want to get this thing? Because you all have it. Akagami was speechless. It's not a good thing. Yes, it grows on your feet and it hurts when you step on it. Kurotami also said something. If I can, I don't want to get this thing. The other children echoed. Hey, is there any way to prevent it? Hearing that it was not a good thing, Broly changed his mind and asked again. Blisters are not a big deal. Just pop them and take a rest. Cornelia said. I think if I can have a pair of soft shoes, I won't get blisters on my feet. A blonde girl named Nadira said. The shoes the slave traders gave us are too hard. You still have shoes. The slave traders who sold me here didn't even give me shoes. These children were talking to each other. I'm not wearing shoes, but I don't have blisters on my feet. Hey, you have such thick soles. Broly listened to the side and came to a conclusion that most people need a pair of soft shoes. But how to get such shoes? Broly thought of his old father on the planet Vampa, who was proficient in handicrafts. He once made shoes for himself, but he didn't wear them because he thought they were stuffy. But they were really soft, after all, they were woven from baya hair. When he thought of this, Broly had an idea. It happened that before the road was blown up today, he hunted a group of creatures with long and soft hair. Broly walked to the side of a long-haired deer corpse, pulled some hair from it, and began to braid it. But after someone processed the meat of the long-haired deer, he didn't braid the soft hair into the shape of a foot. What are you doing? Akaji came over and asked. Make shoes. Broly answered. Can you make shoes with just fur? Akaji didn't quite understand. My father made shoes with fur. Really? Only I haven't worn them, or I'll let you see, the shoes are so soft. Even though he hadn't worn shoes many times on the planet Vampa, Broly could say this to the girl confidently at this time. Use the same fur as the clothes you're wearing. Yes. Akaji reached out and touched Broly's baya fur clothes, which were indeed very soft. But it's better to say that it's some kind of plant fiber than fur. Who among you can weave shoes? Akaji thought about it and asked the other children. I can. A child raised his hand. My father was a shoemaker, but he got addicted to gambling and lost a lot of money, so I was sold. This kind of handwork is nothing to me. Then can you weave these hairs into it? It should be possible. The child who can weave shoes thought about it and nodded. His hands are much more skillful than Broly. He first found some vines, scraped off the vine bark with a knife, and then cut off the fine thorns to make a simple shoe weaving material. After twisting and rolling, overlapping, the vine bark soon became the shape of slippers in his hands. I used to weave with hay, which is more durable and softer. I haven't tried vines, but if hair is added, it should be softer. He said, and quickly knitted the shoes. When the barbecue was almost cooked, a pair of crudely made vine fur shoes were made in the boy's hands. Akaji tried them on and felt that they were not bad. Except that they were a little big, they were much better than the wooden shoes she had on her feet. We need more vines and animal hair to knit more shoes. Broly said so. I can't make shoes for everyone by myself. The shoe-weaving boy shook his head. There are more than 70 people here. Then let's do it together. You can teach us how to knit shoes. Tsukushi and some other children with more dexterity said at this time. A group of children gradually gathered together to discuss shoemaking. Before that, let's eat first. The main dishes tonight are long-haired deer and some long giant bugs. The long-haired deer tastes a bit pungent after being roasted, but the giant bugs have a fruity aroma after being roasted. The taste is like rubber band. It is a little hard to chew, but the more you chew, the more delicious it is. In the exchange page of Crystal Palace, this thing is called Hyzen Big Bug Grilled Meat, and the exchange price is about the same as a pork chop rice bowl. The soup is fish soup. There are some small fish in the forest stream. Someone caught them and cooked them with yesterday's swamp crab shells. The small fish has no name, but even without salt, the soup is full of freshness after being cooked. While cooking the soup, Bonnie suggested adding some mushrooms to add some color to the soup, but everyone unanimously passed. Chapter 34 Tumbleweed Shoes, the Birth of the Pendulum, and the Direction to the South. After eating and drinking, everyone started to learn how to make shoes, and Broly was also learning how to make them. But his craftsmanship was a bit poor, and the vines and hairs would always turn into a ball in his hands. Put your feet in it, and it should be wearable. Kurita commented on the shoes he made. Broly, after trying it on, it was indeed wearable, but he was probably the only one who could wear such round shoes and move around freely. Do you need help? Looking at the tumbleweed shoes on Broly's feet, even the youngest children would find it difficult to say that they needed help. Brother Broly, I think it's better to make my own shoes. Well, if you need my help, you can call me. Broly was a little disappointed. Maybe he shouldn't have made the shoes so early. Do you need help? Cornelia saw that he just wanted to find something to do, so she said, "If you can, Brother Broly, can you help me scrape the vine bark?" Everyone was not skilled in making shoes. If some vine bark was woven incorrectly, they could basically only use new ones to weave again. No problem. Broly picked up a knife and helped scrape the bark of the vines. This kind of collective handicraft gave him the feeling of playing a game of catapults. In this game, even if he was just a bystander, he could feel a little happy. After experiencing the short elementary school life in the Type Moon world, Broly occasionally felt a feeling called loneliness on the planet Vampa. Although he rarely showed it, this feeling did exist, and now it was reflected in the behavior of wanting to have more participation in collective events. So, he scraped a lot of vines, but in the end only a few were used, and the rest could only be burned as firewood. You were knocked down by the wild kids who were bought as seedlings for selection. There should be nothing wrong with my ears, right? Mr. Zigong, there is a guy in there who is very powerful and has the strength of a monster. Stop, I am not interested in how you were knocked down. I only know that Minister Ernest gave you an order to set up an assassination department. And I have cooperated with this order and sent all the people and money and food that should be given to you, but you brought bad news. My lack of strength has caused the situation of ineffective work. Please forgive me, Mr. Zigong, but I still hope to get some support to wash away this shame. Gotsi, you are also a member of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts. If you can't even deal with a guy like you, I think ordinary support is useless, right? If possible, I would like to ask Minister Ernest for help on my behalf and ask him to send the support of other 4 Rakshasa ghosts. Gotsi said, with gauze tied on his forehead. Goziki, if you said that the rebels attacked you and hindered the establishment of the assassination department, I would mobilize local troops to support you without hesitation, but you said that it was because of a purchased child that caused your failure. That's a monster. His strength is terrifying. I can guarantee this with my life. Okay, even if what you said is true, what is the identity of the other party? Is it a rebel? No. If it's not, then how can you have the face to ask me to help you? It doesn't matter if you embarrass yourself, but don't let me follow you and embarrass myself in front of Minister Ernest. Now the Empire is everywhere, they all need people, and the 4 Rakshasa ghosts in this term are responsible for the security of the minister. So, no one has time to help you get back the face you lost on a child, do you understand? But that monster intercepted the assassin seedling we selected. The Empire does not raise waste, and I don't want to hear you complain about difficulties. If there are difficulties, overcome them. For me, the result is always more important than the process. Similarly, what Minister Ernest wants is only the result of successfully forming an assassination team. After being driven out of the palace, Goziki's face was a little ugly. If he had the ability to overcome difficulties alone, why would he come here to ask for help with a smug face? That guy probably thinks we are here to make money. Bill said. Miser, only money in his eyes. Goziki cursed. Forget it, this is the Empire. The more serious people are, the more they will suffer. What are you going to do? I'm going to use death row prisoners for drug enhancement experiments and hypnosis manipulation. What about you? Are you still going to look for that monster? Goziki was silent. He didn't hurt the other party even after the imperial weapon was cut off. What could he do if he went back? He sighed. Just like you, I'll train the 6 little ghosts first. The big guys above don't care, so I don't need to care too much. You will die if you fail to complete the mission in the future. Bill reminded. It's just a rotten life after all. As an assassin, Goziki knows the ending of assassins very well. It is almost impossible to die of old age in turbulent times. It is realistic to die in a certain mission. Fortunately, it takes time to train assassins. Even if he is a rotten person, he can have a few years of leisure time. We'll see when the time comes. As for the little monster that beat his face swollen, the Empire is not worried, so what is he worried about? As soon as I thought of playing badly, I suddenly felt that the world was wide. A generation of demon sword assassins, because he encountered a monster, reported to the upper level, and the upper level didn't care, he became a badass. My strength is not the best, but it is also first rate. Even if I use all my strength, I can't hurt the monster in the slightest. What will happen if it grows up? If such a monster is won over by the rebels, what will happen to the Empire? Hehe. Gotsi thought about it and invited the bald man next to him. Let's go drink together, okay? No time, you are injured, drink less. The bald man Bill said, turned around and left. After the tree vine shoes were made, the road was much easier to walk, but perhaps the direction they wanted to go out was different from the place they came in from. A group of people walked in the Jifunara Sea tree forest for 3 days along the road that was bombarded by energy cannons before they reached the edge of the forest. This is the border of the western border of the empire, close to the western kingdom, and separated by a dangerous water mangrove area. The brown-skinned girl showed a somewhat surprised expression after seeing the water mangroves. This is the hometown of Riverina, I used to live in such a place. She was captured by the slave capture team. She didn't expect that she could return to a familiar place while walking in the forest with the team. Of course, this place is not her home yet, but with a reference, she knows the direction of her home. My father said that the red forest borders a giant tree forest in the north. There are many terrifying dangerous species in that forest that let us not approach. If this is the giant tree forest, Riverina's home should be a little further south. Looking at the girl's excitement, Broly said, then let's go south again. Oh. The children agreed with him. The days of rushing on the road allowed their temporary team to get used to each other, and everyone was convinced of him as the big brother. Stupid, you are going in the wrong direction. That's the east. With Tsukushi's reminder, a group of children who were led astray walked back. Let's do it again. Let's go south. After returning to the starting point with some embarrassment, Broly shouted again. This time, the direction was right. Chapter 35 Ignition, Branches, Weighted Flight. There are some ferocious fish in the water of the mangroves, and some will spit water at the creatures on the mangroves, but as long as you are mentally prepared and hold on to the vines around you so as not to fall into the water, there will be no danger. There are always some mimicry creatures on the mangroves, such as dead branch snakes. They will pretend to be a dead branch and prey on some small animals or insects passing by, but they will not take the initiative to attack creatures larger than them. Rivalina talked about the points that need to be paid attention to in the mangroves, and Broly poked his head out of the water. He had fish hanging on his body. He shook it on the shore and threw the fish into the basket made of vines. Although there are no dangerous species here, the fish underwater are even more stupid. Broly just swam in the water, and the fish swam over on their own initiative. They took the bait without being caught. Broly shook his tail and threw the fish biting his tail into the vine basket. Of course, if you have such a powerful body as Big Brother, you can also go into the water to catch fish like this. Otherwise, the usual way to catch fish is to slap the water surface to attract the fish to swim over, and then use a sharpened fork to pierce the fish in the water. As Riverina said this, she demonstrated. She used a sharpened branch to pierce the fish in the water, and then pulled up the fish as thick as her forearm. Puff, puff, puff. The fish struggled on the branch and spit 3 mouthfuls of water at the girl. This is a water-spitting fish. The bigger the water-spitting fish, the more powerful the water it spits. Riverina said, shaking off the fish water on her face. Hey! The other children followed suit and used the sharpened branches in their hands to pierce the fish. As a result, only a few succeeded, and most failed. One of them even fell into the water. Fortunately, Broly was next to him and jumped over to pull him up. The actual distance of underwater creatures is a little deeper than we see on the water surface. If you want to pierce a fish, it is best to pierce it further down. The child who stabbed the fish shared his experience with other children who didn't stab the fish. After learning the skills, these children with good skills quickly mastered the fish stabbing technique. These branches are very wet and can't make a fire. When they stopped to eat at noon, everyone was distressed because they couldn't make a fire in the humid environment. On the way out of the Jifunara Sea tree forest, the children who already had experience in surviving in the wild told others the importance of eating cooked food. If you don't want to have diarrhea, then both water and food must be cooked and eaten well. In addition, some plant ingredients have some toxins that can be removed by cooking. Or if we can't make a fire, we can only eat sashimi. Will there be parasites? What are you talking about? By the way, the worms on these fish taste pretty good. Everyone turned their heads and saw that their eldest brother was eating something that was obviously a parasite from a fish. No one needed to answer the previous question. The fish did have parasites. As for the taste, it even received a good evaluation from the eldest brother. Don't worry, it's no big deal if there are worms. My tribesmen and I used to eat sashimi. After eating sashimi, we will eat some water leaves to drive away the worms. The worms will not stay in our stomachs for a long time and will be pulled out. Riverina didn't care much about eating raw fish. Children! Imagine the scene of pulling worms. Sister, I don't want to pull worms. Hei Tong tugged at Chi Tong's sleeve. I don't want to either, but if you don't want to be hungry, you have to eat. Chi Tong's acceptance level is pretty good. Compared with pulling worms, she thinks being hungry is more terrifying things. Let me try to make a fire again. It's useless. The branches here are too wet. There's no way to start a fire. Should we bring some dry branches? Brother Broly, do you have any good ideas? The children were at their wits' end, but someone thought of him. Broly thought for a moment and pointed his hand at the branches for making fire. Bang! In just a moment, those branches were blown away. It seems that there's nothing that Big Brother can do. Just like making shoes, Big Brother also has his limits. Others looked at the tumbleweeds on Broly's feet and agreed with Natara, who said this. Looking at the disappointed looks of the people around him, Broly thought again. I'll try again. As he said this, he adjusted the output of the air and gathered the weak air on one finger. Then, he pointed at the mangrove branch next to him and lit it. ZZ. Smoke rose from the place where the mangrove branches were lit. Hey! Seeing this, all the children stared over with a nervous look. Fire, must be on fire. Perhaps because he heard the children's voices, the branches that Broly lit were quickly dried. As the last water vapor evaporated, a small flame appeared on the branch the next moment. Fire! Yet! Brother Broly, you are awesome! Seeing the flames, the children shouted happily, which meant they didn't have to eat sashimi or pull worms. Broly was also very happy. He learned the trick of using gas to light a fire, but when he was happy, the gas on his fingertips was strengthened by his high emotions, and instantly turned into a beam of energy, shooting through the mangrove branches, turning the branches into ashes. The flames had no burning material and quickly went out. Seeing the flames go out, the children's cheers stopped abruptly, and all looked at Broly eagerly. I'll light another one. Broly scratched his head and pulled off a new redwood vine and said. This time he didn't let his chi get out of control and turn into a penetrating beam, and the flames rose successfully. The fish grilled with redwood branches has a different flavor than the grilled fish in the big forest. It's a bit spicy. That's the taste of the redwood tree. Is it poisonous? It's slightly poisonous. It's the toxin secreted by the redwood tree itself to prevent insects. Hey! Don't worry, it's okay as long as you don't eat too much. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved. Hey, why are you chewing the branches together? Just then, the voice of Hei Tong came over. This thing tastes good when chewed, num. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and found that Broly was chewing a redwood branch in his mouth. Brother Broly, this branch is poisonous. A group of people hurried over to remind him. Poison. Broly smacked his lips and nodded to the people who ran over. The poison tastes good, you guys try it too. Broly said, and threw the chewed branch behind him. Everyone looked and found that there was already a pile of tree slag behind him. Are you okay? What can happen to me? Pick up a skewer of grilled fish, whole bones in, and Broly chewed the branch used to string the fish again. Some worried children who ran over looked at each other, and finally could only attribute it to the fact that the big brother's physique was different from theirs, and he could eat a lot of things they couldn't eat. The roasted redwood branch tasted a bit like spicy cinnamon, which made Broly a little bit drunk, but after chewing too much, he felt a little sick. During the afternoon journey, Broly stuck out his tongue. It felt like he had eaten the essence of the Wampa spider's body fluid. His whole mouth was bitter, and even rinsing his mouth was useless. The poison did not kill him, but it made him sick. It tastes so bad. After the Wampa spider series and other foods, the redwood branches of the mangrove forest became Broly's second least favorite food. It is worth mentioning that the boiled green peppers he heard from Rin Tosaka in the last world were his third least favorite food, although Broly had never eaten boiled green peppers. Riverina, haven't we reached your tribe yet? The water area is very large. Going south, it was still a patch of mangroves in the distance until dusk. The patches of mangroves formed pieces of land on the water, and they had walked through at least hundreds of such mangrove lands today. It should be in this direction, but I didn't see the mark of our tribe. Standing on the tree, Riverina looked around, but found nothing. Could we have gone in the wrong direction? It's possible. But if we are looking for a tribe with people living in it. Nahash looked at Broly, who was floating in the air next to him and looked a little listless. Brother Broly, you can fly. Can you fly to a higher place to see where there are people? Broly was a little out of shape, but he still agreed and flew directly to a high altitude. From a bird's eye view, he soon found that 7 or 8 kilometers to the right, there were some people moving on a large mangrove forest. Broly landed and as soon as she told him what she saw, Reverina jumped on her and hugged her neck. The girl asked Broly to take her up to see it. That's my tribe. Although it was very far away and it was almost dusk, Reverina still recognized it. She had seen the shape of the mangrove forest where her tribe was located from afar before, like a big leaf. It's not realistic to travel at night. We will probably arrive there at noon tomorrow. After confirming the approximate distance, Nahashu estimated the specific arrival time based on the speed of their group in the water mangrove forest. Tomorrow. Reverina was a little disappointed. She was eager to go home. In fact, you don't have to wait until tomorrow. I can take you there. Broly suddenly said. Hey! Hearing this, a group of children reacted. But Broly, can you fly so far with people? Probably no problem. Broly didn't know either. He had never tried to fly with such a heavy load. Chapter 36 Eat less poisonous mushrooms. We're about to take off. Are you ready? We're ready, but why did you go into the redwood forest? Everyone was a little puzzled by Broly's behavior of going into the redwood forest until the redwood forest they were standing on began to shake and was pulled out of the water by a huge force. After flying high in the sky, the children who hurriedly grabbed the solid objects around them in the vibration understood what Broly meant by being ready. Looking at the vines tied around their waists, the children were a little speechless. Fortunately, I didn't fall down. The fat boy Lozang grabbed a wet tree root in time, and the vine around his waist broke, but he almost rolled down from the flying redwood forest. Broly didn't fly very fast. He absorbed the experience of flying with Fujimura Taiga in the Type Moon world 2 years ago, so that the flying redwood forest moved steadily in the sky, like a small floating island. After the initial panic, the children who settled down were somewhat immersed in the beautiful scenery formed by the sunset and sunset glow in the distant sky. In the past, most of them were hungry and cold, and they struggled to survive every day. They fell into the hands of slave traders and were imprisoned in prisons. They didn't have the leisure and qualifications to watch and experience such scenery in the past. Sister, it's beautiful. Kurita sat on the vines and pulled the girl next to him. Yet. Akita responded softly, agreeing with her sister's statement. If it weren't for Broly, we might never see such a scenery, right? This is about watching the sunset in the sky, but it is also about the other party saving them and giving them enough food. After all, if you don't have enough to eat, you don't have the leisure to appreciate the beautiful scenery. I seem to see my brother in the sunset. Bang! Bonnie's head was hit. Sister Ker, why did you hit me? I asked you to throw away the poisonous mushrooms you picked, but you still carried them with you and ate them. I didn't. Bonnie was a little flustered and quickly covered his right pocket. You saw hallucinations, and you still say you don't have them. Bang! The girl's head was hit by the iron fist of the girl next to her again. Brother is flying with us in the woods, he is not dead yet. The poisonous mushrooms were thrown out by Cornelia with a parabolic trajectory. My mushrooms! Under the setting sun, in the flying mangroves, everyone looked at Bonnie with dark faces. Bonnie knelt on the mangrove vines in a frustrated forward bend. Raising his right hand, he was reluctant to let go of the flying poisonous mushrooms. Chief, a mangrove is flying in the sky. While the children in the sky were enjoying the beautiful sunset, the tribes on the ground became nervous after discovering that the flying mangrove was approaching their tribe. In the cognition of people in this world, only flying dangerous species can soar in the sky, and the bigger the creature, the more dangerous it is. Such a large mangrove is flying in the sky, and the creature hiding in it must be very scary. Repalip, summon all the warriors in the tribe. If the monsters in the flying mangrove want to attack our tribe, we will fight back and protect the tribe. Lidile, the chief of the Red Leaf tribe, gave the order. He now only hoped that the unknown existence that made the mangrove fly in the sky was just passing through their tribe. Chief, the flying mangrove seems to be falling towards us. But things always go in a bad direction, and Lidile's heart sinks. Be prepared for battle. The man cut his palm with a knife and smeared 4 bloody marks on his face. This means fighting to the death in their tribe. Other warriors followed suit when they saw the chief do this. The weapons of this group of people were not sophisticated, but they all had the blood to protect the tribe in front of a strong enemy. And this blood continued until a familiar voice came from the fallen mangroves. "Dad, Dad!" That was the voice of his daughter who had been missing for 3 months. "Riverina, is that you?" Ryder shouted. Without anyone's reply, the mangroves had already descended to a height where people could clearly see the people above. Riverina jumped down from the mangroves that had not yet completely landed, ran to the tribal warriors who were waiting in full battle array, and threw herself into her father's arms. "Riverina, where have you been during the days you disappeared?" The man's face was filled with astonishment and surprise. He actually thought his daughter was dead. "I was captured by the imperial slave catchers. They sold me to the giant tree forest, Gifonora Sea Tree Forest, but I ran back," the girl explained. "What about my sister, where are those people?" Reparup asked. There were many children on the mangroves that had fallen into the water again. "Second brother, they are children like me who were sold into the giant tree forest by slave traders. Now they are my important companions." "Wait, how did I become the second brother?" "Because I worshipped a big brother." "Lip-a-lip, hey! Then how did you come down from the sky?" "We didn't come down from the sky, but the big brother brought us here. It was the big brother who saved me and everyone else and brought us out of the giant tree forest." Riverina pointed to the direction they came from and tried to describe Broly's power to her father. Listening to it, the chief of the Red Leaf tribe felt that his brain was not enough. Whether it was blasting a smooth road in the giant tree forest or flying over with a mangrove forest, it was a bit too outrageous. If he hadn't seen the mangrove forest flying in the sky with his own eyes, he might have thought that his lost and found daughter was talking nonsense. "You." After bringing people over, Broly flew out of the woods with some retching. There were some sawdust and sap of redwood trees on his hands. It was the taste of these sawdust and sap that made him a little unbearable, and the bitterness in his mouth seemed to increase. "This is Broly." Rivalina happily introduced the boy to his father. "What happened to him?" Riddle was a little surprised that the big brother in his daughter's mouth was also a child, and after seeing Broly retching, he frowned and asked. "Brother Broly chewed a lot of redwood branches at noon, and then he became like this. Didn't you tell him that redwood branches are poisonous?" "I did, but brother said the poison tastes good." Riddle? His impression of Broly changed from a terrifying character who could roam freely in the giant forest and fly in the sky with a mangrove forest in his daughter's mouth to a little guy who might have some brain problems. "Take him back to the tribe, I'll get some herbs to detoxify him." Perhaps because the mangrove forest that flew over was full of children, and his daughter roughly described some of the situation, Readaloud wiped off the blood on his face that represented a deadly battle, and asked his son to arrange for the companions his daughter made outside to go to the empty area of the tribe to entertain them. The Red Leaf tribe is not large, with a population of only more than 1,000. More than 70 children poured in, which still attracted the attention of many tribal members. "Reparup, where are these children from? Are they going to join our tribe?" someone asked. "These are the companions my sister brought back." Reparup replied in a muffled voice. "Your sister? Riverina, isn't she dead?" Bang! The person who said this was knocked over by Repalapu. "My sister is back, safely back, she is not dead." Chapter 37 Red Leaf Tribe. Redwood tree branches, our tribe also uses this thing as a seasoning, but usually it is washed and soaked in water for a long time to reduce the toxins before it is used. However, even so, poisoning sometimes occurs. When poisoned by redwood trees, people's senses will be paralyzed from taste, and gradually lose the ability to move. Speaking of this, Riddle stopped, because the boy behind him could walk and fly, except for a bitter face, he seemed to have no symptoms of redwood poisoning. And the way our tribe detoxifies this poison is actually to pick the green leaves of redwood trees that have not grown up and turned red, grind them into juice to detoxify. As he spoke, the chief of the Red Leaf tribe handed over the green leaf juice in his hand, and did not forget to state in advance, "It is very effective in detoxifying the redwood tree, but I don't know if it will work for your bitter mouth." Broly took the leaf juice. As long as it could reduce the bitterness in his mouth, he didn't care what he drank, and drank it all. After drinking it, Broly smacked his lips twice, and the bitterness in his mouth was much less, and his eyes lit up. "Can you give me another cup?" "Of course, but can you tell me about how you saved my daughter?" Riddle took the clay cup and asked Broly. He wanted to get the answer from the boy who saved his daughter. Hearing this, Broly was a little distressed. Riddle was just a kid he saved by chance. There were 71 kids he saved by chance. The other party suddenly asked him to tell the details of the rescue. Broly couldn't remember it at all. He could only say, there was a big prey chasing her from behind, and then I kicked it like this, and the prey chasing Reverina fell down. Riddle. Who can tell him what the prey is, and why the boy raised his leg and made a kicking motion beside him? What is the action of sticking out tongue and tilting head and lying on the ground? Does it mean that the dangerous prey chasing his daughter was killed by him? As the chief of the tribe living in the mangroves, Riddler can still see the general plot, but this abstract and vivid description of dancing and clapping is not as exciting as his daughter's simple words. Thank you for saving my daughter. You will be a friend of our Red Leaf tribe. Our tribe will warmly entertain friends. After helping Broly get rid of the bitterness in his mouth, Chief Riddler took the attitude of treating a benefactor and asked the tribe to prepare a lot of food to entertain Broly and other children. This meal was much better than their own barbecue in the forest. After all, there were many more seasonings, such as the important salt. Everyone, please eat. If it's not enough, we can make more. What's wrong with the chief? I'm happy. His missing daughter is back. You mean Reverina? Didn't she die? She didn't die. I heard that she was captured by the slave traders of the Empire and sold to the giant tree forest in the north. But she was helped and ran back from there. So, these children are the ones who helped her. Yet. No wonder. After private communication, the people of the Red Leaf tribe understood why their chief used the tribe's food to entertain outsiders. Although some people complained a little, they didn't say anything strange in the end. People here tend to agree with this principle that a favor should be returned. No one talked all night. The children slept well in the vine clearing arranged for them by the Red Leaf tribe. When they woke up the next day, the tribe also prepared food for them. The children were a little confused. They found that they didn't have to do anything. They couldn't help but look at Broly. You get what you work for. Let's help with the hunting. It's called hunting, but it's actually fishing. It's just that the places where fish gather in this mangrove forest are occupied by the people of the Red Leaf tribe. Although they didn't exclude them obviously, they also expressed that it was inconvenient for them, a group of outsiders, to catch fish near the fish pits they worked hard to make. Fortunately, when Broly came yesterday, he brought another mangrove forest, and there were no people in the waters of that place. Reverina ran over to catch fish with them. There was no need to rush to other places, and the whole day passed leisurely. Originally, they thought that the outsiders were a group of freeloaders, but they didn't expect that they would bring a lot of fish at night. In this regard, some people of the Red Leaf tribe recognized this group of foreign children, but some people thought that this was the outsiders who robbed the resources of their tribe's mangroves and said some strange things. We fished in the mangroves, not in yours, but in the mangroves that Broly brought us to fly here. We didn't steal your fish. You're bragging. How can mangroves fly? You just stole our tribe's fish. Some children had disputes with the children in the Red Leaf tribe and even fought with them. The children in the Red Leaf tribe are very tough and good at fighting, but the children from the Jifu Nora Sea tree forest are assassins and have better hands-on skills. They won with a small advantage. The adults in the Red Leaf tribe felt a little embarrassed and wanted to interfere, but were stopped by the chief. Children's affairs are children's affairs. What's the point of adults intervening? Not only words but also fists can be used for communication. The group of children who came with his daughter are very good. Riddle wants to absorb them into his own tribe. And the best way to absorb them is to let the children get along with each other and naturally complete the process of accepting each other. As Riddle expected, the rejection at the beginning was a natural phenomenon. After the children got along well, they gradually accepted playing with foreign children. The biggest catalyst was actually related to Broly flying to the Gif Nora Sea tree forest and hunting some dangerous species and bringing them back. After seeing this scene with their own eyes, the children of the Red Leaf tribe were directly assimilated by the foreign children. Thinking that Reverina could also worship such a powerful elder brother, they took the initiative to express that they also wanted to worship a powerful elder brother. With a common object of worship, everyone has a common language, and friction will naturally decrease. In a word, as long as you think the elder brother is awesome and are willing to worship the elder brother with us, then we are best friends. Within less than 5 days of arriving in the Red Leaf tribe, children under 10 years old were playing together. From the original mangroves of our tribe, eldest brother, you outsiders, tribes, could not catch fish here, to this mangrove of ours, you can come and catch fish at will, and even see which side catches more fish. Such a huge change has occurred. The attitude of the children in the tribe also affected the adults. More importantly, with an additional mangrove forest, the tribe can get more fish every day. Broly, I want to challenge you. As foreign children were integrating into the tribe, Riverina's eldest brother, Repalip, suddenly challenged Broly. The reason was that Repalip couldn't stand being called the second brother in the tribe. Originally, whether it was his younger sister or children from other tribes, they would affectionately call him Brother Ripa when they met him, but after Broly came to the tribe, he was demoted. Now, Repalip wants Tao's strength to regain the status of the big brother in the eyes of his sister and the children of the tribe. Broly, I know you are very powerful, so I will not hold back just because you are younger than me. I will go all out to let everyone know who is the real big brother of the Red Leaf tribe. This is a status dispute among the children. Lipalip is not yet an adult at the age of 15, but he can still get close to the children. Forget it, second brother Lip, you have never hunted dangerous species, how dare you compete with big brother Broly? The children said words that hit their confidence, and most of the people who said this were children from the tribe. Stop talking nonsense, I have never hunted dangerous species, that's just because there are few dangerous species near our mangroves. In terms of strength, I can collect more than 20 pearls from the mouths of freshwater shells in the deep water at one go, but I will not lose to anyone. The boy lay on the wooden stake, intending to use arm wrestling to decide the outcome with Broly. Then, in the best of 3 contests, he lost all of them as expected. Strength is nothing, let's compete in speed, but no flying. Comparing speed restricted Broly's flight, but Broly still easily beat him. Let's compete in lung capacity. Repalip buried his face in the water and held his breath for 30 minutes. He raised his head only after he couldn't hold it any longer. How is my lung capacity? Brother Broly hasn't gotten up yet. Don't even mention Brother Broly. Even Red Eye and Black Eye are still holding their breath. In the subsequent contests, Repalip lost all the battles. Even the children who joined the contest halfway performed better than him. I lost, brother. After a day of competition, Repalip failed to regain his position as the eldest brother. Instead, he willingly recognized the boy younger than him as the eldest brother. It was also on this day that Broly became the only big brother in the eyes of the children of the Red Leaf tribe through various competitions that he thought were like games. Of course, Broly didn't care whether he was a big brother or not. The experience of playing games with everyone was what made him happy. The happiness values of Akame and Kurome also increased a lot in the competition games. Unfortunately, after so many days, Broly still didn't meet another wife who could be recognized by the Crystal Palace. Chapter 38 Separation. On the 9th day of arriving in the Red Leaf tribe, Broly was invited by the Red Leaf tribe's chief to go to the deep water area to participate in the operation of collecting freshwater shell pearls. We will use the fishy balls of fermented spitfish meat to attract dangerous fish in deep waters. After attracting the dangerous fish, the diving experts in the tribe will take the opportunity to dive into the deep waters. There are some large freshwater clams underneath. A whole piece of fresh fish meat can lure them to open their shells. When they open their shells, you can use the branches you bring down to pick out the pearls in their mouths. Pearls the size of peas can be exchanged for 6 or 7 bags of flour. If you can dig up pearls larger than peas, good quality ones can even be exchanged for half a month's rations for the tribe, or for some iron utensils. But be careful not to hurt those large clams, so that they will produce new pearls again in a few years. On the boat, Ryder told Broly about the work of the Red Leaf tribe to supplement their family income. They are a pearl-collecting tribe in the mangroves, and they make money by diving into dangerous deep water areas and collecting freshwater clams pearls under the water. Broly, you are very strong. If you are willing to join the Red Leaf tribe, I can give you the position of the chief. After introducing the Red Leaf tribe's money-making jobs, Riddler directly invited Broly. These days, he quietly observed the boy's situation and knew that Broly had a good character, attached great importance to his companions, and more importantly, had terrifying strength. If he were the chief of the Red Leaf tribe, he would definitely be able to ignore the situation that the water area was separated by a piece of mangrove land and develop the Red Leaf tribe. Therefore, after discovering that the boy seemed to be preparing to leave the tribe with some children who did not want to stay in the tribe, Riddler had the idea of asking him out for a talk. As a not very civilized tribesman, Riddler, as the chief, did not have so many twists and turns. and directly invited him with the greatest sincerity. "Stay, the Red Leaf tribe can be the home of you and other children." To be honest, Riddler was very sincere, and he was even willing to give up the position of chief to an outsider child. But even if he was sincere, it would be useless, because even if Broly agreed, the Crystal Palace would force him back to his original world after the stay time was up. "I can't stay." Broly shook his head. "Other people who have no home can stay if they want to, but I'm going to send some people who want to go home back." Although the children who stayed in the Red Leaf tribe and followed him out of the big forest all lived a stable life, some children still didn't feel a sense of belonging here. They envied Reverina for being able to go home, and they also wanted to go back to their real home. "Do you know where their home is?" Ryder asked. "Those who want to go home have said where they lived before, although I don't know where they live. Know the way." Broly told the truth. "If you don't know the way, how can you send them back?" "I don't know the way here either, but I still brought them here." Broly didn't think it was difficult to send people home, he had done it in the last world. "The road to the Empire is not easy, but with your strength, it should be no problem." Riddle sighed, knowing that Broly couldn't stay, so he gave up. "Can you help get some pearls?" Broly nodded. In one day, he brought up a pile of pearls from the deep water area, more than anyone else. "Have you cleared all the fresh water shells in this area?" Seeing the pile of pearls on the boat, Riddle smiled bitterly. The boy was too efficient. This deep water area would probably not be used for a year or two. At night, back to the Red Leaf tribe, Broly discussed leaving with other children, and some children already knew about it. "I'm sorry, Broly, I'm going to stay here." This is the idea of most children without a home. They finally have a place to stay and don't want to live a wandering life again. "I want to go back. I don't believe that my parents sold me. That must be a lie told by the slave traders. I want to go back and find out the truth." This is the idea of a child who wants to go home, while others who want to go home have homes, but at their age they don't know the specific location of their homes. They only remember a simple name of the area where they used to live. "We need a map." Nahesu said that he has no home, but he wants to leave with Broly. "Where is the map?" Broly asked, and the children who were willing to leave with him looked at each other. They had almost been drifting with the flow before. "I have a map, although it is not very accurate." Ryder walked in from outside and said, holding a parchment scroll and a package in his hand. "This is the map that my father, the former chief of the Red Leaf tribe, exchanged from a merchant. My father once wanted to take the pearls collected by our tribe to the Empire and sell them for a good price. But he failed. The people of the Empire are very exclusive to foreigners. Not only thieves have targeted us, but even some lords and nobles have targeted us. We suffered heavy losses, and this map was shelved in the tribe. It is of no use to our tribe now, but it may be useful to you who want to return to the Empire." As Readaloud spoke, he handed over the parchment map. This was something from more than 10 years ago, but it was well preserved, and the patterns and text on it were clear. Although Broly couldn't understand the map, Nahasha could. He was a learned man who seemed to have received a good education and even etiquette training in the past. "It's a very old thing. It's indeed an imperial map. Green's home is probably here." Nahasha found Green's home from it. Of course, it was only the approximate location on the map. The specific location had to wait until we were close to find out. "If you are not in a hurry to leave, wait for 2 months in the tribe. There will be ship merchants passing by nearby. They can take you back to the Empire, and I will help pay the money." "I don't have so much time." Broly shook his head. He only had 49 days left in this world. "However, if you don't need me to take you home, you can stay here." Broly said to the children who were going home, but no one was willing to stay. After all, the eldest brother was so powerful that they could follow him, even in a forest full of dangerous species, they could walk out like taking a walk. So, it was safer to be sent home by the eldest brother. "Since you are all leaving, then this is the farewell gift I prepared for you." Ryder seemed to have anticipated this situation and put down the package in his hand. After the package was opened, the pearls inside were exposed. "When you go to the Empire, unlike here, there are many places where you need money. Our tribe does not have the money of the Empire, but we have pearls that can be exchanged for money. The money exchanged for these pearls can make your journey easier. Of course, having money can also cause trouble, but Ryder looked at Broly and thought that with this powerful child, there should be no problem. "Thank you, Chief Rider. You're welcome. You've helped our tribe a lot. You helped Riverina go home, and you also moved a mangrove forest. With that adjacent mangrove forest, our Red Leaf tribe can expand into a larger tribe in the future. In the marshland area, the area of the mangrove forest determines the size of the tribe living on it. The larger the mangrove forest, the more people it can support. Hey, do you need those things? Broly tilted his head. Then I'll move some more for you. Riddle opened his mouth, but didn't say no. If you can, I'll trouble you. In half a night, Broly moved a bunch of mangroves from other places in the marshland area. If Chief Riddle hadn't called a halt halfway, he might have moved all the surrounding mangroves. You have to leave some for the transit point. The mangrove area of his own family expanded nearly tenfold, which made Chief Rider somewhat ashamed. He received so much in return for just a map and a bag of pearls. The next day, Chief Rider gave Broly and the child who was leaving with him the largest ship of the Red Leaf tribe. Broly originally had 73 friends with him, but now only 14 are left. The other children are at the new border of the Red Leaf tribe, and they see them off with red eyes. After a journey of sharing weal and woe, these children without support have already established a sincere friendship. Now they have to part ways, and they may never see each other again in the future, so they are naturally very sad. Nahash, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that you are a child of a noble family. It doesn't matter, after all, what you said is not wrong. Bonnie, don't pick poisonous mushrooms anymore, they really can't be eaten. But that one is really delicious. Bang! Cornelia knocked her head and said to her companions on the shore, I will watch her. Tsukushi, we will always remember your barbecue. If there is a chance, I will come back and make it for you again. AKA Tome and Kuroyori, don't steal the meat from the eldest brother. We didn't steal it, he took the initiative to give it to us. The sisters with double pupils felt that they were slandered. Brother Broly, we will always remember you. Finally, everyone shouted. The words of parting touched Broly a little, and he seemed to experience a kind of reluctance. At the same time, he missed Fujimura Taiga, who was very kind to him in another world. I will try my best to remember you. Broly responded to them, and the reason why he used the word try was because he didn't remember everyone's name and appearance. After all, more than 70 people were too many, and they were not wives recognized by the Crystal Palace. The boat sailed away from the Red Leaf tribe. The sadness of parting gradually subsided, and Green suddenly asked Nahashu, are you really a noble? It's just an illegitimate child. I have become a slave. It's just a useless identity. This is a simple question and answer between two friends who have changed their moods. After Broly changed his mood, he thought, I can go to other places to find a wife. Chapter 39 Simple Folk Customs. In the western part of the empire, the folk customs are simple. Broly, Akito, Haidu and others just left the water area, and a passing caravan took the initiative to accept them. Although this caravan chose to attack them the next night because of the package of pearls, it also sent them a lot of food, transportation and other goods and supplies. Afterwards, on the way to the border town on the map, they encountered two slave-catching teams. When the slave-catching teams saw that the caravan was led by a group of children, they not only wanted the caravan's goods, but also wanted to capture Broly and others as slaves. As a result, the slave-catching teams were all defeated, and the slaves who had worked hard to capture were liberated. Those who could go home went home by themselves, and those who could not go home or were homeless joined the Big Brother caravan headed by Broly and became a member of the Helper. Afterwards, near the main road, perhaps because they were a caravan, they were attacked by 8 different bandit gangs of different forces. 5 of the groups attacked and injured the caravan members without saying hello, and were vaporized by Broly's energy bombs in the ambush place. The remaining 3 groups only wanted to collect tolls and were considered to be relatively disciplined groups. However, because of the friendly communication before the robbery, they successfully found a job as guards in the Big Brother caravan. Sir, please spare us. We just became bandits because the taxes were too heavy and we couldn't survive. Since our debut, we have only robbed money and not lives. We just want to survive. Please be merciful and spare us this time. The process of applying for caravan guards was roughly the same as above. Fortunately, these pale and skinny groups knelt quickly and were not directly killed by Broly. Sitting in the carriage and chewing the sweet purple thorn fruit, Broly felt that the people in the western border of the empire were too enthusiastic. Before reaching the first city marked on the map, many people sent various supplies and manpower. It would be great if there were people like this who could deliver all kinds of supplies to him on Wampa Star. Unfortunately, there were no such good people on Wampa Star. The caravan vehicle suddenly stopped. What's going on? Are there good people coming to the door again? Broly leaned out of the car and asked. Not a robber, but we have arrived at the border checkpoint and are now queuing to pass through the checkpoint. Nahash explained. He was wearing a well-cut former caravan leader's clothes, a single-sided glasses frame on his right eye, and his skin was brown, which made him look like a young man in charge. He looked at least 4 or 5 years older than his actual age. Isn't it a good person coming to the door? Broly was a little disappointed. Since it wasn't a good person coming to the door, he got back into the car and continued to eat the fruit inside. The inspection for entering the city at the border checkpoint was not very strict because the military pay of the Western Border Guard was withheld by the central government of the Empire 3 years ago. In order to prevent the border troops from mutiny, the commander of the armed forces here has taken measures to collect customs fees. Now, as long as the customs fees are high, the soldiers guarding the checkpoints will not even open the vehicles transporting supplies for inspection. This situation has also created the prosperity of this border town. Some of the original smugglers no longer take some dangerous private trade routes. To smuggle, all of them flocked to this border town where the customs inspection was not strict and people could enter and leave the empire as long as they paid enough money. However, this also made the population structure of this city very complicated. There were all kinds of people, such as bandits like me, or visitors from the west, and foreigners from the wild areas. The bandit leader who was recaptured by Broly by force introduced the situation of this border city. It can be roughly regarded as a large-scale commodity trading market where the Eastern Empire and the Western Kingdoms, plus some foreign nationalities, gathered together. In the city, there was a border army to maintain order and it looked peaceful, but when it was outside the city, it was a place where everyone showed their magical powers and showed the simple style of the Western border. Everyone was a traveling merchant, but everyone could also become a robber. The main camps were roughly divided into 3 parties, among which the Western merchant group formed by the Imperial Chamber of Commerce was the largest, followed by the foreign merchant group formed by the chambers of commerce from various Western kingdoms to fight against the Western merchant group, and finally the foreign nationalities regarded as uncivilized savages. Usually the first 2 fight each other, but they will unanimously suppress the caravans of the foreign ethnic groups in order to get cheaper goods. However, some powerful foreign ethnic groups are not easy to mess with. They are the real border robbers, the kind that robs money and kills people. Of course, other people who rob money and kill people usually put the blame on the foreign ethnic groups. After all, it is possible for uncivilized barbarians to do anything. So, although they are the weaker group among the 3 parties, the reputation of the foreign ethnic groups is the worst. Even in this border town, not many people welcome the caravans of foreign ethnic groups. No wonder Chief Hongyi can't come here to do business. The lack of unity among foreign ethnic groups is one reason, and the tacit suppression of foreign ethnic groups by the East and West Chambers of Commerce is another reason. Does this steward need to move goods? We have good laborers here, and the price is cheap. No need, our caravan has its own laborers. After sending away the brokers who came to find business, Nahaxiu returned to the car. Brother Broly, you guys go eat first, I'll take care of the goods in the caravan. Why not give it to someone else? I don't trust you to give it to someone else, I'd better stay and keep an eye on it. Others were only forced or joined halfway, who knows if someone will run away with the money. Nahasha felt that he had to help his brother keep an eye on these wealth. We will bring you food. Some people chose to stay and help, but the foodies were the exception. If any of you hurt them, I will beat you to death. Broly said seriously to the bandits he had recovered. Don't dare. The group of people waved their hands quickly. Most of them were people who had seen Broly's wave, and some bandits who attacked directly without saying a word of introduction were evaporated to the ground. The terrifying scene that even changed the terrain made them feel in awe of this seemingly harmless boy. They were afraid because of the terrifying power, but they also respected him because the other party did not kill them who were also robbing, and gave them a way to live. In the bustling border town, Broly smelled all kinds of smells on the street, and finally walked into a noodle shop with a group of children. The noodle shop was bustling with people, and the thick soup made from unknown animal bones with spices in front almost floated half of the street. What a delicious smell, boss, give us 100 bowls of noodles first. Okay, wait, 100 bowls of noodles, can you kids eat so much? The money is here. If you can't eat it, pay the bill. Sorry, noodles, come right away. Seeing the money, the noodle shop owner didn't care whether the customers could eat it or not. As long as you can pay the bill, you can smash his noodle shop. In addition to noodles, the noodle shop also sells other foods. It has to be said that the same barbecue with spices and without spices is completely two different things. Delicious. Broly gobbled it up, and the other children were no exception. Everyone at the table was satisfied by the delicious food. But where there are satisfied children, there are dissatisfied children, and they are the homeless children in this border city. They stand on the street corners and alleys, casting envious eyes on those who have money to eat in the restaurant. There is desire in their eyes, expecting the guests sitting at the tables outside to eat some leftovers. That is one of the few places where these homeless children can get good food. As for the restaurant, they dare not go in, or they will be beaten by the restaurant staff. And the leftovers inside are the kitchen waste that the children who report to the group fight for. Boss, check out. As the guests sitting at the table outside the bun shop said this, several pairs of hungry little eyes looked over, and when they saw some bun skins left on the other party's plate, the homeless children sitting on the street corner couldn't help swallowing their saliva. But they didn't dare to go over, just like stray cats, afraid that they might upset that person and then get hurt. Children like them, even if they were beaten to death, the person who beat them to death might just need to pay a street cleaning fee to the street sheriff here. But even stray cats are different, for example, those who are just hungry but not starving to death, and those who are about to starve to death. Excuse me, sir, can you give me these unwanted bun skins on the plate? The girl wrapped in a dirty scarf showing a lovely smile, she came to the customer who was about to pay the bill and asked cautiously from a distance of 2 meters. Her stomach was growling. Marin hadn't eaten for 2 days. Chapter 40 Homeless Children and Marin. If you want it, forget it. I'll just give you a big meat bun. Boss, give this child a big meat bun and put it on my bill. The girl's smile was cute and pitiful, which moved the middle-aged customer's sympathy. He said to the boss of the bun shop. Thank you, uncle, thank you, boss. Marin was very happy to receive the hot buns, but she didn't dare to let the headscarf fall off her head. The buns were very hot, but she held them tightly in her hands and ate them impatiently. After the customer paid the bill, he seemed to have something to do and left directly. Seeing this, Marin hurriedly followed. The homeless children on the corner stared at her unwillingly, but there was nothing they could do. They were afraid that if they went to grab the food, they would anger the adult who gave the buns. Hey! After eating all the buns, Marin breathed a sigh of relief. She had lived another day. In front, the middle-aged man found her and turned to look at her. Marin smiled again and bowed to thank him politely, but she didn't dare to follow him. Adults are dangerous. If you don't pay attention and completely trust someone's kindness, you may get hurt after exposing your true identity. Marin turned into the alley next to her. She learned to beg in her wandering life, but she never begged from someone many times. This was to protect herself and not get too close to anyone who might hurt her. Hey, you are so arrogant. However, Marin didn't get close to people who might hurt her, but that didn't mean those who could hurt her wouldn't get close to her. I didn't do anything. Marin took a step back, but there were other homeless children blocking her from behind. Others are waiting for the bun skins to eat, but you are the only one who can eat the big meat buns. The child in front said with some resentment. That guest gave it to me on his own initiative. Humph, she's a mixed-race bastard, but she can always pretend to be cute and beg for food from some adults. You can do the same. Ma Yun said, but her words made the child who blocked her even angrier. If we could do it, we would have done it long ago. Don't say so much useless things, tear off her headscarf and see if she can still beg for food in the future. No, this is something my mother left for me. Ma Yun quickly took off her headscarf and protected it in her arms. Without the headscarf covering her, the pink hair on her head revealed that she was a child of a different ethnic group. Give it to me. The homeless children didn't care whether the headscarf was something left by the other party's mother. They were just jealous that the mixed-race girl could do better than them. Obviously a pink-haired freak, obviously with a dirty foreign bloodline. Maine was beaten and rushed out of the children who surrounded her with a headscarf, but these stray children chased her relentlessly. They seemed to have reached a consensus on attacking freaks with foreign bloodlines. Maine was a little girl after all, and she was alone. She was soon surrounded again by a group of stray children. Damn, we chased her for so long. The stray children chasing the girl were panting. I won't move around here anymore, can you let me go? Main begged. Of course not. There may be sympathy between the weak, but this sympathy will not be given to the notorious foreign race. Even if Main was a mixed-race child, and the foreign tribe of her father who provided her with foreign bloodline had been destroyed long ago, it would not work. Kill this alien! The homeless children rushed forward, and the adults on the street were watching the show. Marin tried to ask the adults around for help, but it was useless. Because not many people here like the aliens with a reputation for robbers, and the aliens are not united with each other. No one will come to help her, just like before, but it is not her fault that she has alien blood. Marin thought of her mother who was abducted by aliens, but was willing to treat her child who was born by accident gently after returning. She also remembered that after her mother passed away, she was driven out of the village and became a homeless child. The life under her mother's care was like a dream. But now, others are even ready to take away the only thing she can hold and dream from her. Please, don't take it away. Marin, who was being beaten, made a weak request. But it was useless. The headscarf in her arms was still pulled out bit by bit. I got it. She values this headscarf so much, let's tear it off. No. Just when the two boys grabbed one side each and were about to tear off the dirty headscarf. Bang! Both of them were punched in the head. It hurts, why did you hit us? If it was an adult they would not argue if they had fought. But now, the one who fought was a child like them. Because you are bullying others. That's just a mixed-race bastard of a foreign race. Bang! It's because of the foreign race that we fought. The two were punched in the head again. It was Broly and others who intervened. They came out of the noodle shop after eating and drinking, and saw the riot here before they walked 2 streets. Originally, they did not intend to intervene in the private fights between the stray children in the city, but after hearing the words of the foreign race, Broly and others stopped. The reason is simple. They know foreign races like the Red Leaf tribe and do not think that all foreign races are bad. Therefore, they cannot stand the unfair bullying behavior of this group of stray children using the foreign race as an excuse to bully another child with more people. Damn, are you the accomplices of this bastard? The boy who was punched again questioned. If we say yes, so what? Akaji, Haitong, and others have already clenched their fists. They are not afraid of fighting with stray children who are also children. After all, with the powerful Broly brother as a base, even dangerous species will be turned into food by the campfire. It's just that enemies of the level of stray children are left to them to deal with. Damn it, beat these guys to death. The fight started, but it ended quickly. A group of ordinary stray children were beaten down. Remember this. The boy who gave the order to start the battle left a harsh word and prepared to retreat with the others. Give the things back. But he was stopped by Broly, who stretched out his hand to ask him for the things in his hand. This broken headscarf, I'll tear it. If you tear it, I will beat you to death before you tear it open. Broly clenched his fists and said this to him seriously. Found a target that can be attacked, mine, current happiness value 0. Without a subjective purpose, Broly rarely actively thinks of killing other creatures, but there is an exception, that is, someone wants to hurt a friend he recognizes. Although mine is a girl Broly has just met, she is a wife that can be attacked and recognized by the Crystal Palace, which naturally has a bonus of favorability in Broly. If it weren't for the friends around him who helped first and said that he didn't need to do it, some bloody things might have happened here. Because Broly doesn't mind killing a life that has nothing to do with himself for the sake of his wife, meal ticket, he just met. The boy is not afraid of Broly, but he is afraid of the other children behind Broly who are staring at him. Damn it, I'll give you this broken headscarf if you want it, I don't want this broken thing. In the end, this guy didn't dare to tear the headscarf in his hand, threw it at Broly and ran away. Give it back to you. Broly grabbed the headscarf and walked to Main, returning it to her. Thank you. Main's happiness value is rising. Main took the dirty headscarf into her arms, felt relieved, and then fainted. Chapter 41 You Are All My Wings. Hey! Are you awake? The strange voice startled Main, and she sat up suddenly, but she groaned and felt a pain in her body. Where is this? A strange room, a soft bed, a white sheet on her body, and even the injuries seemed to have been treated by someone. This is a room in the hotel, and now it is the place we rented. You are seriously injured. Gurgle. Main's stomach made a sound, and her face turned red all of a sudden. Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat. Akaji didn't care, and walked out. Do you want to wipe your face? Hei Tong twisted a wet towel for her, and the girl was arranged to stay in their room. Ma Yun looked at the girl beside the bed, and gradually recalled what happened before she fainted. She should have been rescued by someone. Oh, my headscarf. Ma Yun thought of her mother's relics, and immediately looked around for them. Your headscarf is in your hand. You have been holding it since you fainted. Hei Tong reminded her. She took her hand out of the quilt and found that the headscarf her mother left for her was indeed in her hand. Maybe because her arm was numb or she had just woken up, she didn't notice it just now. Ma Yun breathed a sigh of relief, held the headscarf in her arms like a treasure, and said thank you to Hei Tong next to her. Don't thank me. It was Broly who stopped the man and helped you get your headscarf back. If you want to thank someone, thank Broly. Yet. Main responded softly. She remembered that before she fainted, a boy approached her and gave her the headscarf back. Hey, are you going to wipe your face or not? Hei Tong had been standing by the bed with a towel for a while. Seeing the girl on the bed in a daze, he couldn't help but ask. I'll wipe it. Main realized that Hei Tong was unhappy and quickly followed suit. But in fact, when she was unconscious, Hei Tong and Chi Tong had helped her wipe it. Not only her face, but also her body. The bruises and injuries on her body were all wiped with the bought medicated oil. So, Main only felt a soreness now, not a full. The pain in the body made it difficult to get up. This was the result of the medicinal oil. The people in the western part of the empire were simple and honest. Although large-scale fighting was prohibited in the city, fighting was common. Therefore, the doctors and medicine here were more effective than those in other places. The doctor we invited said that you have been malnourished for a long time and have some gastrointestinal diseases. Let us give you some light food. This is the old hen we bought. We borrowed the hotel kitchen to kill it and made chicken porridge by our companion Tsukushi. She said it was good for the body and tasted great. You should try it. Soon, Akahide brought a casserole on a plate. The aroma that wafted out after the lid of the casserole was opened made Marin swallow her saliva. Do you need me to feed you? Akahide asked. I can eat by myself. Although the person who saved her should be a good person, Marin was still a little uncomfortable with others' overly close behavior after wandering for a long time. But when she raised her hands, she found that her forearms were sore and weak. In order to protect the headscarf left by her mother, Mine's forearms were kicked many times, and now she couldn't lift them at all. Let me feed you. Akita sat on the bed, picked up the soup spoon and scooped up the meat porridge, blew the steaming meat porridge to cool it down, and then handed it to the girl on the bed. Thank you. Mine's face was a little red, and she thanked him and didn't refuse this kindness. It took less than 20 minutes, and a large casserole of meat porridge was fed to the girl by Akita. Do you want more? We cooked a lot. Akita asked. That's enough, I'm full. Mine shook her head quickly, her belly was full. This was probably the fullest she had ever eaten in her life. Since you're full, then. Hei Tong ran to call Broly, and Broly came to the room soon. In Mine's somewhat uneasy eyes, he extended his palm to her. I want to be your best friend, are you willing? Broly asked this question seriously. Marin was a little overwhelmed by the question. She was suddenly rescued, someone took back her important things, and she was treated gently. Now, a boy who should have been the leader of the group who saved her suddenly asked her to be her best friend. This made Marin's brain a little confused. Why? Finally, Marin asked her doubts. Because the Crystal Palace recognizes you. Broly told the truth, and Akame and Kurome next to him understood that the girl on the bed was probably the same type of person as them, and she might have special meaning to Broly. Before, Akame and Kurome could feel it, and even other children could feel it, that Broly took special care of them. It's just that no one has ever asked the reason for this, and Akame and Kurome didn't ask, so they didn't know the reason. Now, because Marin, the girl who was rescued, asked questions, they got the answer from Broly. The Crystal Palace recognizes me, but who is the Crystal Palace? Main was very sure that she didn't know a person named Crystal Palace. The Crystal Palace is a module compensated to me by the system, that's what the Crystal Palace said, and its function is to help me find the target to be conquered in different worlds. And I will let people like you get the greatest happiness from the target objects that appear, and finally accept my invitation, join my crystal palace, and become my wife? Broly answered Main's doubts in detail, and the other two girls in the room opened their mouths wide. So Broly, you want to marry me and my sister as your wives? Kurita suddenly realized. Is this not possible? Broly was a little worried and asked directly. Not impossible. Akita thought about it and replied that she really didn't want to be separated from her sister. That's good. Broly was relieved. If one of Akita and Kurita was unwilling, he would be distressed for a long time. The happiness values of the two sisters are both above 200, and Akame is about to reach 300. You are all my wings. Broly said this seriously and opened his arms. Akame and Kurome looked at him in confusion, and Broly also looked at them in confusion. He just subconsciously opened his arms, and it seemed to be just a corresponding action to match the words that just appeared in his mind. Akame was a little confused, but her mind was working fast, and suddenly her eyes lit up, as if she thought of something, and she moved towards Broly's arm. Kurome saw her sister's actions and suddenly realized it, and followed suit to Broly's other arm. Then, the three of them formed a human body art picture of a rock spreading its wings in front of Mayan in the room. Broly raised his arms high, and Akame and Kurome clung to his arms, trying to support themselves sideways. Then, like wings, their bodies trembled a little, trying to imitate the flapping of a big bird's wings. The picture was too abstract, but also very vivid, making Marin wonder if she should get out of bed and cling to the boy's back. However, imagining that she could support her whole body with her small hands to do the diagonal shaking pose was really impossible for her, so Marin rationally gave up the idea of participating in this special artistic behavior. How about you become my wings? Broly asked while holding up the two girls. I think I may not be able to hold your arms tightly like them. It doesn't matter, I can hold you tightly. Broly put down Akame and Kurome, and the two girls who made the difficult imitation of the big bird flapping wings had a little red face, which was caused by the effort. You just need to give me your hand, I will protect you and will not let you get hurt again, and I will try my best to make you happy. Broly handed his hand to Marin again, and Marin looked at Broly, the sisters with double pupils, and then at the headscarf that was almost snatched away. My name is Mayan. If you don't mind that I have a foreign bloodline, I am willing to be your wife. Mayan put her hand into Broly's and said. I can't repay you for taking back the relic, but Mayan, the target of the strategy, is preparing to pledge herself to you and is asking to become a formal member of your crystal palace. Do you agree now? You can't be my wife now. We have to start as best friends. Well, I have to make you happy first. Broly refused Mayan's joining now. He had to wait until the happiness value of the other party was raised to a very high level before inviting her to join the crystal palace. Hey! Mayan was a little surprised, but she accepted it happily. Meeting Broly brought her wandering life to an abrupt end. After that, when the caravan members knew about this, they didn't react much. After all, they even absorbed the bandit slave caravan, so they didn't care about having another girl of mixed blood from a foreign race. Let's go. After 2 days of rest in the border town, the Big Brother caravan set off again with the money from selling goods and buying some more popular goods in the south. Main's injury was no longer serious. She could talk and laugh with other children while sitting in the carriage. The headscarf left by her mother was washed and tied on her hair, but it was no longer used to cover the hair color of a foreign ethnic group, but as a rubber band to tie her hair. Chapter 42 Rumors. Just after the Big Brother caravan left the border town, a large caravan followed. Nahash knew the caravan manager who followed, but they were the ones who bought the original goods of the Big Brother caravan at a high price. Not only that, the other party was very enthusiastic and introduced Nahaxiu to the more popular goods in the south, and provided important business information for the purchase of goods for the Big Brother caravan. We are also going to the south. Let's travel together. We can take care of each other on the way and avoid being attacked by bandits. Nahashu agreed to this proposal, and the night before the two caravans arrived at the first big city, they magically merged into one caravan. The western part of the empire is too simple. Some people not only help to transport goods for free after buying them at a high price, but also take the initiative to return the original goods to the original owner after arriving at a big city where they can exchange the goods for money. I didn't expect to be targeted like this. Fortunately, we have Brother Broly. The unlucky caravan picked the wrong prey and buried its bones in the wilderness. The big brother's caravan won and made a lot of money in the new city with the goods that came back. After having money, it became not too difficult to find out some specific addresses. When a child from the big forest was sent home, she knew that her parents did not sell her, but that the slave traders kidnapped her and deceived her. The girl named Sira was very happy and returned to her parents. In this regard, the other friends were happy that she could successfully return home. Broly also gave the girl a gift, which was enough money to change the plight of a poor family. I hope you can live happily in the future and have enough food every day. Broly sincerely wished. Thank you, brother Broly. Sira's eyes were red, and her parents were also grateful. If you also want to go home, I can also give you some money to let you go home. After leaving, Broly said when he found that someone in the convoy showed an envious look. Really, Lord Broly? Most of the bandits who were recovered just became bandits and left their homes because they couldn't survive. It would be a lie to say that they didn't want to go home. Of course. We have no home to return to, but we want to start over somewhere else and build a new home. Lord Broly, can we get money for this? Broly thought about it and nodded. Nahasha wanted to say something beside him, but he didn't say anything in the end. The Big Brother caravan disbanded directly after 2 successful trades, and most of the money earned was distributed to the caravan members who wanted to go home or build a new home. Everyone was given a considerable practice gift, enough for everyone to restart their lives. Some people chose to go home, and some chose to build a new home. In this way, a team that expanded to hundreds of people, after this dismissal, only had 21 people left. Among them, only 11 people simply followed Broly, and the rest wanted to go home, but they couldn't go back due to their own abilities, and had to wait for Broly to send them back. That kind. Brother Broly, we don't have much money. After dividing the money of the caravan, Nahasha was worried about the funds for the next journey. Don't worry, there are many good people here. After experiencing being robbed by various good people, Broly felt that he had mastered the way to make a lot of money in this world. However, Broly ignored the possibility that the members of the caravan who were dismissed and left might spread his story. Have you heard that the Red Devil Thieves and Casio caravan were destroyed by a small caravan that is unknown to the public? I've heard about this for a long time, but it must be a rumor. How could one person defeat an entire large thief group with just one move? As for the Casio caravan, I used to follow their caravan, and the guards there are very strong. I think it's true. A while ago, a caravan came from the border town. According to them, the Red Devil Thieves that were entrenched in the Hongling district have now disappeared. In addition, someone found the bodies of the Casio caravan members outside the city of Nosa. In the tavern, various gossips were spreading. The most popular one recently was the mysterious caravan that destroyed multiple thief groups and 2 large caravans. Some people said that it was a caravan pulled out by a great noble for fishing, but others said that it was actually a team controlled by a terrifying humanoid super dangerous species. They disguised themselves as ordinary caravans, specifically luring others to attack them, and then the hidden humanoid super dangerous species would jump out and eat the attacking humans. Of course, there is another saying that the team is regarded as a mysterious righteous army, specifically attacking those unjust groups and distributing ill-gotten gains to the working people. It is said that a poor person who has not returned home for a long time suddenly returned with money, and the money was given by the righteous army. There are many different opinions on these news. Anyway, the more they spread, the more bizarre they are, but one thing that everyone agrees on is that now when you see a team composed of children or dwarfs outside, don't approach or attack them easily. Because there are already many thieves groups and some guest thieves groups. Really, those people outside are so bored that they actually believe in such outrageous things as super dangerous humanoids. Miss Maillard, after all, these are just some outrageous rumors spread by people who have never seen the world. Mallard Oberg, the future leader of the Assassin Association who is currently undergoing training, complained about the outrageous news that the maid had heard from outside recently. Although it is most likely a rumor, if there is a chance, I really have to look for it and broaden my horizons. By the way, Cassandra, I asked you to help me sign up for the martial arts competition. Have you signed up for me? Miss, are you really going to participate in the martial arts competition held by the merchant group? Why not? But we are assassins. It would be terrible if our identities were exposed. It's okay. I will disguise myself and use an alias when I participate. Besides, the martial arts competition does not allow people to use weapons. As long as you don't use the assassin's skills and Oberg's signature technique of manipulating dangerous insects, it is almost impossible for anyone to guess my true identity. If Lady Barbara knew, she would definitely scold me. Then are you willing to take the risk of being scolded for me? The assassin girl in revealing clothes raised the little maid's chin and asked with a little charm. As her fingertips provoked, Cassandra couldn't help herself and bit her lips with a red face. Miss Murad, you know I'm willing to do anything for you. A super dangerous humanoid? If there really is such a thing in the world, it would be really tempting to hunt it down. At the gate of Great West City, a girl with long ice blue hair was queuing to enter the city with a small cylindrical package. She was muttering to herself because of some gossip she heard the day before yesterday. However, there was no rush to investigate the truth of the rumors. Esteth came to Great West City to participate in the Merchants Martial Arts Conference. She wanted to see the strong men in the Western Territory and earn some travel expenses. Chapter 43 Eligibility. Brother Broly, I've inquired about it. The Western Martial Arts Tournament is jointly organized by the Western merchants and the foreign merchants. It is held once a year, and every time it attracts many masters to participate. There is no age limit or gender limit. As long as you pay the registration fee of 10,000 imperial coins, you can participate. The competition starts with the auditions, and as long as you can make it to the top 16, you can immediately get a bonus of 100,000. The bonus for each game will be doubled in the top 16, 8-4, 4-2, and 2-1. In other words, if you win the championship, you can get a bonus of 1.6 million. In addition, there are gambling houses run by the merchant groups outside the competition. We will definitely make a lot of money if we bet on the remaining money and win all the way. After Nahaxiya finished speaking, the children in the room cheered. No one doubted Broly's strength. They all believed that as long as their big brother participated in the competition, he would easily win the championship. Since the caravan was disbanded, their reputation has been spread by the caravan members who left. Because of his reputation, no one came to him to be a good guy. And Broly was a big eater. He ate a lot, and after sending 5 people back home, with resettlement fees, the team's funds became a little tight. Until he headed towards moving forward to the next target city, passing by the most prosperous capital of the Western Territory, Great Western City. After seeing the posters of the Western Martial Arts Tournament hanging on the walls of the city, the 16-member team temporarily settled here. What are you waiting for? Take me to sign up. Broly said happily. He was already eager to make a lot of money. To be honest, if Fujimura Taiga hadn't taught him not to steal or rob in the last world, Broly would have become a great thief who had fully integrated into the environment under the influence of the simple folk customs of the Great Western Territory of this world empire, and there would be no problem of lacking money. Don't worry, brother. There is still 1 day left before the registration deadline. We can still register tomorrow. I want to collect information about gambling houses now, but it may be a bit dangerous for me to go alone, so I want you to go with me. Understood, let's go find good people by the way. Broly likes good people who come to rob them, so he and Nahashu hurried out the door. Others did not follow. It would be difficult for good people to take the bait if there were more people. Unfortunately, after going around the major gambling houses and finding out the gambling rules for the upcoming Western Fighting Association, no one followed. Broly sighed. It seems that good people are getting smarter and smarter now. Today's expenses have to be paid from the shrunk wallets of his own team. It doesn't matter. Although we don't have much money, as long as Big Brother participates in the competition, I believe we can fill our wallets. Back to the hotel, Bonnie comforted him while eating in the hotel cafeteria. Broly nodded, turning the depression of not meeting a good person today into appetite, and quickly ate the big plate of barbecue in front of him. Ha ha ha, a group of kids who are not as tall as my legs are bragging without thinking. Do you think the Western Martial Arts Conference is a place for you kids to play house? One of the diners on the side laughed directly after hearing this. This person is tall and strong, with bandages tied around his hands, dressed like a martial artist, and obviously came to the Western Martial Arts Conference. Hey, isn't that a competition that you can participate in if you have money to pay the registration fee? At this time, Nahashu, as a group promotion and communication personnel, took the initiative to ask. Ha! Those guys who paid the registration fee are just one-round players who are here to experience the atmosphere of the conference. The real contestants should be powerful warriors like me, who can get the qualification to participate from the organizer just by relying on their strength. The big man said as he bulged his arms that were almost able to run a horse, showing the knotted muscles on his arms to a group of children. Hey, This guy looks familiar. I think he looks familiar too. Wait, if you don't look at the beard, isn't he Samba Sang? So it's him. He made it to the quarterfinals when he first participated 5 years ago, and he almost won the championship 3 years ago. However, this guy hasn't participated in the competition for 2 years. Why is he participating again? The people around heard the noise here, and after seeing the bearded big man, they started to talk about it. Samba Sang listened to the discussions of the people around him and showed a smug expression. As a martial artist, others talking about his strength gave him great satisfaction in his vanity. However, some people complained that he made the other party lose money. Samba Sang's face became a little serious, and he stood up all of a sudden. What are you going to do? The person who complained was startled by his action, thinking that this bad-tempered guy was going to beat him up. I'm sorry, I was not strong enough back then. I didn't expect Samba Sang to apologize, but then Samba Sang said loudly to the people in the restaurant. However, I have been practicing hard in the Jifu Nora Sea tree forest for the past 2 years. My friend, the manager of the Degas Chamber of Commerce, came to me and asked me to come out to represent their caravan. The Degas Chamber of Commerce sells the best dust-proof cloaks in the western part of the empire. This year, I will wear the latest cloak of their caravan and stand on the stage of the Martial Arts Championship. If you want to make money, please support me, Samba Sang, support the Degas Chamber of Commerce, and buy my victory. It turned out that the Degas Chamber of Commerce invited him. No wonder this person came out to participate in the competition again. Hiss, Jifu Nora Sea tree forest, that is a dangerous place full of dangerous species. Samba Sang can practice hard in such a place for 2 years, so his strength is much stronger than before, right? Well, this year's martial arts competition is worth watching. Not only will last year's rookie champion participate, but there will also be powerful veterans who have made it to the quarterfinals many times in the past. Samba Sang, we believe in you, don't let us down this time. Ha ha ha, no problem, leave it to me, Samba Sang. The strong man slapped his chest so hard that it hurt the ears of those who were close to him. After making an advertising declaration for his sponsor to win the championship in the bustling cafeteria, Samba Sang sat down again. He looked at the children at the table next to him and grinned, "You kids, if you want to earn some pocket money, remember to buy me, Samba Sang, to win. If you lose, will you compensate?" Hei Tong asked curiously. Ahem, of course, the profits and losses are at your own risk, but do you really think I, Samba Sang, will lose? A group of children sneered. Mouth, they don't know how powerful this person is, but they know how powerful their eldest brother is. Uncle Samba Sang, can I ask how to get the qualification to participate directly from the organizer? However, Na Haxia was still very polite and asked this strong man who had many years of experience in participating in the competition about some things. In fact, the martial arts competition is the business of the participating martial artists and the major business groups of the organizer. They sponsor the holding of the martial arts competition to attract the public's attention, and privately invite some contestants to represent their own chambers of commerce to compete. As long as the selected contestants are shortlisted for the top 16 and can enter the big arena, it will greatly enhance the reputation of their own chamber of commerce, and it can prove that the strength of their own chamber of commerce is as strong as the contestants on the arena. Therefore, there are players like Samba Sang who are invited to play for others. Not only do they not have to pay to register, but they can also get money to participate in the competition. Of course, ordinary contestants cannot be seen by those chambers of commerce. They must be those with strong strength. Moreover, this strength cannot be reflected in weapons, because the Western martial arts tournament does not allow contestants to use weapons. Even protective gear is limited to gloves and bandages. This is a contest between the pure physical and hand-to-hand combat skills of each contestant. Nahash wrote down this information and went to ask if there were any chambers of commerce willing to sponsor the contestants to compete the next day. But after running for half a day, all the chambers of commerce that were interested said that they would let the children play in the mud after hearing that the contestant was a newcomer and still a child. Damn, they are all a bunch of guys who don't recognize the real big brother. The few children who followed the way were all cursing. Maybe, we should let Big Brother Broly show them a little. Main suggested. Forget it, it's just a qualification to participate. That little money is not even enough for our daily meal. As for the sponsorship fee for new contestants, the quotations from those chambers of commerce are almost the same. We don't need this little money. The only chambers of commerce that Nahashu and his friends can contact are small chambers of commerce. There is no way for the big chambers of commerce. In the fiercely competitive martial arts conference, small chambers of commerce do not expect their sponsored players to enter the top 16. They just focus on showing off in the small arena in the late stage of the auditions, so they can't afford to pay. It's just a little bit, which is probably enough for their big brother's daily meal. For a day's meal, they let their big brother show off his skills to them? Even if Broly himself doesn't care, Nahashu feels a little insulted. At least he has to wait for a few more days. Hey, are you really so confident in your big brother? Just when Nahashu was about to help Broly register, an old man with a white beard in a suit stopped them. Of course, our eldest brother is better than anyone else. Who are you, old man? I am the manager of the western branch of the Jitud Chamber of Commerce. You can call me President Norsen. It just so happens that our Chamber of Commerce is short of a player to play in the competition. Do you want to accept the funding from our Chamber of Commerce? Our eldest brother is very powerful, and the price is not cheap. If you only plan to give a little money, forget it. Nahaxiu reminded. Haha, it's good to be confident. How about this, as long as your eldest brother can enter the finals, our Chamber of Commerce will give the corresponding event prize money. 100,000 for the top 16, 200,000 for the top 8, and if your eldest brother can win the championship, it will be 1.6 million. How about it? Hearing this, Nahaxiu's eyes lit up. This offer is not low. Okay, but we have to sign a contract. Really rigorous. Nozen smiled, did not refuse, and agreed. Chapter 44 The auditions begin. Master Northern, do you really think that the big brother those kids are talking about can get a place? Oh, how is that possible? I just think that the quota we have is useless, so I just gave it to those kids. The ISCO Chamber of Commerce is so rude. We rushed to send them so many supplies, but they gave us a useless qualification to participate in the martial arts competition. It is normal for our G2 Chamber of Commerce to come to the west to expand the market. It is estimated that some people in the Western Merchant Group noticed it and put pressure on the ISCO Chamber of Commerce, and finally only gave us the qualification to participate in the martial arts competition they held. If we had known this, we should have summoned masters from the southern border. There are still many martial arts masters in the western border. We are not prepared this time. We can only wait until the next time to make our Chamber of Commerce famous in this martial arts competition. Butler Northern chatted with the old servant beside him and left, not caring about the quota given by his own Chamber of Commerce. Even the Western Merchant Corps spy who was responsible for following their actions, after learning that the group of children sponsored by the other party were just soliciting sponsorship for a certain older brother who was also a child, also smiled indifferently. Children participating in this kind of martial arts competition for all ages would only be a one-round tour. Excuse me, is this the place to register for the Western martial arts competition? Eyes, little sister, what can I do for you? The registrar at the workstation asked when she saw that the person who came to ask was a young girl. I am here to register for the competition. Okay, please pay the registration fee of 10,000 first. I don't have money. Ethan, do you have a recommendation from the Chamber of Commerce for the qualification to participate? The registrar who had just received a group of children asked. No, but I have this. The registrar made a sound. She screamed, but was startled by the leather with some blood and flesh on the counter. This is the skin of a ground dragon. I sold the same roll of skin for more than 11,000 yuan in the last city. This is the ground dragon I just hunted. It was less than an hour ago. Can I use this to pay for it? Ask Esteth. She came to Daxi City yesterday, but the competition has not started yet and is in the registration stage. After learning that registration costs money and she doesn't have enough money, Esteth ran out of the city again to look for traces of dangerous species. She just hunted a ground dragon and came back today. Just worried that the registration time has passed, and there is no place to sell, so she came directly to the registration office to pay for it. Let me ask. The registrar went to ask, and soon a Chamber of Commerce who heard the news came over to ask about the girl with long ice blue hair. After learning that Esteth was from the northern parties, a Chamber of Commerce that specializes in dangerous species materials bought the dangerous species materials she hunted, and also gave her a list to play for her at the martial arts conference. As long as you enter the top 16 and are willing to endorse our Chamber of Commerce, we will pay you 300,000 yuan, and the reward will double for each level you advance. Okay. Esteth agreed. She had no reason to refuse this kind of thing that did not conflict with her goals and could make more money. Ms. Mellard, your disguised identity is the single-line descendant of the Southern martial arts family's judo boxing, and your alias is Mimi. On the other side, the future leader of the Assassin's Society Orberg, his men also helped her report the name of her disguised identity. Brother Broly, you have registered. This is the number of your first opponent. Hey, is the opponent assigned directly when you register? I don't know, but after registering, the registration lady at the registration office did tell us the opponent's number directly. This is actually a common practice of the Western martial arts competition. They will try their best to assign strong players to different promotion groups during the auditions, to avoid some powerful players being eliminated directly before the start of the top 16 qualifying round because of early encounters. In other words, Broly was treated as a rookie and thrown into the promotion group that already had seeded players, so he could be assigned an opponent immediately. However, Broly's children don't care who is their big brother's opponent. They are more concerned about the gambling part now. Gambling in the Western martial arts competition is divided into banker and bet. Banker means that some business groups set odds to attract gamblers to buy. However, this kind of betting will only be for some famous players, and will not bet on new players at all. The betting is different. For every competition during the audition, no matter whether the two contestants are new or experienced contestants, a corresponding betting game will be opened. There is no fixed odds. It only depends on the amount of money bet by the gamblers who bet on the victory or defeat of both parties, and the odds are calculated according to the last betting closure. Before the qualifying round, we can only bet on this kind of bet, and there are 3 gambling houses that have opened this kind of bet. As an unpopular contestant, there must be few people who will bet on Broly to win. Even those who want to bet on the dark horse will not bet on him in the first game. So, we have to bet first. Before the game starts, we will be divided into 3 groups and take money to the gambling houses opened by the 3 chambers of commerce to bet. As long as the odds of betting on the opponent's victory are increased, we can attract other gamblers to bet on the opposite side and form a bet with us. Nahash didn't understand gambling before, but it didn't prevent him from understanding the rules here. It was not a difficult thing. Of course, except for the idiots and foodies who don't want to use their brains, Akame, Kurome, Bonnie, Lozang and Broly stand together, which is this combination. After placing the bet, if no one buys, we will spread rumors that there is a rich idiot who wants to bet on the dark horse and bet a lot of money on a new kid. This is Nahash's simple plan. Time quickly came to the second day, and the Western Martial Arts Tournament auditions officially began. A group of ticketed spectators walked into the separated small venue. The qualifying round is the top 16, so there are 16 promotion groups, each group has powerful masters, in addition to a group of runners-up. Ha, my opponent is actually a child, this is really good luck. Broly's opponent is a tall and thin young man. After seeing Broly on the stage, he seemed to think that his luck was very good. Hey, kid on the other side, admit defeat when the game starts. I don't want to bully the weak and make the little kid cry. Broly thought he was a good guy, so after the game started, he used his strength to throw the man out of the field. Group 7, 24th round of the audition, contestant number 48, Broly wins. The referee was stunned for a while before reading it out, mainly because the battle ended too quickly and some of them didn't react. What the hell, is that number 47 a bamboo pole? He was thrown down so quickly. Fuck, you can't even beat a child's strength, why don't you just die? You come to participate in the martial arts conference with this strength? That's right, watching the rookies make a fool of themselves is the reason why I come to the auditions every year, and your failure it was really beyond my expectation. I was happy, but this time I bet on you to win, but you made me lose so badly, RNM, give me back the money. It was obvious that the audience who cursed had placed bets. They wanted to win some money for drinking, but in less than a second, the guy who bet on the win was thrown out of the field and eliminated directly. The bills in their hands turned into blank paper. They felt an unspeakable anger in their hearts. Chapter 45 Special training is needed. The 7th group of small venues was noisy. If there were not a group of burly men to maintain order, someone in the audience might have jumped in and beat the tall and thin young player who was still in a daze. And it was just because the opponent lost too easily to a child, which was a bit outrageous. Great. Unlike this group of angry audiences, Nahaxiu's group of children clenched their fists and showed joy on their faces. In the first game alone, they won more than 20 days of food money. Everyone, go to get the money in teams, and then prepare to buy into the second game of the Big Brother. Nahash served as the betting commander, while Akame and Jaime were assigned to carry out the task of betting on the Big Brother's victory, and before the gambling house closed the betting, they spread the rumor that there were fools betting on the dark horse, so that more people would bet on the Big Brother's opponent. After waiting for half an hour, in the 7th group of 24 to 12, Broly still easily defeated his opponent, who was a boy wearing red boxing gloves. When he punched, you could hear the whirring sound of his fists. Unfortunately, Broly easily blocked the punch, caught it and threw it outside the ring to be eliminated directly, which caused a wailing and cursing sound from the 7th group's small venue. Damn it, why is it like this again? Asshole, I don't believe it, a little kid can go smoothly in the audition. Wait, the little guy number 48, can't he really be a dark horse? Another half an hour passed, and as the 12-6 match began, Broly once again threw out an opponent who was not underestimated, but whose strength gap was too large. Some people looked at him differently. Especially in the 1st and 5th venues, some seeded players favored by the merchant group came in. After being eliminated by the other 2 children during the audition, the audience in the 7th venue looked at Broly, who was sitting on the ground at the edge of the venue, thinking that he was the dark horse of the 7th venue. It's bad, Broly. Broly was sitting at the edge of the venue waiting for the next 1-move second match, and suddenly heard Nahash's voice from behind. What's wrong, what happened? Broly turned his head and asked. Everyone thinks you are a dark horse, and no one is betting that your opponent will win. Nahash said with a bitter face. Is there any problem? Broly hasn't turned the corner yet. We can't make money for food. Nahash said concisely. What? Broly's eyes widened suddenly, and he felt that happiness disappeared at this moment. Brother, it's okay, I have a way. At this time, Cornelia said. What way? Come over here, I'll tell you quietly. After all, it's a meeting place, open and aboveboard, some things can't be said loudly. Broly jumped onto the audience stand and lay on the edge to listen to Cornelia's ideas. This is so, brother, do you understand? Cornelia whispered in Broly's ear, and asked after she finished her idea. Well, I understand. Broly thought about it and nodded. Cornelia's idea was similar to catching a good guy. In the 6-3 round, Broly's opponent was a scarred man with a wild and fierce aura. From the old wounds exposed on his chest and arms, it can be seen that he is a man with rich combat experience. The man did not underestimate Broly because his opponent was a child. In fact, those who could enter the 4th round of the auditions had basically eliminated the lucky players. This time, Broly did not easily solve his opponent with a throw like the previous 3 times, but had a hard time dealing with this opponent. No wrong, it is very difficult for Broly to deal with the opponent in front of him, because he has to control the strength and show that he has done his best. This is really a difficult thing for him with terrifying strength. The man punched, Broly made a defensive move, and the man's fist was easily blocked by him. But after a pause, Broly flew backwards, rolled on the ground for several rounds, and barely stopped at the edge of the ring. After getting up, the young Saiyan said with full breath, "What a powerful punch, I couldn't block it," and almost fell out of the ring and was eliminated. In the audience, Main. This acting is too bad. It's worthy of being Broly, you can block such a powerful punch. A group of children shouted next to him. No, what are you doing, how can others believe it? Mayan lowered her voice and said that she couldn't stand this fake and exaggerated acting. Fuck, it turns out that he is not a dark horse, but he met a weak opponent in the previous 3 times. I bet on him to win this time. However, some audience members around her actually cursed, which made Mayan dumbfounded. No, you really believed in this kind of exaggerated acting. Mayan's expression was almost like writing this sentence. Come on Broly, big brother. Hei Tong shouted, and her shout directly cheered up the boy on the ring. After being knocked down 3 times and standing up 3 times, the audience around were aroused and gradually shouted the slogan "Defeat the opponent," and then Broly swung a fist with difficulty and knocked the opponent out of the ring. Ah, this is really a wonderful fight. Although contestant number 48 is a little weaker, he defeated contestant number 7 with tenacious resilience and willpower. Let us congratulate contestant number 48 for winning this game. Broly looked out of breath, but there was no sweat on his forehead. If he was not dirty and had footprints all over his body, no one would believe that he had just experienced a difficult battle. The 3-to-1 competition will be tomorrow. Have a good rest and strive to enter tomorrow. The referee saw Broly's embarrassed look and knew how strong the other two opponents who would compete for the qualification for the finals tomorrow were. Although he was not optimistic about this child who made it to the 5th round by luck and a little strength, he still encouraged Broly. Okay, I will definitely make it. Broly said with certainty. Except for some footprints and a dirty appearance, he had no injuries. This is normal, after all, he is a Saiyan. How about it, everyone? I showed weakness well, right? After walking out of the venue and joining other children, Broly asked. It's great, Broly, especially when you were knocked down for the 3rd time. I saw someone in the audience tearing up the ticket that you won. However, Broly, after you finally knocked down your opponent, that person was a little embarrassed and bent over to look for the ticket he had torn up on the ground. The children laughed. Those who dared to look down on their big brother deserved to be embarrassed. Brother Broly, you showed weakness in the 4th game. There will definitely not be many people betting on you to win in the 2 games that will determine the promotion tomorrow. If you continue to show weakness, we will definitely make more money. Cornelia said. Unfortunately, a lot of people bet on you to win in the 4th game today. We bet all our money, but it's not as much as the money we won in the previous games. Nahesua felt a little sorry. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, we've lost so many times, and those who bet are not stupid. Akaji discovered in the 3rd game that others no longer believed that there were fools betting on dark horses. Instead, they believed that Broly was the real dark horse, and the tendency to bet on him changed from the opponent to him. I think if you really plan to use the exaggerated acting skills you showed in the last game today tomorrow, others will definitely see it. Main held her forehead. Although there were many innocent people in the audience who believed their exaggerated performance, she still noticed that some other people showed disdain on their faces and twitched at the corners of their mouths. Obviously, those people could see that this was a trick. Of course, maybe they are not sure now, but they will be sure after 1 or 2 more times. The real big bet is actually after entering the qualifying round. What should we do then? When Main said what she saw from her observation, Akito and Haitong could not remain calm. Whether they could win more money would determine the quality of their future life. They asked Main directly. During the journey together, they also knew that Main was a girl with ways. It's very simple. We have to improve our acting skills, especially the big brother's acting skills. Main said with her hands on her waist, and raised her hand to point at Broly and said, when you showed weakness just now, whether it was the posture of flying out or the words you said when you stood up again, it was too fake. But the opponent is really weak. If I hadn't rolled out by myself, he couldn't have hit me at all. Broly defended himself. So, you need special training more, to act weaker and more realistically. As a mixed-race child, Marin once learned acting skills without a teacher in order to survive. Maybe she is not a professional, but at least she is better than the children here and Broly. Tonight, let's have special training. She said. Chapter 46 The Birth of the Ape. In the Western Martial Arts Tournament, other contestants are thinking about how to win and how to get a better ranking, but Broly is different. He doesn't need to think about how to win, but how to make his odds higher when he wins. This is a technical job. That night, everyone gathered in a large room to listen to Marin's lecture. After listening to the theoretical acting course, everyone ran outside to find an empty space to help Broly practice acting skills for fake matches. Normal people are kicked and thrown in this position, but punched and thrown in this position. After being hit in different parts of the body, there will be different forms of pain. The facial expression is one aspect, but more importantly, the instinctive reaction of the limbs. Main taught the theory, and Nahashu and others performed it in practice. The kicks were real kicks, and the punches were real punches, just to better show Broly the reaction of the person being beaten, what it should look like and what kind of body expression. Broly did not dare to neglect it. He carefully observed the various expressions and instinctive movements of his friends fighting each other, and tried to follow the same expressions and movements. After observing the various possible attacks, it was his turn to practice. The red-eyed and black-eyed ones who were better at fighting were, who was specifically responsible for being his imaginary opponent, and began to beat him with various means. Broly had to react in time with painful expressions and body movements corresponding to different blows after being beaten. It must be said that Broly was very talented in learning body movements. Before midnight, he had learned various fake fighting techniques. I saw Akame swiftly kicking him in the right face. At the moment when the leg and face touched, Broly's head also tilted, and the whole person flew out. Of course, Akame's strength was definitely not that great, but if this was the opponent encountered in the fourth game today, this flying posture would be normal. Immediately afterwards, Bonnie rushed over and kicked again. When the sole of the foot just stepped on the abdomen, Broly arched his waist along with Bonnie's strength, and spit out a mouthful of saliva from his wide mouth, as if he was kicked out. After Bonnie retracted his foot, Broly staggered back 2 steps, then knelt down, holding his abdomen and groaning weakly in pain. At this moment, Broly was no longer a Saiyan, but an actor with powerful action-acting skills. He mastered the essence of realistic fighting at a very fast speed. After Marin said it was okay, the group of children collapsed from exhaustion. On the contrary, Broly, who was beaten and trying hard to learn how to react, suddenly recovered from the state of being unable to get up. On the second day of the Western Martial Arts Tournament, the auditions of each group were held to determine the candidates for the top 16. The number of contestants in the 7th group was an odd number, so there was a bye. Unfortunately, Broly did not have a bye and still had to play 2 games, but there was also an extra bet. In his first game of the promotion match, he defeated his opponent with difficulty in front of everyone with the exquisite fighting skills he learned in special training last night. During the halftime break, Marin saw the problem again, and hurriedly ran outside to buy bandages, applied some red medicine, and stuck them on Broly's body and face. The reason was that Broly, who won the game only because he was beaten so badly, had no injuries at all. It was too strange. Although Broly had mastered the fighting skills, his physique was too strong. No matter how hard he fell, he was not injured. Fortunately, after the second promotion match was over, when the referee raised Broly's hand and announced his promotion, the audience cheered loudly, and Marin was sure that Broly was not exposed. Today is another day to make money by betting. Although it is not as much as the first day, it is also 2/3 of the first day. This is all thanks to the big brother with superb acting skills. In the cafeteria, a group of children did not dare to celebrate the match fixing loudly. They could only praise the big brother's amazing acting skills in a low voice, and then drink juice. Don't be careless, we still have to go to the makeup store and buy some powder that can draw the wound. Main reminded that some problems were exposed today. Broly's big brother screamed in pain but was not injured, which was the biggest flaw. The qualifying round is not the same as the audition. The audition is only held in a small venue with thousands of people watching, while the qualifying round of the top 16 will be held in a large venue with tens of thousands of people watching. If the organizer finds out that they are playing a fake match, there will definitely be some problems. Hey, kid, what's wrong? You were eliminated and beaten up, right? Suddenly, the strong man Samba-san who met the night before came over. He saw the gauze on Broly's face and asked jokingly. What's the elimination? Our big brother advanced. Immediately, a child refuted. Advanced? Samba-san was shocked when he heard this, but asked, are you from the first group or the 5th group? What do you mean by first group or 5th group? Our eldest brother is from the 7th group. He is from the 7th group, that's fine. Samba-san was relieved. There were indeed some monster newcomers in this Western Martial Arts Conference. I heard that in the promotion match, they defeated their opponents faster than him and advanced, and they were all children. However, the 2 monster newcomers were in the 1st and 5th groups. As for the 7th group, although there were also children who advanced, it was too difficult to fight. It was said that the opponents underestimated the enemy and were lucky enough to advance. Such opponents were not taken seriously by Samba-san. Of course, after knowing that the young player who advanced from the 7th group was Broly, Samba-san still looked up to the boy. At this age, he had the strength to enter the top 16 of the Western Martial Arts Conference. He must be even more powerful in the future. However, if the opponent was in the 7th group, he would have to be together with the other 2 monster newcomers, which made Samba-san sigh. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so good, but your good luck probably ends here. If you are in the 7th group, according to the rules of the qualifying round, you will be assigned to the first 8 groups to play against each other. In the first 8 groups, there are 2 monster rookies who are stronger than you and are also children. If you hope to win another game, you should meet the monsters in the 5th group. I hope you will be defeated by then, and not be hit by the real genius. I will win. Broly said, he did not doubt this. It's good that you have confidence. Anyway, come on. Samba sang. kindly reminded that this child was very talented, but because of this, it was easier for him to become mediocre after encountering a more powerful genius. Uncle Sambasang, what about you? Did you advance? The kindness released by Sambasang was felt by a group of children. Bonnie looked at him and suddenly asked. Ha ha ha, you asked this question. Can I, Sambasang, be eliminated in the audition? Sambasang laughed and said that he was the third player to advance, and he was also the strongest seeded player in the 15th group. It was easy for him to play in the promotion match. What he was more afraid of was the two monster newcomers who advanced faster than him. I heard from the people of the Degas Chamber of Commerce that the first group of qualifiers is a girl from a minority ethnic group in the north of the empire who makes a living by hunting dangerous species. Her fighting style is mainly fierce and swift. Her opponent, the top 8 contestant in the last martial arts competition, only lasted 2 minutes in her hands before being kicked off the stage. Afterwards, it seems that both his hand bones and ribs were broken. He is a guy who should not be underestimated. Nahashu is a man who knows how to deal with things. He invited Sambasang to eat together. After Sambasang drank, he also talked about the first 8 contestants tomorrow. Chapter 47 Vomiting Blood Training. Of course, the other contestants were not in Sambasang's eyes. He mainly talked about the 2 monster newcomers who dealt with the opponents in the promotion match faster than him, which he heard from the person in charge of collecting player information at the Degas Chamber of Commerce. As for the guys in the 5th group who advanced, they have no support from the Chamber of Commerce and are low-key, so there is less information about them. But from the description, they should be a master who is proficient in acupuncture. Those who were defeated by her were paralyzed and then kicked off the ring. Sambasang drank another large glass of malt beer, then looked at Broly and said, if you can beat tomorrow's opponent, the guys in the 5th group will be your strong opponents. This is the end of my information. I'll drink 2 glasses of wine for you, which is enough for the wine. I'm leaving, little guys. After saying this, Sambasang left here. I didn't expect that other chambers of commerce are also collecting intelligence on the contestants. It's normal to do this, because the organizers of the top 16 qualifying matches will also open large-scale gambling bureaus. That's the organizers themselves who are the dealers. They need to adjust the odds of each player at all times according to the strength shown by the players. As for why they don't open bets between gamblers and only earn commissions from turnover, it's mainly because they can earn more by being the dealers themselves. Often, the profit that can be earned from a large-scale gambling bureau in the top 16 qualifying matches of a martial arts tournament is close to the money that can be earned from a business trip. Tomorrow, we'll see which Chamber of Commerce gambling house gives the highest odds to our eldest brother, and we'll buy that one. Nahaxiu said. Do you still want to see the odds of the bet? Akaji asked. Also, we'll see which side is higher, anyway, we'll buy which side. These children are full of confidence in Broly and don't worry about his possible loss at all. The only thing worth worrying about is that if he performs too well, the odds may fall wildly. In preparation for tomorrow's game, after eating and drinking, a group of friends went to buy cosmetics. When passing by a snack stand, they saw someone eating a kind of exploding candy. Maine was inspired and ran over to ask the stall owner, "Excuse me, can we put some other fluids in these candies?" "Other fluids, what are you going to put in?" the candy stall owner asked curiously. "Can I put some fresh blood in it?" Maine asked. "Ah." The candy stall owner widened his eyes and thought she was here to make trouble. He was about to drive her away when he heard that he could pay more. Well, as long as the money is in place, let alone blood, even if the customer wants to put shit in it, he can help fill it up, and guarantee that before the candy is bitten open, it will only taste like candy. "Can you make a few samples first?" "Where can I find blood now?" "Colored water will do." "Then use red heart fruit. The juice made by mixing it with water looks not much different from blood." Maine paid the money, and the candy vendor gave her a few large exploding soft candies and delivered the goods. "Brother Broly, put it in your mouth and bite it open." Maine handed the large exploding candy to the boy, and Broly did it without hesitation. In just one bite, red juice spurted out of his mouth. "Yes, that's it." Marin was very excited. "Boss, can you thicken the juice inside so that it looks more like blood? You are really good at making things difficult for me. We will charge more." "No problem, it's easy to make fake blood, but are you still going to let me make candies with real blood? If there is a substitute, there is no need to use real blood." Marin once tasted the taste of blood, which was caused by being beaten. It was fishy and not a good thing to drink. If it was not necessary, she didn't want Broly to taste that taste. After all, Broly was very good to her. After some adjustments, the thicker exploding gummy candy came. This is delicious. Broly's mouth was red, like a vampire, sucking the red heart juice that was about to spray out. This is not for you to eat, but for you to spit out. You have to simulate the posture of spitting blood. Marinyan held Broly's face and rubbed it hard, disrupting his slurping behavior. It's shameful to waste food. Broly said seriously, and under the interference of Main rubbing his face, he finished the juice in his mouth. The sweet taste, he liked this thing. If we increase the odds, we can make more money. With more money, we can buy more things, including food, and the price is just the juice of 1 or 2 exploding candies. Now, do you still think it's a waste? Can I spit real blood? Broly thought about it and asked. Hey, can you spit real blood? The children looked over curiously. They didn't know that their eldest brother had this ability. Yes, as long as you really hurt yourself. Broly raised his little fist, indicating that he could hurt himself. No. As soon as he finished speaking, the children rejected his proposal. Under the unanimous insistence of everyone, Broly's proposal of pretending to be real was directly passed. Wasting food, they didn't want to, as they used to not have enough to eat, but what if the eldest brother was really hurt? Waste, must be ruthlessly wasted. Broly's position in the hearts of his friends is obviously above food. That night, Main bought cosmetics and exploding candies. While a few children with some painting talent and a child without painting talent tried to put on injured makeup on their faces, Broly was also using exploding candies to train his own blood-spitting skills. This training time was longer than last night, and Broly finally overcame the behavior of always wanting to suck the spitted blood back into his mouth and eat it. He spit out a mouthful of juice blood, and his face showed an extremely painful expression. The mental pressure brought by wasting food made his facial expression of pain more vivid, which was the effect of substitution of emotions. On the third day of the Western Martial Arts Conference, the venue of the qualifying competition was crowded with people, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. The 16 contestants who entered the finals walked into the arena in the center of the venue from different competitions under the host's loud introduction. The first contestant is from the Parties tribe in the north of the empire. Speaking of the Parties tribe, perhaps not many people know about it, but if we talk about the ethnic minority that hunts dangerous species, I believe that all the audience will know how powerful this ethnic group is. Yes, she is the contestant supported by the Garappa Chamber of Commerce, which mainly deals in dangerous species materials. She is a fighter from the north who has advanced at a speed that breaks through the previous martial arts competitions' death. The girl with long ice blue hair had a calm face. She was wearing the flag of the sponsor Garappa Chamber of Commerce. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, she was the first to enter the venue. She jumped onto the arena, and the flag of the Chamber of Commerce behind her was fluttering. This is the publicity privilege that the sponsoring company has as the fastest player to advance. When Esteth left with the company flag, she also earned 300,000 yuan directly, which made her feel that money in the West was easy to make, at least much easier than other places she had visited before. The second person to appear was Murad, who advanced to the second place. She used the pseudonym Mimi, the successor of Southern Jiu-Jitsu, but because there was no sponsoring company behind her, she was simply summarized by the host in a few words. She had no commercial value, and she was just praised to let people know who she was. Mellard. Although she had long known that the Western Fighting Conference was full of strong commercial attributes, she still felt a little angry when she was ignored. However, her eyes were quickly attracted by Esteth, who was the fastest to advance. The girl had beautiful long sky blue hair, a cross-stitched headscarf on her head, a loose short-sleeved robe on the upper body, and tight stretch pants on the lower body. Her eyes were calm with an imperceptible sharpness. When their eyes met, Murad felt like she was being hunted by the hunter. She looks like a very strong guy. Although she is a pretty little beauty, she doesn't seem to be my type. While Murad was thinking this, Esteth on the other side also gave her some comments on her second fastest promotion speed. She is wearing very revealing clothes, exposing her lower abdomen and back. If she were in the northern tundra, it would definitely be cold. Murad's smooth hair was tied into a bun on her head. Only 2 strips of cloth connected to the collar wrapped around her undeveloped chest, revealing a large area of healthy and tight wheat-colored skin, and her lower body was loose martial arts pants. This is the opposite of Esteth's outfit, but there is no doubt that she is an oriental beauty with a teardrop mole at the corner of her eye. While the two were observing each other and giving their first evaluations, Sambasang, who advanced as the third place, also showed off his muscular arms and came to the side wearing a dust cape with the logo of the Degas Chamber of Commerce. As the third fastest player to advance, he also let the other two take a look. Esteth looked like she was looking at her prey, while Murad was a little disgusted. She didn't like men, especially the strong men with excessive male hormones. The fourth, fifth, seventh, more players came on stage one after another. The host introduced the identities and origins of these players one by one, so that the audience had a basic understanding of these players, and it was also a promotion the sponsoring company behind each contestant. The first to 15th contestants, whose order of appearance is determined by the speed of advancement, are all normal. They all promote the sponsoring company behind them or show their own strength, except Murad, in a very proper manner. But when Broly, who appeared in the 16th order, came out, the atmosphere in the conference hall suddenly became quiet. Chapter 48 Go All Out? Broly, the contestant in the 7th group, is the youngest contestant in this martial arts conference, but he relied on his tenacious will to defeat his opponent and advance to the qualifying round. The company that supports him behind him is the Jito company from the south of the empire. Their silk fabrics are very good. Broly, you are like this, do you really want to continue to participate? At the end of the introduction, the host of the competition asked on behalf of the audience, not for any other reason, but because the boy was the only one with a bruised face and walked into the conference hall in a limping way. Broly held a wooden stick in his hand, which he picked up on the roadside, and tied to the top of the stick was a piece of white cloth with a rabbit head hand-painted on it, which was the logo of the Rabbit Collecting Chamber of Commerce that gave them the qualification to participate in the competition. However, this thing is now in Broly's hand, and with his bruised and swollen outfit and limping movement, he looks like a zombie leading a large wave of zombies. Compared to the confident style of other contestants who pretend to be uninjured and show their strongest side even if they are injured, his current appearance style can be called a super mudslide since the opening of the Western Martial Arts Tournament for so long. I'm fine, these are just superficial injuries that look serious but are not a problem. I have to continue fighting for my family. If I don't fight, we will starve, so I will continue to fight. Broly said this with difficulty, and except for the superficial injuries, everything else is true. The audience was somewhat silent. Fighting for family, this was the first time they had heard such a reason after the martial arts tournament had been held for so long. The other contestants all looked at him, with different expressions, but it was certain that most of them did not take it seriously. Martial artists mostly respect the strong, and Broly's miserable appearance could be said to be the embodiment of weakness. It's okay to sympathize with him, but it's impossible to lose to him because of this. At such a young age, he can make it to the top 16. Although this is a very watery martial arts tournament, if this kid is recruited to Olberg for training, he may become a good assassin. Mellard thought so. As the future successor to the leader of the Assassins Association, it is necessary to gather a group of loyal assassins around him. Although she doesn't like men, if she just wants to train her subordinates, she can still accept the boy who fights for his family. Survival of the fittest, the strong survive, I hope he can go further. Esteth thought of her mother who was eaten by dangerous species and her father who was killed by northern aliens when they invaded the village. Their deaths can be attributed to their own weakness. This is the survival concept her father taught her since she was a child. There is no need to regret the death of the weak. Making yourself stronger and better able to survive in this cruel world is what the living should consider. She did not sympathize with the boy, nor did she laugh at the embarrassed opponent. She just hoped that this person could struggle to become a strong person. Found the target of the attack, Esteth, current happiness value 0. The prompt of the Crystal Palace made Broly look at Esteth a few more times, but he was now playing the role of a contestant who was in danger and had no chance of winning. It was not suitable for him to go over and talk to the girl who appeared for the first time. Who am I? Where am I? Didn't our Chamber of Commerce have a contestant on stage just now? At the Chamber of Commerce's organizer seat, Steward Nozen of the Jitud Chamber of Commerce was in a state of confusion. He had never thought that this competition would have anything to do with his own Chamber of Commerce. As a result, a contestant inexplicably went up to the stage, holding a flag with the logo of his own Chamber of Commerce in a very shabby way. Yes, sir. The old servant next to him answered him. Who is that? It's not the martial arts contestants we invited temporarily. So, this is the eldest brother of those children. Probably. The old servant couldn't believe it, but the facts were in front of him. What a pity. Staffman Nozen calmed down from his excitement. What a pity. The old servant also agreed. If they had known that someone could make it to the top 16, they would have helped prepare the flag made by their Jitud Chamber of Commerce. Instead of the other party using a broken branch and a hand-painted rabbit head pattern on the white cloth and the wrong text of the Jitud Chamber of Commerce below and crossing it out, and then rewriting a rabbit next to it, he stepped onto the stage in such a shabby situation. As for why they felt sorry, it was because Broly's performance did not look like he could make it out of today's 16-8 qualifying round. In such an embarrassing situation, how weak a player must be to be defeated by that child. Butler Northern and the old servant next to him thought that there was no such thing. Not only did they think that there was no such thing, but even the vast majority of the audience in the conference hall thought that the child had no ability to continue to advance. The odds on the big brother have risen to 1 to 11 in the gambling house. Okay, but don't rush to buy in. Hold, what are the odds on the other side? It has reached 1 to 16. It seems that there are more people buying the organizers' betting, which has caused the odds of the big brother to be adjusted so high. Well, let's wait until the second fight is over before buying and see if the odds of the big brother can go up a little bit. The game on the conference field has begun, and the actions of the children such as Nahashu have also begun. They are staring at Broly's odds at various betting points, and when the third game starts, they will go to the betting point with the highest odds to bet on their big brother's victory. On the field, the fighting was quite exciting, but it was the second game that had already started. As for the first game, Group 1's Death fought against Group 2 advanced players. Group 2 players only lasted for 3 minutes before being kicked off the ring by the northern fighter girl with an extremely fierce fighting style. If the occasion was not suitable, Broly would have "I want to stand up at the contestants' stage to cheer for this wife I don't know yet, and brush up the happiness value of this newly discovered wife, well, if cheering is useful." In the second round, the two martial arts noobs fought each other for half an hour before one of them was hit in the back of the head and fell unconscious. The third game began, and the fifth group of qualified contestants, Murad, took the stage. She relied on her flexible body movements and exquisite acupuncture techniques to easily defeat her somewhat clumsy opponent in 7 minutes. "Hey, little guy, you have to fight with all your strength. If you perform well, I can consider taking you and your family in." When he came back and passed by Broly, who was about to go on stage, Murad suddenly said this to him. "Broly." Looking back at the back of the bun-haired girl who had already walked away. "Let him fight with all his strength? Does this person want him to destroy the world?" Chapter 49 Act for another 5 minutes. It is impossible to fight with all his strength. Broly has no intention of destroying the world, and his opponent can't withstand his slightly stronger attack. However, it is still possible to use the acting skills that he has specially trained in the past 2 days to go all out and show that he has gone all out. After the game started, Broly satisfied the judgment of most of the audience in the venue that he was weak, and fell into a disadvantage as soon as the fight started. Under the fierce boxing skills of the 8th group of players who claimed to have defeated many dangerous species in the wilderness, Broly struggled to hold on. "Kid, I admit that you have good resilience, but in this arena of the martial arts tournament, resilience alone is not enough. You must have strength to go on. Give up. If you jump off the arena now, you don't have to suffer this kind of physical pain." After a series of beatings, Alec persuaded Broly, who was knocked out, while taking a breath to recover his strength. But the truth is that he was a little tired. He consumed a lot of physical strength under the continuous fierce attack. During this period, he did not want to knock Broly off the ring directly, or beat him so hard that he could not get up again. The result was that no matter how he displayed his martial arts, the kid on the opposite side was like a sticky candy, sticking to the ring. No matter how he hit, he could barely defend and not fall down. No matter how he kicked, he was still a little distance away from the edge of the ring. "I will not give up, because I have a group of family members behind me who need to eat, and I must beat you here," Broly said with some difficulty. The sweetness in his mouth made him want to suck the juice and blood back, but with so many people watching, he could not do such a revealing thing. "In this case, I will not continue to hold back on you. 5 minutes. If I can't knock you down within 5 minutes, I will admit defeat." Feeling his physical strength declining, Alex said so. "Only 5 minutes." Hearing this, Broly was stunned and couldn't help showing a relaxed look. If he continued to perform for 5 more minutes, his opponent would admit defeat, which was really great. "There is a flaw. When he saw the boy's slackness, Alex's eyes lit up and he attacked without any martial ethics. Broly could defend, but he didn't do so. The message of reciprocity emerged in his mind. The opponent in front of him was a good person, and it was enough to let him perform for another 5 minutes. Then he naturally had to give the opponent a chance to show his fists and feet in these last 5 minutes. Alec rushed in front of Broly, and when the boy seemed to be defenseless, his fist hit the boy's lower abdomen. Broly bent his body and floated up. The next moment, a fierce elbow hit his temple. Broly's defense was broken, and he was knocked out by Alec, but Alec still had no intention of letting him go and continued to chase him. A whip kick to the waist, a flying knee to the stomach, and a powerful punch to Broly's face. Broly looked up and blood spurted out again. He seemed to have lost his ability to fight and fell down. Oh no, he stood up again, this strong boy stood up again, but he couldn't stand steadily. Broly, do you admit defeat? If you admit defeat. The host and referee who was explaining the battle hadn't finished speaking, and the 8th group player Alec kicked again and kicked Broly out again. Alec, Broly seems to be unable to fight anymore. Do you stop and let him admit defeat? Ha, let him admit defeat, what are you kidding? This little bastard didn't admit defeat earlier, but wasted so much of my energy here. Now that you can't beat him, you want me to let him admit defeat easily? Alec grinned. There are not so many good things in the world. I'm going to cripple him now. Alec is not a broad-minded person. He let Broly admit defeat just now because the opponent's defense ability was sufficient, which made him feel that it would be a long-lasting war of attrition, so he didn't care and just wanted to win. But now that the opponent's defense has been broken by himself, he has already won with his real ability, how can he let the opponent admit defeat so easily? Such a genius child, whose martial arts talent is really enviable, but he wants to destroy such a genius little guy. Contestant Alec, made a statement to destroy contestant Broly. The host and referee exclaimed, and his voice was heard by the audience watching the game in the conference hall through the microphone. What, that guy has already won, but he still wants to destroy that kid. Most of the audience were quite sympathetic, especially after hearing Broly say that he was continuing to compete for his family. They all started to denounce the 8th group of players. Even some of the audience who bet on him to win felt that it was too cruel to attack such a child who had no power to fight back. The participating martial artists also frowned. Victory was victory, and there was no need to destroy a child with good martial arts talent. Alec, you bastard, if you want to destroy that child, I will destroy you if I meet you later. Samba-san was also a little angry and shouted towards the ring in the contestant area. Humph, Samba-san, do you think I'm afraid of you? Acrylic didn't care about Samba-san's threat. He and Samba-san were both participants in the martial arts competition, and he was the better player in the last fight. Not far away, Mellard's face was a little dark. She had chosen a good candidate to be her subordinate, but now he was going to be abandoned? That bastard named Alec, I must kill him if I meet him tomorrow. Mellard was not angry about Broly's impending destruction, but just thought that Alec, the 8th group player, had provoked him. When an assassin is provoked, he should take the life of the provocateur to defend the death of Orberg. The dignity of the name of God. 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Broly counted the time in the Crystal Palace while being beaten. After 5 minutes, he immediately raised his head with difficulty. He reminded Alec, who was tired of being beaten again and taking a breath, in a weak tone, 5 minutes are up, it's time for you to admit defeat. Alec thought that the boy who allowed himself to be beaten should have completely lost consciousness at this time, but he didn't expect that the other party suddenly raised his head and said that 5 minutes were up and he should admit defeat. Alec, who was already wantonly ravaging the boy against the audience's wishes and experiencing the pleasure of rebelling against the masses, immediately laughed. Ha, admit defeat, what nonsense are you talking about? Hey, didn't you say that just now? Broly asked with some confusion. That's just to trick children. I didn't expect you to really believe it, but you're right, you're just a stupid child. You lied to me? Broly's eyes widened. Of course, I didn't expect you to be conscious after being beaten like this by me, but it's good that way, so that everyone can hear your moaning next time. Alex said this with a grin, not noticing that Broly, who had been deceived, had already dug his hands into the ground. The hard fighting ring seemed to be just a large piece of tofu under his little hands. To be honest, beating you just now was like beating a corpse, and I didn't have any passion at all. Alex was still beeping, mainly because he was really tired. And the act of going against the will of the public gave him a sense of pleasure in his brain. He was still talking nonsense. You guy! The stone was easily crushed into powder by his little hands, and Broly got up from the ground. Alex's deception made him, who was a little naive, angry. Do you really want to be killed by me? These words naturally emerged in Broly's angry mind, along with all kinds of strange memories of cruelly killing others. That was from some bloody movies or game CGS, and the scattered memory fragments finally froze on the scene where the Iron Warrior brutally dealt with the prey's corpse. Just when Broly was about to implement the bloody scene in his mind, he saw the red eyes and black eyes in the audience not far away, shouting for him to kill his opponent. The bastards on the ring were too arrogant. Although I know Broly couldn't possibly lose, and being weak and beaten was just an act, but it still made the children like Akame and Kurome very angry. They no longer wanted to manipulate the odds, and just wanted Broly to kill that arrogant bastard. Well, if they hadn't shouted, Broly might have torn the guy on the other side to pieces out of anger, but now that he saw them, Broly quickly calmed down. He came to make money. If he really killed the guy on the other side in seconds, how could they rely on bet to make a lot of money? What, you said to kill me? Ha ha ha, have I beaten you to the point of losing your mind? Broly looked really miserable now, with all the explosive gummy candies in his mouth bitten, and his mouth and chest were all covered with juice and blood. Because he fell to the ground and was kicked many times, he was dirty all over, and with the injured makeup painted on when he came here, no one would doubt him even if he fell down now. I want to defeat you. In response, Broly shouted this in a low voice, and then staggered towards his opponent. I'm here, come on, come and defeat me, if you can do it. Alec just felt that he was so excited, and the taste of destroying a genius in public was simply great. Pa! The next moment, he arched his body, covered his exploded crotch, and fell down. After Broly approached, the punch he suddenly threw was too fast, so fast that he didn't expect it at all, and he didn't react in time. Of course, he has now reacted and realized that Broly, who could deliver that punch, is not simple, but it is too late. He fainted from the pain without saying a word. At the same time, Broly also slumped to the ground, as if that blow had exhausted all his strength. It is really shocking. Broly actually fought back and defeated Alex. Alex was careless. After the lightning reversal, there was a brief silence in the conference hall. After a while, the host referee reacted and announced loudly, Broly won the fourth game of the 16-8 qualifying match. Chapter 50 Making Friends with Strength. Fuck, you can lose with such a big advantage. I don't know why, I bet on Alex to win, but that guy is kneeling now, but I feel so comfortable. Good job, Broly. In the audience of the conference hall, after the referee announced the result of the fourth game, there was a commotion. Some people were congratulating the boy who won, while others were scolding Alec for being an idiot. There is no doubt that Alec's actions just now angered the public. Now his sudden reversal made countless people happy. Of course, there is also a group of gamblers who lost their money. They don't think that Alec's loss was caused by Broly's strength as his opponent, but that it was because Alec was reckless, so he gave up the victory that was sure to win. Compared to hating the boy who won by luck, they hated Alec, the idiot, more. It's a pity that this is a martial arts tournament, otherwise someone might take a knife to kill Alec, who is now fainted because of a crotch explosion. It is a taboo for martial artists to underestimate the enemy. Alec is really an idiot. In the contestant area, the contestants who saw the reversal just now made sharp comments on it. Is it really careless? Esteth frowned and couldn't help thinking that she had seen the speed of the boy's last fatal blow. Although Esteth couldn't be completely sure of the specific situation of the blow due to the distance and angle, her intuition made her feel that there was something abnormal, but she couldn't tell where it was. Not far away, Murad didn't have such an abnormal feeling. She just thought that this should be the boy's last burst of potential. This kind of burst of potential is quite common in the training of assassins. After all, rabbits will bite when they are anxious. Broly was carried down from the ring by the staff on a stretcher, and he was lying down when he was carried down. Marin said that he had no injuries on his body, so he should try not to let others observe his physical condition at close range. After Broly was carried to the medical room of the martial arts tournament, Main immediately brought a group of friends in as a group of relatives and friends. They refused the doctor of the martial arts tournament venue to check and treat Broly's body on the grounds that they knew a miracle doctor. A group of children carried their big brother away. What a hell, they didn't believe us, but believed the quacks outside. The doctor of the martial arts tournament felt insulted, but there was nothing he could do if the contestant himself didn't want to be treated. Apart from saying a few words, could he force others to stay for treatment? Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and a girl with long ice blue hair walked in at the door of the medical room. After coming in, Esteth looked around, but didn't find the target she wanted to find, so she asked, "Where is the contestant who was carried in just now?" "He has been taken away by his relatives and friends. He said he knew a miracle doctor outside and took him for treatment." The doctor explained. "It seems that I'm late." Esteth turned her head and saw Melod standing by the door in revealing clothes. "Why, are you interested in him too?" Melod asked Esteth, picking up the hair by her ear. "I just want to confirm some things," Esteth said. "What about you? Do you want to find out the details of tomorrow's opponent in advance?" she asked back. "No, I just admire him a little and want him to be my man," Melod replied. "Unfortunately, he has been taken away." "I know." The two did not speak again, and Esteth walked past Melod. She returned to the contestant area of the conference venue and continued to watch the 16-8 game. She wanted to see if there were any opponents who could make her eyes shine. But unfortunately, after watching the end of the 8th game, Esteth did not find the third opponent that she cared about. The first one that concerned her was Murad from the 5th group, who also easily defeated the opponent. She was also a 12-year-old contestant and a female. The second one was Broly, who was younger. Although he performed a little poorly, the speed of the fatal chicken attack at the end made her a little concerned. Esteth thought about it and walked out of the conference hall. After leaving the conference hall and turning into an alley, she suddenly stopped. "Who?" she asked this and tilted her head at a 45-degree angle and looked behind her. "It's me, I'm Broly from the 7th group." Broly appeared here with bandages on his body. He came here specifically to find Esteth. "It's you. Can you move freely so soon?" Esteth asked curiously. "Thanks to a miracle doctor we know." Broly avoided Esteth's gaze and told the lie given by Marin. "You are a liar," Esteth suddenly said. "Hey! You don't smell of blood, and with the injuries you suffered in the ring, it is impossible not to smell fresh blood, unless you have no wounds." Esteth said so and came closer. In order to confirm that she did not make a mistake, she took the initiative to get close to Broly and smell his smell. "Except for the smell of herbs and a smell of soap, there is no smell of blood on your body. You are not injured at all. The embarrassment in the ring is all acting. Am I right?" Esteth asked. Broly had already taken a bath and was wearing makeup when he came out. He didn't expect to be directly recognized by this new wife. "I didn't mean to lie to you. It's just that doing this can make my odds at the gambling house higher. My partner and I are making this money," Broly explained. "So you are manipulating the odds?" "It doesn't matter. I don't care about this. I just want to ask, you should be very strong, right?" Esteth asked. "Yeah." Broly nodded. He had never met an opponent since he came to this world. "You are blocking me here. Are you going to deal with me, your competitor, now?" Esteth leaned down, ready for battle. She didn't care where to fight or who to fight. She only cared about whether the opponent was strong enough. No, I'm here to make friends with you." But facing her fighting spirit, Broly scratched his head and explained his real purpose. "Make friends?" Esteth's momentum stagnated. He didn't expect this answer. "Can you be friends with me?" Esteth looked at the boy's hand, and then looked at the boy's face, which looked like he wanted to make friends with her, and the desire to fight faded a little. "We can be friends, but I never make friends with the weak, because weak friends are always easy to die on their own." After saying this, Esteth paused before continuing, "If you really want to be friends with me, wait until you beat me tomorrow." "Okay." Broly agreed, but after thinking about it, he added, "By the way, when I say friends, I mean that I will make you my wife in the end." "Hey!" Hearing this, Esteth was stunned, but after reacting, she didn't care. "If you can really beat me, then I will be the prey you hunted, and then you can do whatever you want with me."